Well, I guess it would kind of depend on if the Earth was flat or a ball. So if it measured to be flat, did someone conspire to create a ball out of that flat surface that they measured?
Yes.
So it wasn't a mistake.
Well, you should just go check and see if it's flat or curved. Then you can decide for yourself if it's a conspiracy.
Even if I do see it to be flat, couldn't they think it's curved still?
No, not see it. Measure it. That way there's no doubt,
Measure
right?
it?
You measure it. Yeah.
How do you
Not
measure it?
Well, you check to see if it's curving at the rate they go ahead and tell you that it's curving wherever you look.
Yeah, I thought it was already measured.
Yeah, they already measured the radius.
How'd they do that?
By presupposing it, I guess.
So they presuppose it. Presupposition is a measurement? How is presupposition a measurement?
If you presuppose it's a sphere, you can measure it.
How's that?
How do you know it's the sphere?
Well, you don't. You just presuppose it. That's the point.
No, you need a
So you
flat
don't
Earth
measure it.
measurement. You need a flat Earth
surface,
measurement first. You need a flat Earth measurement first, and then you can invoke a sphere if you want from a circumference of a circle. Whatever measurements you got, you're going to need a flat Earth for it.
Can you prove to me that I'm upside down compared to you?
No.
If you're in Australia, you have to be.
Can you prove that?
Why would they lie, bro? Just tell me that. Answer my question.
For that, you'd have to work out whether there's a life.
Why would they tell the truth?
This
You
is the
should-
question
you
I
should
was trying
ask
to ask.
Timbo.
Why would they lie?
No.
Why would they tell the
No,
truth?
listen. You should ask Timbo. You should ask Timbo which way the sun rises and sets for him in Australia, because it should be west to east if he's antipodal or upside down from me. Okay, so just be logical here, right? So Timbo, which direction does the sun rise and set for you?
Oh, that would be east to west.
Oh wow! So I mean, that can literally only happen on a flat Earth. Wow.
Yeah. What happens in December? Where is it exactly set and rise in December? On December 21st, to be specific. Have you ever taken the exact angle of its setting and rising?
Angle to what?
Azimuth.
Does that change the fact that it always goes east to west?
Why is the Earth flat still an argument?
northeast
We already
to
know the Earth is
northwest?
flat. Everybody should already know this.
No, we don't.
Even
It sets
Elon
west.
Musk said it himself. It's flat, dude. Come on.
But
Don't
Jenna,
sigh.
it sets
Don't
in
live
the
in that
southwest.
NASA illusion you do. Like,
Oh.
Hey, dude,
It's-
can you
it's-
shut
it's-
your
it's-
you
it's-
fucking
listen
in the
to
mouth?
your
southwest.
government.
Thank you.
But Jenna, it sets in
Hey,
the
Scott.
southwest in Australia.
So Scott, we have an issue, right? Are you talking about north from the sun at noon, or are you talking about north on a compass?
I'm talking about southwest. We all know what southwest is. Come
Okay,
on, let's not play this game.
but southwest. So north on a compass in Australia is not north.
We know what southwest is, though, don't we?
Oh, we just know,
Well,
right?
He's trying.
That's
to
your rigorous
explain
definition.
something.
This is his science. We just know. We just
Okay,
know
so
it's
if it rises 23 degrees south of
No.
east and sets
Yeah,
23
but
degrees
you
south
correct-
of
23 degrees of
west,
what? Of what?
Yeah, from what?
Grays.
It should be west to east. For
Why can't you
anybody
give
being
specific things, man?
antipode from
Science
me.
uses rigorous definitions, man. Why can't you
Hold
just
on, why would it be west to east? Your logic doesn't follow. Do you have like any idea how three-dimensional shit works? Just say no.
Sorry, before you butted in, we were having a conversation. So can you just kindly not do that?
Elijah, check your DMs.
Thanks, Todd.
All right. So Scott, magnetic declination in the south.
okay, but what you're doing here is you're saying we can't know directions in Australia.
No, I'm saying if you're talking about a compass direction of where the sun sets, then you need to correct for magnetic declination.
I agree.
Not?
I agree. We all know that.
Yep.
Yes.
Not
Okay.
everybody
So
knows that. That's why I was bringing it up.
And once you correct for that magnetic declination, you can figure out where the sun is setting. Could you
okay,
not?
well, I'm in Melbourne. What's the magnetic correction for Melbourne?
I have no idea. But it
So
sounds like
when you visited Australia, did you correct for magnetic declination when you were looking at the sun?
I've never looked at the sun set in Australia.
Okay.
But this is something you could do since you live in Australia, right?
Yeah, at the moment there's not much sun.
Yes, I know, but there are days when there are sun, especially in your summer, especially on December 21st. It's very often clear there. And you can go you can figure out where north and south actually is, and you can figure out which way west actually is.
Until then, you can't really say that the sun sets southwest.
Yeah, we can, because I know the people in Australia who've done this, and they've shown us. They've shown me pictures.
From what latitude?
I think he was in Perth. He was in Perth, I think.
So, and did he? Well, it's even worse. The magnetic declination's even worse over there.
I think it's even in the other direction.
But what you're doing right now, again, Timbo, is you're saying we can't figure out which way is actually south.
Did he correct for it?
I'm sure he did. Yes, he's a very smart person.
Sure he did.
No, the problem, Scott, is that you don't understand that there's 3 sets of cardinal directions. And you're arbitrarily choosing one and saying, in this coordinate system, the sun sets here. Yeah, so fucking what? Don't mean anything.
Well,
because in another coordinate system, it doesn't mean that. Because we can use the sun as a coordinate system, which is defined as where the sun rises on the equinox, right? That's east. We use that coordinate system in somewhere else. Well, if we use the other one, we use the compass and don't do any quote-unquote correction. And the correction really just means, aligning it to the frickin' the geodetic fucking coordinate system. That's all that is. It's not a correction.
And so what you're saying is we can't figure out what directions are.
No, that's not what I'm saying. Whenever someone you're saying, there's a straw man. And there we go again.
Well, do we agree that we can figure out which direction you're facing in Australia? Could we do that?
Well, Scott, what is your
and we do it in 3 different coordinate systems. What don't you understand?
I just asked a simple
they're
question.
Not the same.
Can we agree we know which direction we're facing in Australia?
Yeah. In 3 different coordinate systems, yeah.
What different coordinate
systems? What are you trying to cast doubt on, Scott? What are you trying to cast doubt on? Just get to it.
Word I just said, Scott? Hold on a second. Why are you asking me? I told you 3 different ones.
You said something about the sun, something about something
about yeah. You don't listen. Fucking. Why does anybody talk to you? I don't even get it.
Great question.
Well, I know you never answer my questions. You always try to delay things or divert
things. I answered your question before you fucking asked it, retard.
What are you trying to cast doubt on, Scott?
I'm not casting down anything. I'm just calling your attention to a phenomenon that anybody can observe if they go to Australia.
What phenomena are you talking about, Scott?
That the sun both rises and sets south of east and west, respectively.
And what's your point? And who cares? Why?
Well, that's an interesting phenomenon if you care about where we live. But you don't have to.
Why? Dumb fuck.
No, because it proves the tilt of the Earth.
Wow. I've never seen it. I've never seen it set south. Sorry, mate.
You got to look harder.
He's on Australia. You've never seen it, and you're asking him to look harder? Are you serious, bro?
It's quite possible. I didn't know it set north of us.
I'm at 40 degrees south, and I've never seen it set south from me.
I would say you didn't look.
Maybe you just...
So he's calling you a liar. Is what he's doing.
It's at 23. On December 21st, it will set 23 degrees south of west, like it does for everybody on Earth.
Is that what time and date told you? Is that what time and date told you, Scott?
But what does it tell us when the sun is setting in the same direction for everybody on Earth?
Who cares?
It doesn't.
What are you implying?
It doesn't.
I would say it implies
it's a faraway object. But it doesn't do that, Scott. It doesn't, Scott. Go look on time and date, Scott. I'll give you 2 locations. Canuck, Greenland, Tierra del Fuego. On the equinox. They don't set in the same direction. I think I already told you this. You probably didn't listen
What
then
direction
either.
does it set?
86 degrees in Greenland and 91 degrees in Tierra del Fuego. Those are divergent, aren't they?
86 degrees and 90. What?
Yeah, 91. 91. You can look at time and date. Without a time and date, I mean, it's debatable whether that's a fucking globe model or what the hell that is.
Yeah, exactly. Where'd they get that from?
Oh no!
Well, they use the equation of time. That's what the time and date specific one uses, because I've emailed them and talked to them. They used U.S. Naval Observatory model, and they add a couple other flavors in there. So they add in refraction, and they do adjustments for elevation.
Dang, what are you going to do now, Scott?
So
Check
you
out his
Globers have
data
been
because I don't
saying
think it's
this for a
correct.
long time. I've been listening to you guys say this for almost 6 years.
Mm-hmm.
That the sun rises 90 degrees, right? Everywhere on Earth, 90 degrees from the north on the equinox, which is wrong. And all you had to do was go look.
I don't think anybody's ever claimed 90 degrees from north.
Well, I mean, if you said, well, the sun rises due east on the equinox, well, yeah, that's how you define east.
Yeah.
So that would be kind of like a tautology almost, or, circular logic.
No, I would go with that, and I need to check this out, but I know it sets south
Also,
of
I've
me.
definitely-
I know it sets south of me in our winter. It sets north of west in our summer.
And
And I've
Also,
confirmed with other
definitely
people that happens everywhere on Earth.
who cares?
Also, I've
In the
definitely-
summer,
I've
so I'm in Boston in the summer, I can see the sky at like 9:20 at night, illuminated due north, but dark in the west. Can you explain why that happens?
I don't know. Not there.
Not there. Like you're not in Australia, dumb fuck.
I know. I said I've seen someone else who posted
Yeah,
it.
that's funny. Good catch.
I
So
told
if
you.
you can
I
find,
watched. Go ahead.
2 Australians that say that they've seen the sun rise south of them, would that just refute this one Aussie that may have just not noticed that the sun is rising slightly south of him?
You'd have to show me, and you'd have to show the compass, and have to show magnetic declination, and then that would be
Cool.
fine.
So if I can go onto Jim's server and find that one Aussie that actually did this for us a couple of years ago, would you eat your crow?
Yeah, I'll look at it. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
Depends on how rigorous it.
Yeah.
Typically, Glovers do half-ass bullshit because they
Why do
don't
they
actually
go with
do anything
everything
in real
on there,
life.
right?
Well, typically Glovers, they don't do anything in real life, so when they actually have to go and do like some type of experiment or demonstration,
And
because they've never
what have
actually
you
left the fucking computer, they're all thumbs.
Are you kidding me?
and what have you done? Because I've made my own sextant, dude.
Oh, you've made your
He
own
made his own sextant.
India, I wanted
Dude,
to
like,
Pornhub,
once again, like,
man, it's crazy.
what have you done? I mean, I think at most you probably played with like a laser pointer or something, right?
Oh yeah, that's what I did.
True.
He made his own sextant.
The fridge.
See, me
But,
and
like,
you are
what
in
have you
different
done?
generations, so we actually had to be able to do shit when I was growing up. When I was like 10
Like,
years old, I was
guarantee
building
you I
houses. When I was
can
10 years
fix
old, I was building houses. So you just need to be quiet.
I actually
All right,
Cool.
when I get up to this place,
I made
I'll tell you
my
a
own
barn I put
compass
together
with a
like 10
needle.
years ago.
Guys, can you...
Is that the same
I
place
think
you had
Elijah,
sexting?
Elijah's
Do
coming
what?
through quiet, but do you think he's trying to get in?
Yeah, no, I actually wanted to bring up a video since we're talking about all this. You know what's interesting? There's a very, very short supply of high altitude footage at nighttime. Now, I've shared this video that Flat Earth Banjo has on his channel, and it shows the moon at night, and it also you can see not the sun, but the sun's light, right? Obviously, you understand what I mean by that. But matter of fact, let me just share the video, and I want to point something out, and I want to get your opinion on this, Indio and anyone else.
I would say the quality of the video is just like, I don't know. I can't reach any conclusions from it. I mean, yes, it's interesting. I just wish it was just a little bit better quality.
Well, give it a shot. Maybe one day we'll get somebody else who puts a balloon up there. But I think this is good enough from a point. Like, if you go to like,
Does
when you
this
go
specify the
to
light, by the way?
when you go to about 10 minutes and 45 seconds in this video, you can see a portion of ground or clouds or whatever you would say that is still lit from the receding sun. Now, legend has it that the light rays from the sun are parallel, and so at least 50% of the earth is lit at all times. Well, that's interesting because from the height of the ISS, our field of view of the earth is 3%. So I would assume that at how many 65,000 feet, it would be less. Nonetheless, in the entire field of view in this video, there's a very small sliver of land that is lit, and the rest of it, because it's a high altitude balloon sent up at night, is the rest of the area that's not lit. Doesn't look like 50% of anything to me.
They're a pretty dark video. 65,000 feet's not that high to see curvature, left to right.
It's interesting. He doesn't even want to deal with what I said at all. But I just think about, just take a look at that at 10:45 video. Just take a look at the illumination and the lack of illumination, and what 50% of illumination of land would look like at all times.
Bro videoed the moon. Hey, Lamau.
I've seen a high altitude balloon video
Both
that
the
shows the
moon
moon.
and the light, both the
Space.
moon and the light from the sun. The moon is
Yeah,
tricky too,
that
but
looks like the
we're not talking about
that.
that though, right now.
Yeah, dude, that's the moon right there. That ain't no sun.
At 10:45.
At 10:45, I'm looking at was it 6 minutes in?
Right. Because both the moon is in the video as well as the light from the sun. So
How do we know that's
focusing
the
on the light
sunlight?
from the sun. What do you mean? Look at the video.
I'm looking at the
It's
video.
pretty
How do we know that's sunlight?
pretty cloudy. Yeah.
And it's not good quality. This could just be city lights. He's in the middle of fucking Europe, for crying out loud. Like, come on.
I would say there's not enough
footage,
information
the
to
moon
come to a
appears
conclusion.
the moon appears to move out of the field of the light.
The moon moves out of
The light
field
would move.
of light.
The light would move with it. Like,
Not necessarily.
you know what I mean?
No.
Yeah.
If the
The moon wouldn't appear to go into a dark area.
If the moon is shining light on a cloud, and the cloud moves, the cloud would still reflect moonlight back at the camera, but now from a different angle. Like, are you like what? No, I honestly don't know what you're trying to say. Maybe it's not coherent enough.
If that's moonlight, then it would move with the moon. The moon would not appear to move outside of its own light. emitting
And what happened to your
into a
mic
darker
as well?
area and not illuminate that part?
Maybe there's nothing to reflect. Maybe because like clouds reflect light better than no clouds, and so clouds move. Therefore, the area where
Oh
there are no
Lord.
longer clouds no longer reflect. I know it's really hard to like comprehend this simple concept that clouds
Every
fucking
day,
move.
you just persevere to condescend to us. Every day.
Yes. Yeah, it's a really fucking odd concept that clouds move and therefore reflect light from different positions.
So I'm gonna post a screenshot, because you questioned whether it is city lights or whether it's the sun, right? So I'm gonna post a couple of screenshots.
Okay.
Elijah, check your DMs.
Because I've seen like late night launching of rockets that go up 200,000 feet, and they don't show like what you're looking at. And by rockets, I mean like amateur rockets, things like my college makes.
I've seen a video of an amateur rocket going up, shows Earth curvature. No NASA needed. It's the lens is distorting the Earth's shape that much, I guess.
What am I even looking at here? I see overlays. Why do I see overlays?
Overlay? What do you mean?
Do you know what an overlay is?
Just fucking explain what you're talking about, dumb cunt.
Labels that are like made in real time, overlays, kind of like an overlaying visor.
Like a watermark?
No, not like a watermark. You know it. I'll explain it this way. You know how like in Halo you have your little visor that shows your health, or like the names of like your allies above their head. Those are called overlays.
Yeah, okay.
So
It's
what am I
basically
even looking at?
semi-transparency.
Yeah, it's just a layer over the live video, or just a video itself. But I don't know what I'm looking at here, other than like some dim lights that I've seen. Like, hold on, I see like dim lights off in the distance that could literally just be city lights. I mean, unless you have like another timestamp that's like more.
It could be the light from the runway. Could be.
It could just be city lights from a large city. I mean, considering that this is Europe, it looks like in the middle of developed Europe as well.
Yeah, how do we know it's not city lights? And there's clouds right above it.
Because I'm actually heading up on College Station right now, which isn't too big of a city. It just has a large stadium that's always lit, and it looks just like that off in the distance. And here it is, like 8:30 near dusk. The sun's setting behind me. I've seen city lights a million times out here in the country.
So what even is the
This
point that
isn't
he's
enough.
persevering to condescend to us on?
That's what Elijah posted.
Well, I don't know. I have some dude in here calling us dumb fucks, and I don't take kindly to it, so I condescend to him. But you don't say anything about him calling us dumb fucks, and I do it.
Yeah.
You just seem to get a hate boner whenever I do it to your guys, right?
No, it wasn't.
Relax,
I wasn't calling you
not that guy.
dumb fuck. I didn't call you dumb fuck. I called you dumb cunt.
Oh, even so.
Yeah, that's an Australian. That's an Australian.
Now, that's a
distinction.
big difference there. I mean, I think we should all understand that was a major difference here. Okay, guys.
Major difference, absolutely, yeah.
Big difference.
Yeah, so anyways, take that in your pipe and
just
smoke
making sure
it.
you guys
So anyways,
know
what is the point?
Gregory is that guy. So just making sure everyone knows.
So what is the
I
point?
just see like
Is that dude?
I just see like clouds that could just be reflecting moonlight. And considering that it is a full moon going on in this video, no evidence that it's just sunlight or just sunlight or any kind of sunlight.
Gregory, you might want to ask Elijah what he was posting if you want to get more information on what we're talking about.
Sure. T-Dub, what is the point right now?
You know, you could probably do like a spectrograph of the image and might be able to determine whether it's the sun or the moon from the range of the colors.
Well, we know it's not.
What?
We know it's not the sun.
So you can take a spectrogram of any
We,
like part of an image, right? And you
we
can.
know it's not the sun because it's nighttime.
Well, we know it's not the sun because
Like
if those clouds are being lit up by the sun on the opposite side of the world from where the sun is, then it would always be night for, or we'd always be day for us because we just see the fucking lit up clouds, like right above our head in the middle of the fucking night. So I'm not really sure what this video is actually trying to show. Like
well,
if the light is literally shining off a cloud,
speaking
would we
about
not
the
be able to see
moon
that?
in the shot right now, not that, even though I did bring that up. The moon specifically, like you're looking at the video, and it's weird as obviously less light enters the aperture of the camera. You kind of get a glimpse without the glare of something that just looks odd for it to be the moon. Like, and then there's an artifact to the left and to the right of it as the camera pans. I'm gonna post a quick little, what is it, couple of seconds video of it that I got.
Yeah, like what video?
No, this isn't it that I just posted. Whoops. I'm gonna post the video too again. I think I did post it already.
I just
Yeah,
dropped it in the chat.
it
Yeah.
just dropped it.
I dropped a link to
Thank
it if
you.
you want to
I'm
see.
saying
So look at
field would
that
move
video
with
right
the
there
light source.
that I just look at the quick video that I posted, and that's what we're referring to when we're talking about the moon. That's obviously the moon because it's a nighttime shot. It's not the sun. Can't see the sun at nighttime, right? You guys, like I thought we all agreed to that, like all of the hours that we argued, right? So that is the
It
moon.
looks like it
Mhm.
looks, but
Mhm.
it just looks like a lens
Mm.
up all the time I use. Like when you have a single point of light and it starts coning in your fucking lens.
The
Like
moon is a single
that's
point.
clearly just not even
The
any
moon is
kind of light.
a single point of
Okay,
light. You mean?
I mean, when I say single point of light, I mean a source of light, right?
Oh,
When you,
well,
I mean that's just
is
again
the
just
moon a
lensing
source of light?
effect.
Is the moon a source of light?
No, I mean
Oh,
in a
so
sense,
just
because the
okay.
light's
So
bouncing off the moon. So
start again. Just start again
okay, so
and
light is
be
like okay, so light is okay. Light is coming from the direction of the moon because it's bouncing off the moon, right? So anyways, you can just like
okay.
word this however you want.
That's
Either
okay.
way, light
It
is
looks like you
coming
can
from the
land on
direction of
that.
the
It's
moon.
bright as fuck, dog.
Yeah, yeah. Anyways, that's just like if you're gonna try and claim that there's some sort of like hidden body there, there's just not. There's no evidence that there is.
Ooh,
It just
I
looks
didn't
like some
even say
sort
anything.
of lensing
Is that
effect.
what it looks like to
Ah.
you?
Yeah, but I
I
know
didn't say.
exactly. But I know exactly
Ooh,
what you're implying, though,
spicy. You
right?
getting spicy on that.
Elijah, can you
So
act like an adult?
yeah, I know. Yeah,
I'm
because
mad
I've
be
actually
quiet.
seen this little clip before, and I've seen other people just recreate this lensing effect, and
No,
so
you
it's just
didn't.
nothing
No, you
substantial.
didn't.
Yes,
Ain't
I have.
nobody walking
Yes, I
around with
have.
this video but me. All right, go. Do you have it, or you just
No,
remember?
yeah,
It was
nobody
supposed
but
to
you, but
happen.
it's on YouTube, right? Nobody
Right,
but you, but
but
it's all over YouTube, right?
it's
With
on
like
YouTube
a
and it
few
has
thousand
like
views,
all of like 10 views. Get the fuck out of here, child.
10 views.
Yeah, 84
Yeah,
views,
definitely.
seven
Yeah,
likes,
yeah.
comments turned off.
So,
Get out of here, child.
so if I can like
Ain't
find
nobody
this like
listening or having faith in your
I'm
word.
not walking around
what's
with
his
it.
name?
I'm definitely not walking around with it.
Not Waz. What's his name? Fucking Jim Panda's server. If I could find you this video on Jim Panda's server, would you eat a crow?
Why do people always ask that question? If I could actually do the burden of carrying the burden of proving things, will you actually do the following? Like, just do it.
Yeah, I'm still waiting
Well,
for
I'm
this
kind of like,
Australian video too.
yeah. Well, that'll be in time once I'm like not driving on the highway. But
Okay.
we've definitely
Okay, so you
shown
can't do it now,
before.
so be quiet. You're done.
Lied? When have I lied?
I didn't say lie. Listen better.
What did you say?
What's your
Maybe speak
problem?
better.
No,
You're
listen
done.
better. Shut up.
What's this
So,
eat a
Guilty
crow?
conscience, maybe.
Like, is that a new thing that you've
it
come up with this morning, or? And
No, that's just what I've been saying for a while.
You've been on here for 10 minutes and you've used it twice.
Yeah. I use
That's
it
like
all
a
the time.
word of the day or phrase of the day.
No, it's just my favorite phrase. I used to use eat shit, but I don't think you take too kindly to that.
You
So I
don't give
just
a
say eat
fuck.
it, bro.
Don't give a fuck at
I
all.
know. So it looks to me like it's just lensing effects, which we've seen countless times in countless other videos, especially
Okay. We heard you the first time. No, but look,
so
I'm not even arguing about that. I'm talking about the brightness of the light. What happens when there's no glare? It's interesting that the moon looks like that from that altitude clearly because it's super clear. It's not that
like a
much air
disc.
there, right? Maybe or less, right? So it's very clear. It's just interesting how bright it looks and how when you do cut the glare, it just looks weird. It doesn't look like something you can land on, bro.
I don't know, dude. Whenever I get out my camera or like my telescope and I zoom in on the bitch and it looks like a rock with like craters and shit, definitely looks like something I could land on.
So this will pass what he just appealed to, right? As you usually do.
Right, but from high altitude,
Yeah, high altitude
those
with like
but
a
from
GoPro
high altitude,
camera.
I heard you, bro. As soon as I started talking, you felt like you had to talk. But from high altitude, things look a little different up there. I
Yeah,
just want
high
more
altitude.
nighttime. Oh my god.
Oh, you keep pausing. I think you're fucking
Oh my
done.
god, I was talking.
Yeah, because he's so busy trying to talk.
I just want more nighttime shots.
Are you done now? If you take like 5-second pauses, I think you're done.
Now you're bullshitting.
Yeah, so a high altitude video on a GoPro compared to a $1,000 telescope, right? Gee, I wonder.
Well,
and your point is,
I mean, I would imagine anything on like a GoPro from like way out in the distance from the GoPro wouldn't look very appealing.
If I point the GoPro at the
That's no
moon from
point.
the ground, it's one size. But if you go up in the air with a GoPro, the moon gets smaller or bigger.
Right.
You
Are you
go
telling
up.
me you can't take a picture or a video of a GoPro from the Earth? Like,
he had no
what?
point. He didn't have a point.
He didn't. He
So
really didn't.
my point is like
He's just trying to distract from the fact that like people should watch the video and come to their own. Like he doesn't want people to use their imagination. So weird.
you're right. I don't want
Not when
people
it
to use their
doubts and scrutinizes the globe, of course.
Yeah,
I would rather.
because everybody knows like the citation someone gave me that I lost. Oh, and it was about parallax, and the first thing that they said was that unlike in physics and experiment where you have experiments, this, that, and the like, astronomy is purely observational. So it's like you can say something that you believe sounds really appealing, and that's the best it'll ever be.
Mm-hmm.
And so the bottom line is when I say, hey, look at this video, guys, I think everyone else should be able to imagine after, looking at what they're looking at, imagine what it could possibly be without you telling them that they can't think about it.
Yeah, let's take a look at this video again. I'm at a red light. Let's see exactly what you're smoking here. What time frame did you say to look at?
What was
It's dangerous to be a
Banjo's?
globe apologist and drive at the same time.
Yeah, you don't want them to find you're like wrapped around a tree body with you like fighting flat earthers on the internet. Dude, just be careful.
Oh,
But
no, that's why I'm doing it at a red light, dude.
yeah, just be careful.
I think you said 10 minutes or something.
10:45, I think you said.
10:45.
What was
Let's go there.
Well, gotta watch it. Yeah. What was Banjo's point in the video? I saw earlier it was Banjo making
Well,
the video.
10:45 was the lights. So that again, we'll just grant you that could just be runway light because there were some pretty orange-looking lights at the beginning of the video. So we'll go ahead and say it is what it is. I'm not going to speculate any further there, but still, the shot of the moon is pretty interesting.
Oh, so I'm taking a look here, and like these lights that are seem to be shining through the clouds, just look an awful lot like city lights.
Yeah, so
Given
just
this
an a
pattern.
priori reinterpretation of the video. Yeah, to distract from the peculiar observation that Eli is pointing out. Yeah.
Yeah, because I
Well, I'm
literally
trying to
just
get
said
there,
the
but in
same
the
thing. I
meantime, I'm taking
literally
a
just
look
said the same thing
here.
you said. Like, you didn't hear me say what you just said?
I mean, I hear what
Well,
you
I'm
say.
just waiting to get to the
I
part
can't
where
really
it
make
shows
it out.
the
The video's not that great. Like, I mean, I'm on my phone too. It looks like whatever that light source is only shining like onto like what would be like the size of a city, which is kind of bizarre. I don't know, but it's difficult to see, watch video
Yeah,
or
but that's
make
not what
anything
I'm
out.
pointing out in the video again any longer. Like, it's like, you guys are trying to listen.
Elijah, you're really low, man.
It's not.
I don't
Yeah,
think anyone can hear you.
it's easy to not
You
listen
were
to you.
All right. So let's blame it on me
you were
being
much
low.
better
Okay.
before. That's better.
Let's blame it on me being low, even though I explained it before I put my, audio back through my Bluetooth. So I'll say it once again. We're talking about the moon. I mean, but I thought we already knew that since we've been only talking about the light for the past, I don't know, 10, 15 minutes. We're not talking about the light that could be city light anymore.
Well, it's
Moved
confusing.
on.
Yeah, maybe not anymore. The caption. I just wanted to watch it again. The caption reads and says something like, "This is the sun over the Tropic of Capricorn," or
Yeah,
whatnot.
no,
Yeah.
that's probably not the case. We can't verify that. So until further
I'm
notice,
still
somebody contacts him or something.
1041. You said,
Just, bro, just fast forward and just look for the light, and then you see it. And
dude, I'm looking for the light. I see like where
well,
it
just
it looks
play
at
the
the moon,
video in the chat
and
that
then
I posted. Then it's a short clip of it. Like, dude, you're
okay,
being
is this what
difficult.
you're talking about right here? Because this is what I see. Maybe we're looking at two different videos, and so I just want to make sure that we're looking at the same fucking video. This thing right here,
Yeah, that right there.
and you're saying, oh, I mean, I would agree. Looking at it from this GoPro that's looking through like some like shitty lens, definitely
Yeah,
looks
but
like something I don't want to.
that's just a still. That's not it. It's what happens when the angle of the camera changes.
Oh, I agree. It's a
That's
shitty
that's
lens, and that's why, like, when it gets to the edge, the moon does like a warping thing because this is like a huge fisheye lens, and that's why it's so dark around the edges. So I
yeah,
agree. As it
no.
gets closer to the edge, it's gonna
That
warp, and it's
well, that's
definitely
a
not gonna look like something I want to land
that's a
on.
nice way to use your imagination, but no, that's not what I see. Anyway,
I mean, that's the only thing that
I
I can see.
appreciate your input. Maybe someone else has other input.
Yes, yes. You don't like the way I interpret it, so you want to find somebody else's interpretation. I agree.
Well, yeah. Is that a problem?
Yeah. I think that like
Yeah, your
Oh, I
polemics
have
is
to
one
I
of the
have to believe
apologist
so
reinterpretation.
I have to believe what you believe.
no, I just think that it's like kind of funny that the minute I
Did
point
I
out
stop you from
some
telling us what you believe?
I just would like you to actually refute what I said.
You would like me to agree with what you said?
No, I said refute. I would like you to say, "Oh, hey, it definitely
No,
wouldn't be this because
I don't refute it. I don't know what the mood is. I'm just talking about describing what it looks like. And I obviously don't believe people landed on that. I'm not here to tell you what it is. I'm not here to tell you that your religious belief of what it is not the case. I'm here to tell you it doesn't look like that to me. But there's nothing else to be said about it. It's like, why are you trying to
okay,
drag me into an argument? I just want to get
I
what
don't know."
other people think, Like, is that a
Yeah, well,
problem?
no, I mean that's not a problem. I would just like to say, "Oh, hey, this looks like this," but then you say, "Nah, I don't think so." I would like
No,
to know
but
why you don't think that.
you said that already. You said what it looks like, and I said, okay, good for you. And
Okay.
So here, let me take a little snippet of what I was talking about, just real quick.
I already did. It's already posted. That's what I tried to tell you.
Here, no problem. I got it. Because you and I might be looking at two different things,
No, we're
which is why
not.
we are coming to
We're not
two
looking at
different
two
conclusions.
different things. I asked you if it's okay if I disagree with your interpretation. You said yeah.
Oh, here we go. No problem.
All
I
right.
got it right here.
Okay. All right. You got it. Let's see it, buddy. Come on, bud.
So there's a couple here that I took. I think it's
All
this
right.
one.
Because we want to get to someone else, so hurry it on up because you're going to go around for a second time. It's all right. You want ice cream? You want seconds? Let's go.
Yeah. Well, why isn't it showing up on friend?
I like how he's been showing an argument this entire time, and you guys have just been saying, "No, I don't want to argue with you."
Yeah, he's not showing an argument once. So you're not.
He has. He's made an argument.
He hasn't.
He's asked
He
you
hasn't.
to argue it, and you
stop
just say
talking. You don't know
no.
what you're talking about. He hasn't said an argument once.
Oh,
He just
okay.
gave prejudicial
Gotcha.
conjecture. Go ahead, Tar.
Just yell over me. Yeah, that's a good argument.
He just gave prejudicial conjecture. Stop talking. Tar, go ahead.
Man, are you okay? Can you calm down?
Yeah, can you stop
didn't yell at
talking?
you
Stop
once.
being disruptive. Can you stop talking? Please stop talking.
Whoa,
Stop being
you are
disruptive.
freaking
Tar,
out.
please go ahead.
Jesus Christ.
You guys are so funny. No, these guys are so funny. Like they start like they come in here, they act rude and like little bitches, and then they're like, "Why are you guys freaking out?" And they
Well,
play that
whenever I
little
use any
game.
language,
You guys just do the
I asked you a
same thing
question
over
about
and
his
over
argument.
again. This shit is so boring.
So asking you questions about the argument makes me a little bitch and a pussy and all these other words?
No, the way you act
Shut
makes
the
you.
fuck up. No one wants to hear what you have to say. Stop being disruptive.
Man, that's
Go
really
ahead,
mean.
please.
It's kind of rude.
Stop talking.
I never said a single word
Stop
against
talking.
you. That's weird.
Stop talking.
Are you
Tar,
okay,
go
man?
ahead, please. Stop talking. Tar.
Bro, are you alright?
Yeah, so I'm going to keep being disruptive to you as you continue disrupting. I can do this. We can go.
Just be calm.
Is it?
Yeah, so stop
Oh,
talking.
oh, yeah.
Does he not
One
sound
sec.
calm to you?
No,
One
he
sec.
does
Like,
not.
dude, just one sec, man. So, what argument did Tard put through then?
Well, Tard Force, explain the argument again. Because you just
Oh,
asked.
the argument
didn't
with
put
the
forward an
initial.
So you can actually steal man the argument that you falsely claimed that he said, right? You just exposed yourself.
He was asking you about the picture he just gave, and he was saying that what is your retort for the picture I just gave? And you're not
Right,
giving
you
any.
didn't steal man his argument that T-Dub just asked you to steal man. You don't know what you're talking about.
I believe he's asking for my argument. That's like the whole purpose of him
That's
asking.
what I just
but you don't listen.
Yeah, he's asking for your argument because he doesn't know the argument that you supposedly said, but you didn't say it. So he failed to actually
Dude,
answer
you are
T-Dub's question about
freaking
stealing his
out.
argument. So
You
you
need
don't
to
know what you're
calm
talking
down.
about.
Smoke some weed. Take a
Really
pill.
You're trying to project you're trying to pacify me, trying to make it seem as though I'm the
I'm
one
not
being
trying to
irrational, but you're
pacify
the one
you.
being
I'm
irrational.
trying to say to calm down so we can have
I'm
a
just
civil
poignantly
conversation here.
and swiftly smacking down your bullshit. That's all.
But you're just
Deal.
being aggressive and angry for no reason.
Yeah, now you have to start condescending and
I'm not
talking
being.
about my
I'm
tone
just
and all
saying
this
you're
other
being
stuff because you
aggressive.
can't actually address the point. So you didn't steal man the argument that T-Dub said to steal man. You don't know what you're talking about.
dude.
You don't know the argument. And of course, you can't steal man an argument that
yeah.
he didn't say.
You need to
You're
fucking
right. He
chill.
doesn't know the argument, which
Yeah,
is
so
why
you've
he
been
was
refuted.
asking what my fucking
Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Retard. Tell us one thing Gregory said to you.
Gregory said to me, which one's Gregory?
Yeah, what he said to you. He's just been talking to you for like 30 seconds. What
Oh,
he say to
he
you?
said that I didn't steal man. I couldn't steal man his argument, and I wasn't listening. And he's called me
Wrong.
a bitch and all these other
Not what he
words. I think
said.
that might have been you.
That's not what he said at
And
all.
I'm trying to figure out why he's being so aggressive
called
and
a bitch
angry
one
with
time.
me when I'm
He
just
had
trying
to-
Because
to
you're
be.
not
had
actually
to
listening.
I can't even get a thought out without him spurting out. I mean, I don't understand what's going on.
Because you're
You're
not
not
fucking
trustworthy.
listening.
Oh,
Dude,
I'm not
what the fuck
trustworthy.
is wrong with you?
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, when
How am I
when
not
you're having a
trustworthy?
conversation with somebody, you interrupted, he responded to you, you didn't listen to the fucking answer, so he keeps saying it to
I
you
did listen
over
to
and
his
over
answer.
again,
That's why I
and you
just
keep
asked
talking
the other
while
guy
he's
about it.
talking, and when you talk when someone else is talking, you can't listen, and that's how
You
we
did
know
that
you're not
earlier. That was
listening,
him.
because you're talking while somebody else is talking, and then you're wondering why people are fucking going mental on you, because you're
Mental?
fucking rude. Because
So
you're
hold on. If
fucking
somebody overtalks
rude.
you, you go mental?
It's
That's what
because
this
you're
is?
rude. It's because you're rude. And your
I didn't know
fucking single
overtalking
mother
made
mother should have
so
slapped you in the fucking mouth a long
thin-skinned. You
time
had to
ago.
freak out.
Anyway, carry on. Sorry.
Yeah. Anyway, so I posted that picture there, and it's clearly just some like lighting effects going on with the fisheye lens, given how it's really, really dark ring around the edges, and light is clearly getting warped as it gets closer to the edges. So not really anything substantial to go off of when you're trying to talk about like the true nature of the moon from high altitude. Given it looks like perfectly normal like moon that we see every night when it's in the middle of the frame, but it's really warped as it gets to the edge of the frame.
Point is what?
Very odd. What?
And your point is?
Oh, well, some dude was trying to say, oh, hey, when it gets like closer to like the left side, it turns into something that you probably wouldn't want to land on. Well, no shit. It gets all warped to hell.
Whose point was that?
So I do what?
Whose point was that?
The other guy that was speaking, the other flat earther.
You talking about Elijah?
I guess. I'm not looking at names. I'm just listening to voices. The one that initially posted the video.
Yeah, that was Elijah.
Because the initial like poster of the video tried to say, oh, hey, this is the sun's light bouncing off these clouds, showing that like light is still traveling all the way through the atmosphere on this flat Earth. But clearly from watching the video, it appears as either city lights or moonlight. And then you look at the moon, and it's just getting warped at the edges because of the fisheye lens on the shitty-ass GoPro.
Okay, now that
So,
you've
I'm not
repeated
really sure
yourself
what
for
this
the
video-
100th time, is it cool if we move on to someone else?
Yeah, I mean, it's cool if we move on to a different topic.
Yeah, because I don't remember anyone making an argument for anything. I think Elijah just brought up the video and said this is interesting. Yeah.
Well, I'm just trying to find what's interesting.
I'm trying to work out what you're rebutting, because I don't think there was a claim in the first place, was there?
Well, I'm just trying to go through the video and figure out what's interesting to begin with.
He's trying to invalidate the video. That's all it is. What he's doing.
You're right, because I don't see anything substantial about it or interesting in the slightest. It's a GoPro video.
There's nothing interesting about it. Elijah's point is that there's something interesting about this observation. His point is that there is nothing interesting. Okay, so moving on.
So you're arguing about opinions, the way someone feels about a video? Are you serious? Come on, man. You guys got oppositional defiance disorder.
Yeah, exactly. It's anything a flat earther says is wrong, so I'm going to argue with you, even though you didn't put forward an argument. That's
Chocolate's my favorite candy. No, it isn't.
So I'll just ask Elijah what he finds interesting about the video. What makes it like substantial.
My favourite thing for Globers to do is like to talk over you while you're explaining to them that talking over you means that they can't respond to what you're saying. That's my favourite kind of ironic conversation.
Hey, Kettle.
Elijah's microphone is weak. Let him speak.
Sorry?
Yeah, no, just Eli was you could get that point. Go ahead, Eli.
I didn't realise Eli was talking, sorry.
No worries.
Which is hilarious, but yeah, I'm just saying, I did ask you if it was okay that I allowed you to believe what you believed and that I didn't choose to believe that, and if that was okay.
Yeah, it is not okay that you said this is interesting and worthy of consideration to scrutinize the global paradigm. No, it's not, according to him.
Yep. Yeah, because I looked at the video, I see nothing that would show.
You're about to repeat yourself again. See, look.
Wow, we're gonna listen for the 100.
Yeah, has to say it again. For what reason? For what end?
Well, because when we have people on here saying, "Oh, hey, I believe that this video might show."
He's about to say it again. You hear that? About to say it again.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah, I'll say it again. When somebody's posting a video,
say it again.
Yo, he has to get the last word, so just let him. Then let's move on.
Yeah, thank you. When we have somebody coming in
They
here
got a
and
hot
saying, "Okay,
mic.
look at
There
this
you go. Say
video,"
it again.
it's showing something against the globe Earth, and I look at the video.
He's going to say, I don't find anything interesting about it. I predict that he's going to say, I don't.
And he sounds so uninterested, don't he?
About it.
He sounds so interested about something that's not interesting, right?
I ain't missing.
Isn't it amazing?
Well, I'm just more interested in like.
I think he's going to tell us
what the hell he's smoking to see something.
Wait, Card Force, do you find the video interesting?
No, I find like his fascination with the video interesting. It's like whenever you watch those videos of, or I guess it's like a meme at this point, but when like the guy's in his garage or his basement and he has like 19 different pictures of like wacky shit like toilets and whatnot, and he's like, oh hey, like there's lizards.
He is so narcissistic that he doesn't realize that he's exposing himself right now. He thinks he's making sense, So he has a good point that's worthy of interest. The irony is that his point is to reiterate over and over again ad nauseum that he's not interested in something that he's obviously interested in, to tell us how uninteresting it is.
Yeah. Well, again, I don't find the video interesting. More like just like I don't find like the pictures of like
He
toilets
is
on the
so
wall interesting.
narcissistic.
I'm more
He's going to keep
interested
repeating this
in
over
like
and over again, like it's worthy
I'm
of being
more,
repeated that many
and
times.
yet
He
you
doesn't
keep
even
getting
realize
all
he's being
angsty
exposed
and
right
like
now.
interrupting.
It's like
This
telling
is the
your
type of
ex
thing
you
of
don't
doing
miss
this.
her.
Not
I'm more
because the concept is so
interested.
difficult and complex.
I'm
It's
more.
not why.
Yeah.
It's not
All
because the
right. I'm gonna.
concept of this
Yeah,
controversy is so
Gregory, I
difficult.
understand that you
He is a
don't like.
I'm gonna
narcissist.
end. I'm gonna end this conversation. That's done.
That's why I was doing it. That's why I was doing it. He doesn't realize the game that I know how to play. That's why I like letting them talk. People don't realize that. When you let the other person talk, you let them give you enough rope for them to hang themselves. If he was actually rational and trying to be critically considerate and self-scrutinizing, he would not just keep repeating himself ad nauseum when the conversation is clearly ended about something as trifling as this is interesting, this is not interesting. He would just stop.
That guy's exhausting.
Every so often, I come up with, an observation that I like to speculate about, and I preface it with, I'm just wanting to describe what I see, but of course, I'm not making any claim. And they always lose their shit, man. Like, it's so interesting. Well, let's not talk about rainbows.
So what does that say about a man
You
who's
you
coming
want to you
into a
want to
voice
talk
channel
about
that's
how
designated for?
uninteresting. You want to talk
I was
about
going
how
to say, what does that say
uninteresting
about a man?
rainbows are?
What does it say about a man who hears someone else in a voice channel designated for discourse about this subject? That this is interesting. This is worthy of note. It's worthy of study. No, it's not. What does it say about that man? That doesn't sound like critical consideration to me.
Let's talk about for 2 hours how uninteresting rainbows are. What y'all think?
And repeating the same point over and over again, not having point, counterpoint, point, counterpoint, point, counterpoint, distinct replies in a logic sequence and a dialogue, not just the same two replies that were initiated in the first instance. Point A, reply B, then just rinse and repeat.
But I don't see anything interesting about it.
I think it's because Elijah's thoughts implies something that potentially goes against his worldview. That's
What was this?
That's what's
Oh,
upsetting.
Yeah.
That's what. Yeah. That's
Yep.
what's pulling his hair.
Yeah, that's why I brought up the flat earthers. Everything a flat earther says is wrong. Syndrome. It's a syndrome that some of the globers have.
Anti-flat earthism, anti-flat eartherism. Mm-hmm.
But you keep saying wrong things, and we're trying to help you.
Here's one of them. This is one of them.
Why not?
Isn't that
I'm trying to help.
You hear that disingenuous,
Isn't that ironic?
disingenuous pretense of charity?
No,
That right
I'm
there.
genuinely like to help you.
About
If I
something
could,
subjective that you believe is objective is wrong. Wow, interesting.
Isn't that ironic that Scott of all people wants to tell other
he
people that they're
roboting
saying
for
wrong
everybody.
things?
You were roboting there, Crypto.
Shit, try it again, Crypto. You were roboting.
Speak of the devil and Mackie appears.
It's not the first time
You're
been called the
cutting out,
devil,
Crypto.
and some people actually believe it. I have a feeling a lot of you do think I'm evil in some way, though.
Yeah, you haven't
That's
edified
right.
one person in this room ever. Like ever.
I'm
You haven't said
trying.
anything worthwhile listening to.
I'm trying.
I don't think you're evil.
Gregory and I both know better that
would be-
Revelation
Sorry.
speaks of you having a albatross around your neck. So you're not the devil, but You're someone who thinks that your works is good enough to get you to salvation.
Oh, I don't think there's a
Good for you.
salvation, so that can't
You
be
think you're a good person. You do things, and we, you know,
it.
cool.
I know I'm a good person.
Right. That's what I'm saying.
I lived a
No,
good
you
life.
don't.
Yes, I do.
No, you
No,
don't.
you
You have no
don't.
foundation to believe that.
We
I
already
have all the
thoroughly refuted your subjectivism and hedonism and utilitarianism.
I have all the foundation I need.
Yep, just by sheer arbitrary
Right back to
assertion. Yep.
subjectivism. So funny.
Right
He
back to
doesn't even
subjectivism
know
as
he's
soon as I said it.
And what's
Where do
wrong with that?
morals? Where do morals come from, Scott?
Us. We make them.
Subjectivism, self-defeating.
Yes. Collective
Yeah,
subjectivism, yes.
self-defeating.
We come
Now, because
together
he's
to
also so narcissistic, he doesn't realize how self-defeating that is. Subjectivism
whatever.
is self-defeating. It's just what I believe, what I say. Right?
But
There's
it's
no
not.
argument, there's no evidence, there's no proof, there's no type of argument in any sense whatsoever to prove that the premise is true. Just by sheer belief or just by sheer fiat, it is true or false or whatever you say it is. Subjectivism, self-defeating.
I was asked the question, how do we get morals? And I answered it.
We heard the question. We don't need you to repeat history that we just heard 5 seconds ago.
I didn't. Why'd you have to respond like that? Because I was answered the
Because
question. What
I
was
responded
your
to what you
point?
said.
Yeah, I know,
All right,
but
so
no
now
one
we're going to
cares.
repeat history unnecessarily because now we have to go through the any and all deflections, any and all distractions from the savage refutation against your insufficient and untenable position.
Savage.
All right, so here we go again.
Did you beat me good?
See?
A
You
savage
can't actually address the
refutation.
argument.
Savage. You don't make an
So now he's just
argument.
going to say everything else except addressing the argument.
You didn't make an argument.
Right, so they'll also just deny that I said an argument. I come across that so often, it is amazing. I will say a succinct syllogism. I will identify the category of argument that it is, and they will still just deny that it is an argument. It's amazing.
Well, Gregory, if there's a lot of people telling you you're not making arguments, maybe you're not making arguments.
You see, the appeal to majority fallacy? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to back Gregory on this. I often hear him make an argument that's logical, and Globers will just nah. And I'm there tearing my hair out, thinking it's quite obvious what he said. But then I'll do the same thing with the Glober. I'll make an argument, and they'll tell me that I've made an argument, and then Gregory's like, "Why aren't you responding?" So, it's just I think you Globers have just got a fundamental issue with logic. Genuinely, I think you guys don't understand logic.
Do you want me to repeat to you what Gregory's argument was? Subjectivism is self-defeating. That was his argument.
Yeah. But
It's easy to prove with logic that it's self-defeating.
But that's
easy.
a statement. But that's a statement,
But
not
it's
an argument,
easy.
right?
Well, that's the argument. Do you want him to prove it again for the 95th time?
No, he just
I can do it.
saying
I can do it. It's very easy.
Saying subjectivism is self-defeating is not an argument, it's a statement. He made a statement, didn't he? Okay,
Watch
go ahead.
this. Subjectivism is self-defeating for the following reason.
Okay.
If it is true, then there is no truth. Because truth is a proposition which is internally coherent, which must adhere to logic and or correspond to the given referent, which the proposition is referring to. But there is no logic. There is no standard. It's just what you believe and what you say. Therefore, if it was true, then it couldn't be true. And if it can't be true, then it can only be false.
Okay, what were your assumptions in that argument?
You have to ask me what my argument was after I just said it.
I asked you what the assumptions in the argument was. You said if
Yeah, you basically
subjectivism
asked
is
me what my
true.
argument is.
No, you said if subjectivism is true, then there is no reality or something. Then there is
Yeah,
there is
that's
no
not what I
truth.
said to you.
What
So
did you
that's one of
say?
your problems also. You're a poor listener. You don't know how to listen well.
If subjectivism is
It doesn't
true,
matter
then
how
what?
slow and articulate with good diction that it is said to you, you'll still get it wrong.
If subjectivism is true,
it's
then
obvious
what?
what he said, Scott. Do you understand, right, that objective truth is a position that can't rely within subjectivism, right? You understand that?
I'm not a subjectivist.
I'm not
I don't know what
asking
he's
you.
arguing against.
You are.
I'm not asking what your favorite color is or if you like kittens. What I'm
Well,
saying is, if there is such thing as an objective truth, that cannot exist within a subjectivism idea, right?
Sure.
So his point is that you can't be pointing to objective truth as a subjectivist. That's really obvious.
Okay.
So I don't know why you're like arguing with that.
Well, because I
Yeah,
never
look,
made
he
that
said
up.
okay, right?
Because he
He said
because he
okay.
was
So yeah, I
because
was
he
right.
was rebutting
Subjectivism
my
is self-defeating.
argument. He was rebutting my argument, my position on morality, with the position on objectivism or subjectivism that I don't
No,
hold.
not rewrite history. No, stop. No, not
We have
rewrite
to be
history.
clear here, though. Like, subjectivism and subjective morality is not the same thing necessarily.
Exactly. Exactly.
Of course, it's not the same thing, but of
Not
course
even
they
close to
are.
the same
One
thing.
is a subcategory of the other,
No, they're not.
obviously.
No, they're
Yeah,
not.
they are. Subjective
No.
morality is a contradiction in terms, and it's a subcategory
No,
of the
it's not.
former. Subjectivism just simply says everything is subjective. There's no objectivity whatsoever. And then subjective morality, of course, is a contradiction in terms where the thing that is objective is subjective. The thing that is objective is being denied of its objectivity is just categorized as subjective, which only semantically amounts to I believe and I say and I think this is right, this is wrong, this is just, this is unjust, but I don't know it. It's just your preference, just your taste. Again, subjectivism.
How can you know something has no correspondence to reality?
Can you know something that's not true to be true?
Whoa, what the heck?
How
What the
can you
heck?
know something that has no correspondence to reality?
Right.
What are you
So
talking
not
about,
truth,
dude?
right? So can you know not truth to be true? No.
Well, hold on. Before we even go there, are you trying to say that moral ideations have no correspondence to reality?
Essentially, yeah. I wouldn't put it that way, but yeah.
Well, I mean, dude, if they have no correspondence to reality, then what are they? Fantasy?
They're ideas. They're beliefs we hold. There are ways we want to interact in the world.
That's reality, is it not?
It's not the same way. If I point to a dog, I can, touch the dog. I can see the dog. Most of the things that
So reality is limited to the corporeal and physical only?
Yeah, I think so. Can you give me? Yeah.
Wow, dude, you fell for that like a champ.
Okay.
Self-defeating
Tell me
materialism.
why
There
not.
it is. You hear that?
Oh my goodness, dude.
Tell me why not. I'm listening.
Oh.
Yeah, we've already refuted materialism again. I'll do it again. Watch. I'll do this very quickly. You ready? Materialism says that there's only matter. If there is only matter, then there are no abstracts, or the materialist is going to fallaciously reify all abstracts, which they cannot empirically verify. And if they even do, in the instance granted in that premise, that would destroy the absolute universal applicability of any and all abstracts, especially logic. So either you deny the existence of abstracts, which includes knowledge, therefore knowledge is not possible, so you couldn't know anything to be true, including materialism, or you couldn't know anything to be true because there is nothing that is required for knowledge to be real, in the instance where you reify all abstracts to be concrete particulars, which have no logical applicability to everything else. So as far as you're concerned, the laws of logic is simply a set of particulars in your cranium, in contrast to the laws of logic in someone else's cranium, and they're all just matter, and matter doesn't have truth value, only propositions do.
Yeah,
so
but
congratulations.
Propositions
There
get
are
their
no
truth value,
propositions.
but propositions get their truth value from their correspondence to reality, correct?
Well, dude, then what is a proposition? By your own logic, it can't be part of reality.
A proposition
Holy crap.
A proposition
Yeah,
is
you
a
also
mental
don't have any
state.
propositions because they're just concrete particulars which have no truth value. They have no applicability to anything whatsoever.
Well, let's ask him a question. What is a proposition in the materialistic worldview? Can we put it in a container? Can we touch it? Can we squeeze it? Can we rub it on our back?
You can't do any of that stuff. No, of course
It doesn't exist.
It
Right, so
doesn't
a
exist in
reification
reality.
of abstract entities, like I just said, including propositions, which don't have any material substance in a finite fraction of space, to where you can actually empirically verify your reification of them. Right.
Crap, dude. So if these things don't exist in reality, so you're saying they don't exist in reality, but you didn't say they don't exist in principle. So that means that there's a separate reality, contrary-wise to the reality in which they don't exist in which they exist. That reality must exist in order for them to be at all, and therefore there's two realities minimum.
Okay, they're mental constructs. What do you want to call that? I'll go with whatever term you come up with.
go. So you concede that the mind is not part of reality, yet it exists. So it's a different reality to the otherwise reality that you're describing severally as like the physical, natural energy state world.
I don't know how to respond to that. I
know
don't
you
think
don't. You
about things
can't
like that.
respond to that. You can't respond to that because in order to make a cogent thought, you must deny the very premise of a reality in which those things don't exist. Meaning they exist prima facie. They're self-evident.
What is self-evident?
Oh my goodness!
If every human,
The mind is greater. Hold on. The mind is greater than the world which you define as reality, which is the physical, natural, energetic world. The mind is greater than that.
I don't think that's true.
Well, dude, I realize you would say that, but the problem is that when you speak, you're saying the opposite. Because every time you talk about any of these things, you're saying they don't exist in this reality. That means they do exist in another reality. Because they certainly exist.
Where do they exist? How do you know they exist? They're mental constructs.
Yeah, now we're going in circles with the pretense of critical consideration again. So he's been thoroughly refuted, right? I just swiftly refuted his materialism because he's going to keep doing it. So I'm going to step in. I just thoroughly refuted his materialism in both ways. That his premise of materialism logically implies. He doesn't have any refutation to the refutation. He just has a bunch of distracting and deflecting tactics, right? Like he's done. Right? He didn't say an argument, so there it is. So his materialism is self-defeating, like I just said earlier. So I prove that.
I'm not a materialist. So
there isn't just only matter?
Good for you.
Are there immaterial real things, correct?
Wouldn't call them that, but then again, I don't really care because it doesn't matter with regard to morals.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Hold on.
You guys see how far we sidetracked down this.
Hold on, friends. Hold on. This is the crux of the issue. Just bear me out. Morals only have to do with immaterial things. Morals have zero to do with material things. So, my case, I'm holding a case that's my earpod case. It's just an object. If I crack this object in half, that's not an immoral action. However, if I take somebody's case and crack it in half, it's the same logistical, physical consequence.
Mm-hmm.
The reason it becomes an immoral action is because the negative construct is inflicted upon an immaterial entity, which is the self of another person. So morals only come into play in the immaterial realm. Morals have nothing to do with the physical natural world at all.
Never said they did.
If there's only matter, there are no morals. Because morals are not matter.
Don't need to go down that road to reach an agreement.
Perfect. So basically, you're just confused about terms. You're using terms as a different meaning than what Gregory is. And you guys are talking past each other because in your speech you belie your intent, and you basically agree that sentient agents are the only thing that morals apply to. And that's something that doesn't exist in the quote-unquote real world, which means they exist in another world that's not the quote-unquote real world. So there's at least two realities cooperating to give us the summation of our experience.
But none of that has to do with whether we create morality or not.
But it does. Because you cannot cause immaterial things to begin existing.
I can't cause immaterial things. Really? So
yeah,
if I
really.
if I come up with a new idea that no human beings ever thought of before, what is that?
Not material.
That's an instance of thinking the God's thoughts after him. You cannot cause immaterial entities to begin existing.
So my original thought is God's thought. It's not mine, actually.
Everyone who is not the God is thinking his thoughts after him. But you can't make sense out of that. Your metaphysic necessarily implies an impossibility. Your metaphysic necessarily implies an impossibility, where you have to have immaterial things somehow beginning to exist. When they don't have, and they're not the type of entity that can exist. They can extend their matter in space because they're immaterial.
So does everybody agree with Gregory that we can't think of new things?
That's not what I just
do.
said.
He said
Well,
God has to do it first, therefore it's not new.
Look, what are you
Okay,
going to
so
think new
just to
things
clarify,
about, bro?
just to clarify, because I know he's not going to clarify, he's going to obfuscate. I did not say that a human cannot think of an idea that no other human can think of, or that there's never been an instance in history where someone contrived an idea or conceived an idea that no humans before them conceived of. I'm saying that you cannot cause immaterial things to begin existing.
Did you not say that every thought we have that we think is original must have come from God first?
I said we're thinking his thoughts after him.
So God's the first thinker, and then we just have the thoughts after, right?
Yes.
Okay. Does everybody agree with that?
Harris, we taking a vote?
Yeah.
Listen, if it turns out it's 51% agree with Gregory, are you going to change your mind?
No.
Because then what's the point? What are you trying to do?
I'm curious who I'm talking to. I'm interested in U.S. people, all of you. And I want to know if you all agree with Gregory on this matter.
So, man doesn't create. Well, let me lay this down real quick. Man doesn't create anything. We just rearrange what's pre-existing. If you were born in a sensory deprivation chamber, no thought you have would have any correspondence to reality, right? So you wouldn't, even if you had a thought in that condition, that would only be your only original thought, but it wouldn't be any actual thought of anything, right?
Sure, I agree.
Our thoughts are rearranging of things that already exist, but they existed previous to our birth, right? So you don't actually have original thoughts. You have derivatives of what already existed.
So how is the thought the rearrangement
and I
of
was going to
reality?
back
How
that
does
up
that work?
by also because we can all use different language to essentially say the same thing. Because what Gregory said is true, what Indio said is true, what I'm about to say is true. Thoughts are a form of information, and information comes from an informer. Can't
I
not
don't
come
agree with
from an
Gregory.
informer.
So it has to come from a God?
No, it doesn't. I would only agree with Gregory if he could show that a God existed.
What proof would be? Hold on. What proof would be? Let's ask him a trick question, though. Not a real trick question. What proof would be sufficient? Would it, like, you have to put God in a jar? Like, is that it? Do we have to get him on video? Like, what would be proof of God? What would be sufficient?
Yeah, that would be a great start. Put God on a video.
Yeah, you didn't answer the question. Which proof would be sufficient? Just a video? So Jesus Christ walking on water. If you had a video of that, you'd just
Yeah, sure, we can
start going to church. You'd start going to church if you saw a video of Jesus Christ walking on water.
Well, you can put me on a video. Why can't you put your deity on a video?
Okay,
you're not being
you're not a
honest.
deity,
So
dude.
look.
What a stupid fucking response.
Yeah,
Oh,
he's not being honest. Look,
deity
the
can't be
vast majority of the
recorded.
time, the vast majority of the time, people raise these objections. They haven't studied the matter, right? They haven't studied
Who
the
made
matter.
that rule?
They don't even have an idea of what is logically required to prove in any argument that theism is true. So reality man is just objecting. He's just contradicting. He's just reviling. He doesn't have an argument. He doesn't have any knowledge about the issue. I've talked to these people dozens of times. I've debated these people at length dozens of times. So they don't actually have any idea what is logically required to prove
fair.
God is concretely real.
Fair. So what's a quality? So let's use, because look, if you just say general theism versus specific theism, so let's just pick a quality that's written, at least one of the sacred texts, right? So one of the qualities that's written in the sacred text is that God is an ascetic being. Now, what that means is that he is the sum total of all unnecessary needs, which means he literally is contingent upon nothing. Transversely, everything is necessarily contingent upon him. So he must be in the first instance for anything else to exist. In that sense, God doesn't exist in a classical sense. Now, that being said, light itself is a derivative subcontract from God, right? So God exists in an entity state greater than light. So to think that light could bounce off of him and return to a sensor and create an image is ridiculous on its face.
He wouldn't believe the image anyway. Let's be real.
Correct.
In addition, with that very point that AI just said, another property that this God has is performing paranormal miracles. But another property that humans have is being invincibly ignorant according to the lust of their flesh. That's why the Lord said, right? That's why the Lord said, even if someone rises from the dead, they still will not believe. If they don't hear Moshe and the prophets, neither will they believe even if someone rises from the dead. The Lord has performed all sorts of paranormal miracles in the past, and they did not repent. Even those who are in the most likely position, those who are in the position where they're most likely to repent, beholding all these paranormal miracles, they disobeyed him and self-consciously defied him to his face on the very day. Read Exodus. So I don't give a fuck about people mocking and laughing and pretending as though we're so devoid of empirical data to empirically substantiate the God that is talked about in the Bible. These people would not repent. They would just reinterpret the empirical data, just like they do the rest of the world.
Look,
It's not
I
a
feel
matter of
bad
us
for
being
them.
devoid of empirical data.
Gary, I feel bad for them when they laugh and mock, dude, because it's sad because they don't know what they're doing. They're so defiant. They're like defiant children. And they don't know what they're doing. They don't
They
understand.
don't. Senseless.
You know what Anton Novay said on his deathbed when he was dying? It's well known. He wrote the Satanic Bible. Want to know what he said? He said, something's wrong, something's wrong, something's wrong.
So they can sit here and laugh all they want to. Laughter
Who
can't
said
refute
that?
anything. Laughter can't prove anything. Mockery can't refute anything. Mockery can't prove anything. That's not an argument. So it doesn't faze me at all. Either come with a logically sound argument or be quiet.
Who said that, India?
Anton LaVey, he wrote the Satanic Bible. He's a well-known Satanist. At least back in the 80s, he was well-known. I don't know about now.
I love you guys.
Well, we don't believe in Satan either.
Yeah, I know that.
Yeah.
He
Okay.
believed in
If your
Satan
deity,
until
if
he
your
was
Yeah,
deity
dying.
was
so
real,
to
you wouldn't
speak.
need an argument. Correct?
What does that mean?
If your deity was real, you wouldn't need an argument, correct?
Why do you think
That does not follow. That's how we know you haven't studied this issue.
Just asking.
Why would you think there'd be no argument?
You wouldn't need one, right?
Why?
It does not follow.
I'm asking you, would you need an argument if your deity was real?
Depends on what the purpose of existence is.
You don't see anyone arguing for the sun, do you?
Listen, your question is malformed. That's the
You're
problem.
wrong. You're wrong.
The concrete reality of the deity doesn't ipso facto necessitate an argument, right? You need an
Well,
argument
he's
to prove a premise.
logistically wrong anyway. He's logistically wrong anyway. The
It's
sun at
amazing the lengths you
present.
guys will go through.
Yeah, just hold on, friends. So you're factually and logistically wrong because at present people are still arguing about what the sun is.
Yes, correct.
Well,
So
they're not arguing
you're
whether or not
wrong.
it's there, though. They're not arguing whether or not it's there.
Okay, let me say this again for the point is lost.
Why would you argue if something's there or not when everyone sees?
That's a good parallel, though. No, think about it this way, friends. So everyone could see the sun. There's a name for that object that whatever
Where the fuck
you want to call
does that?
it.
Where the fuck does that? Hey.
Yeah, nobody cares, dude. Your mother's not proud of you. Go home and cry. So the sun is a thing, right? We point to it. We say that's the sun. So we have a name for it. But if we could find a small cadre of people that would deny that, we would think they were stupid because it's self-evident. So transversely, to the majority of the world, in spades, believes in the metaphysical causation paradigm of either general theism, specific theism, or some kind of supernatural top-tier downwards thing. And it's actually the atheists that are the extreme minority, right, who are looked at as the fools who are denying the sun. Because to the rest of the people, it's self-evident that the contrary-wise is true. So the atheist is actually the one with their sore thumb sticking out, not the other way.
And I would throw in that
hold on. Let me say one thing. To sum up what AI said, Raiden, using your own logic, you're on the wrong side.
Yeah, I would throw in there, and one wouldn't necessarily have to come up with an argument against a stupid person. If you have a group of people who say, don't have eyes or are blind or whatever, and experience on a periodic basis, there's higher amounts of temperature and then cooler amounts of temperature. And you go to them and you say, oh, well, there's this light in the sky that causes this or influences this to some degree, and they don't believe you. Well, they're just experiencing a high temperature. They don't see what's going on. So there's a situation where coming up with a cogent argument to, for them would, be reasonable, right?
So what you're saying is we're broken in some way, and we can't see.
Because what I'm trying to say is being stomped on. So again, concerning his question, if the God was real, you would need an argument, would you? That doesn't follow. The concrete reality of the God does not logically necessitate anyone to say an argument, right? So it's not a matter of the concrete reality of the God ipso facto, just in and of itself, necessitating an argument being said. You need an argument for a premise, for a concluding premise. That's why you need an argument. You need a premise, you need an argument to know things and to demonstrate that you know a premise to be true. That's why. So if you're asking concerning, do we know the premise that the God is concretely real, then yes, we would need an argument, and we do have an argument, and it's logically sound. Your question is
fair, but I want to answer. Yeah, I want to answer the general question there. It's like, so are the people who are in this particular way broken think that a subjective morality could actually exist, in which a morality is something that carries an obligatory should that's imposable upon self and others. And I think that that's so contradictory and self-evidently so that the person who holds that position must be either self-deceived or defunct in some of their mental faculties. I don't see any other explanation.
Well, would you like one?
Yeah, they're just defining.
Dude, if you want to explain to me,
yeah, I want to hear this, please.
Yeah, go ahead.
Why are there so many people in here, dude? Oh my god. Holy.
Okay, so now what is happening?
There's that many people in here who don't believe in a circular Earth.
Yeah, dude. Hold on. Before we go on with this thing that he's about to tell us, we need to point this out, friend. Okay. You may not have been paying attention the past 10 years. But over the past 10 years, the flat Earth researched through social media outlets, so much so that it surpassed Justin Bieber and it surpassed Donald Trump. So much so that algorithms had to be changed to suppress the flat Earth, and that polls were taken that showed 30 to 40% of people don't believe in standard cosmology, and so much so that we had to have a meeting of the United States Congress to talk about how to specifically suppress flat Earth, dude. So let me tell you, sir, yes, there are tons of people who do not believe in the globe, more than you realize and more than you know, and many people you know in your life are too afraid to tell you because you'll probably mistreat them for telling you that they don't believe the Earth is a globe. All right, let's continue with the other question.
No, I think people like hearing stupid stuff. That's what it is. That's your
I
attraction.
know. Dude.
I got treated exactly that way. AI, look, let me tell you a story of what just happened right before I moved back
hold
to
on, Elijah.
New
Let
York
me just
City.
say something real quick to what he just
come
said.
on, man.
Okay?
It's just like my thing
just
is
one
actually a
second.
story behind what AI just said. That just happened.
Well, what
Like
I'm
if
going
you
to say
say
is going
what
to
you're
take
gonna
two
say, somebody's gonna
sentences.
say something else, and the story's gonna be too irrelevant to say.
Okay, go ahead. You convinced me.
All right, so I'll make it short then. So a few weeks ago, before I moved back to New York, right? So my friend, she had another guy come over who sometimes came to chill, right? And he wanted to play Call of Duty with me. Now, my Call of Duty tag is Flat Earth Guns. So I decided not to say anything. And if he was to bring it up, I just hand wave it, dismiss it. So I add him. He says, Flat Earth Guns, what's that about? So I look at him. I said, don't worry about it, man. And he's like, but no, Flat Earth, like, do you believe it? And I was like, well, I know it. He's like, so you believe in the Flat Earth then? I was like, well, there's a difference between believing and knowing. Long story short, we got into this big row where he was saying that if I was saying it was not a belief, then I'm telling him what to believe. He was screaming. He asked my friend if she thought the Earth was flat. She looked at me and said, well, I need you to explain to me why you think the Earth is flat. And she said it very calmly, and I told her, I said, well, he's already irate, so I'm never going to be able to explain to you my position uninterrupted. So let's talk about it later. She's like, no, just tell me now. So after 60 seconds of going back and forth, I finally said, okay, well, here's the argument. It's a modus tollens. Modus tollens is a logical consistency argument that has two premises and a conclusion. 1.2 times, if the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, then the horizon distance, blah, 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 blah. And she said, what the fuck are you doing, condescending me, talking down to me with these fucking formulas and this mathematical bullshit? I wanted to hear you out and just ask you, and you decided to do this bullshit. And I said, well, I was, first of all, thrown aback. I was like, what the fuck? And the bottom line is, I was like, yo, for 6 months, I've never or ever in my life talked down to you in any way. She was like, well, I can't believe that you've been around for this long and you were a flat earther. That cut me deep. And I wasn't even trying to have the conversation.
And your persona non grata. But hey, what I wanted to point out is that AI pointed out that there's a lot more flat earthers than people know, but they don't tell you because you're going to mistreat them. And what was Radin's response to that? To mistreat AI. So everything he said is true, Radin. Y'all don't have any arguments. Your argument is peer pressure, social shaming. Look at the TV. Why would everybody lie? Just stupid shit. You don't have any actual arguments. And if you think, Raiden, that you're going to come in here and shame us back into the globe, you're sadly mistaken.
It's actually a tactic of ugly chicks, right? To shame beautiful women so that they themselves don't have to suffer with the fact that they're so stupid and ugly.
But Scott
that
was
being
going to give
said,
us. What's Scott supposed to tell us, Phil?
Yeah, that's what I was going to segue.
Okay, good. Go for it. Because I wanted to hear that, dude.
Scott was supposed to give us a validity framework for his subjective morality. Go ahead, Scott, if you still want to.
Oh, no, there was a caveat to that on why it's okay to impose it on other people.
Oh, yeah. Why would it ever be obligatory? Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, please tell us how your mere preference is obligatory. Go ahead.
It's not obligatory to you. It's obligatory to me. And if we happen to share moral preferences, then we will act together and create a world in which we all agree.
So your mere preference is obligatory upon you, even though it's just mere preference?
Yeah, it's obligatory on me, yes. Because my
That's
preference.
self-contradictory.
Why is that?
Yeah, because if it's obligatory, then it's not mere preference. If it's mere preference, then it's not obligatory.
If it's just
he
on
means
me.
by like taking on certain preferences, there's certain things that follow from them, I think. Like,
obligatory is a choice, or not a choice, and preference is a choice.
no, but like in the sense that like if you prefer that, like if you have a preference for things that extend the life instead of shortening the life of people, then to be in line with that or with this preference, you have an obligation to, support whatever things that are life promoting, like better health for people, whatever, as opposed to things that harm people's health, for example. Like it's just sort of, if you take on a certain preference, and the way he means that there are certain things that follow from that would be in line with that preference.
Great. All right, so the next question follows. The next logical question follows: is it wrong to hurt other people?
It was just an example. I'm not saying that's his.
I know, but that's fine. That's fine. But the question philosophically that must next be asked, the only rational question that can next be asked is it wrong to hurt other people?
That's
Depends
a
on the
malformed
context.
that's a malformed question in my worldview.
This is what I'm going to say, because you replied to me.
Hold on, friends. Look, we got this on the table. Is it wrong to hurt other people? Response: that is a malformed question in my view.
In my world, yes.
I don't need to even argue anymore. The table has been laid bare. The chips are in. I'm done. I rest my case.
Well, you need to add context
because
you
wrong means whether I think it's wrong. That's the definition of wrong in my worldview, is whether I think it's wrong.
This is the problem. That's why I'm trying to say this.
It doesn't exist. The wrong and right does not exist outside of my mind,
We
and
heard
your
you.
mind, and our
Okay, so this is
collective
the
mind.
reply. We heard you.
We heard you too. We heard you too, Gregory. We hear you all the time.
Okay, you don't need to
Unfortunately,
repeat
but go ahead.
yourself. Stop trying to prevent the reply.
Either do you, but you always do too.
That's perfect. So that means that, so then the next conclusion must be, and must follow necessarily, that it is both right to hurt other people and both wrong to hurt other people simultaneously.
No, because you're taking it outside of a human mind again. You're pushing that.
No, I'm not. No, you're wrong, sir. What I'm doing.
The structure of your sentence did that.
Just chill for a second.
Okay.
What I'm doing is saying that if there's multiple minds that exist, and some people prefer to hurt other people, and some people prefer not to, and
Right.
since preference is the arbiter of morality, then that means it's simultaneously right and wrong.
No, it means it's simultaneously right for some people and wrong for other people.
Well, you said the same thing, but
you
here's
can't take it outside of those
AI
people.
did make that point earlier about breaking something that doesn't belong to anybody versus breaking something that belongs to somebody. It's not about breaking the thing itself. It's about wronging someone else. And so now here we agreed that is outside of us. It's not a material thing. You're saying it's inside of you. Why? Because it has to be materially within you to arbitrate whether something is right or wrong.
Yeah.
No, the thing that happened, but how we feel about it is completely subject to our own moral intuitions.
The problem has not been touched yet. That's why I'm trying to touch it now.
Yeah,
The
you
problem,
guys let
the
him
whole
off the
problem hasn't
hook
been
when you
touched yet.
should, man.
If
Go
there's
ahead,
only
Jordan.
preferences, then there are no obligations. They're just conflating the categories. They're trying to save the premise that you ought not do this, you ought to do this, or this is just and this is unjust. But it's merely their preference. If it's an obligation, it's not a mere preference. If it's a mere preference, then it's not an obligation. They're just contradicting themselves and conflating the categories. That's the problem.
He
Not
also
being logically
stated.
consistent with their own premises.
He also stated what his preference was when his preference, as long as it coincides with a bunch of other people's preference, then they had a right to make it obligatory on other people who didn't have that same preference.
Right. So an implicit self-contradiction where it's a mere preference that is also obligatory. That which is not obligatory is obligatory.
Yeah, so basically this is what it is, friends. If I feel good when I hurt other people, I will do it. If I feel bad and the feelings of bad are bad enough, then I won't do it. So basically it's just a self-narcissistic feedback loop of whatever makes me feel good. And I'm allowed, in that view, to hurt other people and call it right if I prefer it. Now, I would submit to the audience that that's a very bankrupt idea of morality.
Do you agree that there's context to that question?
Context to what question?
For example, let's say that your family was in danger and you had to hurt another person to save your family, then you would do it. Then it would be right.
Self-defense.
Right?
No, that's irrelevant to the question. No.
It's also a
Just
higher duty
logical to the issue.
Yes, fair
There's
point. I
also
can prove
higher
it's
moral
relevant.
obligations, Waz. So, your higher moral obligation is to protect your family and to let some random person assault them.
Right.
I was going to go on that. I was going to hold on. I was going to go on that with Indio and speak to that in this manner. That's called the category error of logic. Okay? Feelings and moral duties, or duties in general, are separate. So I may not want to hurt this other person, right? It may actually make me suffer to hurt another person, right? I'm not going to take pleasure in bashing this dude's skull in and watching his brains ooze out. But to protect my family, to fulfill that duty, I will exercise that action. So duty is what I'm being acted on, not my fees.
So, like you said, this is the problem with the subjectivist. This is the problem with the subjective moralist. It's a contradiction in terms. Morals is a prescription from an authorized personnel where they have the right to be obeyed, and the subject is obliged to obey that prescription under a given threat prescribed in that law. That's morality. Okay, it's a matter of law. It's a matter of rights, duties, and penalty, and justice. Subjectivism is just a mere matter of the phenomenon within a given person, within a given mind, within a given heart. It's just your preferences. Your preferences are not ipso facto morals. It's a categorical conflation, and it's an implicit self-contradiction.
I would
Show
just
me
like
the
to add this.
curve.
Yeah, you're never going to see that. I'd like to add this one thing is that the reason that they don't like the moral duties, people like Scott, is because of just that, their subjectivist viewpoint. I prefer that I should be able to do that, right? And to me, the consequences that my desire to do that thing in my subjectivist viewpoint outweigh whatever harm, you know, this moral prohibition has associated with it. Right? So they're just making a choice like, yeah, so what? God said don't do that. I'm going to do that anyway. Because I want to do it, and that makes me feel better.
What do you think I'm doing that God said not to do, in your view?
Yeah, we're not going to digress into that. You know what it is.
I don't know what it is.
You do. So moving on.
I know, like, we're not going to see you
moving on,
judge you,
Gregory.
Scott. Would you really want us to judge you?
Yeah, sure.
I'm
No
not
big
that
deal. I can take
authoritative.
it.
We can do that another
it
day.
doesn't mean
It's not
anything.
worthy of digressing into.
It doesn't hurt me one bit.
Well, it doesn't mean anything. My judgment of you, it's not my condemnation that you have to worry about. And the thing that you do have to worry about, you're in denial of. So, like, you'll find out.
Hey Scott,
He's
have
not
you
gonna
yet to
concede. We can just
concede?
move on.
Have you yet to concede anything since the last time we talked about this?
Yeah, I just agreed with Timbo a second ago about, God, what was it? What was it, Timbo?
That Australia exists?
The analogy, the Santa Claus analogy, it's more close to, God, I forget exactly what it was. But yeah, he came up with something that I conceded.
Oh, okay, well that's progress. Because last time I was here, you said you didn't concede a damn thing since you've been here all this time.
Yeah, well, you guys are usually wrong on everything, so nothing to
You
concede.
also said you've never been wrong before.
I
I
never said
remember
that.
that.
That's stupid.
Oh my God, dude, you're such a fucking liar, bro.
He literally.
How long are we
said
going to
that.
keep trying to reason with this arbitrary, non-arguing person?
I was there. He did say he's never.
Yeah, you did say that, Scott. I do remember it.
I haven't been wrong here, but I've been wrong all the time.
Yeah, that's it. That's what we're talking about.
Oh, well, you didn't say that. You said I've never been wrong.
You know, Scott's the demander of hyperspecificity.
Well, if you meant never been wrong here, yes. I don't bother with things that I don't know when I'm here.
It's also false. Moving on.
True,
Yeah.
but
All right. Anyways.
I know you want to move on, Gregory. Let's get back to something you can deal with.
God, man.
You hear that right there? You heard
Yes. It's hard. It's hard.
He thinks he's slick. No one
He's
can
actually
pull the
giving
game on
me
me,
cognitive
dude.
dissonance.
I don't think I'm anything, Gregory. What I know is that I'm not in the. What I know is that I'm not
So
in a
do you
battle
still not
with
have
you.
an argument for the globe?
What I know, Gregory, is that you and I are not enemies.
Scott, do you still not have an argument for the globe?
You're not enemies, but you don't consider him a friend, so you know that's your problem.
No, he's not my friend. That's for sure. Yes, I don't even
Scott,
know him
since you're so
really.
concerned with talking, do you still not have an argument for the globe?
I do have an argument for the globe, but you won't understand it. Yeah, celestial navigation.
Oh, celestial navigation, where you need the angle of elevation, where it necessarily implies that the Earth and the oceans are planar. Get a self-defeating appeal?
No, it does not, though.
You want to say an argument, or you want to be arbitrary again?
Scott, let me ask you this, just as a general principle. Well, let me ask you this as a general principle. Could you choose any arbitrary geometric form and navigate under the stars using it?
No, definitely not. You can only use one.
100% false, dude.
Okay, show me one.
Well, I'll show you a flat Earth one if you want.
Okay, go for it.
Okay, Carolinian Islanders in the sidereal compass, they navigated the seas, because they didn't have like the same physical resources as the British and the French had, so they couldn't actually waterproof their boats to that degree. But they sailed as far as they could possibly sail, and they could hit 1 kilometer rock islands 600 kilometers away from the islands.
With celestial navigation?
With celestial navigation, no view Polaris, and no compass.
Okay, how'd they do it?
The way their methodology was the way they called it was sail a road in the sky. So they would imagine an island that's halfway between their island and the other island, and they would sail under the stars that correspond to sailing to that island. And then they would sail the other half, right? When they get to that midway point, and then they would have like another halfway point where they would sail the rest. So that was their methodology of doing it. So the Spanish, when they found these people, it took them 200 years to get it out of them on how they were doing this, because the Spanish kept finding them all over the place. Like, fucking, how'd you get here? How'd you get over here? Found them in the Philippines. They found them in like Congo. They found them everywhere. Like, they just kept wondering how these people got there, because they didn't have celestial navigation. They didn't have astrolabes. They didn't have a globe concept. They didn't have any of these things. And the Spanish couldn't believe they could do it. Just like you.
So how is this in any way related to what we were just talking about, a celestial navigation?
That you can use any geometric form, right? Because the theorem of Grigium, where you can map any surface to any other goddamn surface, right? So we can suppose the Earth is a celestial sphere and map it to any other goddamn surface and navigate. Or you can suppose it's anything else and then map it to a sphere. You can just map any surface to any other surface. Donut, fucking Mobius strip, fucking pretzel, pineapple, pick a shape, dude.
Well, that's an assertion. You can't.
It's not an assertion. It was proven in the theorem of Grigium, written by Gauss, dude.
Yeah, it's just an assertion, even though he just said an argument. Like,
Can you map? Can you
so
map?
Yes, the answer is yes. He still has not an argument. He still has a non-argument.
Can you do celestial navigation as we currently understand it on a flat Earth?
Yes.
Okay, how?
Yeah, repeat yourself, India. Repeat yourself over and over again ad nauseum.
How does 1 degree of zenith change as you move away from a ground position map to 69 degrees?
Mathematically, what's really happening, Scott? Mathematically.
Okay, tell me the math.
No, you tell me. Mathematically, what's really happening? They assume the Earth is a point at the origin of coordinates, and you use spherical trigonometry to rotate about that point.
No, I don't.
Okay, that's what's happening in the math, right? That's what the actual model is.
Wait, the actual model is what? What do you think it is?
Space. It's not a globe, it's a point in space. Right.
But how does
pardon me?
How does the 1 degree of zenith change translate to 60 nautical miles?
Does it?
Yes, it does.
Okay, you got any evidence for that?
Take a celestial navigation course.
Yeah, no, that's not evidence. I asked for the evidence, dude.
Okay, well, if you're going to deny celestial navigation, okay.
No, don't talk about me denying anything. There's nothing to deny. You haven't presented anything.
Are you saying celestial navigation courses don't exist?
What I'm saying is you haven't presented anything. You haven't presented anything to deny.
Right. So, for example, we all know that there's women's studies courses as well, and we all know that's a load of bollocks.
Oh, so you're denying celestial navigation then? That's fine. I just want to know where you guys are coming from.
There's nothing to deny.
Are you denying celestial navigation exists?
What does that mean? Yes, there's a thing called celestial navigation that exists. Yeah. So what?
Okay. Is there an entire?
It exists in many forms, as I just iterated.
Is there the one that we all talk about, the one that all the navigators use now? Is it based on some assumptions?
Yes.
Okay. What are those assumptions it's based on?
That the Earth is a sphere of 3,959 mile radius, and that there's it's a dual polar coordinate system.
Okay. So we agree that that's what celestial navigation is.
And that's what it is in the mathematics, yes.
But that's what it is in all the courses too, right?
Yeah, but what is it in reality? That's what I asked you.
That is what's in reality. That's why it works.
Okay, that's why I asked you for the evidence.
If it didn't match with reality, it would not have worked, and a lot of people would end up
Okay,
dead.
that's not true, man. It works. It works good enough for practical purposes, right? So, say you sailed across the Atlantic, right? And you're off by 15 miles when you get to Cuba, right? But you're gonna see fucking Cuba. You can be
Yeah.
fucking chuck your sextant over the board and say, "Fuck, man, celestial navigation don't work. I'm off by 15 miles." Right? So you take lots of sightings over a course of your fucking 3-4 week journey, however long it takes, right? You don't take one sighting and it just works. Right? So you keep doing it over and over again. You take lots and lots of readings and correcting your position, correcting your position, and correcting your position. Of course it can work. You're constantly correcting. And we know if I'm on Cuba on Tuesday, what stars are going to be over fucking Cuba? Right? So as I illustrated with the flat Earth navigation method, this is the exact same thing. Certain stars are going to be over certain places at certain times. We know these times, right? And as long as you follow the stars correctly, you'll get there. Doesn't necessitate a sphere, doesn't necessitate anything. That's why I said, what is the evidence that 69 degrees per nautical mile per 1 degree of drop of Polaris is actual reality?
You can go and look at it yourself right now.
Yeah.
You could.
So someone else did it, right? So where's that?
No, you could do that right now. You can go out and
So I gotta
know
go figure out. I gotta go find the evidence for your belief. Great.
Well, I mean, we should all want to prove these things to ourselves, right? We all should take the burden of responsibility, the burden of proof upon ourselves in order to understand the world in which we live, right?
Okay, yeah, great. Fantastic.
Do you not agree?
Well, there's no reason you should be saying anybody should do anything. You're subjective.
But do you agree that it's a good thing if we all adopt a burden of proof for ourselves?
Good? You don't believe in good.
I do. My version of good.
So we're going to continue talking to the non-argument.
Yeah, I saw that in.
But it's interesting how you had to avoid that simple question.
No. Listen, I already told you, right, that you can assume anything, right? Your standard is whether it quote unquote works. That's called an appeal to utility or an appeal to pragmatism. It works, therefore it's true. That is a logical fallacy. You don't even know you're doing it. Yes, it's not. Go look it up. It's an informal logical fallacy. I'm not
this is not a question of logic.
Hold on. Before we go on,
it's not a question of logic. What's it a question of then?
It's not a question of logic. It's a question of what's real.
Dude.
Didn't I ask you for evidence and you told me to go look at a celestial navigation course? And now you're going to talk to me about evidence of what's real?
Yeah. Pretty much.
Jesus Christ, man. Hey, if you got something to say, go ahead.
But do you notice how, when we got to the question of whether you could just go out and look at the angle to Polaris from your house, you
because it doesn't do that, Scott. I already know it doesn't do that.
What doesn't do what? What doesn't it do?
First of all, how am I going to measure whether I went 69 miles, Scott?
You don't have to. You just have to take one measurement.
What is my one measurement?
From your house.
And then what am I measuring?
Do you know your latitude?
No, I need to find that.
You can't just look up your latitude on a Google Maps?
No, I'm not going to do that. So we've already agreed upon that by convention.
But why wouldn't you? Why do you resist doing that?
Listen. Because we've already agreed to it by convention. So there's a latitude. You're trying to demonstrate, right, that Polaris, let's use Polaris as the example because you've been very indescript about what we're actually using. So we'll say Polaris. And if I go 69 miles, Polaris is going to drop 1 degree. Okay? What do I need to know my latitude for?
Because then when you point at Polaris, you can see if your zenith is equal to your latitude.
Well, of course it's going to be because that's how we defined the latitude in the first place, Scott.
Okay. But
so when someone came to Boston and they took their frickin' astrolabe, because they didn't have sextants back then, when they took their astrolabe and they saw that Polaris was whatever I am, 42 degrees latitude, right? When they took that, right, They go, oh, look, for us, it's 42 degrees above the horizon. We're at 42 latitude. Wow.
Okay,
They didn't get it from measuring the ground, did they?
correct, probably.
So if all the stars and the sun and the moon, they're all gone, it's black.
Uh-huh.
How do you find your latitude, Scott?
No, but let's just go back to what you were
How do you
saying.
find
So,
your latitude, Scott? How do
I
you
don't
find your
know.
latitude without stars? You can't.
I don't know if you can.
Because they're not ground positions. It's merely your observation position in relation to the stars. That's all latitude ever is. It's all it ever was. It's all it ever will be. And the
Okay.
longitude is the solar position. That's all that ever is, all there ever was, and all there ever will be.
So do you think we are capable of measuring off distance on the ground?
Oh, we're capable, sure.
So if we take a sighting to Polaris and we
Uh-huh.
get one angle, and then we measure off a distance walking south, and we take another
Measure how?
sighting. I don't
We're
know.
going to count
That's what I'm
stars?
asking you. Do you accept that we are capable in the year 2024 of measuring ground distance?
Well, I mean, yeah, to a degree. There's problems, but I'm
To
not
what
going to get into
degree?
that. Depends on the terrain. Depends on what you're going over. It depends on what the surface is. Also depends on units. Depends on how closely you're measuring it.
Well, do you think we
Because
can come
we're
close
not on a
enough?
smooth surface, right? So you're gonna have a problem, right? You're gonna have hills. So the overall distance is gonna vary depending on the undulations of the terrain. And then the undulations of the terrain, how what your actual end distance is. This is a well-known coastline problem. Depending on your unit of measure, you're going to get a different result. So if you use miles versus feet versus meters, you're going to get different results for all those. When you sum them, they're not going to be this. They're not going to sum to the same distance. You know this, right, Scott?
No, I don't know that they would not sum to the same distance.
They don't, man. It's a well-known problem. It's called the coastline problem.
I don't think you understand that problem correctly, but do you know? Did you realize you just spent 5 minutes
Another
basically?
amazing reputation.
You just spent 5 minutes basically saying we can't measure distance. You realize you did that, right?
Yeah, hold
Just
on. Can you hear me?
ignore
'Cause I just lost my mic.
And so the
big,
question is, why would you say that? Why would you think we
big
can't
flat
measure
Earth.
distance?
It's just big flat Earth propaganda. They fund these people to come here and to distort the truth.
That's what I find interesting about most flat earthers is you guys try to say we can't know anything, because
It's true.
if we assert that we know anything, you worry that it's going to break your entire reality.
It's just another boring straw man from Scott. What a surprise.
Well, you just but
You're the same way, brother.
no, I say we know lots of things.
Except moral things, right? Woo.
I say we can measure distances. Do you agree we can measure distances?
Well, by calculation or by measurement? Because
Can we measure distances? Yes or no?
By calculation.
To a degree, that we can measure them good enough for practical purposes.
Yeah.
What do you think I meant when I asked if we can measure distances?
Well,
we can never tell with you because you always weasel around the fucking corner. So get a straight line, will ya?
I mean, wait,
You guys are really aggressive, bro.
If we measure distances, to what precision? That's really the question. To what precision?
I would say we can get within a mile.
Within a mile? Probably
Yeah.
not. Probably not.
You don't think we can get within a mile?
Probably not.
Over, say,
Depends on how
60
far
miles.
it is. It depends on how many, depends on the methodology. Scott,
What do
have
you
you
mean?
actually ever done anything in the real world?
Bro,
No, these scales. These scales are irrelevant. Oh, just hold on, friends. These problem with this thing. Can we measure this? Can we measure that? The scales of the arguments when it comes to the topic proper is in the thousands upon thousands of miles in directions that take you over open ocean, et cetera, right? That's the real crux of the question that's at play here.
We are able to.
And what you seem to be implying is we can't measure those either.
We don't measure them. We don't measure them now, Scott.
But you're implying we can't
Scott didn't
measure
know
them,
that,
right?
Holmes. Scott didn't know that.
Scott's got his tape measure out.
Scott, let me ask you. Do you think the distance from New York to San Francisco is measured?
Yeah,
How do you think that was measured?
I don't know, but I'm sure someone did it.
Brilliant.
Why do I need
This
to
is
know
what I
how
mean,
everything
when
is done in
you're
order to
just
know that
like,
it's been done?
clever people did stuff, therefore I know it.
This is a simple
But
question.
are you guys? But are you guys seriously saying we don't know the distance from San Francisco to New York?
We know it good enough for all practical purposes.
Which is what?
Do any of you guys have
Plus
like
or
a
minus
calculator?
100 miles.
Plus or minus 100 miles?
100 miles. How would you even know the
Seriously?
100
Scott,
miles.
if you
Oh,
drove
shit.
if you
Oh.
drove from San Francisco or New York to San Francisco, at what point, right, in your trip, like you have your estimated distance on your odometer? If it read 100 miles off, would you like call the U.S. Geological Survey and be like, "Holy fuck, man, your distances are wrong"?
How did I get this estimated distance?
Your odometer in your car.
Oh, you're saying my odometer read X,
Yeah,
and I think it should have read something else. How do I know what
Yes,
it should have
exactly.
read? How do I determine what it should have read?
Okay.
Weren't you the one that were saying the distances were known, Scott?
Yeah.
Yeah. So,
and what I could do is I could go into Google Maps and plot a course, or have it tell me to get from San Francisco to New York on roads and highways, and my odometer would be really damn close to what it said it was going to be.
How close?
Never tried it, but it's going to be easily within 100 miles. It's going to be within a mile, my guess.
What I find ironic? What I find ironic is like you just had 3 just declarations of faith. There's somebody out there, something, or I'm going to get some result based upon how I feel about something. But like morality's a bridge too far. It's really weird to me.
Why is that weird to you?
All right, friends. So the math is in. I've done the calculations according to the allowable percentage and the typical range of odometer discrepancy over a distance from coast to coast in the United States. And I got a differential of greater than 100 miles, approximately 125 to 135, depending. So, yes, you'd be greater than 100 miles off. Sorry.
That was a pretty good guess. And I wasn't even thinking about tire slippage or odometer inaccuracies, or possibly, depending on your route, how windy the road is or how up and down it is. So,
well,
what do you guys attribute that to?
I just looked up the aggregate error in odometers.
Okay,
and then I just changed the miles by the percent, right?
Yeah. But
so look, it's not a big it's okay. Let's say that's true.
Well, that's what you
point was.
You said
that's not
odometer
the
error.
point, dude.
I don't know.
The point is if you were using an odometer to try to figure out, you would be greater than 100 miles off. That's all I was answering to.
Okay, that's fair. Yeah, I'll concede that. Whoever's asking me, do I concede anything? That sounds reasonable to me. I'll concede that.
A minute ago, you were saying it'd been a mile.
No, I was wrong.
Well, that's not a first, is it, Scott?
But here's the interesting question. How do we know that the odometer's off?
We don't know. Assumed.
But we do.
How do we know? How do we know it's off?
Because
how do we know the odometer's not right and the globe calculation's wrong?
Yeah.
Oh.
It's a good question. How do we?
We don't.
Yeah, so let's try this another way.
I think we do.
We're taking a plane flight, but since you can't directly measure airplane speed, and you have to infer it based upon distance traveled over time, we have a distance. So what happens if your plane's at 30 minutes late? Are you gonna like, holy fuck, dude? We should have traveled that 150 miles in those 30 minutes. The globe has to be wrong. Call the Congress. Earth is flat. My plane was late.
Well, you don't want to get into the flat Earth thing because you guys don't even have a map, so you can't calculate anything on your map because you don't have one.
There are flat Earth maps, Scott.
No, there's not.
Okay, Antonio Subaretz
not that one you guys accept.
Antonio Subaretz published a map probably like 3 years ago now. I don't know where you've been.
And does everybody here accept it as a valid
What does
map?
it matter? What does it matter who accepts it? Do you accept your Mercator map as a valid map?
No, of course not.
Okay, then.
It's all warped on
fucking
the top
use
and the
it.
bottom. No, the globe is the better model.
So you use a globe. Where?
When you got to go far distances, yeah.
Like, do you keep it in your trunk? How big is it? Is it like 23-inch diameter? Like, yeah, exactly, Scott. Stop bullshitting, bro.
But do you see how you run from the fact that you guys don't even have a map?
Yeah, why are you
I
running?
just mentioned a map. What are you talking about?
Okay,
I directly addressed it.
So does that have
no? You said you don't have a map. I said yes, there is a map, and then you change it. You move the goalpost. Well, does everybody accept it? Now we need a map that everybody accepts, right? And if I said, well, yes, everybody accepts it, you'd move the goalposts again, and you'd move the goalposts again, and then you'd move the goalposts again.
So on that map you have, how far is it from Santiago to Sydney, Australia?
I don't know. I'd have to go look at it.
Well,
the map is the thing about this map. So the globe distance is incorrect. Okay, what the globe says is not a measured distance, which we just talked about, right? It's a calculation, right? So the thing about that distance, right? If I take a physical globe, physical one, the one that you keep in the trunk of your car, because you use a globe to navigate, but unlike normal people who use maps. So if you take that globe, right, and you measure the distances and check it for internal consistency, like, okay, Africa's this wide. I'm going to take a piece of string right across the globe. So Africa's supposed to be 4,000 miles wide. Oh, this is supposed to be 4,000 miles between this and this distance. Let's see if it matches. It's none of that shit's internally consistent. They don't match. Antonio's map actually, no, they don't.
Yes, they do.
I'll post a video that where Antonio tests 3 globes, physically tests 3 globes. Right on camera. You can watch them do it. But of course they do. Of course they match. Another 4th declaration of faith. Blind faith. Weren't you the one telling me I can just go do it myself? What have you done?
I already accept the Earth's a globe, but I don't need to prove it to myself anymore. I've already
first of all, you've never proved it to yourself because you don't know what constitutes it. You don't know what constitutes
so
a proof.
I'm pretty sure I do.
Sure you have. So he asked, what have you done past tense?
Yeah, I've watched sunsets, and I've watched the path of the moon go overhead, and I've watched the path of the sun, and it goes across at 15 degrees per hour no matter where I'm standing on the face of the Earth, and that can only happen in one model.
That can only happen if the ground's spinning, huh?
Hold on.
How's that relevant to using a map?
He asked me what I've done to show the Earth's a globe or something.
No, he didn't.
No, I said proof. And none of the things you said are actually proof. It's just an assertion of.
No, they are proofs. They are mathematical proofs.
Okay, if that's a proof, give me the syllogism, dude.
It's a mathematical proof. You just put forth the equation. Yes.
Oh, so it's a mathematical proof. So you have a mathematical proof that those observations, right? Let's take them at face value. Those observations can only work within that geometry. Period.
Sure. Yes, I do.
Oh, you have an actual proof of that?
Yep, absolutely.
A mathematical proof. Okay, post it in the chat.
Absolutely.
I want to see the mathematical proof. I don't want to see that it works within a globe. I want to see the proof that excludes it from all other geometries because I already know it don't.
But it does.
It don't. It would work in a hyperbolic geometry, and it would also work in
it won't.
Dude, you can just go outside and watch satellites fly over your house.
Oh, I can.
But it
won't
work
see stars. Like, do you even know where I live?
I have a question, but you do acknowledge satellites, right? Maybe there's a flat Earth, but there's
they don't.
There's no fucking satellites, dude.
Wait, if there's no satellites, I have a genuine question. How come you can take 2 phones, like fucking take out the GPS, turn it off, right? And then you could still like track the satellite, right? How is that working? What is in the sky that you can like track the movement of the satellite? It's not inertial.
What you just said makes no sense.
All right, so I'll explain it again, right? So Apple has this feature called SOS. I think even Alpha Veritas in here like conceded that like there are satellites because you could turn off your Wi-Fi, right? You can go out in the middle of fucking nowhere where there isn't a connection for miles, and yet you could still point at a satellite and you could pick someone else. You could
point at a satellite.
and then it'll track the satellite. See where it's going. You'll literally follow it. How is that possible that two different people?
You can point at a satellite.
Okay, so I'm asking you again. How is it possible that two different people, 5 miles apart in the woods, with no connection on their phone, are tagging the same exact geometrical object in the sky at the same exact angle? If there's nothing in the sky.
First of all, I want to see that demonstrated.
I could do it for you right now. I can literally turn my
watch. Go do it. Then go do it for me right now.
Okay.
Look at the sky.
Dude, you can literally... I'll do it. I'll turn my...
Just go outside.
Even... Dude. Here a minute. Let me grab my other phone.
Yeah, I want to see you go up 5... No, I want 2 people 5 miles apart from each other. You're going to go do all that, right?
Actually, we can run this experiment. Whoever else
Yeah,
is
so you're not actually going to do it. You're just going to talk shit, but not actually do it.
So, again, I don't have 2 people with me, right? Why are you so hostile? Calm down, bro. It's not that serious.
Because you're full of shit.
So I'm one person, right? So
I have a bullshit detector.
Yeah, you were the condescending one, right?
So I have I'm one person, right? So I can't like magically create 2 people.
Okay, so you're not going to do it. Okay.
So I'll do it for you.
No, I'll just mute you because you're not going to actually do it. Anyway, back to Scott. What the fuck were we even talking about?
Yeah, celestial navigation. Did you?
Oh yeah, no, he's gonna
self-refuting.
Oh no, he was gonna post a proof that it works on a globe and only a globe, and he was gonna post that in the chat.
No, I didn't say I was going to post it. I said I have it.
You were going to post a mathematical proof, actually.
Yeah, a mathematical proof that nullifies all other geometry that can only work in that geometry and only that one.
Well, I can show it works in this one. Can you show it works in any other one?
Oh God.
Okay, so
I have one on which it works. You guys have none on which it works.
You actually
it's not put on equal footing.
You're already told.
And then arbitrary fiat assertion again.
Yeah, Scott, I know you're hard of thinking, but do you actually know what he asked you for?
He asked me for a mathematical proof that it can't work on any other model.
Yeah, so do you think that saying, well, it works on mine, you prove that it works on yours, is the same as posting an exclusive proof of yours?
Yeah, I can post mathematics that only balance out. Yeah. If you can post mathematics that only balance out with one shape, that necessarily excludes all others.
I understand that because I'm not thick, but you don't seem to understand the difference between what he asked you for and what you've provided.
I said I had a mathematical proof.
Yes, that you were going to provide that was exclusive to your geometry.
Yes.
Go ahead.
I didn't say I was going to provide it. I said I have it. I don't have it written down. I can't cut and paste it anywhere. But if you guys are capable of thinking, you would see that if you have 15 degrees per hour, you have to be at the center of a circle. No other geometry allows that to happen.
So again, not going to carry his burden. He's denying his burden.
I just did. If you didn't understand it, it's not my problem.
No, you didn't carry it. You didn't give a deductive argument that necessitates the conclusion that you can only do celestial navigation on a ball. No, you didn't.
That's not what I tried to prove just now.
Right, so you refused to carry your burden.
That was never my burden.
I can disprove that. I can disprove that so easy, bro.
Okay, go for it.
Yeah, I will. So it's very simple. All you need is a differential in distance from the object to change its location in your field of view that gives the appearance of moving 15 radial degrees. Well, I win.
Wait, how'd you do that? No, you just said words. How did you do it?
I just said words. Dude, everybody says words, dumbass.
No, but your words had no meaning.
No, they had
you
perfect
just said
meaning.
words, Scott.
You
words
said
had no meaning, therefore you said it's false.
We all know what angle
you just said words. No, you just said
Scott,
words.
Yeah, fair.
Come on, AI. What did you say?
Hold on. So the correct thing you meant to say was I didn't understand what you said, not that I'm just saying words and my words have no meaning.
So explain what you meant then.
Okay.
Since I didn't understand what you said.
So physical locations, right, aren't necessarily represented equivalently in your field of view, correct? Like an object could appear to be somewhere that it's not necessarily, right?
It could be, yeah, in our atmosphere to very small degrees, yes.
Well, I don't really care about. I'm just talking about it in principle. Yeah, fair enough. But I'm talking about in principle.
Okay.
Right. So that means an object can move in distances from you and locations from you to where it appears to be to your vision in a manner which might be perceived by you, the end observer, as a radial change in motion, right? When it's actually just a lateral or let's just call it depth change, right? So that is possible in principle.
Correct, yes.
Now that doesn't mean it's happening, and yes, there would be a burden to bear there, but at least in principle, that's possible. So.
Yes, but then you'd have to do the same thing for somebody 1,000 miles away from you. And that you can't do. Simultaneously. They're seeing the same sun I am. They're 1,000 miles away. If you have something other than a circle
No, they're not.
that makes 15 degrees per hour, you cannot make it move 15 degrees per hour for them too.
They're
Oh,
not.
fair, I got to go in the background, so I'll just be listening.
Okay.
But
They're not seeing the same sun, and they're not seeing the same sun even in the model.
What do you mean they're not seeing the same sun?
You take
What do you
azimuth
mean?
and elevation angles from time and date, and then you try to intersect them in space, right? You take two places on the same longitude, on time and date, two cities, right? You take their azimuth and elevation angles, and you map them to a 3D globe. And when you try to intersect them in space, they don't intersect.
What do you mean intersect?
What do you mean? What do I mean? They're lines of sight, right? So the line of sight to the sun is an azimuth and elevation angle from the surface of a sphere, right?
But those two lines are parallel. They never intersect.
They never intersect. So they're not looking at the same place. Because parallel
No,
lines don't
they're
intersect,
parallel.
and they're not looking at the sun.
They're parallel, essentially.
So they're not intersecting.
I'm not sure what intersect you're calculating.
You said they're looking at the same thing. That means their lines of sight intersect at a point, right?
No.
No?
Not logically consistent.
Holy fucking shit, dude. You're fucking smoked, dude.
No, the sun's much bigger than the Earth. And so those lines can hit directly parallel from where they started. And they, just hit 1,000 miles different place from the sun.
Yeah, you just two people standing side by side or standing however many thousands of miles apart. They're looking straight ahead. Their lines of sight don't ever intersect, and yet they're still looking at the same point. Yeah, makes perfect sense.
Scott ain't picking up what Indio's putting down.
I'm pretty sure I am.
You're not.
Okay, well...
He's saying he calculated some intersect, and I'd like to see how he did that.
Okay, it was done in AutoCAD. It was also been done in Blender, too.
Because if the lines are not parallel to each other, then he did something wrong in his calculation.
No, so you just... No, Scott.
Okay.
See, we don't a priori assume that they're parallel. We take the azimuth and elevation angles and attach it to a sphere Earth.
Okay.
Right? And if they intersect, that's a you problem, not a me problem.
Yeah, I agree, and I have repeated. I have repeated it as well myself, and it doesn't. It doesn't like. It's not parallel lines. It doesn't like you have to actually correct them or use arcs for them to intersect in the same point.
Yeah, the only reason that Scott is saying that you're wrong is because it does not logically line up with his globe. So he just has this a priori controlling premise, where if it doesn't agree with the globe premise, then it is wrong. Not that his globe is falsifiable and has been falsified.
You got that completely backwards, Gregory. You guys are the one who do it. If it doesn't fit your flat Earth, you deny it and you reject it. You reject all evidence.
Projecting his error onto us.
No, I accept pictures from space. I accept Earth sunsets. I accept all these things that you don't accept because it doesn't fit your model.
He's bloviating again.
Just Gregory, just redirect.
All this comes down to repeatedly.
Gregory, whenever you're just like completely wrecked on a point, just redirect into a different point and pretend like the previously never happened.
Thank you.
Easy.
He's been doing it. He's done it at least 6 times.
What did I pretend never happened?
There it is again. Trying to go for a 7th.
Dude, don't you love like when they do the thing you're talking about right after you talk about them doing it? It's the most amazing thing to me.
Well,
It's so crazy.
That's
Well,
that's why I
favorite
like
thing,
predicting it in their face, because they're so unabashed and so shameless that they will just be totally oblivious to being exposed for doing the very error that they're in the midst of committing and just committed. And then as soon as you complete the prediction to the very error that they just completed and are about to do again, they do it. That's how bigoted and invincibly ignorant they are.
Yeah.
It reminds me of that guy that
We're the
was
ones
doing
who
the
have to
gun
deny
safety and shot
distances.
himself in the foot.
I'm not the one saying we don't know the distances between places. You guys are doing that.
Yeah, now he's fishing for interaction. When he says that, he's fishing for interaction.
You already
So
conceded
either we
that
start
point,
him
Scott.
or we continue wasting our time. We already know the conclusion that's going to come. He's going to get beasted and stomped and destroyed on a single point, and he's just going to arbitrarily declare himself the victor.
Except you guys never do that. You just say words and then you say you stomped me. But
So he's doing it again.
yeah, exactly.
You just say words. What else would we say, Scott?
Well,
Thanks, Captain Obvious.
you can show me the
Flatter to say
mathematics.
words.
You can show me the mathematics of any other model
He's doing it
that
again. See, there it is.
explains the phenomena that we see. That's
Mathematics
what you
doesn't
could do.
explain anything. Never has, and it never will. It's not capable of explanation.
But it is. And this is another interesting thing about flat
Mathematics
earthers.
describes things. You're obviously.
Hang on.
Ugh.
Hey, Indio, did you ask him if he can give you the mathematics to the drop over distance? I asked him for that yesterday, and he couldn't give it. So,
Oh,
and maybe
God.
today he has it. What's the drop over distance, Scott? The mathematics for that?
It's that 8 inches for each mile squared thing.
Yeah, but did you verify that? Is that correct?
And it's the function of a parabola, which is good enough for like 1,000 miles. I'm fine with that.
Okay, so if we were to disprove that, would you be okay with that too?
Yeah, but you can't. I've heard you try, and you always fail.
I'm asking you a question. So yes or no?
Absolutely. If you can disprove it, I will listen.
Okay. So anybody want to bring up the black swan?
That's not a proof, though. It's not a disproof
talking
either.
about, bro?
He lied right there.
What are you talking about?
It's just
So
not
we have the
disproof.
evidence.
Our model predicts that. That's part of our model.
What? Okay, show it. So you have math that predicts that, right?
Yeah, our model includes refraction.
Yeah, but does it predict that observation?
Sure.
Yeah, sure. Can you show us anything?
With the necessary refraction, yeah, you can 7 arc minutes of refraction is not that big a deal.
No, that's not how it works, dude.
How does it work then? That's exactly how it works. Though.
Okay, so
in our model,
it's not how it works in your model.
In our model, it is.
So let me give you some information.
Okay.
So Mick West and Walter Bislin both have ray tracers for refraction, and neither one of them can create anything that looks like the black swan. Neither one of them, no matter what you do.
What do you mean?
No matter how you manipulate your refraction sliders, they can't replicate the black swan using any refraction values. Any. And they have gradients of refraction values. So I think Bislin actually has like 10 different altitudes that you can change. And Mick West has actually a spleen generator, so you can totally manipulate the vertical gradient to make light rays bend and displace any way you want them to, and they can't replicate the way the black swan looks. So no, you don't have a predictive model that predicts
what is it they can't replicate it?
the image, a fucking horizon that's 10 miles away from a 1 foot observer height.
Well, I can do that.
Oh God, show me, please.
All right, hold on. I showed this before. I got to open my application. What is it? Geo something or other.
So we're waiting for him to try and justify believing that atmospheric refraction, is going to make things 10 miles, which would be 10 miles beyond the peak of a water hill, to become visible and make the Earth seem flat.
Yeah, 7 arc minutes of refraction. Not that much.
Yeah, that's not how it works, Scott.
Why not?
We say it is.
No, you don't say it is. So
No, we do. Prove us wrong.
who's us? You don't have any us on your side. You don't know anything about refraction or the subject. Who's us? Tell me what you've read on the subject. One publication.
Is there
Hold on,
other
trying to
That's
people?
what I
find the
thought. That's what I
file.
thought, dude.
Is
I'm
there
trying
other
to find
people
the
sit next
file.
to you?
Well,
No, it's all the
you only
people.
have
All
to
the
find the
people.
file that I'm looking for is in your head, right? So you should just be able to tell us one publication. So there is no we,
No,
Scott.
yeah.
There's only you.
Well, there's like 8 billion of me, though.
No, there's really not.
How many think there are?
That believe in your refraction bullshit?
Yeah.
No one, just you.
Oh, really?
Yeah, really.
It's weird.
So how about the
Should ask
argument?
him.
The argument is what, Scott?
Refraction.
Asking for the model of refraction.
Look, how the hell did I
No,
open these files?
just appeal to the instance of this type of event. Right? Just appeal to the fact that refraction exists, and then make your non sequitur leap to superlooming, which is not ever empirically verified.
Superlooming. I've never heard that term. Who said that one?
Yeah, you don't even realize the type of argument that we've heard before that you're still making now. Right? It looks flat, but it's really a ball. So you're appealing to this superlooming that has never actually ever been empirically verified nor demonstrated on any scale, and it's just the ad hoc appeal to account for the fact that your globe with specific dimensions have been falsified, or it implies false implications.
The Earth looks exactly like what we expect it to look like.
Yeah,
Okay,
so right past
so
the critique,
Scott,
because he
so
doesn't have an argument.
Hold on, let me
Yeah,
ask Scott
Scott.
this. Can you make any observation of the ocean which would falsify the globe? Anyone? Is there any? What if the horizon was fucking 50 miles away?
I don't know. I have to look into whether refraction can do that.
You think there can exist a sufficient condition where the horizon, so 50 miles away, it would be something like, off the top of my head, 500 or so feet. No, more than that. Probably like 800 feet under the curvature of the Earth. You think that it can pick up the surface and make you see the surface that far away? And still see tilted away from you? The reason I'm asking
you're
Scott is
thinking about
because
it incorrectly.
why am I thinking about it incorrectly? That surface is not tilted away from you? If it's over the horizon, it's not physically tilted away from you?
It is.
Okay,
Yes.
so if it's physically tilted away from you, what path does that light ray have to take to get to your eye? It's 800 feet under the horizon, pointing in the wrong direction.
Yeah, but we don't think about it in terms of feet. It's angle change. That's all we care about.
Okay, so that would be probably about a 0.73 degree tilt away from you.
Yeah, right around there. Yeah,
I guess so. It's tilted away from you, almost a full degree.
almost. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, yeah, 50 miles would be kind of that would be interesting. But my guess is you don't have one, do you?
A 50-mile horizon? Nah, I think
50
the best
miles
I can do
at
is
2 feet off the beach.
I mean,
Yeah,
we can't
yeah.
tell. We can't tell. There is one, but it's hard to tell. It's probably
Hold
30
on.
miles.
The Black Swan horizon, if I'm not mistaken, could be further, and there's a couple others that could be further.
Yeah.
But see, the problem is that the Black Swan being greater than 10 miles is often referred to as 10 miles. But all that's known is it's greater than 10 miles because the furthest demarkable point is 10 miles. That horizon resolved could be 30 to 50 miles. Who knows?
Okay.
I think there's one that
but
shows
then
the
we got to figure
Catalina
out
Islands, and that's I think is 42 miles away
from where.
from the same spot.
You can't see Catalina from there. From Santa Barbara? No, not a chance.
Yeah, okay.
You can't.
Or what is it called? Acapulco or Acapulco Ridge Arch or something?
So
what do we
Scott
pull up
wants to pass my critique again.
We pull up BMLSD again, or what?
Oh, I'm looking for it. It's fucking something arch.
I just posted a picture.
That explains
I think I
the graphic I just posted. Sorry.
Yeah, we need to stop letting Scott go on past the savage refutation said to him. Stop letting him make it seem as though he hasn't been thoroughly refuted.
I don't know what you think you've accomplished, man, but certainly you haven't
Of course you
done
don't. You're invincibly ignorant. Right? So
Uh-huh.
that's my critique.
What does this graph even mean, Scott?
Yeah, that's the Black Swan right there.
Yeah, I said they can't recreate the image, dude. Using a ray tracing piece of software.
You mean all the warpness and everything, or?
No, the image at all. They can't create the image like where the horizon is relative to the oil rigs.
Okay.
So you know to properly do like the refraction thing, right? So in a gradient is you use the principle of least time. You can't use Snell's law. That's invalid. So
Why?
mathematical because you don't get the same result.
How are you applying Snell's law?
Okay, because you don't have well-defined boundaries, you will not get the same result. So you have to use the principle of least time, Fermat's principle, to properly model the path of a light ray to a gradient index medium. You want that? I'll post.
Well, Snell's law yields least time.
No, Snell's law is a special case of Fermat's principle.
But it yields least time somehow.
Yes, because it's a special case. It works in that special case. Two homogeneous isotropic mediums with a well-defined boundary between.
So how does anything ever refract if it's not basically changing in density?
It's not density per se, it's optical density, but I'm not going to get into that.
What's the difference?
What's the difference? There's no mass per unit volume in Maxwell's equations. That's the difference.
But it's
They're not exactly synonymous. It depends. There's
Oh my
other
goodness,
variables. It
dude.
has to do with the polarizability of the medium. I'm not
Yeah,
gonna get into that.
how in the world can you claim to know what refraction is and not know that?
I know what refraction is.
Sure.
So I posted in the chat.
I passed that unit in physics. I did fine.
Well, you must have skipped the day, but with optical density is not the same as density. Good grief.
You're right. We didn't talk about whatever that is because all we talked about was lenses and stuff, and finding focal lengths based on curvature and density difference and those kinds of things. That's what we did.
So the index of refraction is a derivative of the electric permittivity and magnetic permeability of the material.
Sure, I can go with that.
Okay, so it's a derivative of those properties of matter, and neither of those properties have anything to do with density per se. Though the compactness at the molecular atomic level can affect how that material is polarizable or how it reacts to a magnetic field. Yes, that's true, but also can temperature and a whole host of other factors.
Okay, so I brought up density because we talked about atmosphere. So if we want to talk refractive indexes, we can do that too, and we can talk about how density results in refractive index changes. Do we want to talk about that?
The main component of refractive index changes in air is temperature. It's 4 orders of magnitude stronger. It has a stronger effect on the temperature than density or what's the other one? Pressure. No, they're all three are related. When you adjust the temperature, the effect, and you could just go on read Andrew Thomas Young's Understanding Astronomical Refraction, or you can go on NIST's it's called the Sitter Equation Toolbox, and you can punch in any values you want. But when you change the temperature values, that's when you get the most change in refractive index.
I have no problem believing that.
It's all in the 5th and 6th decimal place, so like.
But what happens when you change the temperature of a gas?
What do you mean? What do you mean?
Well, if you change the temperature, if you cool a gas, it will contract a bit, right?
Yeah, it depends. Depends on the
Depends on
environment.
what.
Depends on the environment it's in.
Well, it's going
Sometimes
to want
things
to
can't.
contract, right?
Things get, well, it depends on the environment it's in.
So it's going to want to
How
get
are
more.
we relating all this back to the atmosphere?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't even want to
You
go
don't
this far
understand
into
it,
the
Gregory,
fucking weeds.
but
Oh,
I agree.
it's well understood. Oh,
It's in the
anyway,
weeds. But we
I
agree
did
that. But
post.
we,
I did post something. I just want to let you know because I didn't get a chance that I did post something about Snell's law and Fermat's principle and gradient index medium in the chat, peer reviewed to a Department of Physics, University of Tehran. Now you might say they're a bunch of fucking Arab Muslim suicide bombers, and you don't have to
I would
believe them
never say
because of
anything like
that.
that. That's not nice.
Well, yeah, but they're in Iran when they're getting a bad rap nowadays. So anyway, well, they've been getting a bad rap for like 5 decades. Anyway,
Well, they
the question
overthrew our
is,
dictator. I mean, that's not okay. You can't overthrow
is
our
it?
dictators.
Yeah, that's bad news. Especially ours. It says, is n sine theta conserved along the light path? So Snell's law states that the quantity n sine theta is unchanged in refraction of light passing from one medium to another. We inquire whether this is true in the general case where the speed of light varies continuously within a medium. It turns out to be an instructive exercise and application of Snell's law and Fermat's principle. Also provides a good
Dude,
pedagogical
slow
example.
down, man. Hey, we're gonna hear you if you.
Yeah. So let me just read the end part. The final result of these exercises is that, contrary to the initial expectation, the
You're
answer
gonna
to the
blow a
question,
gasket talking like
yeah,
that.
how about you just shut the fuck up?
Okay, fine. I'm just trying to, for your own good, get you to calm down a
Yeah,
little bit.
thanks, because you're really concerned about someone you don't know.
Why would I be?
How about you just shut up? Okay, anyway, the final result of these exercises is that, contrary to an initial expectation, the answer to the question title is negative. Now, remember the question title? Is n sine theta conserved along the light path? Snell's law states that the quantity n sine theta is unchanged in refraction of light passing from one medium to the other. That question to the title is negative. Okay? That's the answer to the question. Negative. No, it's not. Can't use Snell's law. Okay? I tell you guys this shit all the time. Can't use Snell's law. It's inapplicable. It's not a mathematically equivalent. Okay, so now that we got that finished, okay, what I said is that there is, listen, it isn't even me. That's why I was giving you shit, Scott, because you said we, and there is no we, okay? There's no we. You've never read the literature. You never read what they actually say about this stuff, right? So there's stuff that you and all the Globers come in here. Fraction picks the sun up. Fraction picks objects up. Fraction picks this up. When you look for the actual evidence of any of this stuff, it's non-existent. And then when you actually look at the literature of people doing experiments and measuring and trying to quantify any of this, none of the models match reality, right? None of them, going back 150 years. But you're in here just saying that this is within our model. No, it's within a bunch of crap Globers on the internet say, but it's not within any actual model. Because that actual model, whatever you think it is, doesn't make any predictions. Well, it makes predictions, but those predictions aren't accurate. And there's no model which predicts that the horizon is 10 times too far. Right? I don't care what refraction crap you do. You can do this side crap all you want. This is not a simulation of refraction. Your little GeoGebra construct.
So,
But it shows
like
you
I
the
said,
amount of refraction
it's just a
necessary to
wannabe
see the
apologetic
distance.
point of
Yeah, how far can you
sophistry
zoom
from
out,
the
Scott?
anti-flat earther. That's all it is. It's a
Once
wannabe
again,
apologetic point of sophistry from the anti-flat earther. They don't have this
Greg.
super looming.
Once again, Gregory, thinking we define ourselves in relation to you guys. We don't. We're not anti anything.
Yeah,
No,
so
we
more
define you.
bloviation.
We're
More
not anti
bloviation, not
anything.
argumentation.
That's what I think.
We're not anti anything, man.
And more bloviation rather than argumentation.
Well, you call me an anti-flat earther. I'm just trying
I'm
to tell
waiting
you
for you
I'm
to
not.
just stop talking because you're not saying anything that's an argument.
I don't need an argument to say I'm not an anti-flat earther.
You don't need an argument to justify your premise, right? Totally arbitrary.
That I'm not anti-flat earther. I know who I am.
Why do you think we call you
so more
anti-flat earth?
digression.
I don't know. It's
You
a
have
very
no
interesting
idea.
question. I don't know.
Because
it's not even worthy of discussing.
Well,
It's just more
I just
digression.
wanted to know. It makes me feel better. This is for me, not him. Okay, Scott. There's a reason we call y'all, especially people like you, anti-flat earthers, because as far as like the logical foundation, history, like whatever you want, the cold model, the amount of your knowledge proportional to your desire to defend it, well, they're disproportionate. And they don't make any sense. And the level of dishonesty and coping and craziness that comes out of your faces, it's disproportionate. You're shilling for somebody else's idea, like as if it's your idea, and it's so we have to call you something, man, because it's just the regular people, that 8 billion people you think exist that are just global.
Oh yeah. So
yeah, go ahead.
So what happened was we just witnessed a concrete example of that Scott's idea of this refraction about a model which he supports isn't the actual truth of the matter, but he's supporting it zealously here against flat earthers. So against flat earthers, anti-flat earther. It's simple logic.
How did we determine it wasn't the truth of the matter?
I don't know, dude. Yeah, hold on, friend. Were you drunk? Were you drunk the past 5 minutes?
What did he at some point say we can't have 7 arc minutes of refraction over 10 miles? I didn't hear that part.
Dude,
Here it is again.
What he did was demonstrate to you that your concept. What he did to demonstrate to you that your concept how refraction works is false. Okay.
But
you don't have to concede. Listen, you don't have to concede that. Anybody who is listening, who understands, knows what happened.
And what makes you think you understand?
Prince of T. There it is again. I'm going to call it out every time. He does it all the time.
How did you guys become the judge of truth?
But to do it again.
Shut up.
You just find some way to distract. Some way to distract. Some way.
Yeah, by
Indio
asking questions and trying to engage in a conversation.
Hey, fair point, but Indio presented it to you. He said that an expert and another guy who is very engaged and not an expert in his own right, but he does have faculties that he can employ. Both have advanced models of refraction that use all of the mumbo jumbo that you Globers wish existed, and they can't reproduce an image similar to the black swan. Okay? Can't be done. That's what he told you, and your response was just to give him a line drawn orthographically.
Yeah.
It doesn't even show the angle that you said exists.
What do you mean? The angle's in there.
Where's that?
It's in the drawing. That line's a curve. You can't see it's a curve? That line has 7 arc minutes of curve in it.
How do I know that? You didn't measure the angle.
Oh, I drew the angle.
You drew the angle.
Yes.
Yeah, well, how you quantified it though? How did you quantify it?
Here, I'll show you. Hold on.
Oh, so you're being a snake. Oh, what are you saying? Over that distance, there's 7 arc minutes of curve on the globe. That section is 7 arc minutes of globe.
Yes, that's what we expect. That's what we expect to see.
You are the biggest. Either you're dumb as fuck or
this is like when he found 4 nanometers in his bathtub.
It's our model. If you're gonna debunk our model, you should debunk our model, not your misrepresentation of our model.
What's the elevation distance between your globe?
Here's another picture, zoomed out a bit.
So zoom out farther, bro.
These guys claim that they can measure arc seconds of tilt and curvature, but 7 arc minutes, no problem. Over 10 miles, yeah, no biggie.
No.
Yeah, what's wrong with that?
This is mad
I'm
disingenuous.
not sure what the problem is. Why?
So what is this in? What are these units? Is this meters? Kilometers?
Feet.
These are 50-foot units?
What are 50-foot units?
The
It has the
units you
numbers.
use.
It has
Yeah,
the numbers on the bottom and up the
yeah, I
sides.
know, but the
It
units
says
are what?
100,000, 10,000.
The units are what? Meters, feet, inches, what?
The units are feet.
Okay. So 10 miles. What's the
Yeah,
difference
from
in elevation between the line and those two lines?
yeah, the point for the first one I posted. Let me zoom in again so I can see what the
The
letters
angle's
are.
irrelevant, bro. It really is.
Yeah, the line from F to E, and E is 3 feet off the blue line, which is the Earth. Yeah, that line's a curve, F to E.
Okay.
And there's a
So
line
how?
going straight from B to E, which is not curved.
Yeah. So riddle me this.
Yeah.
If 10 miles away, the horizon is down 66 feet. How can the line only deflect 3 feet?
I didn't say it deflects 3 feet. I said it deflects 7 arc minutes.
Yeah, but I asked you what's the difference in height in the line, and you just said 3 feet.
Difference in height in the line. Okay, maybe I didn't understand what you asked. I thought the height of the line was eye level.
Because
I thought
there's
that's
two
what you're
lines.
asking.
There's two lines here, right?
Yeah, there's an arc, a curved line that goes from F to E.
Yeah.
F is on the surface of the ocean.
Uh-huh.
Because that's where that's the horizon line, and E is eye level at 3 feet, and that arc goes from F to E, slightly above the horizon curve.
Yeah, but the horizon's supposed to be at like 1 mile. Like, what are you talking
Yeah,
about?
the horizon's at B, the geometric horizon. And if I zoomed in, you'd see that the light ray goes.
So we're going from E. We're going from right to left, right? So the observer's at E.
Yes.
The horizon's at B.
Yes. The geometric horizon.
And
Yeah.
then F. And then F is the other horizon. The F is the Black Swan horizon.
Yeah, F is the Black Swan horizon. And all you need to do to C to F is for the light rays emitting from F to go over the top of B and hit you in the eye at E. And that takes 7 arc minutes of curve, which is not a whole lot, as we can see from the picture. You can't even see that it's a curve.
Yeah, that's because you're using a globe that has a 300,000 mile radius, Scott.
No, I'm not. I'm using a globe with a 59, whatever you guys say it is, 40, whatever.
Yeah, bro, it makes me come all the time.
What the fuck is wrong with these kids? Like, seriously. Who said that? What the heck is wrong with these people? My God.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that 3959. That's what you guys say it is, right? 3959.
Okay, so there's a. I'm just trying to make sense of this.
Times 5,280 is that number right there.
So there's a flat line. So what?
5,000.
This 3 arguments is what? 3 arguments from what?
It's
separation
curve.
of. It's the separation of. Okay. The angle's the separation of 2 lines. Okay. What 2 lines are the separation of?
F to E. There's. It's not 2 lines. It's 2
F
curves.
to E. So that separate. So you measure the difference between 2 curves.
Yeah, we can do that easily.
With an angle. How do you do that?
We just take the tangent point, and we know the instantaneous angle at the point on a circle. But no, I'm not talking about the angle in arc minutes. I'm talking about the curve in arc minutes.
Yeah.
Hold on a minute. What
So
software are you
basically,
using that gives an angle off a
no,
straight line to a curve?
It's his angle from the radius of the Earth, the separation between F and E.
Yes. Right? Yes.
Yeah. Okay. You think you're sneaky, but you're not.
I said that straight up front. I didn't try to sneak anything by you.
Anybody know that that was the separation? That was the angle measured from the center of the Earth.
But that's how you define a curve, and you talk about a curve. You talk about it in terms of arc minutes. That's curving.
Gosh, dude.
That's how we do it in mathematics. And
no, that's how you do it. Because you're a sneaky prick, and you keep talking in arc minutes because 1 arc minute is not as bad as 60 fucking kilometers.
Goddamn right. And that's why, like, if you bring up the vacuum in actual container, they'll be like, it's only 15 pounds of pressure per square inch.
Is that Steve Irwin?
But the point is, to be able to see things, the photon needs to reach your eye. And in this little graphic I have, that shows that photon does not have to take that much of a curve in order to reach E. It's negligible. And that's to see 10 miles. That's to see 7 miles further than you're supposed to. 3 times.
Yeah, so you say with your
That does not
mathematical
logically follow.
prestidigitation.
Does not logically follow from what you just showed. Does not logically follow, Scott. Because they're going to be displaced vertically.
What do you mean?
Okay. Because they're displaced vertically, right? So you know that when you look at an object, right, from the front versus the top versus from underneath it, you're seeing, let's call it, photons that are emanated in a different direction, right? Let's just call them photons.
Every photon is emanated in 360 degrees.
Yes, okay, but the angle that you're seeing, you see it from a particular viewpoint, from a particular angle.
Yeah, we don't see the overwhelming majority of photons that are emitted. We just see the one that hits our little tiny pupil.
Yes, and like when you see something from the top or from the top of something, right? You're seeing the photons that are emitted from the top of the object, right?
Well, if the top is the only part I can see, but if I can see the bottom from a oblique
well,
angle,
then obviously you're seeing bottom photons too, right? But the photons that you do see are emitted from that side of the object.
Sure. Yeah, but they're emitted from everywhere, right?
Yeah, okay. That's irrelevant. That's irrelevant to my point.
Okay, so what's your point?
So, if the rays of light have to take a curved path to the observer, that means the photons that you do see cannot be the ones that are in front of you. They have to be the ones that are on top. Because the rays have to take an arc path, like shooting a basketball, right? It's got to go up in the air first and then come down. Well, they can't go straight, Scott.
I know.
Because then they would just curve into the water.
But they're all arcing, even the ones from the top.
But like, okay, say I have let's say I have a TV, it's fucking out 10 miles away, and I am looking 90 degrees from the surface. Can the rays from that TV reach my eye?
Sure.
Okay, then they'd be traveling in a straight line.
Not necessarily. No.
They have to be, Scott.
They can be curved a little bit, and then the TV will appear slightly higher than it actually is.
What the only way it can appear higher than it is if I am seeing rays that came from the top of it.
No.
Yes.
If the bottom one's curved.
Take an arc path. Listen, that means the angle of arrival has to be different, Scott.
Of course.
That means, okay, so the angle of arrival is elevated relative to like where it geometrically is. And the only rays, because they're all curving down, right? All the rays are curving down. They have to go up first to curve back down.
Yeah.
Because the rays that leave it straight curve into the water.
Yes.
So some rays that'll leave it, say, a 1 degree angle. They'll curve up, but they'll drop to my feet. So if I was a little bit lower, I'd see those. But from this particular viewpoint, I'm going to see ones from the top. So you follow?
But you're ignoring the fact that every point on that sends out rays in every direction, and so there's going to be one of those. So there's going to be one of those from each point on that surface that hits your eye.
Okay. No, it's not from each surface. It's not each.
Why
point,
not?
Right. So
of course it is.
There's from one viewpoint.
No, okay. If you have a thing that is two-dimensional, right? At least there's a top, bottom, left, and right. Well, lower, you know what I'm saying, the corners. Upper, top, right, right, blah, 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 right? And you're going to see rays from each of those points no matter where you're standing.
Not if they're curving down into your feet, right?
Dude. Yes, you will, because you just won't see the ones.
Then how do they reach my eye if they're curving it down into my feet?
Because every one of those points emits rays in every direction.
Yes. In some rays, the ones I'm going to see are emitted in a upwards direction.
Yep.
So that means the ray that reaches my eye is going to be from the viewpoint of a ray that would normally reach me is if I was at a higher elevation.
No, because it curves back down.
Yeah, but normally, if there was no refraction, that ray would just mean the viewpoint from a higher elevation. So let's say we have a refraction switch, right? We have a refraction switch. We can turn it on and off. And we want to track which ray we're going to see, right? Okay.
Yeah.
So I do the no refraction, right? But I'm 100 feet off the ground. Then I flip the switch. Well, the rays that would reach my eye if I'm 100 feet off the ground aren't going to be the rays I see anymore. I'm going to see different rays. And those rays come from a different part of the object that I'm looking at.
No, they come from
Meaning
the same
they come
part.
from a different... Okay, let me clarify that. They come from a different direction.
No, they come from the same points on the object.
Yeah, but they're emanated in a different direction. Each point emanates in 360 degrees, right?
I agree.
Okay, so one of those degrees, one of those directions is going to be different in the refracted setting versus the non-refracted setting, right?
Correct.
Okay, that means from any particular viewpoint, I'm not going to, if I see something in the refracted setting, it's as if I am looking at it from another viewpoint, because those are the rays that are reaching the observer, are rays that left the point in a different direction and then curve down or curve whatever way you want it to be into the eye observer. Now, it might appear displaced in position, but it's still going to be different rays.
I agree. It's going to be different rays, but they're going to, but they're going to have emitted from the same 4 points.
Yeah, who cares? Okay, it's still going to be
You should.
It should be as if you're seeing it from a different viewpoint than straight on.
But you still see the bottom, and you still see the top.
Dude,
it just the whole thing looks like the whole thing will just look like it's in a different place.
No, that's not how it works, Scott.
It's exactly how it works.
No, that's not how it works. It's not.
Okay, how does it work?
It can't
then?
ever possibly work like that.
Why?
Because the rays, I explained to you really closely why. Okay, because the rays that you see, because they don't take a straight path, they can't be the rays you would normally see are directly in front of you, right? No refraction, directly in front of you.
No refraction. The rays come straight to your eye. Yes.
Yes. So the rays that reach your eye travel in a straight line from eye level right to your eye. Boom. Straight line. Boom. In your eye. Boom.
Yep.
Now, if the ray curves, can that ray that would be in a straight line to my eye reach my eye?
No, those ones will miss you now.
Okay. So what rays will I see?
The ones that started from a slightly higher angle.
That's what I just said.
I know.
Which means is actually if you're looking from a higher viewpoint, because normally, right, when I look at something from a higher angle, those are the rays that I'm going to see. But now I go down and I turn on refraction, and the rays that I would see from that higher angle are now reaching my eye from the lower position.
Yeah.
So what does it look like from my viewpoint? As if I'm above the object. That's what it looks like. Yes,
No,
it does, Scott. There's no way around this, Scott. There's no way out. There's no way out of this.
It doesn't, though.
It has to work this way.
Why? No, because the angle, where
you
is,
just admitted that it has to leave at a higher angle. You just admitted it. So if it has to leave at a higher angle, then it has to, the virtual image is going to be from a higher viewpoint. It has to be. There's no other way. You guys never think of this. That makes the entire, whenever they show a graphic of refraction, they show like a palm tree off in the distance, and they show, well, the light ray takes this curve, and here's the object, and here's the virtual image, and it shows a tree way up in the air. That's not how it works, because to see a tree way up in the air, you would have to see the rays that come from the bottom of the tree. Okay?
And you do.
So you've seen an object, right, in the distance that was elevated from refraction that made it appear as if you were looking at it from underneath the object. Yeah, okay, that's what I thought.
No. Why would it make what?
I'll show.
I'm sorry,
I'll show you
I don't have the words. You don't. It doesn't make any sense what you're saying.
Yeah, I think you're just having a problem visually. I'll get a
No,
graphic.
the whole thing just moves.
That's it. Just moves.
Because you had the angle.
Baffled, there's no refutation, anything, Scott.
Oh, shut up. So you had the rays hitting your eye at angle X, right? In scenario 1, no refraction. And so to the center of the object, I guess we call it angle X from your. I'm losing words.
It's called not having an argument.
Yeah, shut up. And then
So when the angles, when those light rays, the ones that hit your eyes now have to curve, they are hitting at a greater angle, but they're still hitting at a greater angle proportionally to themselves because they all curved in the same amount. And so since those angles are all curving, they're hitting your eye at a slightly greater angle upwards.
Yeah, they're hitting
I
higher
say
up.
that takes less of an angle, right?
They're
It's
hitting
closer to the
higher
center.
up, so
Yes.
they appear higher than your line
No,
of sight.
no.
Let's
It's
say,
not that. No, it's
but
not they're
the
hitting.
rays.
It's not that they're hitting higher up. They're hitting at a different angle, and that's all that matters. There's no higher up. There's just angles.
Yeah, but it is higher up because to perceive something up or down has to be higher or lower than the principal axis of your vision. Anyway, look in the chat.
Okay.
You see that little sailboat there?
Hold on. I gotta look in the chat.
Oh, okay,
Give me a second.
Okay. I don't know how available it is.
I was kicking back. Okay, yeah. I see a little sailboat, yes.
So this is wrong.
Why?
Okay. So you see the boat that's in the water, the real boat? See how the rays
Yes.
go up and they look down?
Yes.
You take a little
Yes.
basketball shot. Now, if I was in this line of sight, right, it's going to appear as if I'm above the boat. So if you follow this straight line, right, from where where the ray first leaves the boat, right? So if you draw a straight line, it would be as if I'm observing it from a position in that straight line in a non-refracted environment, right?
Yeah, yes, I see what you're saying.
Now
and
you
yes,
understand what I'm saying?
it
This
would.
virtual image is as if you're underneath the boat, and this can't happen.
Where is the virtual image as if you're underneath
Right
the
above
boat?
the sailboat, right? Has that superior image, right? On the left, it shows a boat and then like outline of a boat with little dotted lines.
Yeah, what they should have did if they wanted to make that accurate, they should have tilted the boat a little bit towards the viewer in the upper one.
Well, I mean, this diagram itself can't ever possibly be correct. Because just a diagram it this way is always going to show the virtual image as if you're looking out from underneath it, when it should be the exact opposite of that. So what should be correct is that they should show this guy like that, the boat in the same place, and the virtual image should be as if he's looking at it from an elevated position. All these diagrams that are all over the internet, they're all wrong, Scott.
But they're not.
But they are. And I just
Why do you think you're in a position to tell everybody else that they're wrong on this issue? I'm just really curious.
I just explained it to you why it's wrong. You
But you're wrong.
conceded
But
point
no,
by
I didn't.
point. Each individual point you agreed with. In the conclusion of each one of the individual point, when you add them up, means this diagram is wrong.
It's incorrect. And I didn't agree with every one of your points. I agreed that they would have to tilt that boat a little bit to make it accurate, because if we're talking about the conversion, the
they have to
bending of
rotate
light, yeah, a little bit, yeah. Because if we're talking about the bend, a little bit.
They have to make it so that the ray that comes off that boat is in the same direction as the curved rays. So these dashed lines have to leave the boat at the same angle as these curved lines, right?
Correct, yes.
So they have to rotate this boat almost 45 degrees.
Yeah, with this angle of refraction and this much curve, yeah, of course it's going to be really weird. But yes, you'd have
anybody actually observed the boat do this? That's the point. Has anybody actually observed a boat like this? Higher than it's supposed to be, but you're looking at it as if you're above it.
Yes.
No. Yes.
Yes.
Where? When?
We're talking about 7 or 8 arc minutes of refraction. It's not this big ass curve that we're seeing here.
Dude, that claim is utter nonsense. Okay? You're using the wrong. Look, you're using a red herring. That's a red herring. No one cares what the separate. I'll explain it to you. Dude, why must be your favorite fucking words so people repeat the same thing over and over again. Okay?
Yeah,
nobody cares. Nobody cares what the separation, what the arc minutes of the globe 10 miles is. Nobody cares. That's not the difference in the angle of arrival of the light ray. It's not the same thing. Has nothing to do with each other. And that argument's a fucking red herring, and you know it.
I don't know it, and that's all that we're concerned about. You said nobody cares about the angle.
Well, yeah, we want to know the difference. We're looking out into the distance, right? Something should be somewhere positioned vertically in my line of sight. Where is it? Should it even be visible? That's what you guys say. You go off, the fucking curve goes away, right? Drops over the curb, right? So we're trying to measure relative to the line of sight where something is supposed to be and evaluate whether the Earth is flat from that observation. Okay.
Well,
You're
if you're using,
fucking using an orthographic side view of the radius of the Earth to fucking say it's only fucking 9 fucking arc minutes. Who gives a fuck? It has nothing to do with what we're talking about.
well, if you're trying to debunk our model, that's our model.
No,
Debunk that. Debunk that.
No, it has nothing to do with your model. It's a red herring. It's like saying fucking volcanoes exist because that fucking debunks your bullshit flat Earth. It's
No.
nonsense.
You guys are saying the flat Earth debunks something. What does it debunk if it's not our model?
No, that's not the argument.
That's not your model, dude.
But it is.
That's not your model of how a light ray behaves.
Our model includes refraction.
Yeah, but it doesn't behave like it's in your little GeoGebra thing.
But it does.
No,
Except refraction, as you claim, it doesn't behave the way it does in real life.
Okay, so
who's that?
This is Jenna. Hi Jenna. Anyway, the 66 feet. Where's that?
We don't think in terms of 66 feet, and you're using our model.
Who's not we?
The people who created this model.
So when I punch in the curve calculator, it says there should be 66 feet of drop in 10 miles. That's not your model?
Yes, it is, but that's accounted for by 7 arc minutes of refraction, which is fine for us.
But if I go 7 arc minutes of refraction, leaving something from 10 miles away, it does not displace enough to make it appear elevated 66 feet.
But it does.
Oh, it does.
Arbitrary.
Let's do the math right. Let's do the math right quick, because 0.9 whatever arc minutes you said, I did it. It's 0.001 degrees.
Yeah, 0.001.
Yeah, 0.001.
That little bit, huh?
7 arc seconds. Was that
No,
it?
it should be. It's arc minutes. Minutes. I was going to say that seems so low because that's like about 1/6 of a degree, which can't be that small. Bigger than 1/10. But yeah, when we're talking about vision and we're talking about seeing things, all we ever talk about is the angle at which the light hits our eye and whether there's anything in front of it. And if there's something in front of it, is there some way that that photon can get around that obstacle? And if it can get around the obstacle, you will see it.
Yeah, you're fictitious supermoving.
It doesn't matter how far it is away. As long as it can get around all the obstacles, you'll see it.
Yeah.
That's
you're
nonsense.
fictitious.
You already know
supermoving.
that. Why do you say stupid shit like that? Really, honestly. Why do
Well,
fog
'cause-
lights exist?
Why do what?
Fog lights exist.
I don't know. I don't have any.
Can't think of any reason why fog lights exist. No reason.
I didn't think it had any pertinence to the discussion, so I chose to
Of course
avoid
it
it.
doesn't.
Well, there's nothing in the way, though, Scott, is there?
Yeah, the fog.
So you can't see something when things are not in the way. So are things in the way or
The
not?
fog is in the way.
Okay. Okay, fog is in the way. That's something.
Yes, that's something. I mean, yes, it's something. How could fog not be something?
So, I think the point I was trying to get at is, can things be refracted down so you don't see them?
I don't know. No, they can't.
Really?
Nope. They'll just appear in a different place.
I just want everybody.
the water
I
hill
want it
around
to
the ball.
simmer, man. I want it to simmer for a second.
Yeah, because light's being emitted from every point in every direction, and one of those rays will hit your eye.
Really?
Yeah, one of those rays will be refracted enough to hit your eyeball.
Really?
Refracted exactly, yes. Yes, really. You can ask
What
it
if
again
the
if you like.
conditions don't exist for it to refract that much?
or that way.
But you just stipulated that it refracted that much, and now you're saying it didn't refract. Which one?
No, I asked if it can refract in such a way that they won't reach your eye. Can you have an object out somewhere in frickin' at some distance where the refraction is so heavy or so whatever, so great that the light rays are just bent into the ground and no rays reach your eye?
Well, how do the ones that come out straight up get bent into the ground?
Dodging the question.
No, I'm trying to expand the question and try to understand the question.
No, you're dodging it.
Because what he's saying is that, he's saying that if light rays from every point on the object are emitted at 360 degrees, that somehow there's going to be so much refraction it's going to bend every one of them into the ground before it reaches you?
Yeah, all the ones that are available for you to see, like so all the ones on your side of the object. The ones on the other side of the object are the ones that would never reach your eye anyway. We're not concerned about those because the ones that are going straight up are never going to reach your eye. So we're only concerned about the ones that have a possibility of reaching your eye.
So the ones that are like 60 degrees.
Just the ones that are facing you.
That one's going to be pushed down to the ground too.
Why would that be pushed down to the ground?
I don't know, but why would
It's
it not be the
irrelevant.
one that refracts into your eye?
I clarified my statement, my question. Just the ones that are facing you. So you have an object. Let's say it's a giant dice. And you're on the side that has sixes.
Yes.
And you're exactly, your eye level is dead center. So all you see is the big square 6.
Mm-hmm.
Right? That's all you see. So only that side of the die could possibly reach your eye.
Okay.
Okay. So
you had enough.
refraction exists so that you cannot see that side of the dice. You would normally see.
I
It's
wouldn't
going
think
to
so,
bend
no.
the light rays into the ground because there's so much refraction.
No, I don't think you can. No.
Could you create a lens in the lab that does it?
Oh, you can create a lens for sure, but that's because the lens would be blocking the dice. It would be between you and the dice, and then then the lens could bend the light down so none would reach your eye. Yes.
Yeah. So the air can't do that.
No, because the air does not act in a local fashion.
What are
Now, if you put a big enough lens up, I don't think you can block it. I just think it'll appear higher on the lens.
You don't really believe what you're saying.
No, I know it's true. I go so far as to say I know it's true.
You know it's true. So
yeah,
you can create superior mirages, boats floating in the fucking air, all sorts of other shit, weird optical phenomenon, 2 suns, 3 moons, fucking all sorts of crap. But you can't. There's no way the air can bend light so you don't see something. No way.
Correct. No way.
What if I told you it's already been done experimentally?
Okay. I'd like to see that. Oh, no, I'll see that. I'll take a look. That'd be interesting.
I don't have to find it. So this is done.
Because unlike you guys, I'm not afraid to look at stuff.
This is done in the Gobi Desert, and the technical reason isn't because of refraction, because of total internal reflection. You know what that is?
No, I never heard of that one.
Serious?
Yeah. I never heard any of this shit till like 3.5 years ago when I joined, started hanging out with flat earthers. I learned all this stuff recently.
Okay. So total internal reflection is, how do I put this easily? It's the way a fiber optic cable works. So fiber optic cable has a center glass of one refractive index and an outer coating of another. What happens is that because the difference in refractive indexes, light gets reflected down the core of the fiber optic cable. It's totally internally reflected. Even though the outside of it has a more dense medium, because the ratio is so high, the total internal reflection overcomes the refraction. Now, some does get into the outer core because nothing is a perfect reflector, but that's not the point. So we have a temperature gradient, 1 degree Celsius per meter. Light will totally internal, light that strikes or enters from that would normally be refracted into the more dense, let's call it more dense medium, will be reflected. Okay, it'll be reflected back into the medium. This happens either both ways, either from less dense to more dense or more dense to less dense. So if you have an object that's in, say, it's below your eye level, and you have one temperature below your eye level, or let's say at the level of your waist, extending out for a couple miles, then you have another temperature, say 1 degree colder from your waist up. If the angle is so small, if the angle is small enough beyond what's called the critical angle, what is below whatever object, let's say it's a fucking car, right? You won't see the tires of the car, you'll only see the top of the car. And the reason is the light that leaves the tires never reaches your eye because it gets ducted in a channel that's below your waist level. Now, do you understand what I'm talking about? So far, I want to make sure
Sort of, yeah.
you're carrying along. Because it's like the fiber optic cable keeps getting reflected back inside. So this happens on a macro weather scale. It's called ducting, right? So
What causes that?
Typically, well, it's a combination of things, right? It's the difference in refractive indexes and the low grazing angle. It's not just one or the other. You need the low grazing angle.
What's grazing?
Grazing angle, the angle that, say, a light ray or a photon would traverse from one medium to another.
Oh, okay.
So for example, the grazing angle, the name in physics is the critical angle. So you can calculate what the critical angle is. So when we talk about the stuff we're talking about, distances of like 3 miles, right? So what's the grazing angle for the surface of the Earth at 3 miles? 0.02 degrees. What's the critical angle for, two mediums with a difference in refractive index of, say, 1/10, or not 1/10, 1/10,000th, right? So say 1.000024 versus 0.00025. That critical angle is something like 98.98 degrees. Well, that's the grazing angle from a 6-foot man 3 miles away. It's 0.02 degrees. None of those rays would actually ever reach your eye. They just get reflected back down. So you guys come around and you'll say things like, oh, light gets refracted into the more dense medium. Yeah, it's true in certain situations, but it's not universally true. Because what we're talking about at long distances, these things are not true because of this thing called the critical angle. Some of that light gets reflected back down. Okay? Or up. It can be reflected up. There's temperature inversion. That's why we see all sorts of weird shit. Right? We look far away, we see all sorts of weird shit, like, floating boats and double boats and superior mirages and inferior mirages, right? It's because the optical phenomenon changes at long distance. Completely changes. I don't know what the point of what I'm telling you is anyway. The point is refraction is just like a wave. Hey, refraction just works like this, and it just does this. We have a radially symmetric fucking atmosphere of a uniform temperature gradient, and sometimes there's freak cases where suddenly horizon is 10 times too far. Well, no one can actually model this claim. No one can demonstrate it. No one can do anything with it, right? It's just something that's out there. And when you say things like, this is what the globe model is, well, yeah, maybe. But then when I go look at the literature, it ain't really that. That's kind of like what they say because there's levels of this stuff, right? So it's like the 9th grade level. There's probably like, the high school level. There's what they tell kids in, undergrad and grad school. And then like if you take it as a frickin' field, you're going to learn even more, right? So there's levels to this stuff. And the stuff you guys come with is fucking remedial. And on closer analysis, when you look at the evidence, it doesn't actually exist for this claim that refraction extends the horizon. Especially with the black swan, because I don't know if you noticed the black swan, is that some of the black swan images show the reflection of lights of the oil rigs in the water. And because of the law of reflection, that's impossible for it to be physically over the edge of the ball because that light has to reflect into a different direction in which the observer is. You have to claim that not only is the light reflecting off the water, after it bounces off the water in the other direction, it does a U-turn and comes back to the observer.
What do you mean it comes back to the observer?
Because once it's past the once the point on the water is past the physical horizon, that water is tilted away. You got to think of a mirror, right? So I have a big mirror. Say the water's a mirror. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So it goes off. Then I reach the horizon. Now say that mirror is level, globe level, which means following the curvature of the Earth. So say it's a big planar mirror. As I'm following up, it's going up to the distance. As it gets to the horizon, it goes over the horizon, and now that mirror is tilted away from me.
Yep.
Well, how can something reflect into that mirror, light bounce off that mirror, reflect off of it? Now that I'm behind the mirror, I'm behind the reflecting surface. How can the light that reflects off that mirror reach my eye?
Because it is also curved.
So it did a U-turn.
It bounced. That's what reflections in water do. The light bounces off the water, right?
Yes, but this water's tilted away.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, it's
the
tilted
photon
away.
is just seeking you, Indio. It's just trying to get to your eye.
Yeah,
it's being reflected off a mirror.
It's a heat-seeking.
This is really easy. This is really easy to draw. Really easy to draw. I mean, if
you can
guys wanted to
illustrate your
understand
imaginations all you want to.
You can.
Well, if you don't want to understand reality,
ray.
it's okay,
You're going to
Gregory,
draw a
you
light
don't
ray
need
doing a U-turn.
to. How does it? It's not making a U-turn.
It has to make a U-turn because that's to change direction.
From where to
We
where?
know it's not making a U-turn. He's giving a reductio ad absurdum refutation.
From where to where is it making a U-turn and changing direction?
Okay.
What are you talking?
So it hits the water. The water's tilted away. It reflects off the surface. The angle of incidence equals the angle of reflection, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that surface is tilted away. Look, Scott, it's real simple. Why can't you see your reflection from the back of the mirror?
You know the ocean's not like a mirror, right?
Okay, but some of the there's black swan photos, right? They show the lights of the rigs reflecting off the water, but that water is supposed to be tilted away, i.e., you're seeing light reflected off a mirror, even though you're behind the mirror. Physically behind the mirror, because you think that that's a mirage, but it's still physically there, right? So that place is physically tilted away from you.
Okay, let's try something.
Refraction doesn't change that.
Okay, let's put a buoy in the water, right in one of those light reflection areas, right? We'd have some guy go on a boat and he puts a buoy there. Could you see the buoy?
No.
He is missing the point.
Why couldn't you see the buoy? If we see the water all the way out there, why would you not see a buoy in the water?
First of all, the buoy's off the surface of the water. The surface of the water is
we can see where it's hitting the water, right?
God, it's reflecting off of the surface, right? Do you think a buoy floating in the water is equivalent to it reflecting off the surface? Now, if we saw the reflection of the buoy in the water, then it would be analogous, and then you'd have a big problem.
It's all light.
It's all
the same thing.
That's great, but light has a particular behavior. That's where we're using. We're using the behavior of light when it's reflected. How does it reflect? Which direction does it go? And it always goes with the angle of reflection. And that reflection angle is away from the observer.
And how many reflection angles are there in water?
Still missing the point.
Probably close to what we would call infinite, right?
Is the water like a mirror though, Scott?
No, that's what I was saying. It's not like a mirror.
It's not.
In the fact that its surface is nowhere near flat. And it's nowhere near smooth.
Shit.
So people never
it's got gazillions of ripples in it. No matter how calm a day it is going to have little tiny ripples, which is going to cause different reflection.
You're such a bullshitter, Scott. You're fucking deplorable to listen to.
Well, Can't help if you don't want
More than
reality.
half an hour of this sophistry trying to justify what is essentially a premise that says, I know it looks flat, but it's still a ball because I'm going to appeal to refraction, a type of refraction that I've never demonstrated, that I've never seen.
So, Gregor, if we play back the last half hour, how much of that time do you think India would be talking? How much of that time do you think I'd be talking?
Who cares?
You see?
How much of that time, Gregor? You said half hour of the sophistry.
See? Deflection.
Since India was doing most of the talking, you're saying he's a sophist?
Still deflection.
No, we
So
saying
I want to
is,
know if
all your answers and responses are just so. Anyway, I know what you're saying.
Well,
What
yeah,
the other
but the
person
fact
say?
the fact is the light will reflect off the water in every direction.
Really?
It will.
But that's not the point.
Yeah, but you're not
Wait a
in
minute,
every
point again.
direction. You have a viewpoint.
Yes, I know, but most of the light you
In
don't
your
see.
viewpoint is the viewpoint you're at is not in a direction the light can reflect to. That's the point.
Sure, it is. Absolutely is.
No, it ain't. You're behind the mirror.
No, you're not.
You're behind the
So
back
can
of
you
the
tell
mirror.
me,
The
Scott?
mirror is tilted away from you, Scott, because it's physically on the other side of the curve. So it has to be tilted away from you, right? When you go up the
Not-
horizon, the surface tilts away from you, right?
No, but then you angle
Yes
the
or
light.
no,
That you,
Scott? Does the surface tilt? So
yes, it does.
yeah.
Yes, it does.
Okay, if it tilts away from you,
But
there's no path to
refraction evens
reflect
that
to you.
out. But refraction flattens that out,
See?
right? We already agreed to that.
Didn't I say it? India, tell me I'm wrong. Tell me I'm
Refraction
wrong.
curves
You're
it.
right, man. You're
Refraction
right.
flattens it out. Actually, refraction bent, but anyway.
That was the craziest thing you ever said.
I mean, did I not call it out? Did I not call it out before you said it?
So
Yeah,
Scott,
you're very smart, Gregory.
So Scott, your proposition is that you can be behind a mirror and you can create refractive conditions where you can see something reflected into the surface of that mirror, but there's no refractive conditions on which you could not see an object. That's fucking crazy talk. I just want to illustrate that whole point. This has been an exercise in showing everybody in here. This is for you, Scott, because you're fucking hard-headed. You're not going to listen. But anyway, it's for everybody else. That when you dig, you go into the weeds on this shit. These guys are a bunch of fucking posers, bro.
You might want to try to do a diagram.
Cannot behave in a
to show your
way,
point.
like cannot behave in a way where you can see the falsification of their globe. That's what we have. Light does not and or cannot behave in a manner where we can observe the Earth, observe the cosmos, that falsifies the globe. So when we see ships going over the horizon, obviously the curve is right there. That's the peak of the water hill. And then when we look at the black swan or other observations like that, I know it looks flat, but it's still a ball because light is just determined to get around the curve to get to your eyes.
Yep. 7 or 8
Flat at
7
any
arc minutes
cost.
refracts not that much.
Yeah, you're already showing that was a red herring.
There is a buoy in the water in between the oil rigs.
I agree.
One.
Because light is like Captain Hook. You know, like Peter Pan. Light is like Captain, I'm going to get to your eyes if it's the last thing I do. Nothing can obscure me. Nothing can obfuscate me. Nothing can occult me. Even when I'm behind several feet, several dozen feet, several hundred feet, several thousand feet of a water hill.
Well, if it got around several thousand feet of water hill, we'd have something to talk about. Tell me one of those.
If we have something to talk about now with the dozens of feet.
But we don't, because it's 7 arc minutes of refraction.
As you arbitrarily deny it.
Easily explainable in our model, which is what you're trying to debunk.
Easily explainable with a priori ad hoc retorts. Yeah,
it's our model. We have refraction in our model.
it is what we say it is. Yeah, by fiat again.
If you guys want to debunk our model, debunk our model.
If you want to debunk our model, you want to debunk us, even though we can just arbitrarily say it's not refuted.
Yeah, but your model can't predict the things that happen in the black swan. It only posts them. No, it doesn't.
Your model can't hold real water either.
Our model can't.
Light doesn't behave that way.
That actually holds real water. You can't make a globe model that holds real water to it.
Sure, we can.
No, you can't.
Yeah, but
but we do all the time.
Predicted or post-dicted?
When?
Because
where?
You take the observation of whatever it is, and then you apply the refraction to that. You don't actually predict it.
Show me.
I'm guessing somebody can go out there. I'm guessing somebody can go out there and measure the density changes and figure out what the refraction would be, and then do prediction to figure out how far they should be able to see. And I bet they're pretty accurate.
You post-dict it. You have to make it fit your ball. Any observation we give you, you will make it fit to your ball with your refraction.
Well, all right.
Well, any observation we give you, you just say it's fake. So
That is not analogous at all.
We don't do that.
really? And so if I showed you a picture of the Earth from space, you would say it's real?
Yeah, that's not an instance of us denying every observation that you make, because that's not an observation.
Now he's grasping at straws. It's over.
How's it over? What grasp straws do I get?
See, there it is again. How long are we going to go with him, dude?
Until you get someone else here who wants to talk to you idiots.
It's just inane repetition that has bored everyone.
Well,
I mean, again, Scott said
if you got a glober who wants to take over, I'll step
water
aside.
staying on a globe.
I wasn't bored, so that's a false statement.
What's that?
I want to see this demonstration of water staying on a globe model.
Yeah, go to a beach.
Oh, listen, no offense, but that's a sophomoric argument at best.
What's the sophomoric? Who?
To try to model a globe holding water to it on a small scale.
Well, I mean, Scott said, He said, yes, it is possible. Yes, we can.
Yeah, no,
yes,
he did. No, he didn't. He didn't mean what you were saying. He meant something different.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, she's saying
he
meant on a little globe.
Yeah.
No, I didn't catch that. Yeah, you can't do that.
Scott, I'm just curious, do you agree that the Earth looks flat, locally flat?
No, I don't.
You don't? Oh.
I've been to the beach thousands of times.
Contradicting yourself again.
And it does not look flat to me. It looks curved.
Even if boats do go over the horizon, do you at least agree that the horizon looks flat, like straight?
No, that's the other thing. I've had this argument before. The horizon is not straight. You go out to the ocean, it will curve around you. The horizon line will curve around you.
That. He's talking about the horizon line in your field of view curving. You're not seeing a 360-degree circle that you're in the center of.
Did you say the horizon is not straight?
It is never straight, yes. You will never see a straight horizon, no matter where you go to the beach. You will never see a straight horizon.
You are not seeing the edge of a circle wrap around you. You're not a chameleon, you fucking idiot.
Yeah, because I'm incapable of determining whether something is making a circle around me.
Could you
not seeing a circle wrapped around you?
I'm seeing.
Could you show a non-straight horizon?
It's not even what he means, guys. He means if he turns around in a circle, he still sees the horizon the entire time. Therefore, it's a circle. It's freaking ridiculous.
That's why is that ridiculous?
I know that's what he means.
That's reasonable.
Right, which is an instance of him not seeing a circle wrapped around him. He doesn't see that. He sees a horizon everywhere he looks.
This is once again one of these things that flat Earth it blows my mind that you think we are incapable of determining whether the thing I watch going around me is a circle or not.
No,
you're literally saying I can't tell whether it's a circle.
Well,
No,
isn't it more just
that's
Way to miss the
insane.
point again. Yeah, way to miss the point again.
Yeah, we're telling you that you don't actually observe that, so you will be intellectually honest because you don't observe that. You only perceive that after the fact that you turn a 360 degrees. Oh, I see a horizon at every 360 degrees, so therefore circle.
It's just a it's a straight line at all 360 of those degrees, though. It's just an apparent straight line any which way you turn.
No, if it were a straight line, it'd have to have corners. It doesn't have corners.
Scott, if you're seeing any curvature from the ground, that means you have to be.
This is just flagrantly inane sophistry. He's just going to deny that he sees a finite fraction of the world in his field of view. Literally. The horizon stretches from left to right, right to left, from his peripheral to the other peripheral. Why does he deny that? For no good reason.
But see, Gregor, I am capable.
Because Flat Earth just said it. That's why.
That's why he denies it. I am capable of connecting images in my mind, which you all should be capable of too. And when you turn around 360 degrees and you see that this line going around you has no corners on it and it never breaks, The only thing any reasonable human can do is assume it's a circle.
360 degrees, a straight
A
line
circle
makes a
doesn't equal
circle.
sphere either.
I didn't
Self-defeating
say it was a
also.
sphere, did I? I said it's a circle.
Right. So it's a self-defeating appeal that doesn't prove a globe.
Except the person said the horizon line is straight. No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
But it obviously is. That's why it's called the horizon.
But it's not straight.
But it's called the horizon because it is straight.
Oh
You're just
my goodness.
lying.
Well, how does a straight line go all the way around you?
Because
right, you're lying again. You're
How
trying
does
to
a
sit up here
straight
and
line go
conflate
all the way
categories.
around you?
You're conflating the category of the horizon in your perspective.
You notice
with
you're not
the
even trying to answer my
conceptual
question,
horizon that's
Gregory.
wrapping around you.
Scott, is horizontal
Can a
straight?
straight line go all the way around you?
Wait,
He's
is
again
horizontal
doing
straight?
the very
It's an
thing I just
easy one,
refuted.
guys. This is your denials creeping in
He's
right
doing the
now.
very thing I just refuted
You
again.
guys can't answer a very
You're just
simple
being
question that you
dishonest.
all know to be
You're trying to
true.
make a point and
Okay,
a refutation.
Listen, guys. Point, counterpoint, sentence, responding sentence. Not three people talking through each other, trying to get the other people to concede by surely forcing their voice through everybody's ear hole.
I'm sorry. I won't do it anymore.
Yeah, that won't work.
Bossy. No one likes that.
I will be patient.
So once again, as he's going to repeat the very thing that I about to refute again, he's conflating categories, the horizon line in your perspective versus this conceptual circle that he imagines he's in the midst of. He's conflating the two.
Wait, Scott, is horizontal straight? Horizontal line.
There are no horizontal lines or horizontal planes.
Just answer the question, Scott.
No, horizontal plane is flat, but it doesn't conform to the shape of the Earth. It just
Didn't ask you
touches at one
horizontal plane
point.
either.
He asked you if horizontal is straight. Can you just answer?
No,
You're
he
always
asked me if
complaining
horizontal-
about people. You're always whining about people not answering your questions. Now, don't be a hypocrite. It's horizontal.
Is horizontal straight?
There are no horizontal lines. That's an answer to the question. He asked me if a
Okay,
horizontal
what
line
if
is
you
straight.
have a horizontal line
Hey,
in...
that's not the question, dude. Is horizontal straight?
Horizontal is flat. Yes, we define
Okay, and where
horizontal
does
as
the
What?
flat.
I don't know why you can't say it.
And where does the word horizontal derive from?
Hmm?
Where does the word horizontal derive from?
I don't know.
Okay, maybe you should look that up.
Well, maybe they called the horizon for the same reasons they called the flat thing horizontal. Maybe they each derive from the same other meaning. I don't know.
You ought to study that.
Why?
Okay, I will tell you, since we don't have to play that you ought to do this and you ought to do that game, since there's a lot of people who are listening that would love to know the answer. So I'll give it to you. So, horizontal means parallel to the plane of the horizon. So that means that the assumption is that the plane that intersects the horizon is parallel to horizontal, which you've already said is straight. Therefore, the horizon must be straight, at least in some aspect. Secondly, what does horizon, the word, etymologically come from? It means limiting circle. So we have at least something that is straight and something that is a circle being described when people are talking about the horizon. However, when we see the horizon in our field of view in an image, it does appear to be a straight line that crosses our entire field of view. Now, interestingly enough, a circle has an equidistant radius. However, when you look at a straight line which appears in your field of view, you would understand that if you trace the distance out straight ahead of you versus two diagonal lines to the extent of your field of view, left and right, that the diagonal lines would be longer in distance than the line straight ahead of you. So you don't have explicit information that what you're seeing is a circle, yet, as Scott described, throughout human antiquity, people have described it as a limiting circle or a circle of vision or whatever. All right, now that you all are up to speed, go ahead.
I disagree with what you said, AI, about the diagonals being further out. They would not be.
Well, I mean, that's fine, but see, what I described was the image that you're seeing. And I am correct in that regard.
I don't think you are. That's not the image we see when you go out and look at the horizon. You just don't see it.
All right, just listen. Okay. imagine, right, an image.
Mm-hmm.
Perhaps not with your eyes. Imagine an image of a photograph of a horizon. Right? So you go out to the beach, you take the photograph.
Mm-hmm.
It's from the reference point of the beach, that line that appears to be the demarcation point between the color of the sea and the color of the sky is going to appear, for all intents and purposes, to be a straight line, passing through approximately the midline, depending on your angle. Correct?
I don't agree with that. No, this is the primary difference. It does not appear straight.
You're retarded as crap, dude. I literally said
it doesn't.
I literally said I gave a parsing language that said it wouldn't be exactly straight. Okay.
Okay.
Yes, I did.
It would be curved a little bit. Yes.
Okay. So yes. So let's just say, for sake of argument, there's an appearance, right? Generally, to the naked eye, most people, when they look at a horizon, they describe it as flat, dude. That's just the way it is. Now, you may say, oh, but if I look really, really hard, I might see a little fringe on the edges that are curving down. No, that's interesting. That's fine.
The horizon I'm describing is flat too.
Okay, so now if you have an image of that line is going to run through approximately the midline of the image, let's say, depending on your angle. But let's just say you took it where it was roughly the midline. So we have this image in our minds. We have brown sand, then blue water, and then a light blue sky. And there's a clear demarcation line between the blue and the blue, right?
I agree. Yes.
And that's the horizon.
Yes.
And that generally is flat, right?
It is flat always. Yes.
Okay, perfect. So now, according to the law of triangles, if you draw a line from the bottom center of the image to the extent of the blue before it demarcates to the next blue, versus two diagonal lines to the extent of the left and the right, those are going to be different lengths, correct?
On the picture, yes, because that's not your actual focal point.
Okay, so if that's the case, then where's the radius of the circle?
From you to the horizon.
Okay, but we got a problem because we got lines that aren't equidistant, so it can't be a radius.
That's where we disagree. I don't agree that those lines would be equidistant.
But you already did agree they would be.
No, I said on the picture it may appear to be straighter than it would appear, but there's no way we can figure out those radii coming from the sides on a picture.
Yes, and guess what? There's no way you could figure that out in reality either.
You guys have seen the ocean, right?
Yes, plenty of times.
On many, many occasions, right?
Yes.
And you're telling me it never was obvious to you that it's making a curve around you?
Okay, look, let's be clear. When the majority of places, except if you're on a boat, right? If you go to the beach, you're going to look left, and then your viewpoint's going to intersect land. You're going to look right, and then your viewpoint's going to intersect land. So you're not going to get the appearance of a giant circle around you. Okay?
No, there's lots of places in California where you can see 180 degrees easy, if not more.
Okay,
there's points
fine.
everywhere. Yeah.
Yeah, and everywhere you turn, you end up with the same diagonal relationship.
We just disagree that diagonal relationship exists. That's something you posited. I just don't see it ever. I see curve. I see the distance from the right end of my vision to the left end of my vision, the center of my vision being exactly the same. That's what I see. I do.
How do you quantify that?
Yeah, I can't. That's why I said it appears to me they're the same distance.
But it doesn't look like a curve.
Yeah, it's just an incorrigible misperception.
But it does look like a curve.
No, it
I
doesn't.
guarantee. I bet if I took any one of you to the beach and we went on a pier and we looked, you would all agree it's curving. I know you would.
Your incorrigible misperception. Enough.
It's not curving. The beach is literally, I don't know. I could probably walk there in 10 minutes.
Okay.
Okay, I see the ocean all the time. It don't look like it's curved.
Really? It doesn't wrap around you from...
You know what it looks like to me? it looks to me like the distance linear to the z is much shorter than the distance linear on the x. That's what it looks like to me everywhere I look.
What's the distance linear to the z? That's the
Yeah,
direct in
depth.
front of you?
Yeah, directly in front of you, depth. Yeah.
Well, we should
Now,
go
hold on,
someday
friend.
to an ocean and take a look and talk about what we're looking at.
Yeah, but keep in mind, I'm using the coordinate language that's described as if you're looking through a plane of an image, not any kind of cartographic versions, because I think z is altitude in that version. So I always refer to z as depth. Okay.
But yeah, all I know is when I look, I don't see it. Looks like there's a line going off into the distance. It looks like it's wrapping around me all the time, and it's keeping it equidistant. The horizon is equidistant all the way around me.
Which does not prove a globe.
Didn't say it did I?
And it doesn't look
Which
like a
is
curve either.
irrelevant then. So then it's irrelevant.
Well, then you guys need to explain why we see that. But I have an explanation for it. It's where the Earth is curving away from me, and that's the last bit of water I can see.
See, double speaking sophist
liar. I have the exact lesson.
It relates it to all.
Well, I have the exact same answer. It's the farthest water you can see.
And why in your model, why is it the furthest water you can see?
It's self-evident in the question. It's the furthest water you can see.
Yeah, but what about the behavior of light? What about anything about physics? Anything about anything makes it the furthest you can see?
Oh, perfect.
So it's just behind
continue
something.
the inquiry beyond the account AI just said. Right, just whistle past that he gave an account.
Gregory, you need to stop whining so much.
Yeah, so after look, if I was on an idealized plane, right, which was made water, right, and it extended ad infinitum, an unknown distance out into the, sufficient distance greater than the acuity of my ability to receive the propagation angles, then all of the propagation angles would limit themselves and be demarcated in a transition to where they're overtaken by the angles of the sky color field. Where that overtaking occurs, the one color field will no longer be represented and the other will, and that will be a demarcation point of color, which I would point at and say, there's the horizon. So it's very simple.
But so what does overtaking mean? How does one photon overtake another photon?
Let me explain this real quick.
Saying extenuating the inquiry beyond the point, acknowledging that AI gave a logically coherent account for the phenomenon. It is not exclusive or strongly indicative to a ball.
Stop whining, Gregory. We're trying to have a conversation
Right,
here.
he doesn't have any argument again.
So, Scott.
Yeah.
Is there a limiting angle to which you can see a plane?
Is there a limiting angle to which you can see what?
A plane. Standing on a plane.
I can't think of one.
Can't think of one? So there's no limiting angle. What if so say we draw a line from your eye to a point on the plane, and that angle that it intersects the plane is smaller than the angle that you can resolve. Can you see the surface?
Yes.
Oh, really? So you can see angles beyond the diffraction limit?
Yeah. He believes
that. all you need is enough photons to hit your eye. If you have enough photons hitting your eye, if you got a bright light out there, you'll definitely see it.
Well, they have to be separated by an angle to make an image. Yes, they do. So one photon will be a dot, right? But you need another photon to say that dot is not this dot.
And that's why I say you need enough of them. If you have enough photons emitted from a single point, you will see that single point.
Okay, but yeah, great, dude. But we're trying to differentiate more than one point, right?
Any point on that plane you're just talking about, right?
So, we're trying to see the surface as a surface, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So that means I need at least 2 points to know that it's a surface. right? So a plane, I need at least 2 points in the plane to know it's a plane.
You're asking, but just change the question. You didn't ask whether I can determine it's a plane from that
Well,
distance.
I have to
You asked
get
me if I
like
could see
basic
it.
and rudimentary to like so fucking rudimentary to you because you're so obstinate of the obvious. Okay. Okay. How about this, Scott? We're on an infinite checkerboard.
Uh-huh.
Whatever you'll see all the squares.
No, that and then the angle of what I would call yeah, I'm
Yeah, the
blanking on the
angle.
term. Yes,
The
then
angle.
then the black becomes the white, right? And you can't distinguish between it, and you won't see the white anymore. You'll everything be black. What everything be white?
Eventually, like
Everything be
yeah,
white. It'd be
yeah,
gray.
and all those
It mostly get
checkers, like
gray.
all those squares, as they go away from you, right? The squares
Mm-hmm.
appear as if they're like a rotated angle, right? So
They
under
appear
your
as if
feet,
they're
they're
rotated.
squares, and then they become trapezoids, and then they become thinner and thinner and thinner as they go off into the distance.
Yes, they do. Yes.
Okay, and there's going to be at some point, at some distance, where you can't see the squares anymore. Can't see them as squares, and they're going to just appear as a line.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah, that's called the horizon.
Really? Where is that line then?
What
the fuck, bro?
How far away is it then?
It depends.
Show your math.
Right, extenuating the questions beyond the point so that you obfuscate that the account has been given. He does it repeatedly. I'm going to call it out every time.
No, good for you, Gregory. We're so happy you're here.
I know. I'm glad. I'm glad you are because.
So share the math, Indio.
You said there wasn't an angle, and now you're saying there is an angle.
I've never said anything of the sort.
Well, there's a distance in which you're not going to see the squares, right? Some distance.
Yes.
Okay.
But if
so
it's
that
infinite,
distance is based on an angle, right?
But if it's infinite, that line is going to be at your horizon line. It's going to be at your eye height. It's going to go to the center. It's going to move to the center of your eye, right? If you're looking horizontally out to that line, that line will touch that horizontal, right?
Okay. We gotta get even more basic, dude. This is crazy. If I'm 6 feet tall and I look at a square on this infinite checkerboard that's 6 feet away, that's a 45-degree angle, right?
It's a what?
45 degree angle. I'm 6 feet tall. I look at a square 6 feet away. That's a 45-degree angle, right? That's my line of sight.
Is it a 45 degree?
Intersecting the square, 45 degrees. I used to because to make it simple. Now let's say I take that square and I start moving it away. So that angle of intersection is gonna get smaller, right?
Yes.
So if I double the distance, now it's like 23 or whatever it is. 21.25.
Yeah.
At some point, that angle is not going to resolve, right? I won't be able to see that as a square anymore. It's just going to be a line.
We've already agreed to that.
Yeah, it's going to be a line.
Yes.
But everything after that point is going to be in that same line.
I know, but where is that line? Where is the line then?
Well, for a 6-foot person, it's about 3.24 miles away.
Why?
Because of the angular resolution of the eye.
Yeah, you don't understand any of this then.
Yeah.
Oh, what an amazing
you don't understand
reputation.
nothing. You don't understand anything. After all you just said. Right? You don't understand anything, India.
That's not how it works. Angular resolution only affects how you can discern one thing from another. It doesn't affect how far you can see.
So check this out. So the point where this limiting angle starts, right? Let's say it's 3 miles away. The separation, the angular separation between that point and a point at infinity is smaller than the angular resolution of the eye. So even if there was a point out there somewhere, I can't differentiate it from the point at the limit because I can't see it.
Why can't you see it?
Because it is. Oh my God damn it!
If it's emitting enough light,
if it's emitting photons,
because it is hitting my eye at an angle that my eye can't separate those two photons. They look like one photon.
Yeah, but then you see it as one photon.
Yes, and I can't differentiate that photon that's further away at, say, 50 miles. I can't differentiate from the one that's at 1 mile or 3 miles. And I
Why
can't
not?
differentiate. I just fucking
I'll
explained
tell you
it to
why.
you.
I'll tell
Why
you
are you
why.
straining yourself?
Oh, hold on. I know it. I can answer this question, Mackie. I can answer
Yeah.
this question that even a child can understand. So you go to Home Depot, right? And you pick some colors, and then they go to mix your color. So they get a can of paint, and then they put all the colors. They squirt the little yellow, they squirt the little blue, they squirt the little red, and then they shake your can of paint up. And when you open the can of paint, do you see those three colors? No, you see a mixture,
I agree.
right?
Yes.
You see one color value in the paint,
Yes.
correct?
I agree. Yes.
So, yes. So if they squirted 1 trillion different droplets of variant colors into that can and shook it up, how many color values would be the paint in the end?
1.
Correct. So if you had a million, so if you had 1 trillion points, all in an angle that can only be resolved as one color value, how many color values would be displayed in that amount of data, regardless of how many miles it took up, as long as the angles were below your resolution limit?
1. We already agreed to that.
There's your answer. Oh, there's your answer, bro.
That's not what he was arguing, though.
Yes, that's exactly
It is
what I'm arguing.
exactly what he was
No,
arguing.
the question I was asking is, how far does that horizon line come up to you?
Okay.
No,
I would say it comes
was
to you.
not the issue.
I would. And how far can you see?
That was not the issue.
And the question was not how far can you distinguish the colors from each other. Not how far
That
can
was
you.
not the issue. You're trying to retroactively move the goalpost.
Gregory, stop whining. We're trying to have a conversation here.
You're trying to retroactively.
The argument is not how far you can distinguish colors.
He answered the issue in the first place as you try to shove me out of the voice call. No. You're trying to retroactively define the issue after you've been thoroughly refuted on this issue about optics. No, it was not the issue that they were trying to tell you at what exact distance would this obfuscation happen in your perspective. The fact was, the point of dispute was that you can have this limit of angular resolution in your perspective on a flat plane. So the fact that things are not visible beyond the meeting point between the sky and the ocean is not strongly indicative nor necessarily indicative that it's the peak of a water hill. That was the point the entire time.
I know. And it was not made.
Yeah, it was.
No, because all you said is that there's at some point at which we'll no longer be able to distinguish the black from the white.
Okay. Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Well, hold on.
And any black and white beyond it, right? It's all going to appear because
it's all going to appear gray.
No, not gray.
What's it going to appear as?
A line.
Gray. No, see, this is where you're wrong.
No, a line does not equal gray. That's not the implication of the premise.
You can get no visual information. You can get no visual information, including distinction of color from things that are beyond the diffraction limit.
That's just not true.
Not brightness, not color, not anything. Yes, it is true.
No, it's not. You're just wrong.
Okay. Listen, do you not know how it actually works?
I do. And you clearly don't.
So, okay, well, I'm going to explain it to you because you don't know how it works.
You're going to get it wrong
So you
again.
have retina, you have sensors in your fovea, right? In the fovea of your eye, in your retina, right?
Yeah,
and those two, and if you got one photon has to hit one, and one photon has to hit the other for you to distinguish two separate things, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, if the separation angle is so small that it can only hit one epithelial cell, can you distinguish the object?
No, we already agreed to that.
Yes. Okay. So, if we have a distance at which, hey, any freaking pixel, photon, whatever you want to call it, beyond this point will only hit 1 pixel of my eye. I can't differentiate or see it, and they all look like they're at that 1 point. Every single other point, they're all that information is compressed into that value, into that pixel. Okay, so there's a point where the angle becomes so shallow that you can't see the surface no more. There's still surface there, but the separation between where the limit is and the infinity, that angle is lower than your angle resolution. Period.
Okay.
You can easily map. You should watch my video. You should watch my video. Okay, Optics on a Flat Earth, dude. It's all made out in GeoGebra, dude. How this works geometrically. Okay. Listen, say for a 6-foot man, just that theoretical, we're not going to pretend there's no atmosphere, pretend there's none of this shit. For a 6-foot man, the angle at which you reach this limit, the distance, is 3.24 miles. Want to know what the horizon distance on the globe is for a 6-foot man?
Wait, what angle at which you reach? Which distance is 3.2 miles?
If you're a 6-foot man,
Yeah.
The angle, so if we go, okay, what's the angle resolution of the eye? 0.02 degrees. Okay, at what distance does my line of sight intersect at that angle? It's 3.24 miles away.
What does that matter? What distance?
Because you can't see any surface beyond that. Because anything beyond that surface, even if it's at infinity, is lower than that angle.
So how did you get what angle did you get?
0.02 degrees.
I know, but how did you get the angle? What's the top and the bottom of the angle?
That the angle is the angle at which the line of sight intersects the surface. The intersection angle.
Why do we care about an intersection angle? The intersection angle is irrelevant, right? We're talking about an angle of resolution.
Yes.
So you go from the intersection angle to infinity, right? And what's that angle?
Okay, so Scott, let me put it this way. If I have 2 points of light, right, and I rotate them, right? If I rotate them, right, in space, does the apparent separation between those two lights become less?
Yes.
Okay. So what happens when you're looking at something on the distance? It's like it's being rotated, right? It's like being rotated away. The angle, the separation angle between any two, like 5 feet on the ground. In this case, I used the example of squares, right? So as they go off into the distance, the angle that object, in this case square, subtends, decreases as it goes off into the distance, right?
So we're back to the squares on the ground?
Yeah, because I keep basic, yeah. So it decreases as it goes off in the distance. And what is the angle that I'm looking at the ground where I cannot see beyond, where I can see no surface, right?
Well, you just confused yourself, though.
No, oh, please.
Well, what is the
angle? What is the angle? The intersection angle that I see the surface where I can no longer see the surface.
Well, the intersection angle is irrelevant to anything. I don't know why you think that matters.
Can you
it has nothing to do. It has nothing to do with vision.
If your line of sight is parallel to an object, can you see it? You're looking at your TV right now. When you turn that TV surface parallel to your line of sight, can you see the surface?
Could I see what's on the TV? No.
Okay. But you can if you start rotating it, right?
Yes.
Okay. At what angle will it have to be at relative to your line of sight? What angle parallel will it have to be until you can see the surface of the TV? You know what that angle is? It's the smallest resolvable angle of your eye. Wow, amazing! And that's 0.02 degrees. Amazing.
I don't think it is. I don't think it is.
So wait a minute. So you're denying the Raleigh criterion, basically?
I don't know what that is.
All of optometry.
No.
Holy crap, dude.
Optometry doesn't talk about angles to things.
Well, they say the resolution of the eye.
Okay.
You know, when they measure, when they do these line tests, right? They want to see if you can see the separation between two lines and words and letters and shit.
Yeah.
Yeah. What do you think?
So let me ask you this,
Scott?
I'm sorry, but there was
I'm
a
gonna tell
question
you.
and someone said, let me ask you this, and I can't hear which one
No,
was
you
which.
go ahead. I just go ahead.
I was just saying. So the formula off the top of my head is 1.22. Sounds familiar, doesn't it? Times, times the diameter of the aperture over the wavelength of light.
For what?
Yeah. I was just seeing if you recognize that formula. That's the Rayleigh criterion.
Yeah,
So
I
the
don't know that
factors
one.
are the most important factors are the size of the aperture, and of course it's wavelength dependent too. So there's a mean. Generally it's not. The human eye is 0.02, right?
0.02 what?
Degrees.
Yeah, that's because it has to hit different cones and rods, right? If you got two photons,
No, it has nothing to do with the cones and rods, actually.
that's all it has to do with.
Oh, see, this
How
is
do you
the
not
problem,
understand this?
Scott.
No,
Scott,
not in this case.
you hear the word resolution, and then you get confused.
No, I know exactly what
Okay,
resolution means.
so listen. If you have a sensor size, right?
Yes.
Let's say your sensor. Let's just say your sensor size is 1 megapixel, right? That's how many. So you have 1,000,000 pixels, let's say.
Yeah, and how big of a surface? Because we got to figure out how small these receptors are, right? Each individual one, and how far apart they are.
True. Okay, but the aperture, the Rayleigh criterion isn't about the sensor.
Okay.
Okay, it's about the aperture.
What is it? How does the aperture affect anything?
I'm glad you asked.
It's an honest question, ask.
Okay,
Yeah, fair, dude. It's fair, but the only reason, just before you go, Adil, the only reason I'm chuckling is because you're someone who said that you know what these things are.
I never talked about the Rayleigh criteria.
No, you talk about I know what angular resolution is, and I know this and that, dude, but you don't, dude.
But that's what angular resolution is, and that's not the Rayleigh criteria.
You're wrong.
No, I'm not.
Dude, the angular resolution is defined by the Rayleigh criterion. That's the formula. That's the formula of it. Good grief, dude. All right, go ahead.
Resolution is just whether the angular resolution is just whether two photons emitted from two different places hit the same retina part or not.
You're wrong, dude. You're wrong.
It's whether they interfere with each other or not because of the wave nature of light.
How do they interfere if they don't touch?
Because of the wave nature of light, dude.
You think these things are bouncing up and down?
No, they're not corpuscles of light, dude. That theory was destroyed fucking 100-something years ago.
So what are they then? How do they interfere with each other?
It has a wave-like behavior. Okay,
and how do waves interfere without touching, bud? Explain that one.
Because there's nothing to touch. There's no touching.
Interference patterns are because. Ooh, do I get to hand off? You want to take over, guy? Whoever talking?
No, I'm sorry.
Ooh,
I just can't.
Go. Give me a break, man.
I just couldn't believe him saying that waves don't touch each other when they interfere.
Light waves? No, they don't.
Uh-huh. But I mean, you were going to educate us all on how light waves interact with each other. So please explain how light waves interfere with each other.
Yeah, it's when it's beyond the diffraction limit, the two photons in this case interfere with each other. Right. So instead of having two peaks, there ends up being one peak. And if you were going to do a fringe, it would be one instead of you seeing two fringe, a double circular fringe pattern. You just see one fringe pattern.
I feel like you're just talking about buzzwords that don't even.
No, I think you don't have anything beyond a 5th grade education. That's what.
Well, no, I asked you how the waves are interfering with each other, and you said.
What do you mean how? What does that even mean?
Patterns.
What does that even mean?
Yeah, well, we're asking you because you're saying that they're not.
Yeah, what do you mean by how? I need to understand your
Well,
question before I can
you
answer.
said that they're interfering without interacting with each other. So we're actually trying to understand.
No, because this is like so this is a call it a quantum mechanical effect. They don't interact in that way.
Okay, and where's your proof behind that? So we know
The
you're not just saying a bunch of
The
buzzwords.
Young's double slit experiment.
Do you have a link to this?
Yeah, we can just Google it. Probably 100 million fucking hits.
Well, I was speaking more so to the part where you were talking about the interference.
Real quick, friend. Real quick before we go
No,
on.
you wanted me to teach you quantum mechanics on Discord.
Well, before we go on, do you understand?
It's
quite a
I
claim.
also take Bitcoin. It's not a claim. It's well known. You could do these.
Yeah. I just want to ask this guy real quick, Indio. Do you understand what the double slit experiment is? The basics of it?
Yeah, I'm pretty familiar with it, but I was more so curious with the idea that you have waves interfering with each other that are not interacting with each other. That was the claim that's really got my attention.
Well, they don't interfere with each other because whether they interact or not would be based upon a probability amplitude, right? But there's nothing physical actually interacting.
And you have proof behind that because you said that was proven. Like
Yeah,
over
it's like
100
all
years
of quantum mechanics. Jesus Christ, dude.
Right, but you said that was proven like 100 years ago. Quantum mechanics isn't from 100 years ago. So I was just trying to figure out like where
Planck
you're
came up
going.
with quantum mechanics in I think 1908.
Right, but
That's over 100 years, Holmes.
But the ideas you're talking about weren't being discussed in 1908.
Well,
were they?
Young's
Because-
double slit was done,
Well-
I think, in the 1800s.
Yeah, the
Well,
original.
I'm pretty sure. I'm
the
pretty sure the
original-
photon. I'm pretty sure the photon stuff you were talking about was published, after 1908 by Einstein. So I think that you're full of shit when you say things like that.
Yeah,
But
I
that's fine,
said
man. You have
quantum
a good night.
mechanics. I said quantum mechanics, dude. I didn't say. Einstein came up with photons based upon.
Hold on.
You go ahead, AI.
I just wanted to give him a
You run
trophy.
away.
Yeah, but I wanted to give him a trophy for beating you, so that way he won't cry at night.
Just saying a bunch of buzzwords, man.
Well, dude, he did adequately save Mackie from the dilemma of putting his foot in his mouth.
I guess that was like phone a friend or something, right?
You still argue with Mackie, Indio?
I don't know what you call it. Can you classify that as an argument? It's more
Weird.
like biting your knuckles till they bleed or something.
You would have loved to have heard. I don't know. You might have, but Alpha, Miggy, he destroyed Dogs Are Gods the other day, right in front
God. What day, man? I'll put that shit up on the podcast.
Was it 2 days ago?
It was about 2 days ago.
I'll look for it,
It was
man.
so good. It was satisfying. Everybody needed to hear that. That it was just his fundamental belief system in scientism.
Yeah, he basically beat himself up in that argument. And he didn't even know. He was so blind to the fact that he proved me right that he was still confused as to how I proved him right or proved me right.
Did he try to take over your argument? Did he try to pull his anecdote?
Well, because the thing I told him was, I'm going to have Dogs Are God prove that he's in a scientific religion. So it's scientism. And he's like, no, you're not. He had a lot of bravado. You know the way he does. And I said, okay, go ahead and tell me the worldview that you perceive. Because you say you're open-minded in that. Because he said science doesn't work in absolutes, right? So we're like, okay. Well, give me the scenario that you would say that you know that the Earth is a globe. He's like, well, sunsets. Sunsets prove that the Earth is a globe. I'm like, really? Yeah. So we see the sun moving across the sky. Either the sun is moving across the sky and the Earth is a globe, or the sun is still and we're rotating as a globe. That's the only options we have. I was like, really? So you're open-minded enough to leave the flat Earth out. So it cannot be flat Earth. He's like, no, absolutely not. He just made an absolute statement, proving me right.
Oh shit!
So I
That's
told him,
slick, man.
you're the dogmatic philosophical belief that you're on a globe. You didn't even entertain the fact that the Earth could be flat. That's not very scientific per your example. He's like, well, I don't need to because I have enough evidence. I was like, I know. So you're proving me correct. You have a dogmatic belief that the Earth is a globe, and he could not see it for the life of him. He was getting frustrated and trying to figure out, like, with his his gimmicks that he always puts up, and he was just like doing cartwheels and mental contortion. He was just like, he could not understand what just happened.
Didn't you say that he said science doesn't prove absolutes? Or
Yeah.
Sunsets, not science.
According to his claim, that is science.
Oh.
Are you advocating for him? Because I know he didn't win. He just basically...
I'm not advocating. I'm just curious about the argument. Yeah.
Well, he painted himself into a corner, and that's the way it happened.
Dr. God said there's no hypothesis in science, buddy. That's a direct quote.
Dr. God is like a brain in a jar kind of guy.
I'll post the audio, man. It's classic.
Yeah.
Why do we entertain him? I really don't get it. When someone turns around and says there's no hypothesis in science, and I'm a fucking idiot. Science is based on hypothesis tests. That's what it is.
Yeah, I put him on display. That's what I do. Just like Scott Mackey. They're so entertaining that I like for them. I don't ever want their mics to be muted. Only when they're belligerent. I'll mute them then, but not before then.
It's because
they're just
belligerent.
They're extremely fallacious. You haven't been belligerent in a while, Scott. So that's how come you've been getting a hall pass.
I'm never belligerent. Give me a break.
Maybe
you are. Let's turn back the time. Let's turn back the clock. Maybe a few months ago. Yeah, you were pretty belligerent.
Oh, I was rough on you that one time I was driving home from bowling.
I know.
I remember that.
But see, I'm big enough to take that on the chin because I don't give a shit. Like, we're true adults, man. We can if we want to talk that way, that's the way we talk. So who cares?
But I want to get back to this whole parallel line thing.
What did you prove?
In
God,
India.
I've been listening to you, bro. Hold on, man. I've been listening to you. You're fumbling all over the place. You're struggling to have any answers, and the only thing you refute India with is, "Nuh-uh, that's not how it works." That's your only go-to move. That's the only thing you say, Scott.
That's the
Bro,
only
you
thing.
don't refute. Listen, you don't refute him on the premise of his argument. You just say "nuh-uh" because you're wrong.
I'm about
You just
to do
don't
that
know how
right
it
now.
works.
I'm about to do that right now. You want to listen?
Googled. He had enough time. Let's go.
Well, I don't know. I mean,
GPT. Here we go.
Okay, so India, 6 foot, observer, infinite plane, infinite flat plane.
Yeah.
We'll call a zero elevation. Basically parallel to the flat plane, right? Zero angle of elevation. All right.
What are you talking about? How can you be 6 feet tall and have zero elevation?
Zero angle of elevation.
I don't understand what that means.
Is horizontal to the flat plane.
What?
Okay, so 6 foot eye level or something? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. That's
Okay,
what
yeah, fine.
Okay,
Never intersects the plane.
Okay, I agree.
Okay, fine.
So, guy standing there, and could they see a line coming from 45 degrees angle of declination? Or could they see photons coming from 45 degrees off of that flat surface, hitting the eye?
Above it?
No, below it.
Below that?
45 degree declination.
No,
So it's basically 6 foot away from you.
No, they couldn't see that.
They couldn't see a photon.
The angle between you and the ground is never going to be 45 degrees. So how are they going to see something?
Wait, you can't have an angle of declination to the ground? I'm not sure where you understand what I'm saying.
It's the altitude of a star. It's the angle.
That's inclination.
It's declination, man.
Down.
Down from zenith.
No, down from horizontal.
Okay. Sorry, I was debating someone on fucking latitude, and we were arguing about. So it's still in my head. So there's something called declination in freaking astronomy. So I thought you were talking about that. Anyway, Declination is like latitude in astronomy. It's like celestial latitude. It's equivalent. Anyway, so a 45 degrees down from that parallel. Yeah, you should.
You should go through that, right? Yeah.
Well, I mean, yeah, if there was no air or anything like that, yeah, it should. Yeah.
Okay, but yeah, we're talking about an ideal situation, right?
Infinite fucking plane.
Yeah. Infinite plane, infinite clarity.
Yeah.
So nothing getting in the way of our photons,
so 45 degree down, yeah.
Yeah. How about 60 degrees down? I mean, no, I'm going go less. Go less. How about 30 degrees down? Then 10 degrees down.
No. Well, I mean, yeah, it's in the spot, right? So at 45 degrees for a 6-foot man, that's going to be a spot 6 feet away from you.
Yeah. What about if you move it to 30 degrees away? So what is that, about 10 or 12 feet away from you?
Yeah, probably. Yeah, somewhere in there.
Okay, so move it to 15 degrees. Can you see that point on the plane?
Yeah, you're going to see all points until you get to the 0.02. Then after that, you're not going to see any points.
And so you could see everything up to the point where it's 0.0 or 0.02 below horizontal,
nearly
right?
parallel. Nearly parallel.
So it's going to be everything you could see up to 0.02 below horizontal, right?
Yes, yes.
And so what it looks like in this image is the ground has risen up to eye level, correct? At infinity.
Well, I mean, you can't tell if, when we say rise to eye level, I don't know what other people mean. Rises with eye level. Obviously, the ground can't be at eye level, right? Because you're higher than the ground.
Well, but it's
at eye level as if your base was on the ground. It can't ever be at eye level. But whether you can hold on, let me finish. Whether you can distinguish the ground from being at eye level or not is another question, right? So, guess what? So another one of these weird coincidences, Scott. What angle?
What happened? No.
What angle? No, I just think what to say. So what angle, right? So if I had something at eye level, right, at the place where my angle of incident, where the angle of my line of sight intersects the ground. So I'm at the same place, and I place an object 6 feet off the ground. So that's at my eye level. A light I put 6 feet off the ground at this 3.24 miles away. And I place a light on the ground. You know what that angle, that separation angle between those two lights are? It's 0.02 degrees, and it's going to look like one light, Scott.
I don't care. So what? I want to know if you can see.
The point is that you can't differentiate at that distance. You can't differentiate whether something's at eye level or on the ground because they both look like they're at the same level.
I know. Okay. But what is that? What is that level though? That they both look like that they're at the same.
What do you mean? What do you mean that level?
Yeah.
The distance.
What is the level? What is the angle of declination at which they both appear?
0.02 degrees.
So 0.02 degree.
Yeah, 0.02
below horizontal, right? So
yes.
So on an infinite plane, the horizon would be at most 0.02 degrees below horizontal, right?
Yes.
How come we don't see that ever?
We don't. That's literally the globe prediction. What are you talking about? That's literally the refracted globe prediction. That is for the refracted globe prediction. It's just the horizon is in the same place.
How come I don't say that on an airplane then?
How come I don't see what's at 6 feet above sea level on an airplane? I don't know, Scott. Why not?
Why does the horizon not come up to eye level when I'm on an airplane or when I'm on a tall hill or a mountain next to a beach? Why does the horizon never come up to eye level?
You're the person that sees fucking curve. I don't know why it doesn't come up for eye level. There's plenty of people documenting that it does. So
no, you don't.
I've never tested this myself. Look, Felix Baumgartner went to 128,000 feet and the horizon was at eye level. So I don't know what you're talking about.
No, it wasn't.
Yes, it was. They have pictures of him 10 feet off the ground. The horizon is intersecting his waist when he's at 128,000 feet. And yes, they're floating. They're not attached to anything. So the horizon at 10 feet is the same horizon that was at 128,000 feet.
Oh my goodness, you cannot believe that.
Yeah,
You
yes,
cannot be that
there was
stupid.
a video. Hold on, Scott. No, dude.
Do you want me
It's
to
not
show it
about
to you?
that. The video
Sure.
shows that when he was opening the gondola, it looked outside that it was flat, even to the gondola. Like the door when he opened it, you could see it. It was there. Like, what do you mean?
How do you know the camera was pointing horizontally and not pointing down?
Irrelevant. The horizon is crossing him at the same place, dude. The horizon's in the same place.
No, if the camera's pointing down and it's going from the waist to the horizon, then the horizon is below him.
The point is the horizon doesn't change its position.
Relative to what?
The opening of the gondola in his body.
Yeah.
You really can't be this
Listen,
dense.
you know what the horizon dip
So
at
neither
128,000 feet is?
Listen,
It's
so
6 degrees, Scott.
If you're gonna say that about the gondola, then you're gonna have to say that about your plane. Same thing. Then you can't do it either on your plane. How about that?
But I can measure the.
But what?
I can measure
What do you
the.
measure? Scott, what are you measuring on a plane, dude?
The
You don't measure-
angle.
No, come on, dude.
The angle down to the horizon. If you ask the question, at least be quiet and listen to the answer.
Listen, dude, you cannot measure. You just finished telling Indio that from the Red Bull space jump. How do you know? How can you tell? And when you're on your plane, you're all knowledge there. I don't understand this, Scott. Why do you do that?
You can do something like a water level if you really wanted to, and I guarantee if you put a water level up there with Felix Baumgartner or whatever the hell his name is, that water level is not going to be pointing at the horizon. It's going to be way above it. Way above it.
Listen, you have all the measurements because you're on a plane, but when we see out the portal or the escape hatch of the freaking gondola, it suddenly doesn't work. How did you know that that's rising to the eye level? And when you're on the plane, it's like perfect. It just works just fine for a globe. Yeah,
no, you would have to take a measuring device. No, you'd have to take a measuring device to verify it.
Yeah, what did you verify it with from the airplane window? What did you verify, Scott?
I've seen a video of some guy with a water level on an airplane. I've seen a guy with a water level.
Guy. Okay, so we're doing the same thing. Come on, dude. That's a double standard.
No, you're not. You don't have a water level.
Does it? Okay, so he opens the portal and then he sees the outside, and it looks like that horizon line is straight across.
I posted it in the chat, by the way. Hold on, Miggy. By the way, Scott, you can scroll up in the chat. It's probably like 5 posts away. I posted pictures of him at 10 feet above the ground and 128,000 feet. Okay? The horizon position doesn't change. The horizon should be 6 degrees lower than the 10-foot one. Okay? So 6 degrees is what? How many solar diameters is that? 12?
Something like that, I guess, yeah.
Yeah, so horizon position, even if you said it changed.
How do you know that capsule's level to anything?
It doesn't matter because the horizon position didn't change. It's in the same. It's at 10 feet. The orientation of the capsule is the same as it is at 120.
How do you know that?
Why would it change?
I don't know.
When is it gonna go? What do you mean you don't know? So you're saying the balloon is going sideways, going up?
No, just the gondola. Just decided it's going to tilt itself at altitude, but not at the ground.
It's tilting. It's just tilting. All of a sudden.
One thing, he's standing on the edge there. That would cause it to tilt.
Scott, what? Okay, so you have a balloon and you have a gondola underneath. That's like a plumb bob, dummy. Isn't
unless the weights move around inside that plumb bob.
Yeah, but like that's not the case because when he was getting out of the gondola, you could see movement in the capsule, but the camera was focused to the outside. You could see it.
And you can also look at other images where the horizon never changes. It always crosses the same place. In all the images and all the pictures, the horizon crosses that door at the exact same place. It never changes.
That's not true.
I just showed it to you that it's true.
So if I showed you 3 images of some guy with a water level,
no, I'm talking
one on
about
a beach
this.
and one on a mountain and one on...
Dude, listen. First of all, the water bottle isn't even in the center of the camera. You got fucking duped. You got duped, bro.
It's confirmation
those three water bottle ones, that's for suckers, bro. You're a sucker. You even believe that crap. Because listen, if you move the camera up relative to the line, right, it's going to make the horizon in the background appear higher or lower relative to the line. So you can position the camera. There was a fucking photographer that when this came out, fucking 6-7 years ago, he showed a video of him doing the exact same thing. Manipulating the position of the camera to make the water appear higher or lower. You're a dupe, bro. Sorry. Same with the one with the red fucking dye in it.
Yeah, so even if that was the case, right? Like, you know, you
What's
see the
wrong
horizon.
with the one with the red fucking dye in
Yeah,
it?
wait a minute, Scott. You heard me
Same
speaking.
thing. They're never
Come on,
centered in the
dude.
camera.
Don't you're over talking because you're getting excited because you know that you're not right. That you do this every time. Every time you get excited, start over talking because you want to make your point. So even if that was the case, you went in your little airplane video, or we're showing you something from Felix Baumgartner. Doesn't matter. When you see something, you're still gonna you say, "Well, I see curve," and we're saying, "No, it's a flat horizon." Well, guess what? The next thing you got to do is go verify it on the ground. So when have you verified anything like the black swan? When have you seen a long distance observation that conforms to your Earth as a globe? When?
What?
I don't say every time.
I did it when you did it. I did it the same day you did it, Miggy.
Yeah, I do it every day because I see long distance ranges. When do you see long distance? How do you see long distances on a globe, Scott? Can you see long distances? I see it every day. I drive to work. I can see 20 miles away. Can you do that on your globe?
I see exactly what I expect to see.
Definitely do that.
What do you? Yeah. Well, what do you expect? You see curve?
Holy shit! Somebody unmuted me.
Yeah,
Yes.
dude. Quiet. Pipe down, dude.
Every day.
Everybody starts throwing their bodies into gear when I got Scott on the rails. Every freaking time.
Yeah.
Why do you do that?
Every day I go into work, Miggy, I see Mount Tamalpais over in Napa, and I'm in
Good.
San Jose, and that my line of sight goes right over San Francisco. Guess what I don't see?
San Francisco.
San Francisco. Where'd it go?
But you're talking about
Where did it go?
So where are you looking from anyway? Are you looking from street level? What's in the way? Like I don't know what you're
10th floor. I'm telling you, 10th floor Founders Tower at Adobe.
Well, I need to look at what all that amounts to. I don't even know.
It goes right over the San Jose airport, San Jose International, right across the bay. And guess what I can't see either? The bay. 50 miles, 55 miles.
All right,
of
you're
no
making a
bay.
claim. Listen, if it's a legitimate claim, I haven't seen it, so I'm not going to tell you yay or nay. So first of all, you have to present it in a way that I know what you're talking about. Do you have it in image form, or can you pull something up? You haven't actually did the numbers and demonstrated distances. There's nothing shown. You're just saying that this is what it is. So basically, like a fish story, I have to trust what you're saying. So, but what I'm telling you is, so if you put some actual images and put some math together and you have it all worked out, then it's more in a presentation form. You can show everybody what you're talking about. So I know Matthew wants to chime in because both of you are globetards. So if you want to actually present something, go ahead and do that. We have the black swan. We can see that. And so everybody knows that you can see farther past the predicted amount of Earth curvature every single day. Everybody's lives is filled with long distance observations. Everybody. You do it, everybody does it. Now,
do you still think you have me on the ropes?
Yes, I do. As a matter of fact, I know that I know that you can provide evidence of drop over distance for a radius of 3959. So if you see something or if you don't see something,
I have a missing city.
Yeah, but a missing city. Yeah, but what you're going to have also are things disappearing from the bottom up due to angular perspective. So when you see far away, and sometimes you don't, that something's happening, Scott. It's not the Earth is not undulating. It's not growing and shrinking.
Can you quantify angular perspective, Alpha?
Yeah, it's how you see the world around you. So at an angle from your elevation from the ground, from where you're standing. It's a perspective of how you see. That's in conjunction with your angular resolution, the resolution limit of the eye. India was talking about this just a moment ago.
Yeah, you were saying that
most of you guys weren't here.
That you can make predictions about the flat Earth, right? And
predictions. No. Here's the thing, guys. Here's the thing. There is a predicted amount of Earth curvature that should be there at a specific distance because the Earth is geometric. It's a specific shape. Okay, so like if you had a shape in front of you, it doesn't grow and shrink to fit. It actually is static. It is a specific size. So when you're looking over the surface of the Earth at a specific size, and then some days you see something and some days you don't, well, you can't have that on a globe. Your magical refraction doesn't fit because you haven't proved that the Earth is a globe, a geometric shape. So on the globe, it needs to be on the.
But conversely, like Matthew was saying,
hold on a minute. Wait a second. On the globe, it needs to be predictable. If the Earth is flat and stationary, and we're saying that the way we see always changes hour to hour, we don't have like a specific set of rules to where we're going to see something immediately, and then the next moment, we're not going to see it there, because of the fact that there's so many fluctuations happening between the observer and the thing that the observer wants to see in the distance. There's always the area in between is always going to be fluctuating. Yes.
Okay, so you accept refraction,
dude. Do you?
I'm trying to get you to do science.
Well, I'm trying to get you to realize that you don't know what you're talking about. If you're asking me, if you're asking me, that means you don't know. That's what that means. So I'm asking you to make predictions. You listen, dude. This is what I'm trying to tell.
Hold on, Miggy.
I'm trying to tell you.
Because you said you took issue with the fact that you can't see San Francisco from San Jose, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, big deal.
So how does that fit in? Like, what exactly is the prediction that you're making of like why you can't see things on the flat
Why are you
plane?
asking me? He's the one saying that he doesn't see San Francisco. All right.
And you're
Why are you
saying
asking me?
what exactly?
I'm telling him that every single day the Earth has a predicted amount of Earth curvature that should be there to obstruct the observer from seeing in the far distance. Do you get what I'm saying? Yes or no? Before I move on.
Yes.
Okay. Does everybody on the Earth have the amount of predicted Earth curvature obstructing their view from things in the far distance? Yes or no?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Then let me show you the Black Swan.
I'm confident, yes.
Yeah, you want to talk about Black Swan and not San Francisco.
Just wait. Let me show you the Black Swan where that does not happen, which means that the predicted amount of Earth curvature that should be between. Hold on, dude. You don't like getting refuted, so you start to overtalk. Is that it?
I mean,
so
listen.
then,
every time somebody talks about something, you always want to bring it back to whatever you want to talk about.
Here's what we're gonna do. Yeah, because you're now gonna get refuted, whether you're in this call or not. So when it comes to the Black Swan,
he left. He left. Imagine, I just want to say something. Imagine the gall you got to have to interrupt a conversation and then complain that that person wants to talk about what they were talking about. For fuck's sake, man.
This is the thing with Matthew, with Scott Mackey, with Parseval, with whoever wants to interrupt. The problem we're having is that the Earth says that it is a specific size, and that the obstruction that the person gets to see is the Earth in the way of the observer from a specific distance. So at a specific distance, the observer will not be able to see farther than the Earth will allow them to. That is the issue. Now, that doesn't change for the Earth as a globe because it's physical, not optical. Now, for the flat Earth, that will change because we're not claiming physicality. We're claiming that it is an optical phenomenon in the distance. So I'm sorry, but this is what you have to deal with. So for the Earth being a globe, if today we see something at a specific distance and tomorrow we don't, then that's your issue. Because now we are seeing something farther past the predicted amount of Earth curvature that should be there, but it's not there. So we have an issue. And you can't claim refraction because you don't even know what that is. And you need the Earth's curvature, the radius value, in order to make that true. No, if you don't have that, you can't say that, well, I see something at a far distance because of refraction. Really? How'd you work that out? You don't have the radius value. 7 over, 7 over R? The refraction rate? Terrestrial refraction? You can't figure out what R is. 7 over 6R. So the refraction rate can't be proven if you don't have first the Earth's radius. And how did you get the Earth's radius if you can't measure the Earth? It's a complete circle jerk. And that's what you have to deal with. So now, how can you get the predicted amount of Earth curvature at a distance where you don't even know the radius? And how did you get it in the first place? I'm telling you, man, it's all like looping. It's just, you never end. It's a cycle, just complete circle jerk. That's why I always say, it doesn't matter if you come up with what you saw or what you didn't see. It has to be predictable. As in, I know tomorrow I will be able to see at this far distance because the Earth will get in the way and I can't see past it.
Well, the problem with that Percival dude, and I wish he would have stuck around, because I was just about to break my foot off in his ass about predictions. But anyway, I'm not going to get a chance now. Bitch. But anyway, like,
He'll be
he doesn't
back.
even
He's
understand that what you're saying, right? You're saying the Earth curve's not there. And then he's asking you about predictions. Well, you have globe predictions. Sitting there telling you the Earth curve isn't there, that's a globe prediction. Why aren't you worried about that? Why are you worried about flat Earth predictions when your own predictions don't exist in reality?
They tell us, they show exactly what we expect them to show.
That's what you always say. That's your cop out, dude.
That's because you've circled everything, right? You took the entire encyclopedia and said, "Hey, this is what the globe Earth predicts. It predicts every possible." Now, why are you interrupting me? Why are you interrupting me?
I'm telling you, Indio, they do this. They always throw in their body. It never fails, bro. Every time we got them on the road.
So if you say, well, hold on, Scott. If you say every possible observation is possible on a globe, and then you say, "Hey, it matches the globe prediction," you're not saying anything.
That's not what I'm saying then. So
that is what
we're
you're
good.
saying, because I asked you earlier.
You just said that, Scott.
I asked you earlier what observation would falsify the freaking globe, and you didn't have any. Even a 50-mile distant horizon from 1 foot, you'd be like, "That would be interesting."
No, if the atmosphere bent the light ray 20 degrees, I'd think that's very weird.
Yeah, but you don't, dude. You always
say, weird to falsify the globe.
Indio.
If some scientist came out and said, hold on, Miggy, if some scientist came out and said there was some abnormal fucking condition because we know the Earth's the globe, so that's why you could see fucking the Eiffel Tower from New York City, you'd be like, "Yep, our globe model explains it."
That's his cop out, bro. I was just gonna tell you that he would make an excuse because right now he would that would be interesting. But if you would show him one of those examples, he would like, well, we got to figure out if that was some extreme case or something could have happened that day. He's full of shit, dude. Like, he's not willing to entertain the fact that he could be wrong. He's just gonna find a way out of it. So he's just gonna be like, okay, that's interesting, but let me look into it. Oh, wait a minute, there was something happening. The Jupiter wasn't aligned with Venus, so it couldn't happen. Like, you know what I mean? Like, he's not willing to capitulate to anything. He's just saying that right now. I'm telling you, that's his go-to.
So here's another test.
That's not what I did, though.
Well, I'll ask you another. Here's another test.
No,
in
that's
1597, Barents got freaking iced in the Arctic Circle, right? The Arctic Circle. He got iced in, and they had to wait for spring and for the ice to thaw. Well, they had all their devices. Yeah. No, not in the Arctic, dude.
Oh, if I said Antarctic, sorry.
Yeah. So they got iced in, and they're doing their calendar, and they're like, okay, when's it gonna be spring? And they're waiting for spring to happen, and then the sun came up 2 weeks too early. Instead of on the equinox, it came up like 2 weeks too early, and like every day after that. So what was the deal there, man? Because you needed 4 degrees of refraction to make the sun come up too early.
I have no idea. I never heard the story before, so I don't have an answer to it.
Yeah, so what they tried to do, so here's a funny story. When he got back, all the astronomers called him a liar. And they tried to get his royal commission taken away. Because the Earth's a globe, and that can't be right. Even though he had recorded it and logged it and everything, and he had this whole crew saying, yes, this is what we saw. So there you go. And once again, the point is that it's well documented, records, whatever, this happened. And even some crazy shit like that the fucking became spring 2 weeks too early, you're like, nah, fucking, I don't know.
No, I don't know the story. Yeah, I'm guessing there's an answer to it. I bet if I took 10 minutes to go on Google, I could find the answer to it.
Oh, there is an answer. There's magical refraction of 4 degrees.
Well, why is that unreasonable? Do we do whatever conditions
You just proved our point that there's no observation that can falsify the globe to you.
No, you didn't prove anything.
Yeah, you proved it. I didn't have to prove anything.
But it would be really hard because I'd have to ignore my entire 59 years of life experience. But yeah, it would be difficult for you to find one anomaly amongst all the other norm. It's interesting though that you point to one condition. You ignore the fact that the people have been living in Finland forever, but people have been living in Finland forever and they haven't seen any of these anomalies much.
No,
right?
it's a well-known. There's a name for it even. It's well-known, like you can see crazy bar, and they say it's refraction picking things up. They have to say that. So they say the same thing in the Arctic and in the Southern Ocean, right? That because we're here, right? There's not a lot of dust particles in the air, and now we can see 300 fucking miles of sea level. Yeah, this is what they say. It's written down the sailing guide, the Southern Ocean sailing guide. You can see mountains 300 miles away on a ship. Well, how tall does that mountain have to be in the globe world?
It depends on the refraction, I guess.
The mountain has to be 10 miles tall, Scott.
No, just needs a different.
That's what the math says. The math says the mountain.
Are you putting refraction into that math? It's an important part of our model is refraction.
So how much
can't do the math without it.
Pick something up 5 miles.
Don't know.
The
How far away
answer is 0.00723 degrees per mile is all you need in order for it to match, to look flat on
degrees
on
of what?
Angles are in degrees.
Yeah, degrees of what? But what is the separation of what lines?
The path of the light has to bend 0.007 degrees per mile.
That's it?
That's it.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay,
To be
there's
lifted
your
up.
answer. Yeah. Also,
To be
I don't know why you believe this guy that says he can see a mountain, and you don't believe an astronaut who has a picture of a marble globe. Why is he more credible?
Then what? Hold on.
Why is the guy who says he can see the mountain more
Are you gonna let me
credible than
fucking
the
answer the
astronaut?
question, or are you gonna blab?
No, you asked for clarification. I was restating, so you understood. If you already understood, that's fine.
No. Okay. Well, you straw man me. I didn't say a guy. You said it's in the Southern Ocean Sailing Guide, which ain't a guide.
Oh, a guide. Okay, that's fine.
Yeah,
I thought you said
sailing guide. So it's in the Sailing Guide. And why would I believe pictures from a place that can't exist?
Okay, buddy.
Yeah, so why would I believe in pictures from a place that don't exist? Is there some law that says I have to believe the claims of people that said they went into a near-infinite vacuum and took pictures of the Earth and it's a ball? Do I have to, is there some law that says I have to believe that?
No.
Why should I believe it? You got a good reason I should believe it?
Now you're straw manning any.
No, I'm
case
asking
that I
you. No,
made
you
against
can't
you.
straw man with a question.
Yeah.
You can't straw man it with a question. I'm asking you a question. Is there any reason I should?
Okay, you're implying
is there any
that
reason
I was
that
saying
I
you should believe in this stuff.
Well,
I was
I'm
just
asking you a
questioning why
question.
you gave more credence to this other person, and it turns out it wasn't a person; it was a guide. So I guess a guide is more credibility than NASA. That's fine.
Yeah, because the guide is made up by reports of probably thousands, if not tens of thousands of sailors and people that fish in that area, as opposed to 600 claimants over a period of 80 years, claiming they do things that are fantastic and physically impossible and outside the realm of normal human experience. Why would I believe sailors when people have been sailing the ocean for tens of thousands of years versus people that say they went to space, right? And they went to a place where when they go to drop things, they don't fall down. Right? That's not a fantastic claim, man. That's not a crazy fucking claim. Oh, I went to a place, I got ghosts on it, just sat there. Didn't even fall. Oh, that's normal.
We didn't have to go to space to understand this stuff. Yeah, we understood
What does that
this
mean?
stuff. We understood this stuff with
Who's we?
People.
Which people?
Everyone.
Everyone?
Like you're saying these are fantastic claims. They weren't.
They
there were
are
plenty of people
fantastic
making these claims long before we went into space.
Have you ever been
And
to
in
a
the
place
vacuum of space, there would be no gravity.
Okay. That they don't claim things don't fall in outer space because of no gravity. They claim that they don't fall because they're falling around the Earth at the same speed the object is falling, so it just sits there. There isn't like less gravity in Earth orbit. So you don't even know your own bullshit, but you believe it, which is hilarious.
Yes. No. You don't know my bullshit. Apparently, yeah. You just need a fucking basic science course.
So that's not. So they're not in free
then you
fall
can
in
have
orbit.
meaningful conversations.
So they're not in free fall in orbit.
Yeah, they don't have. Yes, I'm
Matt,
not
you're
talking
the
about
math
in orbit.
teacher.
I'm
Will you
talking
correct
in
your?
outer space.
Will you correct one of your bro? So Matt is like Chief Glober. He's a math professor. Why don't you train your freaking Colbert here?
I'm sorry, I was paying attention to the chat. What?
Why do things float in the ISS? Is it because there's less gravity in space?
That's
Why
part
are
of
you
it.
stuck inside the ISS? That's not even what I was talking about, dude. Yeah.
In the ISS, there's about 90% the amount of gravity as there is on Earth. However, they're in a constant free fall, so they experience weightlessness.
Yeah, I must have paid Matt the Glover to say that, right? Yeah, I'll send you a check later, Matt.
No, NASA pays me enough. I mean, what I meant is that they don't pay me anything. I'm not paid by any government agency.
Very funny, Matt.
That's amazing. They're getting robbed, Matt. Sorry, man. You're ripping them off.
I
Got
know,
a good thing going. Keep it going.
They keep paying me in this kleptocurrency or big coin or something. They give me like
Kleptocurrency?
10 big coins per month or something. I don't even know what to do with all that.
Klepto coin. That should actually be.
He was just trying to
They should
squeeze
make
in.
some gambling coin. Now I think about it.
That was some good advertising for your channel, Matthew.
Hey, the halving is coming up next week.
Some promotion right there for your channel. He's like, hey, go
Yeah, I'm
pay
actually going to
attention to
promote
my
Matt's channel. He's got the best, and with all due respect, Matt has the best breakdown of Bitcoin I've seen on the internet.
Yeah, I think it's
Take it from an
pretty
expert.
well
The former
broken
expert.
down. Yeah.
Didn't you hash a block by hand or something?
No, I've never done that. I've seen videos about that.
It wasn't you? No, some moron did that, man. They hashed a block by hand, man. Talk about like I have nothing to do today.
So back to their refraction. Did you guys appeal to this terrestrial refraction that post-sticks after the image is already or the observation is already taken? You don't you don't have a model of it to predict anything. It's always post-sticking, right?
Well, you take a big funnel with lots of free parameters, a bunch of refraction sliders, 3 horizons, right? And then you take an observation and you send it through this sieve, and then whatever you need it to be is what obviously was happening. So that's the refraction model.
So in other words, you just fit that refraction model to any observation that you ever have.
Yes,
period.
exactly.
Okay. So it's not predicting anything. It's actually just post-dicting it to wrap around a globe. I just want anything that you tested for this terrestrial refraction in reality so that you can verify it to anyone who questions the black swan. Because all you ever do, Globers, is taunt the refraction. Well, your refraction is after the fact. It's not predicting anything. It's always after the fact. The observation, then you need to set the refraction to somehow fit around a globe after the fact. Gotta love that silence. Thank you.
Do you want your mic back? Hold on, I'll get it for you. There you go.
This is your sentence is silver, but silence is gold. That's one of those things.
Did you kill everybody, Flats? What happened? You said something, everyone shut up.
Mm-hmm. That's how it happens, man.
What the fuck? You must be a killer at parties. What the hell?
I'm actually very entertaining at parties. I always
I
have
can't
a
imagine.
guitar strapped on my back.
Really?
Well, sometimes. But if somebody has a guitar and I don't, I pick it up and I play it and I sing.
I bet you do good food at parties, right?
Ooh, that's true. I do. Man, I do make some.
Ooh, yes, sir. Oh, it's definitely been a busy day in the server, that's for sure, that's for sure. Nathan Oakley spent about, 10 hours in there earlier? And the show has continued up until, it's like nearly 7 o'clock in the morning for me.
Yeah,
Busy.
I left after, well, he was already off of his live stream and he started using the swear words like crazy, and just the perfect timing. It was Bible study in FED, so I went over there and I was just gonna. He was leaning in real hard to those curse words, so I wasn't feeling it. So I left. I was also doing Bible study though.
Is Bible literally still running that show study, yeah?
It's Righteous Force.
Oh, is it now? Oh, okay, fair enough.
It's good. You would really enjoy it, I think.
Does Bible literalists not do it anymore?
I haven't seen anyone named Bible literalist, but maybe that's who Righteous learned from and started teaching on his own. He's very, very good. I'm not gonna lie. It's edifying. Every time I go in there, it's always such a good time. I'll just say that. I'd hope to see you in there if you ever want. I don't know if you're on the FED. I'm a mod over there, so I
No
can
way.
let you in.
Wow. AJ does a good Bible study.
Yeah, he shows up in our Bible study a lot.
Yeah.
So he's absent. Most of the time he's there, so.
He's a good man, is AJ.
He is. He's a good one. And I like those kangaroo folks. I really do.
What, the Australians? Fucking
Yeah.
constant.
T-Dub's in here, but I love T-Dub, Timbo. I love all of the Australian, even Batman, Effie Batman over here.
Yeah. We've had a load of Australians pop in recently. You met Matrix, have you met Skinny Vet?
I've met both of them. I know them by their, I know what they sound like. Where all of you think that they all sound the same, they don't.
Oh, no, I don't. Nah, don't put me in that pile. I can distinguish accents. Yeah, I know Skinny sounds a lot different to most of them, that's for sure. And Matrix does as well.
I love it when because sometimes I'll just put this on and put it on speaker and have it sitting somewhere and I'll just be listening. I know all of their voices. So I know who they are by their voice. I don't ever confuse them like everyone else does. It's so funny. I think that their accents are pretty distinct, and their voices give them away to me.
Timbo had a bit of a break for a couple of weeks. I was actually getting worried about him. It's not like many people to disappear for a bit, especially like Timbo, but he's back up and running again. I thought he got eaten by a kangaroo or something.
I was very worried too. I didn't know what happened to him. So when I saw him show back up, I was like, Timbo! So I would say this. I bet they felt the same thing about you. I got to witness your coming back. I didn't know who you were when you came back, and I was listening to you destroy a Glober. You could hear me because I would unmute and I'd be like, "Oh shit," because the stuff you were saying was just killing it. You were killing it. For me, anyways, I was just happy to hear somebody just destroy a Glober. But I was new. I'm still kind of new, but not as new. All the arguments that I thought were amazing back then, I know to a T now. I remember the thing that you said too, because I have such a good memory.
Oh
You
shit! What did I say?
you
Fucking
asked
women
the
have got
Glober.
good memories.
You
Go on.
you asked the Glober, where is the gases formed? It was about like where the gases come from,
How they're produced, well they're produced, yeah.
where they're produced. Yeah, yeah. I was like, oh, because you had him, because you had already like trapped him to this point, and then you got him there. It was so good.
When you know PV equals NRT, you can pretty much destroy anybody on anything, to be fair.
Yeah, that's true.
Got a lot of people in chat, but it's just me and you chatting. We got Buster in the house. A name I don't recognise, so I'm just going to go for the names I don't recognise. Buster's here, and oh god, Matt Nuclear's in the house. What's up, Matt? I know you are. Pen Pal's joined us. Penelope's in the house. Q, what's up, Q? How you doing? What other names don't I recognise? Tuck, what's up, Tuck? And Outlaw, and some Rebel Landers or something down the bottom. So welcome to the channel. Anybody that's new, if you've got any questions, then please feel free to ask. If you want to die on the hill with some salient point about the earth being a ball, then we'll placate you, no problem at all. But welcome to the channel, guys. I hope you're all having a fantastic day. Yeah, I'm really well, thanks, Jedi. Good stuff, man. Well done. Don't all speak at once.
I'm doing pretty good here in Alabama. The weather's nice. It's going to get really hot soon.
No, watch out for that global warming, mate, in the summer. Oof.
That's the only time there's global warming is the summertime.
Why are there always so many people in the channel? Nobody's talking.
We were just talking, actually. You just came in.
Yeah, what were you talking about, old lady?
I'm not old. What are you talking about?
All right, that's fine. What were you talking about?
Weather.
What about it?
It gets hot in summer.
Because, you know, when no one's talking, you talk about the weather. That's what humans do.
Jeez.
You got something to bring up? We can talk
Yeah,
about
I'm just
that.
wondering, is the Earth flat or not?
It definitely is.
Is the moon flat?
I don't know what the moon is.
Why do they always do that, Flats? What is it? What about the moon? The moon's flat, sun's flat as well. Then is it everything?
Why
flat?
can't you just answer the question, you fucking freak?
I did.
Right,
I
you're
don't know what the moon is.
Man, what the hell? Do you have to
What?
get so?
You can't
do you have to
answer
get
it.
socially involved?
I
What the
just
fuck?
told you
Who's
I don't know
emotional? You're fucking
what the
emotional.
moon is. I'm not emotional. I told you I don't know what it is.
Just pointing out that every single time somebody comes in, we say the Earth is flat. Your next question is usually, well, is the moon flat too? Right, okay.
Typical.
Yeah. Do you want to shout at me some more, do you? Get it off your chest. I've unmuted your mic so you can shout again.
Oh. No, well, why can't you just say yes or no? Like, why does it have to be like, oh, that's... I'm not saying it's a refutation of you saying the Earth is flat.
Know.
I wasn't
know.
talking to you. I was talking to Flatsy. I was pointing out to her
What?
something that we always notice, that question 2 is, well, what about the moon then? If you want an honest answer to what the moon is, mate, I can't give you an answer. It's more than likely, most definitely spherical, 3-dimensional, of course. But I've got no way to verify that, if you want the honest answer.
Well, just look at it.
Okay.
Look at it and watch it. Watch it for 24... Watch it for a while and see what happens.
Not 24 hours, I'm silly.
Yeah, but that doesn't tell you anything.
So we can look
How
at
does
it.
it not?
You can't see it for 24 hours. What are you talking about?
Record it if you don't want to sit there.
But you can't view the moon for
Oh,
24
yeah.
hours.
Yeah, true. Yeah, sure.
We can all
You can
sit
see
on
what
the
its position is the next day when it comes back around.
So you see what happens in between that time, so you don't know what's going on with the moon.
Oh, you gotta get some friends. Get some friends in
so you just
between
gotta
there and
assume.
here.
You got to
All we're
assume
gonna
what's
do-
going on with the moon.
No,
in the
I just
meantime.
said look. Have other people do the looking for you.
Dude,
In the meantime,
I pointed out that all we can do is look at it, and more than likely it is spherical and 3-dimensional. But unless we go there, we've got no way of verifying what we observe.
okay. So your position is not that the Earth is flat. It's just that we have no idea if it's round.
No,
or
that's
flat
not. We
or
were talking about.
spherical.
We were talking about the moon, dude. I'm on the Earth. I can measure the Earth. The Earth is
Oh,
measured
that's the
flat.
same point.
I wouldn't even say that it. I don't agree.
You can
with
measure
that.
it.
I wouldn't
And that's
say
why
that
it's
it's
flat.
spherical either.
Definitely measure the Earth.
I think something. I wouldn't.
Well,
even,
okay. I'm kind of new to this, so maybe you can explain that to me. What do you
Okay,
mean you
so-
can measure the Earth?
The water, for example, when contained at rest, it lays horizontally. Any body of water that is measured by observation through distance and line of sight targeting with lasers and so on, the water lays an orientation of horizontal, which is a problem if the surface of the Earth, which is water primarily, should be curved. If the water is not curved,
Depending on how big it is.
So when does horizontal become curved? That would be.
Depends on how big it is.
Yeah, but horizontal is not equivalent to curved.
Oh, thanks for that.
So pick a distance of water. You can have 10,
Oh, what
15,
I know. I'm
20.
not a fucking mathematician. I'm not a scientist. Okay.
Okay. So would you like me to give you
Well, I
the
guess I
numbers?
don't know as much as you don't know.
Would you like me to give you? Would you
Yeah.
like me to give?
Oh, yeah.
So with a radius of 3,959 miles, then according to the globe Earth model, we should have 8 inches per mile squared of curvature. So after
Is that
1
what the
mile,
scientists say? The radius or diameter? 39,000 whatever miles?
yeah, that's
Is
the
that
agreed
the
upon.
radius of the Earth, as they say? The science
That's what
man?
it is. Yeah, that's what it is. So according to those numbers, we should have 8 inches per mile of curvature, and the physical geometric
According to
horizon.
who?
According to the model, the math.
What? Whose model? What math?
The globe Earth model with the set radius determines the rate of curvature over distance.
Well, I
Known
don't
as
think
the-
anybody thinks that the Earth is like an exact sphere.
Doesn't matter. It's
What if the
still
piece
pretty
of what if the
close.
section of the ocean you're looking at is not?
Think about
It's
this.
not a.
Think about this. A flat surface isn't actually flat, but pretty much flat when you can see it from above it. When you see a flat table, but if you put a microscope to it, it's not actually flat. It's got undulations in it, so it's not. But we're talking about a margin of error here, so it's
What is
flat.
that noise in the background?
Me? It's my fan. Sorry.
Just
But
tape
I
the
would say
fucking cord to the fan or something.
it's the ceiling fan.
It
It's
sounds
not.
like it's the
It
cord
doesn't matter.
clanging
Would you
against it.
please listen to the actual argument?
Yeah,
Thank
but
you.
you're just saying nonsense.
Yeah, but
Anyways.
you would say that it's pretty much spherical. It's pretty smooth when you zoom out. Your Earth is pretty like globe Earth is pretty
No, I'm
smooth.
saying it's not. I'm saying it's not, and
Oh, so it's not. So you don't see your
I'm saying it's not a perfect sphere, and that's why different
face.
areas
No
might be
shit, it's
less
not any
pleasant.
kind of sphere.
Yeah, so I'm not trying to sound like it's revolutionary. I'm just saying
Yeah, I know, it's not a
it's not
perfect
flat.
sphere. It's not a sphere
All
at
right, it's
all.
not
So
a
how could it
perfect
be a
sphere.
perfect? We all agree.
Oh, right. Yeah, true.
Go ahead, Jedi.
Sorry, I
Sorry.
literally just joined, and those were the only words that I heard before I spoke. Sorry about that.
I was just you know how flat doesn't have to be smooth. Your spherical Earth would not be smooth either. It would be,
Yeah,
with
that was my argument against his point that
yeah.
the ocean is
Let's
flat
go
for a
ahead
long
and say
time,
that
and I'm
flat.
saying the Earth is not perfectly spherical. That
Well,
was what I was saying.
flat too.
Let me finish.
Oh, okay. Maybe there's let him go.
Okay, so the difference between the east to west circumference and the north to south circumference is 30 miles. For all intents and purposes, 8 inches per mile squared is a very good approximation. It still gives you a physical geometric horizon at 1.225 times the square root of the observer's own feet. None of these two things were observed or measured.
Hold on. Can you say that? Can you start from the beginning of what you just said?
Okay.
Since
So
you're
from
obviously
east
reading it.
to west. Sorry, say that again?
I said it's because you're obviously reading it. Maybe you
No,
should
I'm not
type it
reading.
out. Maybe I can.
Not
Maybe that
reading
would make
at
it
all.
better for me.
You
knows
don't have
this
to
stuff.
you don't have to start trying to belittle me, sunshine. That ain't gonna work. Been doing this for 9
I'm
years.
not
I'm
trying
not
to
reading
belittle
off,
you, big man.
not reading off of anything. I'm literally just repeating something that's been said.
That you've
in
said
this
every
community.
day
Why are
for
you
100
talking
years.
for me?
Like that doesn't mean that everybody can just follow
Already
you're
started.
trying
Me
to
and you're
you're
gonna
trying
get
to
off on a
present
really bad foot.
mathematical
Me
evidence.
and you're gonna get off on the bad foot already. I don't want to treat you
You're
like a
trying to talk a little fast, and you're just trying to
Yeah.
say these things as
Dude,
facts.
you're just talking about talking. Just shut up and let him say his thing. And if you need clarification after he said it, then you'll get that. This isn't productive. Just stop it.
You said that maybe the Earth isn't completely spherical. I'm telling you that with regards to the model, the north to south equator to the east to west equator has only got 30 miles of difference. So the mathematics of 8 inches per mile squared is a very good approximation. Doesn't matter which direction you're going to be making your measurements from. We should, according to this maths, still have a geometric horizon that should be approximately 3 miles away from a 6-foot observer. Based on the mathematics, I was going to say, but it sounds too complicated for you to follow. However, the waters of the Earth are observed and measured and practically used as a horizontal plane of reference. For that instance, the Earth cannot be a ball.
That didn't really sound like anything.
Okay, well, I would say that the Earth is measured flat with.
Well, wait a minute.
Sorry, go
Why,
ahead.
before we throw more info at him, why don't we ask him what he needs clarification for?
Well, you're giving me a measurement. You're giving me a distance between the poles. That's according to what? Who
Your
said
model,
that?
your globe
My
Earth
model.
model. Yeah, the
I don't.
globe Earth
That's
model.
not my model.
Have you got a model then?
No, I don't
Right,
know
so you
anything.
don't have a model. Do you think you live on a ball that spins in a vacuum of space?
I think it's relatively spherical. Yeah.
Okay, so would you trust the scientists from NASA if they gave you a
No, I
value?
don't trust the scientists from NASA. No.
Okay, fair enough. So if you were to Google what is the Earth's radius, would you agree
No.
that we're at least told what the radius is, whether you believe it or not?
Would I agree that we're told what the radius is? Yes, I
Yeah.
would agree with
Yeah,
that.
good. So with this model, which is the current paradigm, this is the model that I'm referring to, whether you believe it or not.
Well, yeah, I can agree with that, but that doesn't have anything to do with the
What?
reality.
Everything that I just said. It's just giving you the model and the mathematics associated with the model. The amount of curvature from point A to point B over the distance of that arc, for example, should be 8 inches per mile squared, according to the radius that we can all Google.
Fine.
Good. However, when we try to measure and observe this model in reality, we don't observe or measure any curvature over a distance of water.
Who's we?
Flat earthers at the moment, mate.
Oh, so you're out there measuring the curvature of the ocean. How do you know? I mean, how do you even know how big the Earth is? Maybe Google sucks. Maybe NASA's full of shit.
I don't know how big the Earth is at the moment. We're trying to find curvature of the Earth, though.
Well, I think isn't the. I mean, it's probably pretty big, right? It's probably pretty hard to tell what the curvature of the Earth is, like with the human eye or with your.
If we're to believe the radius that we're given, then I've already told you how much curvature there should be over a body of water.
Why would I believe that?
Because it's just associated with that math.
Because NASA told you, don't you? Isn't NASA like your prime enemy?
Hold on, buddy. Your entire cosmology is built off this the dimensions of this globe Earth. Your entire cosmology, the cosmic ladder, the first rung is the dimensions of the Earth. So if that's wrong, the whole cosmology is wrong. So you don't
I'm
get
just
to
talking about the
arbitrarily
shape.
say,
I'm not talking about the dimensions.
yeah, but the dimensions are the shape.
No, the dimensions are the definition of the size of the shape, but not the shape. Does that make sense? The equation you would use to calculate the size of the shape
Even know the
would be
size.
determined by the dimensions. Sure.
You had to be told by flat earthers what the size of your globe Earth is. You don't even know. So what are you even talking
Oh
about?
my! They don't even believe it's a globe Earth. So what are you talking about?
I
That's the model that
don't
we
have to
test, isn't
believe
it?
in your globe Earth. What are you talking about?
This is
Yeah,
getting
why is
redundant.
this one?
That's the model that's being tested. The one that you can Google. We're trying to see if that one exists in reality. It doesn't. What do you want me to do?
Okay. So what? That's not. Is that your evidence that the Earth is flat?
Oh, I haven't
And
provided you with
what
any
exactly does it
evidence.
mean when you say that the Earth is flat? Anyways.
So it lies horizontally from one end to another.
And how thick is it?
My goodness me. Someone else can talk to the fourth.
What? How is that not a reasonable question?
Knows. Why would we know? We can only see the surface. We live on the
Well, why
surface.
can't we get to the other side?
What are you are you trying to get to the other side? Do you expect me to? I have a family. I have a home. I have all these things. What do you want me to do? You want me to
That's such a
go
weird argument.
even further than testing the actual curvature of the Earth? If it's not there, it's not there, man. Doesn't matter.
Oh, the other side isn't there?
said.
Oh, the curvature isn't there. Okay, whatever. But
There
if the
needs
Earth
to
is
be
flat,
there.
isn't there another side? If the Earth is flat, then there is another side.
Because you're thinking that the flat Earth resides in the vacuum of space, which doesn't exist. So you're talking about a straw man of our position. It's not our actual position.
Okay,
There
why
is
don't you explain your position? I've been in here for like 30 minutes. Why don't you finally explain your
haven't
entire
even gotten
position?
past level 1, buddy. You're not
What's level 2? Get
gonna
me
be
to
able
level
to
2.
the
Go
boss
ahead.
of 1 if you can't go through the level first.
What's level 2?
Level 2 would be the motion of the Earth.
Oh my. Okay, what's that?
It doesn't exist. There's no motion.
The
It's
Earth
stationary.
doesn't move. Okay, we're at the center of the universe. Fine. What's level 3?
That we are contained, so there is no vacuum of space. Or near vacuum of space.
I'm going to need some explanation on that one.
Because we have gas pressure that we breathe. See, you can't handle all of these levels yet. You haven't gotten past the first part. There
Well,
is
you're
no.
just saying nonsense, dude. We
That's
have
not
no pressure,
nonsense.
no
It's
gas
observable
pressure.
in reality. It's not nonsense.
We have pressure. We have gas. We have gas
Yeah, gas
pressure. What
pressure.
the fuck are you talking
Yeah,
about?
exactly. Which requires
What's
a
the
container. Do you
What's the
experience?
definition?
Sorry, go
Sorry,
ahead.
Flats. What's the definition of gas pressure?
Are
How
you
do you
asking
achieve?
me?
Yes, I'm asking you
Why
what
don't
the
you
definition.
ask the person who brought it up?
No, I'm asking you so you can follow
That's
the person who
crazy.
pulled it up.
Whoa. Okay.
So,
Why don't you ask your girlfriend about it? She's the one
no,
who brought it up.
no.
What is
I'm
gas
asking,
pressure?
dude, can you define gas pressure? I'll give you a minute to think about it. How do you define and achieve gas pressure? I'll give you a
You
clue.
trap gas in a container of some kind,
Bingo.
and
Well done.
pressure is achieved.
Yeah, so pressure is defined as force over area, a physical boundary for the gas to press upon. We find this in PV equals nRT, the ideal gas law. So the
Can you just admit that the stuff this girl's been saying are just
I
like
haven't quite
absurd?
finished, sunshine. Thank you.
Yeah,
So
go
if
ahead, dude.
it's declared to be an open system without any physical barrier for the gas to press upon, can you name me the two problems that we're left with?
Nobody says the Earth is like it's open to space. Nobody said
It
that.
is rockets to the moon. It's an open system, free energy and
That's
matter
because you
transfer.
can pass through the what's ever between here and the moon. Doesn't mean that it's an open system, dude.
It does.
Do
It's
you
defined
agree
as
with
an
that?
open system. It's defined as an open system. Do you know what an open
How would you
system is?
describe? How would you describe an open system?
No
As in,
problem.
there's nothing in
A
between here and
system.
there.
A
You're very
system.
silly, dude. That's exactly what an open system is. One that matter can pass in and out of. Go ahead, Jedi. Sorry.
No, it's exactly that.
No.
An
Okay, fine.
open.
Okay, we can agree if it's an open system. If you admit that there's some stuff in between,
Some
fine.
stuff
Yeah,
in
you can
between.
pass.
Like what?
Yeah, you can pass through it.
Like what?
The atmosphere
No, that's the gas. Atmo, gas. The very thing that
doesn't
we're
mean
talking
so.
about.
Gas is not stuff. Gas does
Gas.
not exist.
That's
It's.
what is under pressure.
I can't follow this, dude.
Dude, there's so
No
many
one's saying that
retards in here. It's just impossible to have a conversation.
You're the
you're the
retard.
one.
You don't
Would this
know.
woman? Would somebody?
Listen, you're perceiving everybody as a retard because that's what you are. You misconstrue everything. You don't understand anything. You don't know anything about this topic at all. And you're doing shit. And then every time you get good information because you don't know shit from Shinola, you think it's shit. You don't even know what an open system is, and you're here arguing and arguing. You're obviously not very well
Oh, now
advanced.
you're gonna need me.
Just shut the fuck up and listen to what these guys have to say.
Maybe you should just keep me muted. I'm trying to have a conversation. I'm getting
nobody's
overtalked
muting
by
you.
a
All right,
dozen
just
people.
listen up, dude. Because, like you just don't know enough to argue. I'm not trying to be a prick and saying
I'm
that.
asking reasonable questions, and I'm getting
No, you're not.
talked shit
You're
to by
pushing
like
back. You're
30
pushing
people.
back. He told you what an open or a closed and open system was. I did too.
No, we're talking about what
no,
that
it's not.
means. That's not a set in stone definition, dude.
Yes,
Why are you
it
being
is.
so aggressive?
Yeah, it is because
That's
you're being a prick. Okay. All right.
No, I'm not. I'm
What is
trying
it?
to have a conversation, dude. You're being
You're
weird.
not. You're not.
And now
An
there's a
open,
woman here
an
saying,
Yes,
open
that's
system
being
is
a prick.
where matter and energy can freely flow.
freely flow. Okay, so
Mhm.
there's no interruption at all. There's
That
there's
no
nothing
contain,
that's keeping us from exiting the
no
atmosphere.
containment.
I'm gonna the story Flatsy. I'm just gonna help this guy. An open system is one that matter and energy can exchange in and out of. A closed system would be one that just energy can exchange in and out of. Matter cannot. So if it's a closed system containing gas, there's no rockets or people leaving that system and going into an adjacent vacuum or any of that bullshit.
Okay, well, I never claimed that the Earth was a closed system, so I don't know where we're getting with this.
It has to be for there to be gas pressure.
Oh, so we don't have any gas on Earth.
No, we do. Therefore, it's a closed system, and this idea that you have that it's in an adjacent vacuum space is bullshit. That's the whole point these guys are trying to make to you. I don't know why it's taking
Okay, I never
so
claimed that space is a vacuum. I don't think I
Fine.
don't even think space is real.
Fine. There's no. I see. I don't know what the problem is then.
All right, so relax, man.
Welcome to
Take a
Flat
deep
Earth.
breath. Why don't we just fucking take a deep breath? Jeez.
Because I just wanted to get it here, and I was just waiting for it to get here. That's why.
Here in the where? I don't even know where here is.
Well, the point in the conversation that we arrived at.
About space not being a vacuum? Is that your favorite
Space
topic?
is real, but a thermodynamics violation is not real. Got it?
Have you ever heard high pressure always goes to low pressure?
No.
You've never heard that in your whole life. What happens when you have like a propane tank full of propane and you release the nozzle just a little bit? What happens?
It comes out.
Yeah, but like violently, right?
Not if you open it just a little.
Even then, you're whistling.
If you open it big and wide, then it comes out fast.
Yeah, but if you open it just a little, it's still whistling because nature abhors a vacuum. So you're having a high pressure expanding into the low pressure violently.
Yeah, but that has nothing to do with the
Out, right?
vacuum.
So I'm saying once you release the pressure, that pressure wants to get out, right?
Yeah, the smaller, if it's in a tight area, it wants to get to the more. Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, high pressure always goes to low pressure, like I said.
Yeah. What does that have to do with the vacuum? Yeah, okay, you won, dude. You won.
Yeah, that's what we're saying.
We talk about something.
We're saying that we have gas pressure here on Earth that we breathe. And it's supposed to be adjacent to a near perfect vacuum at 10 to the negative 17 torr. That's not possible with an open system that matter and energy can be freely exchanged.
Okay, that's great. So what is the outer shell? What is keeping in the gas that we breathe in?
We don't know.
To survive.
It doesn't matter.
What?
Gas pressure works, okay? That's the
Okay, maybe you can let somebody else talk about it.
Well, you just want a man to say the same thing that she just told you. So,
That we
okay,
don't
here
know.
I am.
All right.
Right. You're going to require a closed container to contain gas. We do have gas pressure, so obviously.
You're saying that's not the atmosphere. That's not the atmosphere.
No,
right?
the atmosphere is the gas that needs containing. So the mechanism of containment must be some kind of a barrier, because that's the only known way to contain gas.
So you
That's
didn't
the
really
argument.
answer the question.
Well,
what is keeping in the gas that we breathe in and need to survive?
A container.
What? Yeah, great. What container? What is the container?
No
specific. Is the atmosphere on the inside or the outside of that container?
No specifics.
Inside of it, dude. That's how it's contained. The atmosphere is the gas. The atmosphere is the gas, and in order to contain gas, you require a closed container. It's the only way to contain gas. How do you stop gas from filling a broader area or a space?
Come on, everybody knows the atmosphere is the container. Everybody knows that.
Don't be okay. Define. Okay, well, wait a minute. He just said the atmosphere is the container, so define atmosphere.
Like gas and stuff.
Yeah, gas and stuff.
Getting pulled to the earth because of gravity.
Okay, all right. Gas and stuff getting pulled to the earth because of gravity is a container.
Yep. Yes.
That's a container. So what you're really claiming then is gravity is a container.
Gravity pulls the container to itself, yeah.
Gravity pulls the container. Dude, you don't even have your rhetoric right. Gravity
whoa.
pulling the
Don't
gas.
Get upset. Let's have let's just see normal people.
Okay,
I'll
all
give
right.
you a kiss after
you're
this,
such
okay?
a friendly guy when somebody's taking you to task. Any other time you're
all right, go ahead. Go ahead.
So gravity would be pulling the gas, not pulling the container. It would be acting.
The gas is the container.
No, you stupid fool. In your conception, gravity is
gravity produces the container, which is
gravity
gas.
would be producing the containment effect. It would be containing the gas. The gas is the thing that needs contained. It's not the thing that does.
Yes, you're right. You got me. Go.
If you can demonstrate gravity doing that. affecting gas in that way.
Can I demonstrate it? It is happening right now as we speak.
Begging
But
the question.
I can't show it to you.
It's circular reasoning. Yeah, you can't show it to me.
How is that circular? That's pretty direct.
It's happening as we speak. So what? You mean like the atmosphere is being contained
Like
by
you're
gravity?
breathing air right now.
Right. That's what I mean by it's circular reasoning, because that's the thing we're saying can't happen because
How
gas
would
doesn't-
I prove that to you? Hello?
Well, it's your claim, so that's
I'm not
your
a scientist.
It's your problem.
No, you're the one who's claiming the Earth is round and gravity's not real and space isn't real and
You're putting words in our mouth.
no, that's
I'm
what you've
saying
been
that
saying.
space is a violation of gas behavior and natural law. That's what I'm saying. If I want to contain some gas, same as you, I'm just going to bottle it up. I'm going to put it in some kind of container. That's what I'm going to do. I'm not going to use any gravity bullshit or any of that. That's an idea that you have, not something that can be physically demonstrated. That's the whole point of it.
Try jumping up and down, stupid.
Okay, jumping up and down is going to be a demonstration of gas being contained by gravity.
No, that's a proof of gravity.
No, solids in the medium of air would prove that you would jump up and then
Oh,
come
it's
back.
in the medium. Can somebody shut their wife up in here? This is getting ridiculous.
You've got no
always
fucking
cry.
respect, dude. You don't
This
deserve
guy
to be
cries
here.
and
Fuck
whines
off.
when he's given disrespect, but look at him.
No, he doesn't deserve to be here. If he's going to keep talking to flats like that, he can fuck off.
Oh, I don't mind. It's fine.
Hypocrite. No, but I mind actually because he's a two-faced fucking hypocrite. Anytime anybody gives it back to him at all, he starts whining and crying like a little bitch. And then the first thing he does when you speak is exactly what he doesn't want done to him.
Well, I'm okay with it. I'm good.
Fair enough.
Oh my gosh! How many times?
Yeah, you're a cunt, dude. You're a little girl
You
yourself.
guys are so embarrassing, dude.
You're more of a girl than she is actually, because
What's
you're
that
the one
supposed to mean? What do
whining
you
and
have against
crying. When you
girls?
get even remotely, when there's any remote insult leveled against you, you start whining and crying.
No, what's really happening is every time I say something you guys don't have an answer for, you just mute me and you say, "Oh, you're being mean. You're being mean."
So go back to any time I muted you. Then just give me an example.
The last time you just muted me.
No, I didn't mute you.
Okay, well, whoever, whatever. You guys are like the same people. You're all a big blob.
Okay, generalization. Bullshit. All right.
You're basically the same. You have hell of the same fucking ideas.
No, we don't. We'll disagree in some places.
Yeah, stick around for a minute.
Sorry, I don't agree that the moon is spherical. I can't tell you that. I wouldn't even postulate it, actually. But Jedi, he's all about it. And
You
I'm
wouldn't
okay
think
with
it's
that.
even. Do you think it's possible that the moon is round? I mean, spherical.
It could be, but it doesn't give me any reason to think that it is.
Okay, is there anybody else in here who doesn't think the moon is a sphere?
Don't know.
When did we say the moon wasn't a sphere?
That's why I just asked you, dude. Nobody said, "Oh, you guys don't think the moon is a sphere." I'm asking you a question. Do you think the moon is a sphere?
Could be.
Looks like a sphere. Probably
could
a
be,
sphere.
but
Can't verify that it's a
There
sphere.
we go.
Right, go into the possible sphere.
I wouldn't go as far as to say that it even looks like it, because we only see one face of it.
No, that's not really true, though, is it? We see the entirety of the moon from the Earth.
We
over
only see
time.
the face of the moon.
What?
We don't see any other face of the moon. The phases will change, but the face of the moon.
So the moon doesn't like spin around, right?
Well, it
does the
does.
moon spin?
The face of it rotates throughout the night. Yeah.
So that means we can see the whole
It's still
thing.
the face. It's still the face, the same face. It rotates throughout the night. Not it rotates around to another side of the moon that I would see if it was a sphere.
Is that true? I don't really know actually. Does the moon not spin in
Observe
such
them
a way that
many
we can
times.
see every
What
part of it?
have you not ever gone out and looked at the moon
I
throughout
don't
the
have a telescope. No.
No, not a just observe the moon throughout the night. You can look at it. It's pretty cool to look at it through a telescope, I'm not gonna lie. But I would say you don't see another face of the moon. You see one face of the moon. That's it. Your
Oh no. Okay, wait a second,
your
dude.
globe paradigm would suggest that the reason why we only see the same face of the moon is because it rotates just right that we only see that one face.
Honestly, I'll be honest, I didn't know that was the case. If we've never been able to observe one side of the moon from Earth forever, I would be shocked. But I don't believe that's the case. I think it's
That's the only side of the moon that you ever see. You only see one face of the moon, always.
no. Okay, everybody. Okay, look, if they write it in books like that, the moon
They
rotates, the Earth.
do.
Okay, stop it, dude. What the fuck? If the moon rotates and the Earth rotates, then certainly we've seen every angle of the moon. Are you saying that we've only been able to see one angle of the moon rotating like whatever, like horizontally or whatever you want to say about it? It's never been actually like rotating like what you would expect from like a solar system type of rotation. Is that what you're saying? Like we've never actually seen all sides of the moon. Okay,
In
I'm
your
just gonna have to do some
globe
googling because I
paradigm.
don't think you're.
Correct, we haven't. They have a claim that it's tidally locked, which means that it orbits the same the time as it takes to actually spin on its axis. All you ever see is that one face of it facing you.
Who says that? Is that real? I don't believe. I
Yes.
don't know. That's fucking
Yes,
crazy.
we do not see another face of the moon. We don't see it spin around. We don't see its backside or anything like that.
How
And
is
of
that
course,
possible? They say all the planets spin. They
tidal
say
lock.
the moon spins.
Yeah, but they say it spins, but they have this claim of tidal locking. Just Google that. It orbits the same amount of time it takes to spin on its axis, is what they say. And that's why they say that it will always be that same side of it facing us. Always.
The far side of the moon is the lunar hemisphere that always faces away from the moon. I mean the Earth. The Earth, away from the Earth.
Yeah,
What the fuck? No way, dude.
That's
Okay,
the claim.
everything's fucked up.
So you go outside
Well,
your
everybody knows NASA's fucking full of shit. What was it? That's crazy. I didn't know that though. The moon, we don't know what's on the other side of the moon. And everything, we're supposed to be spinning, all the other planets are supposed to be spinning, and I'm getting, okay, alright. Okay, you beat me. I lost.
Well, we're not trying to beat you. We're just trying to help out.
Damn. Alright, whatever, fuck it. I don't care. That has nothing to do with anything else I've said. Fuck the moon. I don't care about the moon.
It doesn't. You're right. It doesn't really matter.
That doesn't refute anything else I've said.
He still has too many Star Wars DVDs to give up the globe, though.
Yo, AI, are you there? You hot micing, bro.
That's weird. Yeah, Dark Side of the Moon. I've heard that for a while, but I didn't know that was actually that was the reference. Huh.
That's why I say that I can't definitively agree that it's a sphere or whatever, because who knows? It could just be some crazy. I don't know what the moon is, so I wouldn't even claim to know what it is because I can't test it or verify it.
Yeah, that's true. All right, but let's get back to reality. I mean, if we're gonna do the same argument about like the ocean and angles and mathematics, we can like look at the moon. Like you can. Oh, what are they doing now? They're like sending laser beams to the moon. They can. Even if you just look at it in a fucking telescope, it looks like a fucking sphere. You can, and they're sending laser beams. You know, they're measuring the moon or whatever. You know, they're doing whatever the fuck science fags do. So let's just be honest. I mean,
Gonna be
okay,
your last warning.
maybe we never see the backside of it or whatever.
2 seconds. Your F slur just a moment ago. That'll be your last warning. It's against TOS of this channel and this server. If you do it again, unfortunately, I will have to remove you. This is just a fair warning, Sunshine. Just be careful of the language that you use.
Alright,
It's a friendly warning as well. No worries.
But anyways, yeah, that's my I think that's a valid point. I can't say that it's indicative of the shape of the Earth necessarily, but I think maybe it is. But that's interesting that we've never seen one side of the Earth or the moon. That's weird. When they say that, like, all the planets are like rotating full circle and stuff.
Rotating full circle planets, you say?
Yeah, aren't they?
Well, what do you mean? Do you mean orbit, or they're rotating on their axes, or what do you mean?
Huh. Wouldn't it be both of those things?
Well, they're different.
On their axis. What does that mean?
Well, it just means it's spinning around.
Yeah, it's spinning around, yeah.
Like a top, you know?
Like a what?
A top.
No, not necessarily. That's kind of random, isn't it?
No, spinning on its axis. The same thing the Earth is claimed to do in all the planets.
Like by the middle of it?
I just was trying to find out what you mean, that's all.
Spinning in any way. I don't know. That's what they say, isn't it?
They do say that.
Yeah, the moon's supposedly spinning at 10 miles an hour, roughly.
Yeah, they say all the planets, including Earth, are spinning. So are you saying that's not true?
Earth's not a planet.
The Earth is not a planet?
Why would it be? What likens it to the planets in the sky? Like, what similarities do you look at Mars and you go, yeah, checks out. The Earth is definitely one of those things.
Oh, yeah, that's a good point.
I don't see anything. It's just something I've been told. For one, planets move, and they move differently than the constellations, the stars, right? I don't observe or detect the Earth moving in any way, so that's one way in which I would say it doesn't bear similarity to the planets in the sky. Another is, well, I wouldn't say necessarily sphericity, because I can't detect that of Mars, but it's definitely at least round in that it's circular. I have no measurement of the Earth showing that it's either of those.
Okay, well, yeah, that makes sense. But okay, so you're just saying you don't know what the moon or the Earth looks like. So
We don't have.
and also that you refuse to compare it to other planets.
Well, if the
and
claim
you
is
refuse that it is a planet.
Well, if the claim is that a planet is a spherical body, well, the Earth doesn't measure spherical.
Okay, so you're admitting that all the other planets are spherical.
No, not at all. And I'm not even admitting there is such a thing as other planets.
Well, what is a planet then? I don't get it.
Well, you said other planets, so that would imply other than the Earth, right? So you'd already be saying that the Earth is one.
Okay, I'll just ignore that part then.
Right, so I wouldn't say other, and then I wouldn't even necessarily go so far as to say spherical, because I can't measure it, can't prove that directly. All I can do is eyeball it from here.
All you can do is look at it and observe that it's relatively spherical, yes.
Well, first of all, you're looking through a telescope, which is a monocular, and so you have no depth perception with that. You can't necessarily tell it's spherical. You could see maybe a changing face of it over time and go, okay, it's spinning, it must be a sphere. Maybe, but that's an inference. It could be. It could. I'm not saying
It's
I'm not
spinning and
saying
it's always round. Yeah.
I'm not
That's
saying
how you
yeah,
know.
but I could put a 2D Pokeball in the open text right now. It's just a 2D image. It's not a goddamn 3D ball.
Except it's not spinning.
Although
Yeah,
it looks
except it's
no,
not 3D. Yeah.
that's my point. That's my point. It's not, but it looks like it is, right? So
No, it
something
doesn't.
similar. Yes, it does, and I could post it right now.
You could
And
not use a 2D object to prove something that is something is 3D. So I don't know why you're saying that.
image of a spinning ball that you ever see on a computer screen is exactly that, and it's
So
going to
you're
look.
saying what we see when we look into space is like computer generated. Is that what you're saying?
No. I'm not saying it's computer generated. I'm just saying it could be some sort of phenomenon similar to that. It could also not be. It could just be
Phenomenon.
Yeah. It could just be an image that appears to be like a spinning like spherical body, but
So
it
you're
might not.
saying NASA is projecting images into space to make us
I'm
think
fucking
planets
not.
are
Why
round?
you keep raw manning? I didn't say it.
I don't know what you're saying.
I'm saying we can't tell. That's all I'm saying. It could be spherical. It actually could, or something else. That's what I'm saying.
Fine. Yeah. Well, so what's your point then? I don't get it.
Well, just that you can't tell. You can't actually tell that it's spherical, but if you go off the assumption that it is, and that's what a planet is supposed to be, this spinning sphere around the sun, right? Then the first thing that you would want to do to determine that the Earth is one of those is measure its sphericity. That's kind of where I started here.
Okay. Well, that would be impossible unless you like go up, I think. I don't know. Well, maybe if you like. No, yeah, I think that's probably. Actually, I don't really know how you would do that. How would you do that? How would you measure the radius of the Earth? That's crazy.
Well, ask the Globers, man.
Well, how would you measure the Earth, the radius, or the length, or whatever the fuck you guys talk about?
Gonna have to ask you, Doofus, why have you sent me a load of DMs calling me a coward and pathetic and shit? Why have you done that?
What? What did you say?
Why have you sent me a load of DMs calling me a coward and pathetic? Why have you done that?
So you have to verify if that's truth. Oh, it is true.
Yeah, it is.
Let's see.
Why have you done that? Sounds a pretty pathetic and cowardly thing to do, my friend.
Oh, you're a mod, so maybe I thought you muted me or something.
No. And even if I had, you want to call me a coward and pathetic when I'm the one that's been engaging with
So
you?
what?
Have you got little situational awareness? Are you an idiot?
Apparently so.
Right, fuck off then. Oh, I can't stand idiots, man. What the fuck?
He's muted again.
Too right.
Look,
having a conversation with him and he calls me a fucking coward and pathetic. Right. Wait, say it to my face, you prick.
I think they all do that pretty much.
they do. This is the best moderated room. Besides the home server, because it's you have to be so vetted before you can even open your mic and live stream. Usually, that it is well moderated there, but here I'd say for the chaos that you would have to put up with, that it's very well moderated. Absolutely,
We're pros.
I know.
We pros. We learned already on the other server mostly. Is Doofus our only available Glober?
Yeah, if you want to talk to him, you can. He just needs to be taught a fucking lesson. Like, have some situational awareness. If you're not happy with someone, don't go behind their back and write little fucking messages to them. Just tell them to their face. You'd probably earn a little bit more respect.
Did he do that tonight? Or are
Yeah,
those like
like literally about 10 minutes ago. Whilst talking to him.
Yeah, that was when he thought I muted him, I guess. Yeah.
I'm an idiot. Yeah, up to you though. If you want to talk to him, you can.
Well, let's just see what he has to say, unless there's anybody else. If he still has anything to say, we'll see.
Okay, look, I'm sorry. Okay, maybe it was inappropriate to say whatever to you because you didn't even mute me. That's fucked up. I apologize. So who the fuck muted me?
No one cares.
Okay, whatever. Yeah, fine. But I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
No worries.
There's too many mods in the chat. Who knows? Who cares?
I thought it was. I don't know why I thought it was you. I don't know. I don't remember.
Well, I mean, as I scroll through, there's me, Jedi, Miggy, AI. There's a whole bunch of them. T-Dub, Silly Guabity. There's a bunch. Who knows?
All right. Well, anyways, I probably wasn't being very nice, but I don't even remember what we were talking about anymore. So, but yeah, the Earth is round. Anyways, the Earth is a sphere, mostly for the most part. It's like mostly spherical.
So you just got back from saying, "Man, how the fuck would you measure its sphericity?" And then you go, "Yeah, it's a sphere."
I just think it is.
Okay, well, all right, fair enough.
It just makes more sense than if it was round. I mean, flat.
Because you're told that everything.
Flat.
So to you, it's like it quote makes sense, but I mean, is it reality?
Well, because you look at the moon and other planets,
What?
So you look at other things, and then you go, "Well, this thing must be that."
Yeah, well, if everything around you is the same, like similar, then it's pretty.
So if I'm in a forest and everything around me is a tree, then it's like I got to be a tree.
Yeah, the Earth has
no, I don't think that's a fair comparison.
Yeah, the Earth has no resemblance to anything in the sky. Nothing.
Well, I mean, you're also presupposing that you're in this vast, like, cosmic vacuum type of universe, too, with other objects similar to that which you're on. You're just kind of, like, just taking that as a given, right? I mean, for all you know, those things in the sky are just lights in a ceiling. They have nothing to do with what you're actually on. It's not an object among other objects like it.
Yeah, and plus your globe Earth and the dimensions of your globe Earth is the the first rung of your cosmic ladder. So if the Earth isn't curving anywhere, like I said earlier, if it's not curving, it's got to be what? Horizontal, flat. So if your entire cosmology is based off the curved globe Earth, then if it's not a curved globe Earth anywhere, then you don't have your cosmology, because you have to assume that Venus is the same size as Earth to get your distance to the sun, get your 1 astronomical unit. All of this stuff falls apart.
Yeah, I believe you.
So we already said that the vacuum of outer space doesn't make sense because you couldn't contain gas in such an environment, right? With an open system where there's that available volume of that perfect, basically unending vacuum, right? So when you said all these other objects, you were already like taking for granted that outer space vacuum setting with all these other objects like the Earth.
I guess, but I never said that there was no. Oh shit! I forgot what you just said about gravity. I don't know.
I said outer space, and I said it. I know you didn't necessarily said it. I said it.
Or I don't know. Look, I'm not a scientist, dude. I don't know about outer space. I don't know about gravity. But I just think, our planet probably looks a bit like the planets we can see in outer space.
Again,
okay, right. It's not a planet. Fuck. Okay, I guess we can't just talk about anything.
Well, no, we can. We can talk about all sorts of things. I'm just pointing out that you're presupposing this whole paradigm, right? As soon as you say the Earth's a planet, you've already pre-concluded that it's in this outer space setting with other things like it, Well, why do we even think that in the first
Oh,
place?
you just said it was like it.
No, I didn't.
So you're presupposing. Yeah, fine. Yeah, why would we? Yeah. Well, I feel like we've been
Why do we
flying
think?
around it for
I've asked you that
a
so many
while.
times. Why do we think that in the first place? That the Earth is one of these things that you see in the sky?
It just makes sense. It's just logical.
How? What's the logic?
If these things that are in our universe that are like ours, like we're on something, they're something, how is that not like common sense?
Same shit I keep pointing out.
All right, go ahead then. Why is it so offensive
You're
to you?
presupposing a
It's not.
cosmic
Pointing it
vacuum
out.
with spaceballs.
Huh?
I said
Sorry,
you're
I'll go and then Flatsy, you go. I just said it's not offensive. I'm just pointing it out. Now, Flatsy, you go.
Yeah, you're presupposing the cosmic vacuum with spaceballs. This isn't our position. We are not in that universe. The flat earth would be the universe.
Yeah. Okay, that's nice and all, but we have the capability of looking around in the surroundings, what
You're not
surrounds
able,
our planet. Come
you're
on.
not able to interact with those
Would you
stars
please?
in the sky.
We can observe every planet, our moon. We can observe all the planets in our solar system,
You're not
and
able
we
to.
can tell that they are spherical and they are rotating.
Okay.
Done
So
it
I
again.
don't understand why.
Done it again.
Okay, why do you guys just
That was
want to
good.
keep talking over me? Like, it's fucking
Okay,
weird.
sorry. You're right. Conclude your point.
But I was done. I was done though. So yeah.
I've done it. You've done it again, though. You've presupposed solar system, outer space, all that stuff, right? We need validation for the claim that the Earth is one of those things and that any of them are going around the sun.
Okay, look, I'm not a fucking nerd. I don't look up this shit. I don't have data on it.
This always
But
happens.
are you denying that we are not
always-
rotating around the
You
sun?
make claims.
Are you denying that there's a solar system?
Remember
Yes.
level 2?
Yes.
Level 2.
Oh.
Motion of the Earth was level 2. You skipped it. Remember?
But you keep
Motion of
making
the-
claims every single time.
Oh my gosh.
Right? You go, man, I'm not a scientist. I don't know. So,
Dude,
at
how
what
long
point-
have we been fucking rotating around the sun? What do you
never,
think about that?
never. So at one
So
point,
the sun's rotating around us. How long has the sun been rotating around us?
I
Who
don't
knows?
fuck, dude. It was doing that when I got here. So
Yeah,
at least
What's your minimum estimate?
like, be my age. I'll tell you, I'm 22. So at
A
least
billion
22.
years? 22 years.
I'm 32.
Yeah, I'm only 18.
No, you're not. But that's fine.
I wish. Anyway,
I'm 52.
yeah, he's being honest. So point being, you're taking a lot of stuff for granted here, dude.
What do you see when you look at the sun throughout the day?
I don't look at the sun. What am I, retarded?
Okay, well, what do you see the sun doing throughout the day?
It's moving. It's moving around the
The
earth.
sun is moving, not the earth. The sun is, right?
Wow, that's your argument?
Yes. What you observe the sun moving. You talk about observations. We observe the sun moving, not us.
I thought you guys were more interested in measurements.
We are interested in a lot of our epistemology isn't just set to one single thing. We've got a wide range of things.
So your observation of the sun going up and down is evidence of what?
You observe the sun doing what it does. You don't observe the sun being a space gas plasma ball in the vacuum.
So what is it evidence of, is what I asked you.
There's no other evidence other than you see the sun throughout the day. It moves, not you.
So what does that mean to you?
That we're not moving. The sun moves.
Just like it appears.
Yeah, I mean, why do you have to invert it? You see the sun being the thing moving, right? Why do you have to say, nope, it's us?
I didn't say that, but I'm interested to know why you would say that we're not moving. You
Because
just
of
think
that,
it's only the sun moving and not us. I
that's
think
what's
that's a
observed.
reasonable question.
Because that's what's observed. It's not observed or detected that it's us that's moving. It's like the cars on the highway. You stand by the side of the road. You see them moving. You don't go, well, how do you know it's not you? I don't know. I just saw it moving.
I don't think that's a reasonable. I don't think that's reasonable.
Why? It's the same thing. You see the sun moving. Do you detect yourself
So
moving?
how would you know that the Earth is not moving? It's not you moving. It's what you're standing on top of that's moving.
Right. So you inverted it just like I said you would. So how do you know that?
How do I
When
know
was it
what?
proven to you? When was it proven
I was
to you?
asking you, how do you know it's not moving? And now you're trying
Because
to
I
put it on
told you,
me.
I go
That's weird.
outside and I see the stuff in the sky just moving around, right? I don't experience myself being in motion. So why do you say it's
Oh, well, that's
what?
that's not valid. That's not a valid refutation. Sorry.
Refutation to what? A baseless claim?
That the Earth is moving. It's as
Okay,
baseless as your claim
baseless.
that the other planets are moving, but we're not.
Not really. It's a logical
Yes, it
standpoint.
is. It's
No,
my standpoint is very logical.
a logical
Hello.
standpoint because that's what we actually experience happening. Now, if you want to say, no, your experience is mistaken, it's actually the inverse of that, fine, fair enough. But where's the evidence for that is what I'm asking.
Oh, so you don't have to provide any evidence. It's just
I did what we observed and experienced. So that's the baseline. If that's mistaken, why don't you provide the evidence to show it?
what? What are you talking about? What is your evidence for, and what are you
I
trying
already
to
fucking
disprove?
told you. It's what you see happening, like the cars on the highway when you're standing on the side of the road. You see them moving by,
What
and
is
then you
it?
go,
Well,
"What
yeah.
the
What are
fuck's
you trying to prove by presenting that? I don't get what your point is.
I even
The
asked you.
point is that the things in the sky are the things that are moving because that's what you see happening, unless you can present some kind of evidence to show us it's actually not that way. It's the opposite.
And I even
So
asked.
because cars drive down the street, that means planets aren't like floating around in space? What?
No, dude.
Didn't
Yeah,
I
I
ask?
don't get it. I'm not trying to be a dickhead, but what are you saying?
I remember I asked you, what do you
Oh.
observe the sun doing all like throughout the day? You said you observed the sun moving. You didn't say
Yeah.
you observed the earth moving. You said you observed the sun moving.
Well,
That's
how
where we're
I
starting from.
possibly
So
observe?
if someone, and
I
I know
think the observation of the sun moving is perfect proof for the observation of the Earth moving. I think that's fine.
Oh
You didn't
my.
observe the earth moving. You interpreted that from something else you saw move.
Yeah. So
Interpretations are not evidence, so we need evidence that the earth is the thing actually moving
well,
instead of
you don't have evidence that the Earth was not moving, dickhead. So
yes
why
we
don't you
do.
stop talking?
It's an
Burden.
axiom. Yeah, you're doing a burden of
An axiom?
a burden of proof reversal. Yes, an axiom. We observe and experience
No,
the
you're
earth
the only ones making a
sun
positive
moving.
claim. So that's you guys are the one trying to reverse it.
No, we're telling you this is what we
No.
well, even
It
you
would be even.
said it.
I could just talk about NASA. You guys don't even want to. You have nothing
Sure,
behind
let's
you.
NASA. Oh my gosh.
Oh my god. Yeah, I don't like NASA either. But what are you guys even doing here?
Telling you that your head is full of stupid ideas.
Oh, great. Nice try.
Well, it wasn't a try. It was easy. It was a slam dunk.
You have nothing to say. That's why you keep fucking
Well,
muting
keep
yourself.
pointing out all these. I never muted you once in this entire conversation. And just keep
I'm
pointing
talking
out.
about you muting yourself, nerd.
Oh, okay. Well, whatever that means. I don't know what that really means. I mute myself.
Whatever. So why don't you just say something that means something?
Well, I already did, but like you can't take any meaning in, so it's sort of wasted on you, you know?
Why don't you try one more time?
Okay, one more time. I go outside and I see the sun move. Then what?
The sun moves. The sun moved.
Yeah.
What
All
are
right.
you asking me?
I think you figured it out.
What shape do you think the sun is?
Who gives a fuck, dude? It's obviously circular at the
I feel
very
like
least.
that's your entire life is what the shape of this. Like, what are you
That's
talking about? Who gives a
segue
fuck?
what we're
That's you.
talking about. You
Your entire
talked about
existence.
the whole discussion was on motion, and now you want to make it about the sun's shape?
We are in the 24/7 Flat Earth channel. The discussion is about the shape of the Earth, and I do think the shape of the sun is relevant to that. I think the shape of the planets around us are also relevant. And
Yeah,
there
but
are a bunch of fucking weirdos in here who disagree, but that's fine.
Okay,
Like
so
I
let me
But
hear him.
you,
Let me hear him real quick, Flatsy. Then you can go. So, like, if I'm hearing you, basically, let's focus on the shape of everything, but the thing that the channel is actually
well,
dedicated to.
you guys don't like to talk about that because you have no actual answers for it or no reasons for
Right. So
why it
let's
might be
obfuscate
flat.
from the shape of the thing that
What's
is
the
actually in
thickness?
question.
How thick is the Earth?
So you're gonna scattergun
If it's
bullshit.
flat, then why is it?
Yeah,
All
Flatsy,
right,
say
okay, go ahead and you can talk about it.
I was gonna say that if I told you that I can't even tell that what the moon is or the shape of the moon, what makes you think that I could tell you what the shape of the sun is? It's bright. I can't even look at it directly without a
What is
solar.
shocking to me is why you think you should. Anybody wants to hear what you have to say? There's like 30 people in here. Why do you keep talking?
Okay, fine. I'll shut up.
he cries and whines whenever I even
Who's
like just
crying? Why do you answer
mildly
the question?
insult him, and then it's like a woman starts speaking and he acts like that.
I just think it's weird that she's like so desperate to say shit that's like so retarded.
Well, what's
I
retarded?
don't get it.
What exactly?
I wasn't even paying attention. Whatever she was trying to say.
You don't know what she said, yet somehow, without knowing what
Yes.
she said, you know it's
Yes.
retarded.
Exactly. Yeah.
Well, you might consider that you're the retard in this equation
Why do you think that?
because you don't even know what she said, let alone able to judge that it's retarded.
I have the foresight, dude. I can tell what she was gonna say. She was just gonna say some dumb shit. So why are you so embarrassed to defend? Like, why don't you just say what you were gonna say? So why don't you just go ahead, dude? Here you go. You have your fucking. You have the floor. Go ahead.
Who has the floor?
You.
Oh my goodness! Thank you so much for so graciously granting me the floor.
You're welcome.
Channel that I didn't make or anything like that at all. Anyhow, I've got the floor. Okay, well, I'll just ask you, where's your Earth curve measurements?
Why do I care about that shit?
Well, it seems to be what you're here.
Your argument. What do I care about that?
It's not my argument. So it seems to be what you're here representing. I mean, when it suits you.
Why does it seem like I'm here representing the measurements of the Earth? What the fuck?
Because you
What
go,
gave you that idea?
Body, everything else is a spherical body. You look out and they're all spheres, and why would the Earth be any different? So
Yeah, they are spheres. Hello?
That you're representing.
What do you think about that? Do you agree with?
Yeah, so it would be better if you just let me get through this so you know what you're actually going to respond to, right? So just let me finish. So it seems to me that you're here representing that cosmology based on this idea that the Earth is a spinning ball. Also, one any direct measurement of it being that. Oh,
he pieced it.
Do you you asked for curvature Earth measurements? Do you
Yes,
have
please.
Do you have flat Earth measurements?
So an instant reversal. Okay, so he's not the one. He doesn't have.
It's not a reversal. This channel is 24/7 flat Earth, so it's
Yeah,
not a stretch to ask for flat Earth measurements.
Reversal. It's a direct reversal because I just asked
It's not because he was the one. He was the one talking to you about it. I'm a different person, so obviously I'm not the person arguing the same cases that he would ask.
Right. So you took my question to him and then you just reversed it.
Yeah. So I mean, I wouldn't if so. I don't think that it is a hard ask that if you ask somebody for Earth curvature measurements, that you should also have to provide flat Earth measurements as well.
Why? Just
because
provide the curvature measurements and then we're done.
Because
and then we're
if you're
done.
asking,
and then we're done.
Because if you're asking someone who believes in a curved model, it should be compared against somebody's measurements of a flat Earth model, right?
There are no measurements of a curved model, quote unquote, to compare against any quote flat model.
What I'm saying is, if you are trying to ask for a curvature of the Earth, the measurement of it, why is it such a hard thing for you to present the measurements for flat Earth? Why is that a hard ask?
The irony of this is your response to, are there any curvature measurements? So obviously it's a very hard thing for a glober to provide that, and yet you're turning it around and asking me why it's hard to provide the opposite, which tells me everything I need to know about your claim.
Okay, so if you can't provide that, that would tell me everything I need to know about your claim.
Oh wait, who said they can't? That's a fallacy.
I'm
Right
just
there.
asking for it.
Well, you started off on the foot of reversing my question, right? Which right there was a fold. I don't have to do anything at that point because you resorted to a fallacy, right? You reversed you reversed the burden of proof, right? Because the question on the table was curvature measurements, and you deflected from that completely, and you tried to reverse the burden, which then tells me what we're asking for isn't there, so I can rest my case.
Okay, so when we talk about burden of proof, typically it's because of a claim. I think you agree with that. When someone claims
it doesn't matter who asked first, man. Let's just get to the point.
Right. So when we talk about burden of proof, it is in regards to a claim. If I claim the Earth is a globe, I should be able to provide proof to that claim. If you claim if you believe in a flat Earth, then the burden of proof for a flat Earth is on you. I come in here pretty often, and I listen.
Wait until I say that. Wait until I say it is a flat Earth, sir, and I'll prove it to you with method.
I interrupt you there. I apologize. Did you want to?
Well, I just wait until I actually say that, though. Like, don't take the channel name and just go, I'm gonna stick this against you in the middle of your questioning of him while he leaves the conversation.
And I understand, and I apologize for interrupting. That was not my intention there.
No, you didn't. That's cool. He left. You're good to like speak up now. I'm just responding to what you have to say. That's all.
So when I joined, it sounded like he was for a global Earth, and you were for a flat Earth. But typically, when I join this channel and just listen for a bit, it usually sounds like the people who are for flat Earth typically always ask people who are for a global Earth for proof. And whenever someone who is who believes in a globe asks for any type of proof for a flat Earth, it is typically responded to by someone saying, "Well, you can go out and observe it." And that's generally the extent of proof for a flat Earth. It never usually goes beyond that.
Bullshit.
There's so there
you missed the whole session today, about 10 hours of.
Oh no, that's true. I didn't. I like I said, I just joined, and I don't.
The reason you might
know.
The reason you might get that response is because the base axiom is our immediate experience is just a flat Earth. So if you're claiming something opposite of that, then you would have the burden of proof, right? But with that being said, there are laser experiments that have been done over lakes, so that's like a measurement.
Right? No. I agree. There are plenty of experiments with done over like lakes, oceans with lasers and everything. My point of contention is generally there are much smarter people than I that use physics and mathematics to usually try
insinuate.
to calculate or insinuate a global Earth. And you can, and there are research papers and peer-reviewed papers that you could probably look up that would try to help that argument.
You're just deferring to someone else's expertise. Then you don't know this for yourself.
My challenge is then to you is, could you defer to someone else's expertise that that has peer-reviewed research on flat Earth?
No, I wouldn't even bother. I mean, maybe I could, but I wouldn't even. I would just defer to your experience. That's what I would do.
Well, see, that's what I was saying earlier. Is usually whenever
Your experience of the physics of water.
Yeah, I'd defer to that.
Right,
I would defer to your own experience of the physics of water. I'd say, go check out a body of water. Go to a lake. Go to an ocean. See if you can see the horizon where it should be geometrically, if that shit's curving. All that. That's what I would say. Check it out. Don't even listen to a word I have to say. Just take the map of the globe and go and look at this thing for yourself and see if you find a match.
Right, and generally that has been the problem I've had with the flat Earth argument that I typically see in here.
I'm trying to argue into a worldview, dude. I'm not trying to argue into a worldview.
Right, but that's typically the problem I've seen in here is that usually the best argument for flat Earth is, what's your experience? You go out and you see so far and it looks flat, or if you go and look here, your experience is that it's flat. But I typically what I would like to do is, do you have any? What I'm asking for is, do you have any literature or peer-reviewed papers using physics or formulas that could possibly calculate flat Earth? Do you have any literature like that I could read?
There's FE Core, which is a 190-page document of laser tests.
Backed by physics and mathematics.
They're like an independent research group. I don't know their credentials exactly, but
what is
maybe somebody else knows that.
What is the name of this? I'm sorry, I don't.
It's FE Core. Do you have the link for that? Do you have it, Waz? I could grab it.
No, I'm on my phone, so.
Yeah, me too. That's why I didn't want to grab it. So.
Cabay participates in FE Core.
I have it on my computer.
Somebody could post FE Core for him.
Yeah, no, I'm typically just interested in the physics and mathematics behind.
Well, yeah, they have a bunch of documented laser tests that they did over lakes, long spans of bodies of water and stuff, where there should be like a detectable curvature drop, and they detect none. They hit targets and things that the laser should be well above of if there's a curvature drop, etc. But yeah, we'll try to get you the document. 1 second.
Yeah,
yeah. If you like to read, that's like a good start.
Yeah, no, like I was saying, typically I'm not necessarily interested in arguments of, well, what's your experience and so on and so forth.
I don't even consider it an argument, really. It's just a base axiom. It's like, here's how it's experienced, right? Somebody's saying it's the opposite of that. All right, well, burden should be on them to come with the proof, and then fine, fair enough if they have it.
Yeah, no. Well, speaking of burden of proof, I do want to see the research for this, but when you say burden of proof, typically, if something is regarded as like you would agree that most people believe in a globe Earth.
Yes.
And I know science is typically not. Science is not democratic. Okay. But if something is believed and by the science community and is believed by the people for hundreds of years, if and because it's believed by the science community and so on and so forth, if I were to claim that it's a globe Earth, I'm believing what the science community believes. The burden of proof for a global Earth is not on me. It would be on someone who believes the opposite of that.
Be on the science community. It'd be on the science community that proclaims it, or whoever proclaims it.
Okay, so okay, let's say it is. Sure it is. It is absolutely, because
they don't get a free pass because they've been saying it for so long. I mean, you go through history and find all kinds of claims that repeated ad nauseum for however long. whatever time span, doesn't give credence to the claim in itself because it's repeated so long.
True. Absolutely true. So then, at best, then it would be comparing a global Earth to a flat Earth. So if you would like others to believe in a flat Earth, then the burden of proof would also be on yourself. It is not a logical fallacy
Oh,
to.
I don't care. You already started off on the wrong foot. I really don't care what you believe.
So Zone, you think Zone, real quick, you think we're in the wrong for asking for evidence of a globe?
No,
are you saying
I
that?
never said that at all. I asked if you recall here, I said it was true that a global Earth does require proof as well. The burden of proof is on both parties. But when I say something like the burden of proof is on both parties, and a heretic, when you say, well, you already started off on the wrong foot, it kind of sounds like you're deflecting from any type of
the
burden of proof.
No. I only said you started off on the wrong foot when you said, well, if you want me to believe, because I don't care. If you want to believe you're on a spinning ball, that's fine by me. I don't want you to believe it's flat or it's a globe or anything. All I'm advocating for is just go check it out, compare your belief against the world that you actually experience, and you determine. That's it.
Are you gonna Zone real quick? Are you gonna do that? I heard you said earlier all you wanted to see was the physics and the math.
Yeah. No.
At what point, Zone? Let me kind of finish my question. At what point will you take that physics and that math and go out into reality? When will you check the dirt, the water of the earth, to compare the two?
Okay, so I'm not entirely sure what you meant by that, but it kind of sounds like what I was mentioning earlier about how generally when I come into this chat, it's mostly people saying, "Well, what do you go outside and experience?" Because if what global Earth individuals are talking about, then the Earth is too big for you to determine if it's flat or not. It's like zooming in really far on a ping pong ball. You can't if you zoom in far enough, it looks flat. So so if that's the case of how gigantic the Earth is compared to like what the
you mean could be
what the global Earth's individuals are talking about, then both claims then would require that both claims have a burden of proof that they have to abide by and provide proof for that.
No, sir. You understand that when we say experience, that includes measurements. It includes practical
no, and
use
that's
thereof, right?
I'm interrupting
Anything
you
you
again,
go
I'm
out
sorry.
and do, anything you go out and do in reality, right? Name one thing that you do, including any type of measurement, mixing fuel ratio, fuel to oil ratios, leveling a painting on your wall, building a building, anything, driving, right? You tell me when it is required for you to take into account curvature and axial rotation. From actual curvature like hills and valleys, right? That you obviously, if you're going to be navigating the land, you will have to account for that, unless you're in an air vehicle. But I mean, like the claimed curvature and rotation, which forms, forms the Earth into a ball. Anything in practical reality which requires you to consider that it becomes a significant consideration for you to perform your daily duties and tasks.
Yeah, somebody linked the FE Core laser experiment video in the chat, so you can save that, watch it if you want.
I think is this okay? Yeah, no, this is Heretic. This is an experiment.
I gave you the document, and there's also a video version. So both.
That's great. I'm excited to read the physics and math behind this PDF.
That's great.
Once I get a chance.
Take a look and scrutinize it as much as you want. Provide any objections, any criticisms, critiques that you want. Debate it as you want. Just take a look.
Yeah, and then someone linked a video as well. This is something I'm going to have to take a while to look at. Well, depending on the video and the length of the PDF, it's an hour-long video.
Yeah, I mean the video will be the easy way to just familiarize yourself with like the
PDF
the
is pretty
general.
long as well. I will read through it though, so don't worry. I'm afraid reading
Whatever you
through
want
it
to do.
and watching it in this discussion is probably beyond the scope of 20 minutes. So
It
it's
is.
something
It is.
something I'm going to have to actually read and listen to, not while talking to you guys.
Well, I mean, you could watch the video and then you have the document on hand to sort of like reference the claims in the video too and stuff like that. And if you find anything in there where you're like, well, I don't know about this, like feel free to bring it to us.
Yeah, something else you could also do by yourself is to like observe an object or something far off in the distance, and then type in the Earth Earth curve calculator and see if that object should be there or not according to the curve.
Yeah,
That's something you could do yourself as well.
So this is a question I really want to ask Heretic, this is a question that I assume Heretic that you believe flat Earth, correct or no?
Yes, heretic right now.
That's such a loaded fucking term now. But yeah, what you're thinking of as flat Earth, oh god, even that's a problem. Even that's loaded. You might be thinking of like a disc in space or some bullshit.
No.
So I don't know how to answer that question because I don't know what you mean.
What
was the question?
Do I believe in flat Earth?
Flat Earth, yeah.
Oh.
So
let's just say he doesn't believe in a globe.
Okay, yeah. So
what about level Earth?
I think that the Earth is planar. So by that, yeah.
Here's
by that I would say it's a quote unquote flat Earth. Yes.
Here's my idea of what I believe flat Earth is now. It is planar, but it is also a dome above it. And this could be a dome of it could be, I don't know what exactly it consists of, but that seems to be the most consistent
could be
belief.
What could be a dome? It's impossible at this point, I think, to empirically prove it. There must be some sort of container. A dome seems like the most sensible option, but who goddamn knows? Maybe there's something else going on entirely, and we got it all wrong. I do think that the general orientation of the place is horizontal, flat, as it were. So in that sense, I would say yes, flat Earth. The only reason I'm hesitant to answer the question with yeah is because people have all sorts of different ideas of what that means. So I just wonder what I'm saying yeah to, you know.
The question that I did want to ask you though is, what would you have to be provided, and excluding, and you can't say proof. Well, you could say proof, but it has to be you a little bit more narrowed down. But what would you have to be provided or shown in order for you to believe a global Earth?
Can you answer that first? What do you need to believe? What do you need?
I'll answer him. Then you go ahead, Levelist, and flip it on him. Globe measurements. Go ahead. Go ahead, Levelist. Go ahead.
Just answer the question yourself, Zone. When was it proven to you? What evidence do you need for a globe? Have you ever verified any of the claims made on the globe? When was it verified to you?
Oh no, just general science of the last 1500 years. This is enough for me.
So you never yourself verified any of the claims that those scientists made, is what you're saying? You just you believe it on faith.
If in the next 20 years it's for somehow people who believe in flat Earth come out with equation after equation after equation after measurement after measurement after measurement, and show satellite image after satellite image after satellite image of all this stuff. If they build a network, even if all that is a lie, if they build a network to show such a thing as well, then I'll just generally believe it. Because the reason why it doesn't necessarily matter all that much to me is what would change for you if it was. Let's say you believe it's flat Earth. We're living on flat Earth now. What would change if you were living on global Earth?
We
Same
would
for
then
me.
know the truth.
What would change in my life if it was flat? Nothing. It wouldn't matter. So I just leave it up to other people who use physics and mathematics to decide it.
Well, if you figured out that the Earth was flat, what would that say about the so-called scientific community?
If I figured it out, well, the thing is, it would be an astronomical uphill battle due to the amount of photos and
It's a
math
hypothetical.
and physics that.
You're not engaging with my hypothetical.
It wouldn't matter anything to me. I would continue being a government software engineer in DC. That's exactly what I would be doing. It wouldn't matter a bit.
What would it say about the scientific community if you proved that the Earth was flat?
If I proved it beyond a shadow of doubt of physics and everything, still no. I don't think it would prove much of anything else, really. It depends on what you mean by scientific community. Do you mean like outstretching into the medical field or outstretching into this and that? It depends on how far-reaching you mean by scientific community.
Well, I'm referring to what you said, because you mentioned the term scientific community several times. So whatever you would think that is what I'm thinking about.
Ooh, if it just means like planets and so on and so forth, I don't think it would change anything for me. Wouldn't shake my faith. Wouldn't change anything for me.
So one more question then, Zone. Then why are you here? If it doesn't matter, why are you here?
Just because I generally just kind of hop through channels. And every time
that's what I was wondering. If it doesn't matter, why is he trying to figure out what would
well, no, I
indoctrinate us into the outer space water ball mythology?
Well, no, I
having
generally
a consequential conversation. Come on, just let him have it.
Yeah, no, I generally just come in here, and it seems that in the 24/7 Flat Earth channel, there's always an assignment of burden of proof on people who believe in the globe, but there seems to never be a burden of proof for people who believe in flat Earth.
Well, no, not for the people who are just believers that are just sharing their belief.
Because
it's the people who think their belief exists within the science blanket.
Let's just sum it up once and for all. They have a claim that goes against the base axiom, your own experience, my experience, everybody's experience.
I have a problem with that phrasing, but continue.
Okay, I might have fucked up the phrasing. I don't know where exactly. They have a claim that's antithetical to what all of us just experience by default.
I think I could sum it up, Zone, because your own answers already explained it. I asked you what you basically asked you what your best evidence was. You said your best evidence was believing scientists. So the reason we're asking for globe evidence and we're putting the burden of proof on globers is we simply want them to prove their own beliefs. That's it. It's as simple as that. The overwhelming majority of people that are globers have never actually proven it to themselves, and that's all we're asking them to do.
But don't you think it's a little weird that in a 24/7 Flat Earth channel that you're asking global Earth to prove their beliefs, but it's generally always asked of global Earthers to prove their beliefs.
I already explained it.
It's never It seems like that's always the case. Whereas there's
or they just
much
acknowledge that they're left just
flat
with the
earthers.
belief
Guys,
system.
we're in a loop. He's been saying this forever. It's been responded to forever.
Well, it's been responded to, but it's not necessarily satisfactory.
And you asked for flat Earth documentation. We provided laser experiments.
Why don't you just? It doesn't really matter if you're satisfied. We've given you the answer. If you don't find them satisfactory, I mean, I don't know. Deal with it.
Yeah, and remember, it doesn't matter whether the Earth is a water ball or if it's flat or not, right?
Or taking your turn one at a time doesn't matter either, right?
No, I do what?
I'm just joking. But you can spend $2,000. You can spend $2,000
Creamy
and get a high.
Are you a used globe salesman too?
I was in the middle of a sentence. I hate when you guys talk over each other. I hate when you guys. I'm muting you.
Remember?
I don't want to have to mute you, man. Just wait until I'm done with a sentence, please. I give you guys the same respect. I would appreciate the same back. You can spend $2,000 and just buy a high altitude weather balloon, a camera, a GPS tracker, some hydrogen or helium, do some payload rigging, and then wouldn't that support your argument? Just go buy that and do the experiment if you want to complain that much at these flat Earth people, instead of asking why.
Yeah, just go support your claim. We're not seeing evidence of your claim when we look around, so we're going, what gives? Basically, that's it, right? And you're like, oh, where's the argument? No, we're asking where yours is, for God's sake. You're saying something that's antithetical.
And I'll give you a quick list. You can't use airplane evidence. You can't use the ship disappearing. You can't use space stuff. You can't use anything like a $1 billion.
He's not going to remember your list anyway. Just let him try.
Well, I mean, it says if you come here enough, like you know the 6 things that's like bad arguments.
Sure, but I mean, just let him try to figure it out for himself. He has a belief. Let him try to figure out how he would support it.
It matters to you, Creamy Steve, so you've come up with this list. But remember, it doesn't matter to this guy.
Well, if you came up with this list here, it takes like $2,000. Why hasn't
your wires are crossed, bro? That's not what he was.
They have.
He was being facetious, Zone.
Well,
Zone. The FE Core guys is a flat Earth research group, kind of. So they have done that.
They have.
Yeah, it's
it's only $2,000. I'm 100% sure they've done it multiple times.
Independent research group doing laser experiments. So
this is in the video.
It should be, yeah.
Oh no! So no, if they've like bought a drone with GPS tracking and floated it up to basically the upper atmosphere. No, this is something I'd like to see. Not a drone, but like a helium balloon, I guess. You could float it up and then record. No, this is something.
I don't know about the drone, but you.
Yeah, no helium balloon or whatever you would have to float it up.
Yeah, but you keep asking about flat Earth burden of proof, so I'm just saying that there is experiments done or tests.
Yeah, no, that's basically just my whole issue is just how often burden of proof is asked of.
Well, that's the way it is.
They're the one with the positive claim, antithetical to observation, experience, reality, etc.
I need a
if it's a globe, how hard can it be? Zone. If it's a globe, how fucking hard can it be to prove that?
Well, if it's a flat, how
it's
hard
pretty
can it be
hard,
to
dude. I've been
prove
trying
that?
to do it for like 4 days.
I explained it. You do it every day. You prove it every day to yourself. You just ignore it.
Well, you don't necessarily.
When's the last time you saw the globe, Zone?
The most
you don't.
Basic, the most simple basic answer is obviously.
Dude, last time I got on my rocket ship, dude, I was just staring at the roundness.
Well, because of how
it only costs 10 mil to go
how
up
massive
there.
the globe is, it appears flat.
So how big is it?
Do you think that water curves?
What globe?
Hold on. How big is the globe, Zone?
I mean, I would have to look up measurements. I don't.
Well, you just said it's because it's so big.
Okay. Well, how big is the flat Earth then?
So this is. Do you see? It's a little. You're presupposing that Earth is a planet, Einstein.
Well, how big is the flat Earth then?
Who knows?
Well, see, that's what I'm saying is you can't just say who knows and then
Well,
expect a
so
globe
sorry,
earther.
Zone. So sorry, Zone. The
You just
biggest myth
expect.
of all time is just now unraveled. You want all the answers? You're pretty impatient for someone who doesn't care.
Well, you want all the answers. You're
Blah
pretty
blah
impatient for
blah.
someone
Yeah,
who doesn't care.
how big? You said the Earth is so big. How big is it?
It's massive.
Okay, you had a whole 30 seconds to look it up.
This is a Googleable fact, or not a fact.
It's something you could Google. Yes.
Googleable. So this is a
size isn't
question.
contingent on whether it's flat or not, right?
Right. So
It's contingent
I
on
could Google the
whether
answer,
it's a
but you
sphere
have
or
a
a
problem
plane.
with the answer. So
they
is there
they
another
think
question?
of it.
Right?
Look,
Yes,
instead of diameter or circumference, they think of it as a flat plane. So you have to have that in your head when you're looking at measurements.
No, but the thing is, the circumference and the radius methodologies have been falsified. So,
well, the point is, Creamy Steve just rationalized it away because it's so big, it's so massive. Yet he has not a clue of the size that they claim it to be.
Well, so when you ask,
so why don't you go sort your issues out before you have all these complaints?
Well,
you don't even have your own story straight.
Too big. Exactly. You don't know if it's too big or not.
But it's on Google, man. It's got to be true.
That's what I'm. No. That's the issue I have.
You've already stepped in it, Zone.
Can I answer or no?
I don't know. Can you? How big is the Earth?
So when you ask a question like that,
you're a clown.
I can. Okay. We can be toxic, I guess.
Not okay.
I can Google it, but once I give you the Google the answer.
Well, you already listen. You already gave the reason. Listen, you already gave the reason.
I speak? I'll let you speak for a while, and then this is
Dude, you already stepped in it.
Well, can I?
Who are you appealing to now?
No? Can I
Everyone who's equally as confused as you are.
You're gonna say that we're gonna deny the size given on Google, right? And do you know why people would do that?
Well, that's not that. No, that's not the question that I have. Can I ask a question after I explain something? So, Google will have a size, and you're gonna say, well, how do you know that? You're gonna ask me for measurements for that, which is respectable, right? I asked earlier, well, how big is flat Earth? Well, if you ask for a size of a global Earth, it ought to be
get an answer.
Understandable that I could ask, how big is the flat Earth? And if you say, who knows, then isn't
but that has nothing to do with your excuse
you can't
moments ago.
And that you can't just have an answer of, well, I don't know.
Yes, you can.
Yes, you can.
Okay, well then,
expecting me to be omniscient?
If that is completely understandable and a fine answer, then I don't know how big the globe Earth is. You can't ask any more questions.
Zone, use some logic real quick. How could we know?
Logic.
Zone, how could we know how big it is?
Go explore it. Go figure it out.
Oh fuck!
You would have to measure literally the whole Earth. How would you even do that? Like to get the circumference.
You're claiming it's flat, so you have to figure it out, correct? That's how this is the questioning that the questioning that I'm giving you is the questioning that you've given global Earth.
You're the one who said you're the one who gave the reason for why that you can't see the globe is because it's so massive. Yet you don't know how big it is.
Okay, so you can't.
Why not look it up? Are you too proud?
So every question that you're asking,
are you too proud to just announce to everyone you have no idea of the size of this Earth that you believe you live on?
Okay, so I'll Google the answer so you can ask me how do you know it and ask me for
you assume a lot, dude. You look the bellyache before you even say anything. That wasn't my follow up. All I was pointing out was you said the reason why. Oh man, dude! You said the reason why you don't notice the globe is because it's so massive, yet you don't know how massive it is.
Okay, so the diameter is 7,926 miles.
And how was that measured?
Okay, so there we go. Exactly what I just said. You said we want to answer
shut
that.
up, Zone. The reason we want to know that is because we've already looked into it and we already know no one's ever actually done it. That's why we try to squeeze it out of you guys, because you'll rattle a number off and we go, right, how did you find out said information? Now, how did you get that number?
Right, and
We're
that is
challenging you.
and like I said, it's an absolutely valid and totally 100% great question to ask.
Awesome.
And what I would like to know also is, how big is the flat Earth?
Unknown.
We don't know.
Don't know. Unknown. That's the answer.
So if
just because we don't know that doesn't mean that it's a globe. Doesn't mean that it's curving. You understand that?
And you understand that just because I don't know how to calculate that diameter doesn't mean that it's flat, right?
No,
it's not
there's
about
a claim.
No.
There's
It's
a
the
claim.
same logic.
No.
It is this.
No, it's not, Zone. Shut up. It's not the same logic.
Zone.
Thank you.
There's a claim on the table of size, of dimension. Okay, we haven't given that. We haven't said flat Earth is so big, it's so wide, so long, so high. Blah blah blah. We haven't given absolute dimensions and size.
So big, so high.
The globers have. It's the difference. Do you understand?
Yes, and you can't even give dimensions. You can't even name it. That's the issue that I have. Whereas,
yeah, but just because they give dimensions doesn't mean they're true dimensions, man. I could be, it's 789 miles. Let me put it on this Google thing that the fucking government owns, and they don't lie about shit, right?
right, that's what I'm talking about. The same level of answers that you're asking me, you need to also be able to answer yourselves.
No.
You're confused, Zone.
1,000%. This is how science is done.
If I had given you a claimed value of size or dimension, then it's fair to ask me how I got those values, right? But I haven't done that.
Right. So
can't ask me for it.
You can't even give an answer for that. That's the issue
I'm not claiming one. I'm not claiming one.
You're claiming that it's flat, though. And so the burden of proof
that is
for a
not
flat
contingent
Earth is
on size.
Okay, not a problem. Not a
Contingent
problem,
on
Simon. We can play this game. So you've said the burden of proof is on us. How many laser tests have to be done before you'll go, oh, fuck, it's flat? How many?
If you can give me mathematical proof, physics
stop.
proof.
Get off the fucking whiteboard. It's physical. It's reality. Get out the fucking real world. Shut up. It's not about the whiteboard.
Math of reality, yes.
It's nothing to do with the whiteboard. Get off the whiteboard. It's reality. Look up FE Core and have a look at the laser tests they've done. Get out the fucking real world.
It can absolutely be done with physics. Yes, that's the point of physics.
Hang on a minute. For someone who had no fucking idea about it, who was in here just to learn, he's pretty jumpy.
That's how physics is done.
Observable,
if you have
repeatable.
100% of world-renowned physics,
zone. Observable, measurable, repeatable. Now have a look up the history of your stupid ball maths and ask yourself, was it observable, was it measurable, and is it repeatable? And watch what happens to it.
That's a really nice movie moment, clap moment, okay, saying, but it's still not answering. It's still not using physics or mathematics to prove that it's a flat Earth, and that's what I'm asking
doesn't
for.
prove shit.
It does.
Numbers
and
don't do things.
It does, and
you
it always has.
assign numbers to physical reality. You assign a number to something.
Yeah, and you're talking about physical reality, going outside to my back porch and looking. Okay.
Zone. What's correct? Is the Earth correct or is math correct?
Okay, so physics is correct. Yes.
I don't want to answer in other words.
Physics is more correct than the Earth. That's what you just answered. That's how you answered me.
Physics explains the Earth. That's how that works.
What good is your physics if it doesn't match reality?
It depends.
That's what we're trying to point out to you. Your globe gave measurements. Your globe claims it knows every inch of this place. Your globe claims it sent people to the moon.
Not every inch.
What we're telling you is when we took your globe measurements into the real world, they did not match each other.
Okay, I mean, and I'm sure this.
What is your answer for that?
I'm sure. Well, give me some proof of that. I'm sure that's this video.
We have given you
this,
proof of that.
I know, and this is what I said earlier. This is something I'm
You'll
going to have to
take
do
your time to analyze it, right?
outside of the time of this conversation. I mean, some people might be able to multitask and watch, and read, and talk at the same time. I unfortunately have not been gifted with that gift. I can't
just give you water. How's that?
I can't do both.
It's so funny to me how you want to put the flat Earth on trial and you absolutely refuse to put the globe on trial. It's fucking hilarious, dude.
Don't refuse. And I started off, and Heretic could probably attest to this. From the beginning, I have said both have an equal amount of burden. It just seems like in this channel that the burden of proof is always assigned on someone who believes in global Earth.
Because we've already done the work, Zone. We've already done the work.
And the global people who believe in global has already done the work. And it seems because in the past so many years, because it has just been widely accepted, and we're like, okay, it's a global Earth.
Because you saw it on TV.
Right, and so
He's a believer. That's all it is. Blind belief.
Right.
I don't. I look.
You used that line earlier. You said there's billions of globers. What other chance did they have? What other option was presented to students in school? What competed with the globe model in school? They had no choice but to become globers to get to pass the fucking class.
This is why I asked Heretic earlier, what would be required for him to believe in a globe Earth? And he gave me his answer.
What would be required for you to accept your own experience of reality?
No, not the reality. What you're talking about is just stepping out of my backcourt and looking.
It's not subjective.
No, it is. I'd say it is objective. You go out, it is 100% objective. You go outside. You're correct in that. You go outside and you look.
Let's ask you this: do you experience the Earth as flat from your perspective? Like, let's just say the Earth is too big, you can't see the curve, whatever. But do you see it as flat?
That I'll answer the question, but it is a false premise question. It's a terribly worded question.
Is that your immediate experience?
It's your immediate experience
when you go to the ocean or whatever.
Okay. Not the ocean,
what makes
not
you
the ocean, but where you're sitting. Yeah, no, not the ocean.
So there's no horizontal horizon?
No, when you go to the ocean, absolutely not. It's not flat across.
No,
the horizon
of course
disappeared.
Of course, there's waves. Yeah, of course, there's waves of movement, but it's a level, plane.
No. If you put a yardstick up to it, it's not going to match.
Okay, let's go to a lake on a still day with no waves.
A lake, yeah, because of how small it is. Yeah, no.
Let's go to a really big lake on a still day.
I haven't been to a that big of a lake. I've been to a pretty big one, but
you agreed that it's flat, right? It looks flat, right?
Yeah, I would say so. I would need to know which lake you're talking about. If the biggest lake I've been to is Lake Gunnersville in Alabama, but it appeared flat. Yes.
Okay, so what makes you think that that's not real? That your experience is lying to you?
Well, if we're talking about water in general, then water will seek level in smaller areas like that, most certainly.
So if water is levels and the Earth is 70% water, does that mean the Earth is level?
No, because of gravity.
Because of gravity? Whoa.
Yeah, no, that's the principle that keeps water pulled to Earth.
We've never heard that before, have we?
Yeah, Zon, go to the chat.
I know you want me to look at chat, but I'm sticking to the FE core and video and this. I can scroll down, but I'll immediately scroll back up. 1 second, hold on.
Yeah, that's who Google tells you who the founding fathers are. Ask Google Gemini to draw you a picture of Nazis. Not a single one will be white. Not a single one will be white. But yeah, Google doesn't lie, right?
That's Chat GPT generated.
What's that?
That's Chat GPT that has
that's Google Gemini.
Or Gemini.
Or AI.
And it has obvious flaws coded into it, and that's not the founding fathers of America.
Hey, Zone.
It's obvious flaws coded into it by people who are coding it.
Are you racist?
Earth's the zone.
Huh? Yep.
Zone.
Yep.
You said you saw the curve at the beach, huh? Left to right.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah.
You hold it 100%. Okay, follow me with this, Mr. 100%.
Yep.
Can you complete that circle of that curve?
And where?
In your mind.
What screenshot?
In between your ears.
Yes. Yeah.
That's the tiniest Earth. You just said the Earth is so massive, as you said. I don't know why you said massive, but yes. A moments ago, you said the Earth was massive.
Mm-hmm.
Remember that? Now you're describing the tiniest Earth I've heard in a long time.
Well, yeah, because generally.
So let that sink in. Oh, wait, let that sink in, Zone.
Okay, well, most people have not sailed out, maybe
so
many miles to have.
Stop with your bullshit. Let it sink in.
Let me finish.
You're already finished.
Let me finish. I did not finish. You interrupted.
You're sunk and it's yet to sink in.
You interrupted me.
Oh, now you're repeating yourself.
Yeah, because you won't let me finish. Please, can I?
Just for the record, the same guy who 30 minutes ago said that the Earth is so massive, too big. Now he's describing the tiniest Earth with that circle that he finished the curve of the beach, and now he has the tiniest Earth in between his ears.
You done?
No, people are finished. Turkeys are done. Has that sunk in yet?
Are you finished?
Has it sunk in yet, Zone?
Are you finished?
Well, are you going to admit that you lied when you said this doesn't matter? Because you're sure as shit acting like it matters. And now you've made a fool of yourself because you've said the Earth is so massive. And now you're a tiny earther. The tiny earther says the Earth is so massive.
Is that your strategy to make me?
Now I'm done.
Is that your strategy to make me get mad or something? I don't.
No, bro.
You're too.
Listen.
Matter to me.
You're too stale to get mad.
No,
your stick failed. It must have worked better. It must have worked better in rehearsal. But yeah, the massive Earth guy has now created the tiniest Earth in between his ears.
I mean,
so good luck with that.
You're not fresh enough to make me mad. I guess that's a better way of putting it.
No, I'm not trying to make you mad, sir. I'm trying to get you to pull your head out of the sand.
I hope not.
But if you would like to remain, listen, if you would like to be lost in belief of this outer space water ball, carry on. Don't let us stop you. Now? It sounds like you're having a lot of fun with it. So carry on believing that you're hurtling through outer space on a spinning water ball.
It sounds like you don't have any good points to say. So
massive earther.
You're just interrupting me, is what it sounds like. So,
go ahead, respond.
So the difference.
Needle-pulling thread.
Okay, so the difference here is, you said, "Can you imagine?" And this is, I'm assuming you try to catch me on a logical fallacy here when there is none. But whenever you asked me, okay, so you said complete
is what
the
I
circle.
said.
Yeah, you complete.
And you seemed dumbfounded as to how you would do that, and then I had to tell you that.
It's not, and I can explain it if you'd let me.
Oh, I'm sure you can explain it away for the next 45 minutes.
Okay, whatever. So you asked me to complete the circle. So that circle that you would complete by vision is a extraordinarily tiny portion of how massive the Earth actually is. Okay, that would be entirely part of the globe model. It fits correctly into the globe model. No one who has ever tried to argue globe, if they're worth their salt at all, would try to argue that they can see more than they're actually seeing. Okay,
That's convenient.
You're talking about left to right curve.
in the flat Earth model.
You're talking about left to right curvature.
In the flat, no, we're talking about entirely around you. Because the only way you can see all the way around you.
No, yeah, so.
Listen to you. What is this?
This is your exposure. You're being exposed right now. That's what this is.
Do we?
I'm perfect.
Do you need to call a hotline?
If I was any better, I'd be twins.
Do you need anger management? What is this?
Sounds like that's projection.
Okay, so what I was trying to explain is the only way you could really do that experiment is if you sailed out to the middle of the ocean. So if you were to try to complete that circle, you would have to look all the way around you, and that'd be the best way of doing it.
You're no longer making any sense. You said you saw left to right curvature standing on the beach. Tiny Earth. You're already finished. You're a clown.
Can I finish? Okay. So then you could see all the way around you. That's an
You're finished.
Invoking a geometric horizon too.
He trusts Google.
I'll tell you something you can do at home, Zone. All right. It's confirmation. All right. So you got a nice flat horizontal like dining table. Hopefully, like maybe glass even, right? And you pour a bit of water on it so that it spreads out a little bit, but then it stops. There's forms some surface tension, and you got this little puddle on your table, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's not flowing. It's just sitting there in a little puddle, right, on your horizontal surface. And then get one end of the table and lift it up and watch it flow off the table. Yeah, that's it. Done.
Well, I understand, but what is that in regards to what logical, like what is the
when water deviates from horizontal, it flows. When you pour it on a curve, it flows.
Right. So then wouldn't
gravity, right?
Yeah, because gravity.
Yeah.
Would.
So now we have to get into gravity
with tides and everything. Yeah.
No, we don't. No, that's irrelevant.
Listen to you guys scramble.
There would be reason you think it's flowing in a downward manner. The point is, when water's on a slope or a curve is a change in the rate of slope, right? When it's sloping, it flows. It doesn't just sit there.
Right. So in a flat Earth, it would just sit there?
No, it's contained.
Right, but it would just sit there though, because it is contained.
Right, like on the table. Level. Yeah, if you've got a small amount, right, and you pour it on a horizontal surface
on the table,
spread out until it meets surface tension, and it won't flow. It'll sit there in a little puddle. Yeah.
I keep interrupting you, T-Dub, and I apologize. I shouldn't be interrupting you there, brother. But if you with your analysis, with your comparison there, it sits there and it doesn't move on the table, right? So then, why would there be waves or a tide at all with flat Earth?
I don't know the ins and outs of the dynamic system of oceans and heat changes, pressure changes, all that sort of thing, movement within it, and all that.
Yeah, windy days, big waves. Windy days, big waves.
Yeah.
Calm days, little waves.
And I interrupted you too.
For someone that it doesn't matter to, they sure have all the damage control points.
No. Well, my whole point. Oh, well, that's a little toxic. I don't think I don't
Tone policing noted. Yeah, your tone policing is
Okay,
pretty
well then
toxic.
I guess I'm the tone police.
You're the toxic one.
Yeah, I'm
Did
the
you ever
toxic.
consider that?
Well, no. See, you're the one who has been incredibly
Oh,
toxic
now
to
you're
me.
tone policing again. I find that to be toxic.
Okay, well, you're calling me a clown with ad hominem attacks. Okay, you're calling me
That was just an insult.
Yeah, it's ad hominem attacks. That's what an insult is.
What argument was I replacing that with? You ignored everything
You
I
don't
said.
understand what
You
an ad
hand waved
hominem
it.
attack is. An ad hominem attack is when you attack someone personally and not attack their argument.
Yeah, and he
to
called me a
deflect.
clown.
Yeah, it was just an insult. He hand waved dismissed my
Yeah,
argument.
you attacked my person.
Yeah,
It was
but
an
that just
insult.
goes to show you can't challenge someone's argument when
not in
you
yeah,
appear to
not,
want to give an ad hominem attack.
Let's just get back to the conversation instead of
Right, that's what I'm
this is pointless. Come on.
Yeah.
All right. Well, this guy's been here for like an hour or two. Like, do you have any proof of the globe?
Well, I think you already know my answer to that.
Google, man.
And
Google's
I'll mute.
All right,
I'll
we
mute
experienced
after this.
no
But do you have any proof
globe.
of flat Earth?
Yeah, it's what you experience. You don't experience any curving water or any rotation of the thing that you're on or any of that bullshit. There you go. Your own experience. Defer to that.
Source, Jugal.
I don't use Jugal or Google or any of that. I'm telling you, experience.
Source, trust me, bro.
No, source, trust yourself, bro. Or don't. Defer to somebody else. Defer to a Jugal or a Google or the TV or whatever the fuck because you're too stupid to defer to yourself. Do that. I don't care.
If he's genuinely interested, then he will watch the FE Core video and document. So that's up to him.
Yeah, we gave you stuff to check out. It's up to you. I mean, it was a long time of, okay, look, I don't have proof of the globe, but hey, got proof of flat. And we told them up front that it's like just a default sort of axiomatic sort of take on reality. Like, this is how we experience the world. Do you have proof to the contrary? Because the globe would go to the contrary of the experience. And then it just went right back to the same question. Proof of flat, though? So it went on and on. Anyway, is there anybody else?
just to clarify, an insult is considered an ad hom when it's in response to your opponent's argument. That's
correct.
Simple.
Yeah, it would be like your argument is invalid because you're stupid. Your argument is invalid because you don't brush your teeth. Your argument is invalid because
Or calling someone
only your mama loves you. Like ad hominem. You're retarded.
Even a
You're
simple
stupid.
you
That's
don't
not an
understand
ad hominem.
without clarification of how the person doesn't understand. If you just say, "Oh, you just don't understand," that's an ad hominem because it's attacking the person's ability of comprehension rather than attacking the argument they made. Yeah. Anybody else in here? Any other Globers? Any new people? Pipe up, say hello, ask some questions, have a conversation, move the ball.
Anyone? Someone? No one?
Looks like you can put your feet up, Jedi.
Cheers, mate. I actually have got my feet up. Yeah, I'm all chilled out, bro. I'm fine. Some interesting questions going on in the chat. I don't have to think. You want to open your mic. It might be easier to answer your questions verbally than put them in text.
It seemed like Athena's even in the voice call.
Well, bloody hell. I should pay more attention. Somebody should invite her in.
Could be listening on YouTube, though. That's a possibility.
Hello?
Me you're looking for.
You guys not used to the silence?
Yeah, we're just taking a moment of silence for the globe's death. It'll be all right.
Yeah, I'm having a go at Discord right now, so come at me. Well, I guess it's always Scott Mack. You can, you just don't understand.
Dude, I played a good round of Scott Mackey bingo this his last conversation.
Yeah, it just goes, well, you just don't understand it when he reaches a wall.
You guys don't want to understand.
You just don't want to. I just really want to know, like, why you guys think like this.
Dude,
I want to know more about you.
That's spot on. That is spot on.
It's called consistency, guys. Consistency.
Yes.
I never change.
Those laser tests are pretty consistent.
You're a good guy, Scott. I like you a lot.
No.
And you're a handsome man. No homo.
Dug in.
Don't ever change, Scott.
Someday I'll get you guys to understand simple things like celestial navigation.
Someday.
You just don't.
Here we go again.
Well, we never get to it. You guys always divert to something else.
What's the definition of an angle, Scott?
You've never asked that before, Jedi.
But apparently I don't understand what an angle is, according to Scott 24 hours ago.
Divergence between two vectors.
Okay, and those vectors are straight lines or curved lines?
No, they're neither. Vectors have no distance.
Okay, so an angle is described as the intersection and deviation of two straight lines. Like on a triangle, like on a triangle, for example. Like in a triangle, for example.
Don't confuse him, Jedi. He's not up to three-sided objects yet.
Yeah. Triangle is one of the things that have angles, but curves can also.
Curves can have angles?
Intersections of curves can be at an angle too.
Okay, so when I described 24 hours ago the intersection of two straight lines and a deviation, that was incorrect, and you told me that I didn't understand. However, but we've just got to the conclusion that a triangle has got angles in it, and those are straight lines meeting at a vertex, right? So would you like to take that back? Otherwise, I'm just going to harp on about it for ages.
No, these straight lines can also form angles, but so can curves.
Okay, so I was correct then.
No, you said all angles require straight lines, and that's not true.
But we're not doing spherical geometry. You knew exactly what I was talking about. So you're going to take it back, and then we can move on. I don't want to hold you in this regard, mate. I don't.
Okay, what did I say that I need to take back? Just remind me what I said.
You said I didn't understand what an angle was. You said I didn't correctly define what an angle was. You said I didn't understand and that I was wrong.
If you said all angles require two straight lines, you are wrong.
No, I didn't. I defined what an angle was. You said I didn't understand and that I was wrong. if you've got two variations what an angle can be, then you can concede that I was correct and you didn't bring up anything about the intersection of arches and curves at all. It just sounded like you were coping, dude, to be honest with you, and that's why I'm on you, because I hold you in high regard, and that was fucking pathetic.
Okay, I'll take it back.
Good man, well done. Thank you.
Maybe someday you and I can revisit or visit celestial navigation and really go through the entire theory behind it and see if we can't agree that it requires parallel lines and not triangles.
Just requires an angle at the moment, mate. It's the only thing we were talking about.
Yeah, I know, but that angle is basically a zenith angle against another line to the celestial object.
Okay,
right?
so when we use the nautical sextant, is the mirror used to look at the horizon or look at your zenith?
It's usually look on the horizon.
Thank you. So
And
from the horizon, then, no mention of zeniths in that.
No, I know, but that's what you actually get to. That's the angle that you need, because you get the angle from the elevation angle. You subtract it from 90 to get and that's the number you multiply by 69 to get your distance. It's not the elevation angle that you use, right? It's the zenith angle.
.90 that you're using the surface of the Earth to establish.
Ouch.
Yeah, there you go. There you go, Jedi.
But it only works on a curve.
Oh, what?
Yeah. You can't have a dip angle unless you have a curve.
You can.
No, you can't.
Yes, you can. If you occupy a horizontal above the Earth, your dip correction, we went through this yesterday, your dip correction is a correction to take you down to a sea level reading, where you will be measuring your angle from the horizontal plane that the observer is standing on.
Yeah, well, why do you think that's true? Where did you learn that?
Celestial navigation handbooks. I posted the citations yesterday, which you didn't read.
Hold on, getting something.
Okay.
What we talked about the other day. This what I just posted. I posted it like a dozen times now, but this is the idea that celestial navigating is based on. It only works on this idea.
To say it works on a globe and that it proves a globe is invoking a geometric horizon, of course.
Well, but this is how celestial navigation works, right? Whether you guys agree that it actually works or not is irrelevant, but this is...
Even if we take your 69 miles per degree, we can't conclude necessarily the geometry that you infer from it is true. You say it only works that way. That's not true. You can plot it on a flat baseline and change the apparent position of the luminary, and then it works just fine.
Well, if you're just going to go changing things to match...
You do it.
No, I don't.
Yes, you are.
Yes, you do.
What do I do it with?
Change the apparent position of shit all the time. And the same stuff that you say is causing that luminary to be obstructed 1 degree per 69 miles, you change that. And then you turn around and claim the 1 degree relationship.
Yeah, so we can definitely have 7 or 10 arc minutes of refraction, right? Can we have 45? Can we have 45 degrees of refraction?
Your sphere, you have lost the obstruction now that causes that 1 degree per 69 mile relationship. Sorry.
No, we haven't.
Yes, you have, because that's the geometric horizon. That's your 8 inches per mile squared. That's geometrically, physically causing that to happen with a luminary in a fixed absolute position. You get rid of that, you flatten that out, you lost your obstruction. Now you don't have that fixed geometric obstruction anymore. Pick a lane.
We do. But we do.
You don't.
We do, because it's always been the physical horizon.
No, I don't see
the
it.
visible
So
horizon.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. You don't
It's
see
the
it.
visible. No, we do
Doesn't
see
matter.
it.
He's like Rumpus. He's like
Doesn't
Rumpus.
matter.
We don't.
Yeah, we do, exactly. It doesn't
Wait.
matter. You can say it's physical. It doesn't matter anymore because now you've just said that you don't see it.
Why do you guys gotta keep misrepresenting what we say? You point to the visible horizon.
Just remember, you're using this to prove your ball.
I'm not.
Yes, I am.
I'm not
Yes, I am.
misrepresenting what you say. 69 miles per degree means 8 inches per mile squared, 1.2 miles times square of the observer height in feet, 3959 mile radius geometrically. That's what
I
it means.
agree. And that's what we find everywhere.
That's not what you find, because then when we look at the surface of the earth, we don't find that. Then you have all these excuses. It's not what you actually see. So you've got two conflictory things going on in your head here.
No, we would never say that what you see is what is. Things can be warped a bit from refraction.
Yeah, okay, then you don't see the thing that would cause that 69 mile per degree obstruction.
Yeah, it could be off by 10 arc minutes or something. We can live with that in the celestial navigation world.
I don't think so.
Why not?
Because it's a lot of flattening compared to what you're saying is geometrically actually doing it. Because you're inflating the sphere by magnitudes when you have to say stuff like that. I know you downplay it as just 7 arc minutes. But you're inflating that sphere by magnitudes. It would be so big if you were perceiving it that way that the Polaris would never disappear over the horizon with that kind of refraction.
But it's just not relevant to the question of dip angle, which is what we were talking about right now. And if the dip angle is just a little less than what we actually expected to be, so our calculation's a little bit off, we're off by a couple of arc minutes.
Okay, so we're off by a couple of arc minutes, which then equates to a radius of sometimes, let's say, 250,000 miles, right? But you're saying from that same dip angle observation, you were able to calculate a radius of 3959 miles, which is 2 orders of magnitude smaller than what it could be with the same dip angle according to you. So how do you tell what that dip angle is actually telling you?
The dip angle doesn't tell us anything. We calculate it, and we hope it's right. The dip angle, we don't measure the dip angle.
How do you find it?
Even measure it.
We don't. Never have. Calculate it.
How do you get the dip angle?
Yeah, I'll show you. I'll post the math. Good old Walter Bislin shows how the radius of the Earth is used to calculate the dip angle based on your elevation above the ocean. So if you're 60 feet above the ocean, the maths are right here. There's a rough calculation and a more detailed calculation on this page. And explains exactly. And you see this R value. This R right here is really important.
So height above the water plus the radius of the Earth. There's my parallel line.
How did you get the R?
The values in the formulas are derived from the Earth's radius R, equaling 6,371 kilometers. Thus, he's invoking a fucking curve, which you're trying to prove in the first place using a sextant.
Yeah. How did you get the R?
I wouldn't use a sextant to try to prove the curve is too inaccurate.
How did you get the R?
I would do it on land. And then we can just use vertical, where we can use anything that could, by itself, a total station or a theodolite, which it figures out vertical. It has mechanism in there.
Can I ask something about the formula?
Yeah.
Where did you derive the R from?
Oh, from taking measurements on land.
Like what?
Any measurement. You can do the same thing that celestial navigation does on the ocean. You can do it on land, and you don't got to worry about the horizon. You don't need to know R. You can figure out R. You just go off zenith.
You don't need
That's
to
how he
know
gets
R.
rid of the flat plane because it
No.
scares him.
Huh?
Hey,
What you
Scott,
said?
do you own a sextant?
No, I don't.
Have you
But
ever
the
used one?
No, I haven't.
I'm going to leave it there.
But I can read and I can listen to people who have used them, and they tell me that how they use it is completely different than how you guys think they use it. I'm going to believe them.
Why don't you need to know the R if it's in the formula?
Because that's for a dip angle. For on land, we don't need to worry about dip angles because we're not measuring off the horizon.
Man.
We let the tool determine vertical, and from that we can calculate the zenith angles, and we can find our distance from Polaris, and we can find that for every degree of latitude we move away from Polaris, we gain an angle for zenith, an angle of zenith.
Horizon must be getting in your way.
Not for a while.
Don't bullshit me.
We can go all over North America, and we don't have to worry about.
Right, that 1 degree per 69 miles, that equates to like 8 inches per mile squared drop of the Earth, right? It's causing a physical obstruction, right?
Of Polaris? No, not till you get close to the equator.
Oh, what do you mean?
Well, if I'm at 30 degrees latitude, I'm the angle elevation is 60. Am I doing this right?
I'm just asking you about the relationship, angle distance relationship that is being caused by the curved surface of the Earth, right?
That's not right. What's that?
Huh?
Sorry, I was checking my own math in my head and I got it wrong.
Well, doesn't matter. That's cool. Whatever. You know, you're mathing on the fly. That's not a big deal. The angle distance relationship, though, you're saying that that's caused by the curvature of the Earth, right?
The angle distance relationship is caused by the curve of the Earth. Yes.
Okay, so it's going to be an 8 inches per mile squared drop then in that case with that given relationship.
The drop is not a part of this calculation. It's not part of this anything.
Yeah, it is. It's to do with the
No, it's not.
radius. That's what you showed me with Walter Bislin, right? It's all the dip angle and whatever derived from the shit all goes together. 3959 radius is going to give you a certain rate of drop, is it not?
But that's not what they're calculating. They're calculating the dip angle to where the tangent is.
Based on what?
Where the elevation above the sea, the tangent line to the sea itself,
the tangent.
will create
a tangent to what? It's just going to be a curve, right?
Yes.
There's going to be a radius to that curve, right?
Yes, that's built in the calculation.
So that's going to be the 3959 radius.
Yes. In order to get that conversion number they come up with.
Right, so you're trying really hard to not just get to the obvious conclusion here, which is the 3959 radius going to have a certain rate of curvature, and that's what causes that 1 degree per 69 mile relationship, right?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, geometric horizon then.
That's a way we can calculate the geometric horizon, correct, but we never see the geometric horizon. We see the visible horizon.
You don't see the geometric horizon, the thing
Never.
that causes obstruction of luminaries in the sky.
No, we can't. We never see geometry.
That's really funny.
No, geometry is an idealized mathematics. You can't see it by definition.
You do not see the physical obstruction that you are arguing for with your 69 miles per degree relationship.
What we see is water in front of some other object.
No, this is the end of the road, Scott.
I don't think it's the end of the road.
It is. It is.
Oh,
because that physical curvature, that obstruction, that thing derived from that 3959 mile radius, right? That's not even observed. So it would have to be in order for it to block shit, whether it's a star or anything else, a boat on the horizon, an oil rig, doesn't matter. That obstruction has to be physical and apparent at the same time in order for all these relationships that you invoke from it to follow.
Yes, the physical water gets in the way of the other objects. Yes.
Okay. Yeah, just
it blocks the light.
Everything I say as if it sounds like it supports you. All right.
Well, it does. What can I say? You're saying things that support me. Yes.
Yeah,
the water, which is a physical substance, blocks things that go.
Yeah, I
behind it.
never said that.
Well, I did.
I know you did. You mischaracterized what I said. I already said that. Somebody else
Oh.
want to? I gotta do something.
But I noticed again that we got away from celestial navigation and the fact that it requires an Earth curve. We can never stick to that topic. We always got to move from it. And I have a feeling, I think you guys know that if you stuck to it, you would realize you're wrong.
The reason, Scott, is you're using a fucking curve to prove a curve. It just shows how mentally incapable you fucking are, you simple cretin.
I don't need a curve to prove a curve if we do it on land.
That's what you're doing, and you haven't got the brain capacity to see that.
How am I using a curve if I'm on land and I
In order
point
for
things
you
at
to use
Polaris?
your Walter Bisland's bullshit, you have to already have a curve to prove a curve.
I know, that's why we don't find the curve on the
You just
water.
said, I know, so therefore you do understand what you're doing. How about that?
Okay. Can you address the point that I made about doing it on land?
No one gives a fuck.
I know, and that's the problem. You don't give a fuck.
Why don't you want to do it on water, like celestial navigation is done?
Because that's not a good way to figure out the size of the Earth, because the water is wobbly.
So you don't want to figure out the size of the Earth, but yet you're happy to already have it presupposed.
No. We do want to figure out the size of the Earth.
Yes,
That's why.
that's what you do.
No, we do it on land. It's a better way to do it. To figure out the size of the Earth is do it on land. Don't do it on
Well,
water.
we do it on water because we can see your geometric bullshit that doesn't exist.
Well, but
Either
do you
way,
notice how? But you notice how you're desperately avoiding the fact that we can do this on land? Why do you think that is?
You notice how you're desperately avoiding doing celestial navigation on water, like you should.
No, I can show you how
Yes.
it's done. I can show you all.
Navigation on water like you should, Scott. What happens?
It works perfectly because the Earth's a globe.
Because it's flat.
Do you think you can show me some documentation of celestial navigation where it says it's flat?
And you're just going to refer back to Walter Bisland
No,
proof of a fucking globe to prove a globe. Congratulations, Scott. So you've got nothing. You've come into a flat Earth arena with nothing.
Yeah, the people who do celestial navigation aren't trying to prove it's a globe.
Jedi already did give you those comments.
No, he gave me a couple memes. I was looking for actual
citations.
Yeah, but they're taken out of context, and I guarantee if we looked at where he got those from, it would say somewhere in there that the light rays are parallel, and that the Earth is curved.
So when it's talking about the plane the observer is standing on, taken out of context.
Yes.
Wait, what?
Okay, Scott.
I guarantee if we saw the whole documentation, it would be in there. I'll bet any amount of money on it.
What?
Would you guys want to put up that bet?
The horizontal plane that the observer is physically standing on is not a physical horizontal plane for the observer to stand on. Is that what you're saying?
Can you post the entirety of any documentation from which you pulled stuff so we can look at it
Can
together?
you answer the question?
I don't know where you got that from.
It tells you. Read clearer.
Okay, I will scroll up and see what you posted earlier.
Well, it's what you're fucking referencing, dude, and within that citation, it tells you where it's referenced from. If it doesn't, I'll provide it for you, but it doesn't look like you've read it clear enough. All you're going to do is go, nuh-uh.
No, I was talking when you posted these things.
Citation says the horizontal plane the observer is standing on. For an observer to physically stand on something, that horizontal plane must exist physically, correct?
I don't know. I'm looking.
Okay.
No, it wouldn't. But I don't know.
Physical plane doesn't have to be physical for the observer to physically stand on it.
The altitude angle is sometimes referred to. The angle is measured between an imaginary line between the observer and the sun, the horizontal plane. Imaginary line between the observer and the sun, the horizontal plane. Yeah, I need to see it. This is wrong. I don't know where you got this from.
Scott said it's wrong. It's wrong, boys and girls. There you go.
Well, you know, if he wants to post where it comes from, then and we'll compare it to other things.
This is wrong. Can't be right. Can't be right.
No. Hold on. No. This is right. The angle is measured between an imaginary line of the observer to the sun and the horizontal plane. Yeah, that's fine. That horizontal plane's imaginary too.
I was going to say, he's just going to now say that horizontal plane's imaginary. You're a fucktard.
No, I guarantee you the people who wrote this understood that.
Is the horizontal plane, is that the horizon that's being anchored? A reference?
No, the horizontal plane. The horizontal plane is the thing the observer is standing on when he's taking his elevation angle to the star in question. At this point, it's the sun. That's why the elevation angle is also called the solar elevation angle. It's taken from the physical plane the observer is standing on.
How is the horizontal plane defined?
No, it's imaginary.
I don't know how you get a physical
nigga
plane.
chicken, nigga.
Right, that man's banned. Thanks, mate.
Horizontal plane, would that just imply a flat surface or just Earth in general?
It's the Earth in general because we're measuring from the Earth.
Yeah, okay.
But we could so easily, if you guys are at all interested, find some full documentation and even watch this other course this one guy does on celestial navigation, and we can put this whole thing to rest once and for all. Could we not?
Or you can go and buy a sextant and just do it yourself.
But what do I use as the theory? How do I convert the angle of elevation to a distance from the GP? What math do I use?
The same maths they've used for the last 2,000 fucking years.
Okay, what is that?
Point device at horizon. Point device at celestial. Get an angle. Oh, wow,
Okay.
2 straight lines. Isn't that amazing? How do you get 2 straight lines, Scott? Because you're standing on one.
Okay, fine. So you get an angle, and then how do you convert that to a distance?
Look up your almanac and do your conversions.
What does the almanac tell me?
Fucked if I know. I've never held one.
Well, maybe you should look into how this works instead of being so angry about me getting it right.
You're not getting anything right. You keep dragging everyone back to celestial navigation over land. Celestial navigation over land. We should do it over land. Why is that, Scott? There's a reason for it. And the other half of you morons that get in here, we should use a bubble sextant. Why is that?
Because it's stable.
Because you can put your dicks over your fucking zenith. That's all. Which is based off what? A flat fucking plane. Either way, you're fucked. And you still can't see it.
Yeah, I know, because we're not. And it doesn't matter if you think we are.
Has anyone ever told you sound like Steve Irwin, Matrix?
Only twice today.
Oh, many people? Okay. Sorry.
The entire underpinning, the entire theory, the fundamentals that undergird celestial navigation require the Earth to be a sphere. If
so it's all not constructed upon a presupposition based on irresponsible bullshit shadows.
Correct. It is all yes.
You're just invoking the same geometry that you already have to tell us you don't see. It's a non-starter, man.
How is it a non-starter?
Just told you how it's a non-starter.
You said we're invoking the same geometry that you just debunked. Did you say that?
That you tell us you can't see.
I never said I can't see. You hear that somehow. No, of course you can see it.
Bullshit. 59 geometry, because that would equate to. Well, yeah, this girl's getting mad at me. Never mind.
Yes, you can see the water, and it's not always where it would be if we were in a vacuum, or well, it's never in a vacuum because the water would fuck off. But but it's never where we would see without refraction, even when it's just ever so slightly. But even at that, huh? I'm sorry that you guys feel the need to reject part of reality.
We're actually trying to tell you about reality. It's flat.
I know you're trying to tell me what your understanding of reality is, but your understanding of reality is wrong. And I'm trying to help you see that. What's
yes,
that?
Scott, everything in the distance isn't actually there. I mean, shake yourself, dude.
It's a little bit off from where it
Part of
appears.
reality. When did you learn that what you see in the distance isn't actually there? When did you learn that part of reality, Scott?
I never said it's not actually there.
It's
You guys need to
I know,
listen
you
more
just talk out of
closely.
both sides of your mouth, Scott.
No,
He
I
learned
said
that.
exactly.
He learned that when the black swan got dropped in his lap and everything he thought he knew got fucked over. That's when he started that, Hoss.
Well, if you really want to know, the first experience I ever had with the flat earthers was on your 24/7 channel. This was like 3-4 years
No,
ago.
when did you start chanting refraction?
Well, I was getting to that.
Oh, so you admit that you're just blindly chanting this?
Sure, why not?
Earlier you told us, so this was all new to me in the last 3 years. So I hope
that's what I'm saying right now.
most of your absurd refraction chant was within that time frame.
That's what I was going to say right now before you just couldn't control yourself. Yeah, the first experience I ever had with flat earthers is on 24/7 channel, and they threw the black swan at me, and I had no fucking idea what they were talking about. They say, "Why is the horizon so far away?" I said, "I have no fucking idea. What are you guys talking about?" You say, "You should have seen this far."
You didn't know
It's 3 feet off the horizon. I said, "I don't know. I never seen any of this shit before."
Yeah, you had yet to learn to rationalize by chanting refraction. So never before in reality, up until this conundrum.
I had no reason to.
Reality. It's part of the cope.
I had no reason to look into it.
Rationalizations of this whole thing, but I think you see the cracks in the outer space mythology, and it's too bright. The light is too bright through the cracks.
Yeah.
Because there's times where I actually think, Scott's actually, this is starting to sink in. Nah, you've seen the cracks in it. It's too bright.
You can let that go.
And you must look away.
No. I look directly at reality, which you guys should really start doing.
No, you don't. You keep referring back to a fucking web
page. Refraction.
And formulas down our neck.
What's
for
that?
celestial navigation over land.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's reality. Celestial navigation using a sextant over land. Okay.
No, I never said sextant over land. The whole point of being on land is not to need a sextant.
So how are you getting your magical angles?
From the zenith.
What are you using to get your angles? How are you being accurate?
We can make anything that will point at something and give us the angle off vertical. You could even, if you wanted to, grab a protractor from your local supermarket or drugstore, tie a string to it with a weight on it, and sight the flat edge towards a celestial body and see what angle that makes. That would work. If you want to be really crude. It's really cheap too.
Time to stop drinking.
It would work. Or you can grab a total station.
Flat
or you can,
level.
Huh?
Yes, I would. You'd have to make your protractor level, wouldn't you?
No, you point the flat end at the star. You turn it upside down so the circle's on the bottom, and the string with the weight hanging on is hanging down across the numbers. Then you point the flat at you just sight the flat end at the star, and you get a pretty damn good elevation angle to that star. Yeah, you can do this with really, really crude stuff. And you could probably get within a half a degree of the actual elevation with simple, $1.50 protractor, one of those plastic things you can buy from any store in the school supply section.
I'm making my triangle with the vertical angle and the angle towards the star using my protractor, right?
No, there's no triangle. If you're starting with a triangle, you're already in the wrong ballpark.
So then I'm getting the angle from what? The string, right? That's telling me vertical, yeah?
The string is telling you vertical, yes.
Okay. And then that straight edge on the protractor is giving me my direction towards the star, right?
Yes. Yes,
So
once
now
again, crude, but it works.
and then I get an angle because the string is showing me the angle that I'm pointing towards my star. So there I got my triangle.
No, there's no
Right.
triangle still. No, there's no triangle.
There's no triangle.
Where's the triangle in your model, in your understanding? Where's the triangle come in?
Triangles made with the vertical and the straight edge towards my light that I'm looking at.
Yes, that just creates an angle. There's no third line. There's just two lines.
That would be from my zenith out towards my light, right? That would be the other edge to my triangle.
Yeah, where the string is.
I can even say, instead of it being, the line from top zenith to the light source, it would just be the ground underneath my feet. Because that's the opposing triangle. I've literally just made a square out of the sky.
But we don't need to do that. All we need is the one angle, and then we can figure out our latitude from right. That's it. That's all we need. We don't need anything else. And so why would you bring in anything else?
I get my angle in my triangle. Boom.
There's no triangle involved. It's just two lines. You have your protractor and your string, right?
Yeah.
That's it. Why do you have to add anything else? Why the need to make this harder than it needs to be? Why the need not to understand?
I don't know.
Because you're there. You have the angle.
And that tells me where my latitude is, right?
Yes,
Except
it will.
whenever you give me a meme for how it works on a globe, I have to have parallel lines and a bunch of triangles, and that's more complicated. I just made a triangle out of the sky, and that's less difficult than trying to create parallel lines because it's on a ball.
But you don't have a triangle. All you have is a string and a protractor edge. Two lines, no triangles. Where's your third line?
I already said. You're making me repeat myself, and I'm not doing that.
Well, I know, because you added stuff that didn't need to be added. You have the string, you have the protractor edge. You look at the angle it's making. If it's at the 45 degree, it's going to make it easier because we know we're at the 45th parallel. And if it's hanging over the 30 degree mark, that means you're at the 60th parallel.
Uh-huh.
And if it's hanging over the 60 degree mark, you're at the 30th parallel. That's it. That's all you need.
That's crazy.
Simple. It's really, really simple. You do not need to make it any harder.
You're right, it is.
So why won't you just go, oh yeah, that's cool. This world's a cool place.
It is.
Why do you need to not understand this? Something so simple.
No, you're making it more difficult because you have to conclude that you're on a big old sphere when all you need is an angle, right?
Yeah, I know, but then you need a way to.
Telling me I don't have to make a triangle out of the sky. I just need an angle. But the angle that I'm looking at with the two lines that I have, fuck. Which is it? It's either too stupid, it's simple, or fucking we gotta make parallel lines and add in fucking curvature of the earth and all this other shit. You gotta add a radius to your height to get your dip angle and all this other shit when you literally just gave me an example of how I find myself north and south, right? By just
Yes.
using a fucking string and a protractor.
Yes.
I don't need a fucking radius value. You just explained that to me.
No, you do that's what translates the angle to distance.
Distance to what?
Distance to North Pole.
I thought that was derived from the angle.
It is. But the reason that works is because every degree of change on the sphere is 60 nautical miles.
Where did that come from?
Measurements.
Of what?
The Earth.
How?
People probably did it on land, is my guess. You can do it yourself. I mean, you can do this as a group, right? You can all go buy a protractor from the school supply section. Hang a string from it. Well, the people in Australia can't do it because they can't see Polaris. But everybody in the northern hemisphere, all you flat earthers, can all look at your latitude, and you can all see if this simple angle thing works. And then you can report back as a group and say, hey, yeah, we have demonstrated that the angle is our latitude. And then we can go and figure out how far those latitudes are from each other. We can find that every degree is exactly 60 nautical miles, because they defined it as such. That's how they defined a nautical mile, by 1 degree, or by actually an arc minute, right? Yeah, it's literally the definition of a nautical mile, 1 arc minute of curve. No, they had slightly better devices than a protractor, but they could have.
So a minute is an angle.
It's essentially the same thing. You're saying that the arc of the protractor is the arc of the ground. Why?
No, I didn't say it's arc of the ground.
What's a minute? Is it an angle measurement?
Yes, and a minute is an angle measurement. Of course it is. An arc minute, yeah.
So you're going to need a flat baseline for that, aren't you, mate?
No, I don't. We just demonstrated we didn't need one. We just hung a string from a protractor.
Yeah, you did.
Well, Kiko
So
agreed.
how's that proving the Earth's curved, hanging a string from a protractor?
Well, we can demonstrate that for every degree of latitude we move 60 nautical miles.
Yeah, so how's that proving the Earth's curved?
Because it's the only shape on which that works.
So angles are proving curves, are you telling us?
Yes, I am.
Oh, can you go into a bit more detail about that, please?
Yeah, if we assume,
Oh, fuck.
Yeah.
Oh, shit. If we assume.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with assuming. We have to assume lots of things in this world in order to figure things out.
What, like the
It's a
Earth's
normal thing to do. Huh?
Is that the Earth's spherical? Is that an assumption?
It's observation, yeah.
Oh, so where do you observe Earth curvature in reality?
Oh, everywhere I observe it.
Oh, name one place. Give us the coordinates.
Literally everywhere. Pick a coordinate, it's there.
Well, I'm in Manchester at the moment, in Heaton Park, and I can't see any curvature.
No, you gotta look right.
I'm actually at the Bell Tower. It's the highest point in Manchester.
Okay.
No curve.
What do you mean, special glasses or something?
No. And I posted a picture earlier of the view from where I work, 10th floor in San Jose, pointing at a place called Mount Tamalpais, which is, I guess, 4,000-foot mountain. And directly in my line of sight between this mountain and my building that I work in is San Francisco. And guess what I can't see? San Francisco. It's behind the curve. I see the curve that you don't see. I see this every day. So you ask, where do I see the curve? I see it every day. No. No? Why no?
You're not seeing the curve. You're saying it's that you can't see something because of the curve that you don't see.
That's the same thing as seeing the curve. That's what people mean.
No, it's not.
What would you think seeing the curve would be? What would I have to see in order
It
to
would
see the
look
curve?
curved. Like a curve, like an arc, like a ball. It looked like you are on a fucking ball.
You know it's big, right?
It's so biggy, it's fat.
So now we don't see it?
Biggie and Flatty.
No, we do see it, just not in the way you think we should, or you think the way we think
So
we're
we don't
seeing it.
see a curve.
You're not seeing something.
We see the
you're
effect of
presuming
the
it's
curve all
behind
the
the
time.
curve that you can't measure.
We see the effect of the curve all the time.
Yes.
So how are we supposed to see Earth curvature if we just see the effects of it? What special glasses?
That's how you see it.
You need. Oh, it's just the effects. And what are these effects of curvature?
Things that are in your line of sight, if it were flat, are not in your line of sight because they went behind the curve.
Oh, so you're talking about I can't see the bottom of that object because the physical Earth curve is in the way, even though the physical Earth curve isn't at 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. It's in a refracted position, so not physical obstruction, optical obstruction.
It's always optical obstruction requires a physical object.
No, it doesn't. You can make things disappear from the bottom. You can make things disappear from the bottom up on a known flat surface. We've tried to show you this several times, but you never fucking look at it. Excuse my language.
I know. I know.
Yeah,
I watched that light thing again, the one in the hallway of that hospital, whatever it was.
Mm.
And you know that light source disappears because the camera changes and it changes the reflection.
No, you
And I
can't
can
see.
show. I can show you. I can show you the exact frame on which it disappears.
It's a light source at the end of the corridor.
Yeah.
Yeah. You can't see it when the camera's low to the surface.
It's not the length. It's not the height of the camera that's making this appear. It's the sideways movement of it, because what you're seeing is the light reflecting off the baseboard, and you can still see the baseboard after the light stops reflecting off of it.
It's not a reflection.
It is, and I can show it to you. It's absolutely reflection. There's no doubt about it.
Okay, cool. Go get it.
You want it? Can you post it again? I don't have it saved.
No, it's a picture, right? Not a video.
No, there's a video also in the hallway, right?
Well, I don't have the video. I only have the 2 images.
Oh. Well, that's going to be a problem then.
I mean, I like
Because you
to talk
couldn't
about
see
I mean, we've written off the Earth curvature, really, aren't we? You know, you're saying latitude and elevation angles to and from Polaris are proving a curved Earth, and then you said dangling a string from a protractor proves a curved Earth. I mean, we can't you're saying you see it. Now we must have some evidence to prove that is the case.
Yeah.
So how are we going to measure it?
It's called mathematics, and we
No. How are you going to measure? You've seen the curve. How are you going to measure it now?
That is a measurement of it.
What, your sight?
Yes.
So how did you measure? So you look at something and you can measure something looking at it.
Correct. Yes.
Oh, so are you one of these guys who think a telescope is a measuring tool?
I wouldn't use it as a measuring tool. No, I don't know how you would. I mean,
So
you might be able to say something about focal length and how far something is away from you, based on your focal length. But
so if you personally now
Tony,
you've seen the curve, how would you go about sort of saying to yourself, how can I prove that this is actually curved? There must be a distance to where it starts to drop away from me. What would you do?
It's always dropping away from you. There's
Yeah, but
no
how would you confirm that's correct?
Well, I would just grab 2 theodolites and point them at each other, and you will find that they are not both 90 degrees. Or they're not both, they're not both horizontal. No, I haven't. I don't think I have a need to do that. I know what's going to happen, and I've talked to people who've done it, and they told me what they found, and I believed them.
So pointing 2 objects at each other is proving that the Earth below them objects is curved.
Well, if you have 2 theodolites, which their only purpose is to measure angles of elevation,
which requires flat angled baselines and straight lines. Yeah.
No, it doesn't. It requires a vertical, because when you set up these theodolites, you don't care about what the surface you're on. You could be on the side of a hill. It's going to find vertical, and it's going to find horizontal on the side of the hill, right?
Well, you set them up to be horizontal in the first place, don't you? As a leveling plate.
No, a lot of these things are auto leveling, right? They just level themselves.
Well, if you're going to prove what you're doing, Scott, it would be very wise to set them both up at the same elevation.
What's that?
Your two theodolites, it would be much wise to set them up at the same elevation if you're going to prove reverse reciprocal fucking zenith angles.
Yeah, we could do that. Yeah, we could go to a beach or something, right, where we can definitely guarantee that we will have access. And there's lots of beaches down where I am, and some of them, there's 5 miles between piers, and you get a good shot all the way down. And I don't know if you can see through a theodolite, if its zoom ability is that good at 5 miles to see the theodolite itself. I know you could see larger objects from that distance, but yeah, you could set them up. Hey, there we are. Manufactotum posted the video. Lovely.
Cheers, man. I appreciate that, Manufactotum. I'll look at that.
Yeah.
Scott.
But what was I going to say? Yeah, you can point those two theodolites at each other, put them at the same angle elevation, and you can even do that by leveling one, finding 0 degrees elevation, and telling your buddy at the other end, hey, raise or lower that other one until it's at 0 degrees, and then your buddy looks to the other one and looks back at you and goes, dude, you're not at 0 degrees. You're below 0. And that's what will happen every time you do it.
Do you know what?
I hate that.
Perspective, Scott. Shit shrinks as it gets further away, Scott.
No, it doesn't. Points don't lower or raise if they're at eye line. Perspective works. Everything goes to the vanishing point, right? And your vanishing point is horizontal in this case. So everything should go towards horizontal. Nothing should move away from horizontal.
Hold on.
Yeah, okay.
If you get your theodolite and you zero it, we're not pointing it at the other theodolite. We're putting on dead 0, but it's aimed at the other theodolite at 0.
Yes.
Both of them at the same elevation. They should look perfectly at each other. True or false?
They should if the Earth were flat, but they don't because Earth is round.
They're at the same elevation.
Yep.
And yet they're not looking at each other. They're looking over each other.
Well, here's the thing.
Scott.
If you took the one and did what you said, you zeroed out the one, and you raised the
both of them.
I know, but you have to do one first, right?
You've just got to zero it. Set it at a given elevation, zero it, make sure it's pointed towards the other one so you can see it.
Yeah, but how do you verify that you're within whatever fractions of an inch you need to be, that they're both at the same elevation?
Don't these things auto-fucking calculate like you said earlier?
I have no idea if they can calculate their own elevations. Or how precise that would be, because all they can go off is atmospheric pressure, right, or something. I don't know how they calculate elevation. No idea. Vertical, however, is pretty easy to do. You can have sensors which can point down. But anyways, that's the answer to your question. That's how I would go about testing the curve of the Earth. Because if it were flat, I would expect those theodolites, when you zeroed the one and put the other one right at 0, and then you point the other one back, it should point right back at the other one if it's at 0. But it never will.
Because of perspective, Scott.
No, that's not. Perspective works. Everything should.
Don't you fucking get?
No, why should perspective drop everything? Why does it not bring everything to the 0?
It falls to the horizon. That's it.
And the horizon should be
combined together makes a fucking solid flat line. That's it. Deal with
it. Should the horizon be at 0? Should the horizon be at 0 for both theodolites?
Well, if you're above the horizon with your theodolite, no, it shouldn't be.
Hey, Australian guy, which way do the stars rotate at night?
What's wrong?
I guess that means my time's up.
What way do the stars rotate at night?
Individually, don't know. They're too fucking small to see.
Well, you can go
East
outside
to
and
west.
see what the
East
sky
to
looks
west.
like.
The stars rotate from east to west.
Clockwise or counterclockwise?
It depends which way you're looking.
Clockwise and counterclockwise can mean
Yeah,
different
yeah.
things depending on which way you're looking.
So that depends on your orientation, right? So, for example, if you look north, you'll see a counterclockwise motion. That'll go from the east to the west, from the right to the left. This can be termed as counter or anti-clockwise. If you turn around, though, the stars will move from your left to your right, from the east to the west. But this will be clockwise. So it depends on your orientation.
Can I get a question for the answer from the Australian guy?
Was that answer not satisfactory for you, sir?
Yeah, it doesn't make a lot of sense.
It didn't make any sense. Would you like me to repeat it again? It was quite simple. A 5-year-old could understand it.
I want you to give me a definition of clockwise and counterclockwise.
You want a definition of counterclockwise and clockwise now? A rotation and orientation.
This isn't a classroom for you, mate. You're stepping in here with globe evidence, which you haven't got. Stop asking questions and provide some evidence that you live on a spinning ball.
Because the claim is that in the northern hemisphere, the stars go clockwise, in the southern hemisphere, they go counterclockwise, right? And you guys disagree with that, right?
Yeah, no, it's counterclockwise and north clockwise in the south. But that's dependent on which way you're looking, because the stars still go from east to west.
So
when we say northern hemisphere and southern hemisphere, that's not necessarily. Sorry, dude. When we say northern hemisphere and southern hemisphere, that's not exactly the whole argument. It's facing north or facing south. So facing north, the stars will come from your right and go to the left. That is east to the west. That
no,
will
I mean,
be
you can be in the northern hemisphere and look south, right?
No, I'm in Australia, and I see that. I look north from Australia, and the stars come from the east on my right and move in an arc over the sky towards the west to my left. And then I turn and face south, and the stars are coming from my left, from the east, and arcing over towards the west to my right.
Are you sure about that?
Positive, 100%. Duh.
Yeah, absolutely.
You can do this outside now.
And they're doing it over a flat stationary plane, mate.
It doesn't matter where you are, as long as you, for one instance, face north and then turn around 180 degrees and then face south. The counterclockwise and clockwise motion is just a way of describing this left to right or right to left orientation of movement, but the stars still come from west to east. Depends on how you look at it. Simples.
Any other school questions? That's got nothing to do with the shape of the Earth.
So if I understand you guys correctly, you guys are saying that you can both observe from the same point the stars going clockwise and counterclockwise, depending on what direction you look. Is that what you're telling me?
I think we said it about.
Okay, has this guy ever watched the traffic from two different sides of the road?
No.
No.
I mean, I'm sorry, maybe he has, but maybe he hasn't put the 2 and 2 together just yet. I mean, it's quite. Would you like us to go for it again? It's kind of simple.
I'd like you to post a video of what the star time lapse is.
I mean, I stood on one side of the road and the cars are moving this way, and then when I went over to the other side of the road, it was moving this way. I mean, I think they're changing direction. It's not me that's moving.
Well, it depends if the car drives in a circle, right?
No, we're not talking about that. Would you
Circles
agree for this? Will you
circles
agree
have
for this
insides?
instance, my friend? Shush. So, will you agree for this instance? If you face north, the stars are going from east to west, from right to left. This will be an arch across the sky, anti-clockwise. Yes.
I want you to tell me
Okay.
what.
If you're not going to engage in something very simple, mate, you're going to ask me to do something else. I'm not going to help you.
I put the
I'm not going
video
to
in the
waste
chat.
my time with you like other people in this fucking server who just go on to something else and don't follow a solid, simple, logical framework. One by one, we'll get to a logical conclusion. If you're just going to be an idiot, I'll treat you as such. Fuck's sake.
How about this? The stars rotate around the North Star. Does that make sense to you guys?
Did VC die? Hey, Matrix. Did you see that little GIF that Echoplex posted at what is it? Exactly 0 hour with the boxes and perspective and little tiny things. How they're not dropping, they're going up.
That's what I've been trying to tell you. Shit shrinks as it gets further away.
Yes, I know, but they're not dropping, are they? They're staying right at the horizon line. And the bottom is moving up, not
How
down.
do I know those lines are even set at fucking level or zero?
Well, but you do. That's,
You do
but this is
understand
how,
what I'm saying, don't you?
but this is how perspective works, right? The bottom comes up, the middle, anything at eye level does not drop.
Got the device that's got the lines strapped to it. How do
Mm-hmm.
I know that it is pointing horizontal across that surface?
And you
How
can
do I
do
know
it
it's
yourself.
not pointing down?
You can do it
I know
yourself.
it's not. Yeah. See, there's no other than that X on the fucking line. There's no other reference.
Well, but we can see that those boxes are staying on the same pixel. But yeah, I mean, these are things we can all do ourselves if we were so interested. I'm not that interested, so I wouldn't do it, but because I already know that perspective dictates that anything at the horizon line or the vanishing point will stay at the vanishing point. That's the definition of the nature of the vanishing point. Is it not? Everything above the vanishing. Sorry. Yeah, in perspective, everything below the vanishing point moves up towards the vanishing point as it moves off in the distance, and everything above the vanishing point moves down towards the vanishing point as it moves off in the distance. So everything converges on the vanishing point. So if something's already on the vanishing point, it's not going anywhere. It's going to stay right there.
So your theodolite would appear to get lower as it gets further away.
No, the bottom would look like it's getting smaller, but the top of it would stay right where it is.
So the top of it will stay where it is, even though it's above the fucking line.
No, if it's at the horizon line, if you put it 2 feet away or 200 feet away, and it's at horizon, it's going to stay at horizon. Whereas, the legs holding up the thing when it's 2 feet away are going to be probably about 80, 90 degrees down. And as you move 200 feet away, it's going to be 5 degrees down, 3 degrees down. I have no idea how much it is. But yeah, the top part of it will stay at 0. Unless the Earth curves.
Which we've already proven it doesn't, so you can shut that down.
Well, but you haven't. And that's still what's under contention.
And you've got curve proof. Please
Yeah,
enlighten us.
the theodolites should be curve proof. It is to everybody else.
Appealing to future fallacy, you've never done it.
No, but I know people who have.
Please name them. Bring them in here.
Would you believe them?
You don't own a sextant. You don't own a theodolite. Why should we believe anything?
I noticed you didn't answer that question.
Scott,
because you and I both know the answer, right?
From our perspective, everything you rattle on about, you've never done, you don't own. Why should we believe anything you say?
You don't have to. I'm just relaying information that I've read also.
And then he gets confused why he gets muted.
No, I relay information that I've read. I've never done any of this stuff.
So you're just a believer. That's all it is. Blind
Well,
faith.
they tell me stuff that makes perfect sense to me, and so I have no reason to doubt them.
No, they tell you stuff that backs up the bullshit story you were fed as a child.
What bullshit story is that?
Sorry, Scott. Sorry, Matrix. AI, sorry, mate. 2 seconds. AI, you trying to talk, dude? If not, I'm going to have to mute you because you're causing some background noise. If not, if you can hear me, mute yourself.
I want to be sure I talk.
Yeah, that's why I'm asking him, Scott.
Yeah, I know.
All right. AI, if you need to talk, buddy, just unmute yourself, man. You're causing some feedback. Sorry, gents.
Who was I? Oh, yeah. Scott has no proof.
Except for all the proof that I've offered that other people have done that you summarily reject. And so the question comes down to, I guess, is why do you summarily reject all the proof that's offered to you?
You're a whiteboard warrior, Scott. If in doubt, rub it out. You've done nothing and you bring nothing to the table. You've got no proof.
What do you want?
We want you to get off your ass and get out in the real fucking world. That's what we want.
Why? How would that help you?
Because I can sit back and put my feet up in the comfort of knowing that Scott's actually done something in his life instead of just, oh, it's in a book. And it backs up what I've been fed as a kid. Happy days.
Well, it backs up what I've seen as an adult, too.
Bullshit. You don't see curvature. You're a liar.
Well, I disagree with you.
Well, you better talk to some of your other globetard friends that get in here because it was so big it was flatty fucking an hour ago.
I don't care what they think.
Well, you better get together and get your story straight. That's the same thing you tell us all flat earthers.
No, we don't have a story. We just have what we've seen.
And you don't, none of your senses pick up motion or pick up curvature.
Well, I agree with that. Well, no, those are two different things. And yes, we do not sense our movement. This is true. But we don't expect to. So that's not a problem for us.
All you're doing is reading literature that backs up the shit that you were fed as a kid. Nothing more. You are just a believer.
I've seen sunsets, and I watched the pattern, the specific motion of celestial bodies go over my head.
Okay,
That's
now
not
let's stick to the sunsets. In what way, shape, or form does a sunset prove what's underneath what's the shape the ground is?
Yeah, because if the sun is moving,
3 shades of orange and red, therefore globe.
no, that's not what I would say. I would say the sun moves over our heads at 15 degrees per hour for everybody on the earth at all times. And so when it's daylight in Australia and it's daylight in California, which we got a good deal of overlap, excuse me, we each watch the sun moving at 15 degrees over our heads. And that can only happen if the sun is, if we are at the center of a circle and it's very far away.
Why can this only happen if it's on a ball? Why can this not happen if it's a flat plane with a celestial body moving over our heads?
Bro,
Because,
this is so...
because the difference in position between you and me would mean that it's either moving faster or slower for one of us, and it cannot keep the same time. Because
Hold on a minute. So why do we get different time structures at different parts of the year?
No, unless it's staying equidistant throughout its entire orbit, or whatever circle around us, it has to be equidistant in order to keep the angle change per hour.
God,
that's the only way it can do it.
That doesn't make any sense at all, right?
Well, I'm sorry you don't understand it.
It's a circuit. I understand it. It's very simple to understand. In fact, if you just go outside and literally look at the sun, and you're gonna observe it the whole year, and you will realize what the sun is actually doing. It's a circuit that gets, for example, closer to you until the sun is literally almost vertical above you, which is then summertime most of the time, where it's very, very hot, obviously, right? And then when it goes, the circuit goes inwards again, which means the sun will slowly have a circle that is smaller and going more away from you. Then it's not summer anymore, at least probably where you live. You live in the US. Then you will probably have winter time, and you can observe this every year. It happens every year. The sun is just doing these same old circuits. It's nothing spectacular. Even the Bible talks about the circuits. It's very, very simple, and it doesn't need the sun 93 million miles away, or how many times they've changed that number, by the way.
Okay, Clay. Over the course of a day, one day, does the sun ever get further or closer to me in one day?
Yes, every day.
Really? When does it get further and closer?
It gets closer to you when it's in the morning, when you see the sun coming closer. Then, mostly at noon, the sun will be the closest to you. Also, depending on the season, if it's
How do you
winter.
know? No, I'm talking one day, not seasons. One day. So it's closer to me in the morning.
No, it is further away in the morning. In the very early morning. Yeah, in the very early morning, it's going to come closer to you until noon, and it's at some point going over your head, depending on which season of the year we have. And then it's going during the day. It's going to be further going away from you until it is so far away that it's night again, that it's dark again.
So how did you conclude it's getting closer to you when it's over your head?
Because I can literally see it, bro.
What do you mean you can literally see it?
If it's a blue day sky, right, a beautiful day with just blue sky, I can see the sun from the distance coming closer until it's right over my head, and then it goes away, just like it is described in the Bible.
What are you cueing on that makes you think it's getting closer? What's happening? Is it getting bigger?
No, bro.
Then how do you know it's getting closer?
Well,
I know it's getting closer because I've taken meter readings of it.
Well, it's very simple. The sunlight gives off warmth, right? So during even the highest peak of the summer here in Germany, if I would go outside at 5 a.m., right, or 6 a.m., depending on when the sun is coming closer, I can literally be straight in the sunlight. I've tested this in Italy on the ocean. This is the best how it works because there's no obstruction of landscape. And the sunlight, I can sit in the sunlight and it will not be hot at all. It will be pretty chill indeed. Actually, also almost cool, right?
We agree.
And then,
that works on a
if
glow
it's
model
10 a.m., if it's 10 a.m., it's still nice. Yeah, but you asked me how I can know that it's coming closer, how the light source is coming closer. Then it's a little bit more warmer. One second. Yeah, by the heat and by visual also.
Okay, what's
not
the visual
only by
part?
the heat. Visual and heat gives testifying evidence that the sun is just doing a circuit. Nothing more, nothing less.
What visual are you using to verify that it's coming closer to you?
I'm using my eyes, man. Really, it's so simple. You can use your eyes to see that.
Well, okay, so how do we use our eyes to determine whether something is coming closer to us?
But I would recommend, if you're not used to looking at the sun, use sunshades. Well, I can look straight at the sun, even though some people will propose that it makes your eyes go bad or you go blind. Or
But I think everybody would agree that when something is coming closer to you, it's getting bigger. Does it not?
Yes, and we have evidence that the sun is fading out, that it's shrinking, getting bigger. But this is also, right? Since we don't live in a constant of atmos, and a constant of weather, and a constant of all kinds of humidity and air quality parameters, means that every day will be a different day, which will also have different dependencies on atmos lensing, on the way the sun is going to represent. That's why sometimes you're going to see a very, very big moon or blood moon, which I've also experienced in reality in
Let's not talk
Italy.
about the moon.
I'm just giving this as an example.
Focus.
Okay, so you agree that we don't have a constant when it comes to humidity, when it comes to the way the atmosphere is being represented every day, when it comes to air quality, when it comes to weather in general, right?
Sure.
Okay, that is the cause of why which you would not observe every day the same type of size or the same type of sun circuits, because this can have dependencies onto how the atmosphere is also interacting with that light, which is very self-evident and obvious, because we can experience this, we can observe this, and we can even make slight predictions if we know which kind of. I'm still working on this, so I'm not going to precise, but I'm depending on the weather, you can already determine how the sun will represent itself to be today.
And so for the people who bothered to take the time to put a solar filter on a camera and take pictures of the sun throughout the day and they find no change in angular size, what do we do with them?
Yeah, where can you present that?
Well, what do we do with them?
What should we do with them? It's nice that they use a solar filter, but
and they find no change in it, and they find no change in angular size.
They find no change.
And what about the ones that do, Scott?
They don't.
Oh, so you're saying no one has?
This is so stupid.
No one has. Correct. Yes, that's what I'm saying. Nobody has.
It's like talking to a child. Can you provide this? You just made a claim.
Hold on, guys. He's just said no one has ever put a filter on and seen the sun reducing in size as it gets further and further away. So we provide one video or one photograph or a series of photographs. That's a black swan for you. Correct, Scott?
Yeah. If it's not explainable by some kind of atmospheric effect, yeah. Like clouds or something, yeah. When something goes behind a cloud, it gets a lot smaller.
25 minutes past the hour in text chat. Sorry to hurt your feelings, Scott.
Oh, you mean that sun going behind the cloud?
Thank you.
Behind
you mean the sun going behind the cloud?
Yeah, behind all these clouds. Oh golly, I have even sun fade out videos with shots with drones. I mean, I don't know how much more you guys need.
Why can't you guys get one going across the sky?
I think this is, at this point, it's just cognitive dissonance.
Yeah, I agree. It is. It's exactly that. You need the Earth to be flat for some religious belief. The rest of us don't really care.
We have
no dog in the race. We have no dog in this race.
You don't care about reality. That's all. No matter if we show you sun fading out, dude. You like the glorious thing is this: it's your problem, right? For me, I accept reality. No, it is. It really is. I really do.
You can't even understand reality.
I really do.
Okay.
It's very simple, bro.
So, Clay,
it is so simple. A child can understand how the circuits of the luminaries in the sky work.
A child could understand.
Yes.
So why can't you?
I can. I don't invoke something I can't prove of 93 million miles away of the sun.
Absolutely
I don't invoke an empty vacuum of space that defies the second law of thermodynamics. I don't invoke all the spinning and wobbling tilted space motions that you invoke.
You just claimed that the Earth came closer to us at noon. You just made that claim.
No, I said sun.
Yes, that's what I said, the sun. But is that what I said? Did I say the sun? Okay, I made a mistake then. I'll take it back. But you said the sun gets closer to us and gets further away in the morning and the evening.
I observe this every day.
No, you haven't.
I have.
And a child could understand how you don't.
Is anyone else in here observing the same thing as me? That the sun in the morning gets closer to me, then at some point midday it's going to be over my head, where usually in the summer I go out from the sun because then I probably get a sunburn if I don't, and then 2 hours later I go back in the sun and it's now standing a little bit further away again until 5, 6 a.m. where I can literally be in the midst of the sun, even looking at the sun, and it's barely giving off heat, and it's barely hurting my eyes at all. And then at some point it's just going to vanish out and be away, and then there's going to be noon for someone else where the sun is right above his head. Like, how easy it is to understand this. And you're the one who doesn't want to. It's your problem. I don't care. You can stay in your heliocentric delusions.
How does it make a 15 degrees per angle constantly then if it's getting further and closer to you? You think you can figure that one out?
You invoking measurements, right? Which I can obviously not do with my eyes. Therefore, definitely you need to provide it in chat, because I'm just saying something everybody can see with their own eyes. I'm not making assumptions upon.
No, I can't see it.
Well, then go outside, maybe. Maybe you're not outside too often.
I have.
Enough.
I've been outside a lot, and the sun never gets closer or further away.
Yo, if you can't see it, bro, it's your problem. Like, I see it. I don't know in which reality you live.
I know you think you see it, but you don't.
Yeah, and you can say it all you want that you don't see it, but it's safe obvious. Other people see it. My mom sees it. My dad see it. My brother see it. My sister see it. If I ask them, and they don't even are interested in this whole topic of flat Earth, but they do agree that they see the same thing with the sun happening. So something is weird with you, or maybe here in Germany we live in some kind of matrix where there's probably, like, I don't know, an LED firmament above our head or something.
No, because all you need to do is explain the 15 degrees per hour then, right?
Oh man, I can't help people.
Do you think you can explain the 15 degrees per hour?
Listen, it's your problem, sir. It's your problem. I'm not gonna entertain something.
I'm not the one running away from data.
I'm not the. You haven't provided any data. You're just saying words, and then you want me to entertain
data. You can do this yourself. You can go out tomorrow and measure the sun, the angle of the sun's making over you, 15 degrees per hour.
Okay, how did you measure the sun?
You can just point at it. You can get a stick and point it at the sun and leave it there, and then come out an hour later.
How did you do
it? And point the second stick at the sun and measure the angle.
How did you get your measurements? I want to learn from you, Scott. Enlighten me.
I just told you. You can do that. The better way to do it would be
just need a stick. Is it a straight stick or just like a branch?
It's going to be slightly off because of the actual passage. But
how did you do it? Did you do it with a stick?
I never bothered.
So you never did it.
Yeah, I know, because I know it. Because why would I bother? I know it works.
So how do you know if it works if you never checked it?
Because I don't need to.
Oh, that's interesting.
Because I know people who have done it and they've tested it, and I believe them.
But you checked if the sun is doing what I'm saying isn't doing, right?
Yeah, because I also know people who put a solar filter on a camera and it does not change its angular size.
Have you done it?
No, I haven't. I've already told you guys this 100 times. I don't do any of this stuff.
So you just believe the people who has done it and the ones
Yes.
and one second, and the ones who also do these observations with sun fading out or showing how it's shrinking even though there is no clouds, you're just gonna hand wave and say, oh, that's just clouds. Oh, that's just
show me one with no clouds.
I already posted a GIF. I don't see any clouds.
That one had all kinds of atmospheric haze. If you don't see it, you're freaking blind.
Oh, so now,
and I've seen I've seen maybe 1,000 sunsets over the water.
He exposed himself right
burden of proof reversal fallacy. That's what this is.
Yeah.
Very sneaky.
Wait, how is it the burden of proof reversal fallacy, and why don't you guys want to adopt a burden of proof for your own position?
Because you're demanding an explanation for something that nobody made a claim about.
Yeah, no, I made the claim. It's
exactly,
15 degrees per hour.
That's your fallacious
So why does it
reasoning.
need explaining? Why does it need explaining?
Because we should be able to explain everything we see.
Says who? Says who?
Says everybody who wants to understand where they live.
Should be able to explain everything.
Yeah.
Everything. Absolutely everything. Okay, so you
yeah.
want a story? You want a story? Do you? Because what do we do?
I want a story that corresponds with reality. Sure. Yeah.
A story that corresponds, of course. You can make it. You can give any story that corresponds to what you're observing.
No, you can't.
Anything at all. Anything that you like, right?
All right, come up with
science. What would your explanation be? What would your explanation in science be called?
Okay, T-Dub.
What do they call that? What do they call that? What do they call an explanation?
A theory?
Would it be a hypothesis?
No.
No?
No.
So when you develop a hypothesis, you're not trying to explain something you've observed occurring in nature.
No, that would be a theory.
You're not proposing an explanation. You're not proposing an explanation?
Dude, an explanation is a theory.
Or you are or you aren't?
A theory is an explanation.
You're proposing an idea, right? You're suggesting that this is happening because, right? Because.
I don't know what to tell you, man. A theory is an explanation.
Right. Yeah. Your explanation is this is happening because.
Yes.
Right.
And that's a
hypothesis
theory.
Then.
No, that's a theory.
Hypothesis then. It's not a hypothesis.
Theories yield hypotheses that you can test them.
Who gives a shit about your theory then? Why give a shit about a theory?
Because they help us understand the world, and a lot of us want to understand the world in which we live. Sure, they do.
They don't. No, they don't. They're just ideas. They're just ideas.
And how else do we understand the world other than ideas?
Are you going to test your idea?
Yes, if it's a scientific theory, it will yield testable hypotheses. And all those hypotheses must at least not falsify the theory in order for the theory to be considered to be valid. And when the theory is valid, it's considered to be a good explanation of why things happen. You talk about that as if that's a problem.
You know what the problem is?
Everything is just an idea.
It's not a basis for demanding someone else give an idea as well.
Well, yeah, I don't know about you, but if I see some phenomenon like the sun and the moon moving across the sky at 15 degrees per hour, I look for an explanation for that. You don't have to. It's
Scott,
just me.
what you do is you cherry pick an explanation, right?
No,
so
I don't.
you just you hand wave. You hand wave other observations as inserting upon things that you clearly can't see just from looking at it, right? You haven't measured it or verified it. And
you tell me I hand waved. Tell me what I've hand waved.
You hand wave videos that show that the sun is shrinking, and you just say, "Oh, it's due to the atmosphere." Right, and then with other videos where people use solar filters, then you just accept what you want to accept because it conforms to your worldview of a spinning, wobbling tilted spaceball. You just pick and choose. That's what you're doing, man. And then when I ask you, how did you measure the sun? You say, I didn't. But you can use a stick and put it into the ground. How did you verify the solar thing? I didn't. Someone did it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. And then you screwed. You have the.
What's wrong with that?
1 second. And then you have the audacity as a person, as a grown man, to think it is funny that I accept reality due to the senses I have been God given to observe the sun, and you think it's stupid just because you personally believe some people with solar filters, while I use the things you despise and you cherry pick and don't accept.
Well, but
that's hilarious, man. Because for me, it aligns with what I observe in reality, and if it doesn't for you, it's clearly a you problem, and you're not entitled to think that you have figured it out in this case. Maybe you should go outside and do your own observations, man. Maybe that would really help you, because it would help you to get out of this delusional state of mind, man.
And what makes you think I'm the one with the delusion?
Because you think that the sun is 93 million miles away. There's clearly nothing that shows that to me. There's no parallel light waves. I see all kinds of light waves clearly being not parallel. For example, I see the sun simply doing a circuit, just as it's described in the Bible. That also says that the earth is flat.
Well, if that were true, we would not have 15 degrees per hour.
Bro, I asked you, how did you measure that 15 degrees? You couldn't give me any measurements by yourself.
Yeah, I know, but you could do this yourself if you really wanted. You say you want to understand, right? You could do this. You could do this tomorrow.
Bro,
but you
why
won't,
should I
will
do
you?
why should I do it if you can't even give me an explanation of how you did it? Because you have never done it.
Because you want to understand the world in which we live.
No, I don't want to. I don't want to understand something I already understand, bro. That makes no sense. I already understand it.
Let's say he does go out and do it. Scott,
Okay.
And then what? Then what?
Then he tries to figure out how that
Next
can
step.
possibly be. That's the next
By
step.
doing what? By doing what?
Thinking about it and trying to looking into a good explanation, thinking, oh yeah, that does fit the data.
So come up with an idea, right?
We don't have to. That's the lovely thing about living in a society, right? Other people have already come up with these ideas, and we could check them for ourselves and say, yeah, that fits the data I see too. And then we can move on with our lives.
Fits the observation, right?
Yes, if it's the observation.
Does that make it correct?
Usually, yes.
Really? So you can just come up with any other story you like, and it as long as it works in with what you've observed, it makes it correct.
Yeah, I think you greatly underestimate how hard it is to come up with a story that fits the observations. You think any story can fit observations, and it's just not true.
Then run us through the process.
You say you can come up with a story, come up with one that explains 15 degrees per hour.
No, I'm not obligated to do that.
You are not
saying that you have an explanation.
I do.
Fits the data.
Yes.
So run us through the process. How the idea was developed and how it fits the data.
It doesn't matter how the idea was developed. Science never matters where the source of the idea comes from, so I'm not going to even go into that. But if we see an object moving at a constant angle, rotational angular velocity over our heads or around us in any way, shape, or form, there is only one pattern that thing can be in. It has to be going in a circle, or when we get at the center of. That's just mathematics. If you try to change any variable in that mathematical model, you will not get a constant 15 degrees per hour.
I, by the way,
And
posted.
that's not just a story. That's math.
I just posted for you a video of the sun fading out with a solar filter attached. But you're probably also just gonna dismiss it. So
what do you think this would prove?
Yeah, nothing, because you're just going to dismiss it. It proves nothing to you,
Okay,
man.
so
it proves everything to me. It proves everything to me. For you, it says nothing, which is it's okay, man. I can live with that.
So if I post 1,000 sunsets where the sun is disappearing bottom up and it does not get smaller as it sets, it actually appears to get bigger, but that's an optical illusion. But if I can post 1,000 of those, then you can post one. Yeah,
was it also moving at 15 degrees an hour?
Yes. But it's not, because if you actually took a picture of it and you bracketed out the water and everything else that's making you think it looks bigger, you actually see it does not take up any more pixels. The angular size does not change at all. But that, takes a little bit of
to get bigger.
Yeah, but it's an optical illusion. And we can explain the optical illusion because when the sun comes near other things that we can reference.
You've just decided it's an optical illusion.
No, I told you exactly.
Every other part of its journey was actual.
Oh, T-Dub, I just explained why it's not optical illusion, because we can take a photograph of it, or we can take a video, and we can see that the sun is not actually taking up any more pixels on the video. And if it's not taking up any more pixels, it's not getting bigger.
If we find one picture that does the contrary, would you concede that that's a black swan? Therefore, you're wrong.
Ooh.
No, that's the thing. You guys misunderstood the black swan thing completely.
No, stop. You have misunderstood it. You're claiming it doesn't exist. We prove it once, it's a black swan. That's how it fucking works.
No, it does not. That's not how it works.
Your claim is it doesn't deviate in size, not one pixel.
Or motion.
Correct. On a clear day,
if
yes.
you've got any footage, any fucking photographs that prove the contrary, that's a black swan.
No. On a clear day. That's really important to the whole idea of your black swan. On a clear day.
No,
it will not
it's just
change.
going to happen once.
On a clear day, yes.
Doesn't have to be a clear day. It's just got to happen
It
once.
does for us. If you're trying to debunk our model, if you're trying to find a black swan, because I'm
not trying to debunk it. That's already been done.
What do you mean by a clear day?
Destroyed years ago.
A clear day.
You were just hanging on with bullshit.
Where there's no visible obstructions on the horizon. There's no clouds or the marine haze that we often get.
What about air conditions?
I don't know what that would mean.
Like refraction?
Yeah, refraction's fine. It should work uniformly and not change the angular size. But if we compare it to anything, right, we have to compare it to perspective. We have to compare it to the sun moving away. And that is a dramatic change in size, which we never see. Well, I've never seen it, and I've seen hundreds, if not thousands, of sunsets over the water.
The angular change is really... Yeah, the angular change of the sun is really only at very close to the horizon. It's like 10 degrees above it or something. And the whole path,
actual?
like you get the whole path it takes across the whole horizon, whole sky. It doesn't change size. Like pretty much.
Are we talking about actual size and actual motion?
The measured angular size of it using a solar.
So it's an apparent size. It's not an actual size.
Sometimes we see a really big
the same thing.
Sunrise and sunset. It's bigger than it is at our zenith, for example, depending on the atmospheric conditions of the day. Atmospheric magnification, right? The sun looks really big on the horizon.
I don't think that's true.
Really? Fuck me, Scott. Yes. I can't even engage with you.
No, because for atmospheric magnification to happen, you have to have a lensing effect, and a lens has to be a very specific thing, and it has a focal point. So there's no way you can...
Sun on the horizon, and you've never seen that phenomena.
No, we just talked about that. There are many times it looks bigger, yes.
Even in the UK when it's summertime. You disagree with the observation of this well-known documented phenomena.
He's a time waster,
about
man.
That with T-Dub.
Contrarian per book, you know.
I'm not the one, Clay, who said the sun's getting closer because it feels warmer.
You just disagree.
That's just silly.
You just
it's
disagree.
not silly. It's a very simple observation using your own senses, bro. A
And it proves absolutely nothing, or it demonstrates absolutely nothing.
Well, it does. The sun is coming closer to me. That's why it's getting hotter. And then when it
Well.
goes away, and sometimes it's dark because the heat is gone. It's very simple. I don't know why. I know for a sophisticated man like you that just blindly believes other people's observations instead of doing it yourself, it is obviously foolishness to use this as any argument. But well,
Okay,
you
so-
think
so
you
you-
live on
so-
contrary to your observation, you think you live on a spinning wobbling-tilted space ball, even though the Earth represents us to be a stationary topographical plane. But yeah, I mean,
So
that's
I
just
just
your
so,
issue.
so I just told you that I've seen hundreds, if not thousands, of sunsets over the water, and you're going to say that I just listen to other people. Really?
Exactly. Yeah.
After I told you I've seen
Because
hundreds,
you-
you're saying I just
because-
listen to other people. You
Yeah,
serious?
yes, you have invoked.
Are you serious?
You have invoked 15 degrees, and I asked, how did you measure that? You said, I didn't. Someone did. I asked you about the solar filter. You said, I didn't. Someone used it. And now you just want to talk about how you looked at 1,000 sunsets over the ocean, and you haven't seen what I see.
Yes.
So clearly, it is your issue, and it's not my problem. And if you want to believe you live on a spinning wobbling-tilted space, this is the last thing I'm going to say, and I'm going to disengage because you're a time waster, then that is your issue, not my issue. I accept reality. You just might as well
I don't
accept the
have any
fantasy.
issues.
There you go. Have a nice day, Scott. Much love to you,
Okay,
man.
I will.
hope someone
I will.
open your eyes at some point. Otherwise, this is just all in vain, and time will tell. There's a one appointment for everyone, which is the first death. Anyways,
So Clay,
have a nice day.
what's the real reason you
So
believe
why
the Earth
doesn't
is
the
flat?
sun change size again?
What's the
Why
real
does that
reason, man? Because it's clearly not the sun. It's clearly not anything you've seen. There's a different reason you believe the Earth is flat.
Yes, it's called the ground. It is surface measurement. The Earth is a topographical stationary plane.
No, that's
a
not
plane
it
or
either.
surface that can be measured. Measurements show even LiDAR scans with radar lasers pointed 90 degrees in every direction down from an airplane shows a flat scanned Earth. Flat scanned. Okay, get this in your brain. Flat scanned,
no, it
not only
doesn't.
flat
No,
measured.
be honest with me for
It
just for
doesn't
1
do
minute.
that.
Tell me the
Any-
real reason you believe it's
and-
flat.
Because
So the one
surface
primary reason, the
is-
thing that started it for you all, was it?
The Earth is a topographical plane because that is what it is being observed in reality. When
Yeah,
something,
but you would agree, right? That appearances
cheerleading
are
and chirping.
No, you would
Okay.
agree, right? So, like, if you look
Thank you
at
for
train
not letting
tracks,
me answer the
if
question.
you look at train tracks going away
That's
from
why
you
I'm
on the
gonna
horizon line, they look
disengage
like they intersect, but we know they don't intersect. So you understand that certain things can appear like other things, right?
Can I
So just
answer
because
the
you see it one
question?
way doesn't mean it is them.
Can I answer the question first that was proposed
Good luck.
by Scott?
Good luck.
Thank you for letting me answer the question. Okay, so we observe, as represented in reality, we observe a topographical stationary plane. Not only we measure it, we scan it flat, we see all that sea level horizontal water, and I'm taking reality for what it represents itself to be. So what I don't do is, I don't sit myself into throne of fantasies or thinking that I have the authority to pervert reality for what it represents itself to be, and I'm going to put a perversion of something that I don't observe upon it, which would be a heliocentric model. Therefore, I accept reality for what it is. If there's anyone else in this world that does the opposite and perverts reality and wants to insert upon it a vain imagination, a fantasy, that is his problem, not mine. Neither do I really
you have no
pity
argument.
these people. No, it's not
You
a
have
no
no
argument. No, I have
Yeah,
reality.
you just said, like, I don't have to answer these questions, essentially, right?
No, you
You're
didn't
just
listen to
declaring
me.
these things. You're just
What
declaring
did I
these
say?
things.
What did I
You're
say?
just declaring these things to be the case, and you're
What
not
did I
going to deal with
say?
any of the objections to the
What-
arguments, right?
what
so
did I
if
say?
you remember, yeah, you talked about your observations, but if you remember, I brought
Yeah,
up
what did I say?
Yeah, I'm talking. So if you remember, I brought up the
what
issue.
did I say? You
If
misrepresented me.
remember, I brought up the issue of train tracks, right? If we see the train tracks moving, if we see the train tracks on the horizon, they look like they intersect. But we know they don't intersect, they're parallel, right? So you can't just go with your observations in every case because they're not always intuitive. So do you have like a substantive response?
So what I do is not only let I speak you through the blatant misrepresentation you did about what I stated, but I only let you go to divert into your ray track thingy, which I'm not gonna entertain at all, because I'm not gonna entertain someone who's gonna try to waste my time. You wonder why? You wonder why? If someone is blatantly misrepresenting what I just stated because he's for some reason cognitively isn't able to understand simple sentences such as the Earth represents itself to be. You're not even listening. You're not even listening. And now you're projecting. Now you're projecting.
Instead of addressing what's being said to you,
now you're even
just
projecting.
People. That's all
now
you're doing.
Now you're projecting your own incompetence upon me. You're projecting your own incompetence upon me right now.
What incompetence? Like what incompetence
You're projecting the fact that you're projecting the fact that you didn't listen to what I have stated. You even furthermore perverted and inserted a false interpretation of what I said, and then you diverted into another topic, expecting me then to entertain you, whilst you have insulted my intellect by literally not by literally not accepting, neither hearing what I said, or even furthermore perverting it. And right now in this very moment, you're still doing it, and then you even go further by projecting your own mentality, your own perversion of not being able to listen to your opponent onto me by blaming me for not reacting for what you have bring forward.
You're just doing meta. You're just doing meta instead of addressing what's being said to you.
You are a fool, man. You do
understand that your sense perception, right, can be fooled in various ways, right? So an observation is something.
All right.
Yeah.
So
So
how
can
do
you
you
answer
test
the
this
question?
then?
Why
Right.
does
So
the
how do we test then? So, for example,
why does the sun not change in angular size as it moves away from us?
Right.
Why?
Yeah. Okay.
Answer
Shut
that
up.
question.
Jeez. All right, dude. So how can we? Oh my God! I'm going to mute you so I can get a fucking sentence out. Thank you. So how do we test that the apparent angular size of the sun is its actual angular size? Just observing something as it appears to be to us, right? Like the railway tracks, right?
Wait, how do you observe something without observing it as the way it appears to us?
But he was just to bring up train tracks. Now he understands as they appear to go off into the distance, they look like they're getting closer together, but we understand that they're actually all the way parallel. So that would be one example, if you let him finish.
But every observation is as how it appears to us, no?
Okay, so why is it the case? So would you deny that if something is moving towards you, it becomes bigger in angular size, and something moving away from you becomes smaller in angular size? Do you agree with that or no? No?
Yes, I agree.
Okay, so why is it the case that the sun, on your model, right, the sun moves away from us and it comes towards us because it's following a circular path above us? The flat Earth model. The flat Earth model.
I didn't present a model. I didn't present one.
Okay, but are you not in the position as a flat earther that the sun is small, local, and it actually goes in a circle around the planet surface?
I couldn't give you definitive evidence of that being the case.
But is that what's in your model is what I'm asking you?
I don't have a model.
You have no
They have no explanation, they just know that it's not round.
Yeah, like what the hell are you like arguing with other people for if you have no model, for fuck's sake?
How would I model it? How would I model unknowns?
That's a good. What do you mean unknown? You're claiming, right, that the Earth is flat, right? And you're claiming that the Earth is stationary and the sun and the moon, right, are small and local and circle around the disk, right?
No, I'm not making a positive claim about.
Wait, I think I understand. I think the flat Earth is actually a metaphysical argument. I got it.
What?
No.
Well,
It
you can't
sounded like
demonstrate you can't demonstrate a metaphysical position, right? So that's again, that's
Exactly.
just going to be problematic too.
So there's
They're
no
just saying,
model.
yeah,
That makes
there's
sense.
nothing here. Yeah.
Your problem is that you have an idea of why we observe the sun to do what it does, and then if I say that, and that requires the ground to be curving, right? And if I say, well, the ground is
irrelevant
one.
to
Can
this,
I
this
finish?
question.
Am I allowed to finish? Am I allowed to finish?
You're just dumb.
Teed up,
Am I
they're
allowed to
time
finish?
wasters. They're not listening to you, man.
All
They're
right,
preachers.
all right, because I don't want to have to mute you. I want to have to control you. Be good if you could do it yourself. So when I say that we don't observe the ground to be curving, and we don't measure it to be curving, and we don't practically use it as if it's curving, I have a problem then, because suddenly your explanation then doesn't make sense.
The problem
That's
is that
a
you
you
just.
problem. That's not my problem.
So what's your
The
model
problem
then?
is he doesn't have a model,
I don't have
clearly,
to.
right?
Yeah,
So,
like how are you going to rebut any of this without a model?
I do not have to present one because I'm not determining the features
guy's an
of the
idiot.
surface based on anything in the sky like you are.
I didn't
so,
do
like, the only way you can know anything. The only way you can know.
Positions. I'm asking you about yours.
Well, if you're defending the globe, then you are most definitely defending that idea.
No.
As Scott
What I
Mackey
believe is
has just
irrelevant to the question of you answering this question. Like, you don't know how this works? It's irrelevant what I believe. I'm questioning what you believe right now. Seeing what, like, if there's any, like, continuity here.
I'm not presenting a belief. I didn't say I believe anything.
But the problem is really that, like, you do in fact treat the world in a specific way, right? Like, normal people would like do that through scientific observation. Like that's really the only way we can have empirical facts, right? And that involves having a model for things. Now, if you say, "Well, I don't have a model," then people like that laugh at you because that's admitting that you don't know how things work, but you're rejecting like another person who says they do have a model and can explain to you to some degree. Like, it sounds to me that they have a better understanding of the real world because they actually have some sort of understanding while you don't have some sort of understanding.
Because and I would say that it is incorrect because there's a fundamental aspect of it that is incorrect. I don't have to give another alternative reason. I do not have to replace a model or give another explanation. I just have to identify that a fundamental aspect of yours is incorrect. That's all I have to do.
I didn't give any position. I didn't give you any of my position.
I'm addressing what Dokubai said. I'm addressing what Dokubai said. You're not the only person in the room, sir. I was addressing Dokubai. I'm sorry if you felt like that was an attack on your position or lack of position thereof. Kind of speaks, the way you reacted just then, speaks to your position. Absolutely it does.
So you have an answer then?
What, sir?
Why is it the case that the sun and the moon do not change in angular size?
I'm not obligated to answer any questions about the sun, about something I did not make a claim about.
How does the solar eclipse work on like a flat Earth model?
I didn't make a claim. Did I make a claim about it?
So do you think the Earth is flat?
Yeah, it is observably, measurably, and
just
practically
asking you
used as such. Yes.
So I'm asking you on the flat Earth, how does the solar eclipse happen?
I didn't make a claim about it, so why would you be asking me that?
I didn't ask. I'm asking you, how could it be the case under the flat Earth model? How could it be the case that there are solar eclipses? That's the question. You believe the Earth is flat. I'm trying to understand why you think the Earth is flat.
The problem is, Rascal, take a breath, son. Yeah. Take a breath. Just breathe. I know you can do it.
I am breathing.
Just breathe. Now,
the
problem with it is,
okay,
shut up.
Here we go.
The problem with it is when
someone
says, you shut the fuck up. When
You did
someone
interrupt
says,
him, so
I don't know, you're going to have a fucking meltdown because we should know because it's flat and you fucking know everything in your model. Now, we don't know. As yourself, you don't know. That is a valid answer, okay? If we don't know
I don't know
something,
what.
we're not going to rattle off shit. So, we don't know. There is
I
your
know.
answer.
I know how solar eclipses work.
No,
wait.
no, you don't.
It doesn't generally
Sure,
say that you
yeah.
don't know,
Yeah,
because
sure
you guys
you
will all say that we know it's not round, okay, or we know it's not spherical. So
Oh,
you
the
are
world
not
poisoner is
agnostic.
in here.
You have an attitude about the world, okay? Let's
Hey,
not
Jocker, by go and put
deceive
your fingers
ourselves.
back in your ears, mate. Every
You're
time
so
you get
mad.
muted, you're like
Every
a little
time I
kid
point
puts his
something
fingers in
out,
his
I
ears
get
and fucks
muted.
off.
You try and overtalk me. It's so cute.
It's so cute.
I
You're
feel
a
bad
child.
for you
Okay, I
guys.
know how solar eclipses work. Do you guys know how solar eclipses work?
No, you don't. You
No,
don't
we
know how.
don't.
You don't
Sure
know.
I do, yeah. Of
You don't know how.
course I do.
No, you don't know
Of course
how.
I do.
How do you
I
know?
do.
How do you know?
Yeah, because I can. Well, there's observations. There's like there's mathematical equations that show this, right? There's all kinds of ways to show it, right? But
He
I've seen it
probably
happen.
saw a
Yeah,
video
I
on
saw it happen.
TV explaining it
No,
to him
I
with
saw the solar.
CGI
I saw the solar.
animations.
I saw the solar eclipse
Yeah.
myself.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's
I saw it
amazing,
in real
man.
life.
Wow.
Besides.
So you made the claim that you're here to learn. You very sound like a preacher that has already come to his conclusions. So if you're here to learn,
Is that a rebuttal to anything that I said?
yeah. If you're here to
You guys
learn,
do?
the way you represent
I asked
yourself
you a
to be
question about it.
isn't
You just told
real.
me you don't have a model.
Is
So what the fuck
yeah,
did I learn
you're
from
still
you?
doing it. Yeah, can you just
God.
chill, man? You can't chill, right? You just can't calm down or anything like that, right? You really don't sound
No, when
like
people
someone
say
who's
stupid things to me, I find it
yeah.
hysterical.
Yeah, again, see, so you're not here to learn. You already said it's stupid that I'm pointing
When I
out that you're
asked
just
you
here
a
to
question, you
preach,
told me you
right?
can't answer it. So what can I
Seems to
learn from
be
you?
hurting
Nothing.
you very much. Oh,
Well, when I ask
seems
you a
to be
question about
cutting
certain
deep.
things, you're like, I don't have to answer that, or I don't know. So I don't know what I'm supposed to learn from you guys. It's like, what are you talking about? You just
Yeah.
you just excluded yourself from the. You're like, I don't have to answer any of these questions.
Yeah,
Like, well, what if
yeah. So we're
because you
still
don't want to fucking answer
waiting.
questions? Like, are you serious?
Yeah, keep preaching. We're still here to wait for your explanation of how supposedly on a spinning, wobbling tilted space ball that you delusionally believe to be living on, eclipses work. Can you please provide evidence and explain how that works according to your paradigm?
Easy, right? So yeah, just like any kind of other similar kind of event, if something has a singular angular size, right, to the sun, which the moon does, it's quite possible for that to, when they align, to block it completely. How you talking about?
So
That's what happens.
it's a beautiful. Okay, let me just get this
How would
straight.
it work
It's
with a flat Earth?
It is a beautiful coincidence that the moon has the perfect size and distance to the sun to cover it,
Yeah,
right?
yes, coincidences happen. Yes.
Yeah.
How would it work with a flat Earth?
Amazing.
Yeah,
So because of one second,
what's the
just so I get your model straight, right? Because of a piece of rock that hit the Earth trillions of years ago, or whatever. A cool story. Then pieces of chunks of Earth has been thrown out into space, and in a non-friction environment, it all collected to the ball that the moon is today, which is just a part of the Earth, and it just happens
that's
to
one
be
of the ideas,
coincidentally
yeah.
the right mass and size and distance to the sun to cover the sun. Yeah, man, you live in a fantasy world, and you know it is
I'm
a
just
fantasy.
curious. I'm trying to learn.
What would make that any of that
I'm
fantasy,
trying to learn
and what
real
would make
quick.
any of that impossible? What would make any
How
of
does
that fantasy?
How does it work
or
with a flat Earth?
impossible?
How does an eclipse work with a flat Earth?
The only reason.
Yeah, exactly.
Wait.
You believe in lights in the sky,
Shush.
right?
Shush. Shush.
I believe in fantasy.
Shush. The only reason it's being demanded of flat earthers, or even being requested, that there's an explanation for eclipses, is because your explanation involves the ground being a ball. And if it's not, then your explanation doesn't make sense. And that
Actually, no, the
makes
Earth
you
doesn't
go,
have to be.
then how does it work? Right? Because we observe an eclipse, right? I wasn't finished speaking. And we observe an eclipse, right? We observe an eclipse, but we don't observe the thing that you're saying is the reason for why we're observing it.
Yeah,
that's a big problem for you. That's a big problem for you.
But you
Can
cannot
address
provide a better
that?
explanation, right?
Yeah, but what part don't you
No.
understand?
I'm just curious.
What part don't
You
compare?
need to validate. You need to validate the thing which you are saying is the reason for the eclipse, not
Well, this
just
isn't a
use the
faith.
eclipse
This is not a
as.
faith. It's not a faith channel. I just want to know how it works.
Yeah, I did that already.
You need to.
I did that already.
You need to validate the thing you are saying is the reason we observe an eclipse, instead of using the
Did that
eclipse
already.
as validation of your reason.
I already did that. I already told you
Do
how the
you
eclipses work. Now the
understand?
question is like now the
Do
question
you
is how
understand?
do eclipses
Do
work
you
under the flat Earth?
understand?
Yeah, I already.
Do you understand what I said?
Yes, and I already gave you the answer.
Okay,
to that
articulate it back to me. Summarize my point.
Yeah, your point is right that like some ridiculous point that if you're essentially saying that like from my position for the eclipse to actually be true, I have to prove that the Earth is circular, right? But that's actually kind of irrelevant to whether or not the solar eclipse happens, right? Because it could be the Earth could be a different shape, and the solar eclipse could still happen based on the shape of the moon and the sun. So that's totally irrelevant. So the question is still going to be to you: how do you explain a solar eclipse under the
Okay, so
flat Earth model?
right,
Explain
okay,
my
I'm going to
position.
cut you off there. I'm going to justifiably cut you off there because you've just declared that the shape of the Earth has nothing to do with an event called the eclipse.
That's not what happened.
Thank you. So we do not need to even discuss it in that case.
I don't think that's what
By
happened.
your
though.
standards.
Can we have a good conversation? That's not what
Yeah,
happened.
that is exactly what just happened. He just said it has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth, and it could be anything. Okay, so in that case, we'll just say whatever you want it to be, that's what it is. And
Yeah,
it's
but
not
the problem, here's
involving
the problem. Here's the
How about we
problem.
figure out?
Flat Earth model.
Wait, let's figure
it's
out
not
what it is.
involving a sphere Earth.
What is it?
The
What
flat
could it
Earth
be?
model says if the
Who
Earth,
cares? Who cares? Fucking hell. You guys are just spiraling out big time. This is crazy.
You're just stupid. You're not
Would you
understanding.
blow be
Fine.
smart to try
I
and
just want to learn.
evidence? Okay, you want to learn? You want to learn? You want to learn? Go and find who's measured Earth curvature. Rascal, could you stop
Well,
spazzing
I
out?
thought you guys
Rascal,
had that
please stop
stuff here.
spazzing out. Yeah, no, there is no curvature. That's the whole point.
Okay, great. So can you explain to me on the flat Earth model how exactly it is the case, right, that you have?
No need. You don't need to talk about a model. It's very simple. The Earth's surface has no curvature. Earth's surface has no
You're saying
curvature.
there's
Very
no
simple.
curvature on the Earth?
Yes. You know how a ball has curvature? The Earth doesn't.
So you don't think there's any curvature measured on the Earth at all?
Well, who do you think measured it? Tell us.
I'm just saying, like, do you think there's any curvature on the Earth, like lying on the Earth at all?
What, like ball curvature? Curvature of a ball Earth? No.
Oh, so you don't think there's any curvature at all? Everything's
Yeah,
square.
yeah. So, well, if there is, who measured
So
it?
you don't believe in circles?
Circles? We're talking about sphere. Silly.
So yeah, you don't believe in a sphere?
Yeah, obviously not. There's no curvature.
You don't believe,
So there's
man?
never,
Why don't you
there's never
believe?
been a,
You think
there's
a
never
lake?
been a sphere?
You think a lake is curved, bro?
No, I'm saying a sphere, the shape of a
Yeah,
sphere.
well,
You
there
don't
you
think that
go.
exists
So if you
in
don't,
that
right?
in
So if you
nature?
don't
You don't
think a
think
lake
a
is
sphere
curved,
exists?
if you don't think a lake is curved, welcome to flat Earth.
Don't you
Okay, but do
believe?
you believe that there's a sphere
Very
in
simple.
nature?
Believe. Hey,
Very
do you
simple.
believe? Cyclone, do you believe? Why don't you believe,
Yeah.
Cyclone?
Yeah, please
Just
believe.
Don't
No, I don't
you
believe in curved lakes. I don't
We
believe
sent
lakes
a
are
man on
curved.
the
That would be
I never
silly.
said lake. I'm just saying a sphere in general, like the shape
No, well,
in
we're
nature.
talking about the Earth being a ball.
Yeah, and I'm talking about on Earth.
So
a
do you
sphere.
believe that the Earth is a ball? No, we're not talking about spheres, abstract. We're talking about
I'm just
the
saying,
Earth
do you believe in
being a
spheres
sphere.
at all?
What are you talking about?
I mean, that's the whole idea of this
Are
channel.
you retarded, bro?
I'm not. I'm just.
Right.
I'm
Okay.
asking
So do
you.
you believe? Do you believe that the Earth is a sphere? Do you believe that the Earth is a sphere?
I mean, I'm. You know, I can debate it.
Well,
I guess.
so you don't believe that it's a sphere, or you would just say yes, I believe it's a sphere.
I think I'm like agnostic to both.
So you don't believe it's a sphere then? Okay, welcome to flat Earth.
What does
Anyone
that
else
mean?
who actually does believe? Well, because we're looking for people who actually believe the Earth is a spinning ball.
What about people who don't even know what agnostic means? That's nice.
Oh yeah, very good. So do you believe,
Well, if he says he's agnostic,
guy with a little weak interjection, do you believe the Earth is a sphere?
that's not what I'm talking about. I'm just
Well,
trying
see,
to like.
another one of you. Why are you guys scared of your own belief?
Wait, why am I going to answer random
Why
questions that
can
are
I
not
not
related
answer?
to the point that
So
I'm making?
you don't believe the Earth is a
I
sphere either,
clearly
right?
believe the Earth is spherical, yeah.
Oh,
But
okay. Finally. Okay, so could you tell us
that was
who's
not the
measured
point
this
I'm
to be
making.
curved? No, this is
That's
the
not the
point of the
point
whole
I'm making.
channel. It's the point of the whole channel. Could you tell
That's
us
very
who's
nice, but
measured
I don't care.
curvature? Who's measured curvature of this sphere you believe in?
All I'm trying to point out to you that you don't understand what an agnostic position is.
Oh yeah, very good, very good. So no one's measured this curve of the sphere that you believe in, right?
I didn't say that.
Okay, so who has?
Who's measured how flat it is?
No, don't reverse the burden. You claimed it's a sphere.
Reverse the burden? Is that?
Yeah.
That's
So
you should
don't
change the
all
channel name
interject
to
on each other.
stop reversing the burden.
Don't all interject
Oh, that would
on
be
each
a
other.
catchy name.
That would be a catchy name. The
The guy
reverse
who
burden.
claimed he's a sphere, the guy who claims he believes it's a sphere, and he said that they've measured curvature. Who did
That's
that?
not me. Who did that?
Yeah, well, why are you jumping in? The other guy was talking, you little
I'm just
melt.
asking questions because I want to learn. I thought you guys had
Yeah,
something.
I was speaking to the other guy.
If you're gonna do the answer question by question, right? Then I'm gonna ask you, why do you want to know that?
This is the
What would that justify?
question. This is the whole question
Well,
of the
you
channel.
say that's the question. No,
Yes,
no, that's not what it says. It says flat Earth. Ask me anything. Ask me anything, right? Or make a claim to debate. I'm asking you anything, right? I'm asking you a question. And you're not answering, and you're schizoing out and asking another question. Like,
Hey,
are you okay?
Dokabi, if you believe the Earth is a ball, then it's a ball. Very simple. But if you don't believe and you look at reality,
No, that's
it's
not
no
true.
more a ball.
It's classic.
What I believe does not affect reality. The way you're talking it.
Indeed,
is
what
like
you
it affects
believe
reality.
doesn't. Yes, that's a true statement. It doesn't affect reality what you believe.
Well, how do you know that's true?
You can
You just
believe
agree
the
with
Earth is a pear-shaped one. You can believe that all day.
So you
But,
guys believe like all the space cartoons from NASA and stuff? You guys believe in that?
Wait, what do you mean? What are the space cartoons from NASA?
The space
I've
cartoons.
never seen a cartoon.
They show you all the cartoons of the solar system and that.
Do you believe the Jetsons?
Yeah, you guys believe in things like the Jetsons, and you think Star Wars you might be possible in the future and all that kind of stuff.
Is Star Wars possible in the future? I think there's a lot of inconsistencies within Star Wars that probably make it not be the future.
NASA?
Well,
Do
Star
you believe
Wars
there's
is
a little robot on Mars?
holy shit. I'm not gonna let you soliloquy, okay? So Star Wars is like fiction,
wow.
okay? It's not even science fiction. It's just like fiction. It's a space opera, famously, right? It's more fantasy than it's sci-fi.
Yeah, I can tell you love it, bro. Listen to you. You're gushing.
No, I don't. I fucking
You
hate
fucking
Star
love
Wars.
it.
I mean, why
You
not?
love
Especially the
Star
more
Wars.
modern Star Wars is
You're
like,
the Earth is
it's like Marvel, okay? It's taking away taking away a lot of budget from like much better science fiction.
Earth is
Okay,
flat,
if
there's
you
endless
wanna,
You guys are weak.
if you wanna,
Star Wars
if
could
you-
be real.
Star Wars.
I enjoy Star Wars. I enjoy Star Wars. Do you know why?
If
I
the
enjoy
Earth is
fiction.
flat, Star
I
Wars
enjoy
could be real.
fiction.
yeah, like I feel like The Expanse, for example, is much better sci-fi. It feels more realistic. You know, not to say
More
that
realistic.
that's actually the future, but yeah, more realistic. You know, space travel
More
feels a little bit
realistic.
more real.
How is a vacuum adjacent to air pressure realistic?
Well, you know,
Have you ever
I
put your
do
hand in a
know that
vacuum?
gravity exists, so you know, but you don't, so that's your problem there.
What do you mean?
What do I mean? What I said is what I mean.
Okay, define gravity.
I'm like, we're gonna come down to like, oh, I'm giving you an experiment, and then you're
Okay,
gonna
so
do this
you don't
weird.
know. So why say it?
Then I'm preempting you. Like I'm going down
Or
your
you couldn't
dialogue
even
tree,
define
and
it.
like,
You can't
okay,
even
just
define
go
it.
go 3 pages
You
ahead
can't
of your
define it.
current point
Drop
of your
something on the
dialogue
floor.
tree, okay? And I'm
So
gonna
you
tell you, oh,
believe-
you drop something from an airplane, and
So
you're
you
gonna
believe
ask me, oh, what's the
something
cause and what's the
you
effect?
can't even
And we're gonna
define.
be
You-
stuck there, me explaining to you that, well, your level of understanding is that of a high schooler, and I'm trying to do like a little bit more advanced, and you're gonna be like,
My
oh, you're
level of
insulting me, blah blah
understanding,
blah,
you can't
and then
even
you're gonna
define
mute
it.
me.
You can't even define it.
Well,
So what are you
I can
talking about?
define it, like, but
All
I
right,
don't even have
define
to
it
do
then.
that. If you were honestly
Define
curious
it
about
then.
this, okay, you could literally just go
Define
to
it
even
then.
Wikipedia, and you would see
Just
an
define
understanding
it.
of gravity there that's more
Just define it.
comprehensive than
Stop
yours.
spazzing out. Stop spazzing out and just define it. You claimed it. Define it. Jesus, you guys, stop being such pussies. This is embarrassing.
You guys haven't said
Says
shit.
the person that mutes me. Okay, who's the pussy? The person that has to mute,
He hasn't
mod
said
abuse,
shit
or the
the whole
person
time.
that's trying to
Wow,
talk
you
and
spazzing
explain?
out again? I didn't mute you, but please
Oh
keep
my
spazzing out.
god!
So
I
just a bit
muted
of
you
crowd.
because you
If
have
anybody's going to
diarrhea of
complain,
the mouth.
Yeah, you're just
sorry,
Sorry,
spazzing
Jedi,
out.
go on.
Like, oh,
mate.
well, I know about gravity. What's gravity?
If anyone's going to complain about muting, that's probably a moderator trying to get some kind of control. Because I think about 4 or 5 people are talking over each other at the moment. So if you're wrongly muted, give it a second. We're just trying to figure out who the idiots are. So don't complain so much, my friend.
Yeah, sorry, Jed. I've got them spazzing out.
I noticed, mate. What the hell? Crazy.
I didn't mean to
It's
interject too
classic.
much.
I love it.
I didn't mean to interrupt.
And of course, Duckaby didn't even hear any of what Jedi just said because, like a little baby, deafened himself or herself.
Oh,
Sorry.
of course.
Does it
Like a
every
little
time.
square, like a little square baby.
Oh, well, I know what gravity is. What is it? Why do you have to even ask me what gravity is? You can simply go on Wikipedia, blah, 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 blah. It's like, Jesus, you guys do not
Yeah.
get tired of
It's not like
embarrassing
babies' bellies
yourselves?
are round. There's no spheres. Gross.
Just to show you Dockerby's level, 50 minutes past the hour, or the last hour, he has to poison the well when he first stepped in. That's the shit we deal with on a daily basis here.
Yeah, this guy thinks that the argument for the globe is to talk about the existence of spheres. That's how retarded these guys are.
Yeah.
Do you believe a sphere
Everything.
exists? Well, then Earth
Everything
must
a
be
sphere
one.
is a sphere.
Derp.
Yeah, just one sphere. It's all you need.
Do you even believe in spheres? Derp. These Star Wars fans.
So we lost Duckaby and we lost Reckoner. Oh well.
What a great loss to all mankind.
Oh, there's Reckoner. Reckoner's there. A different Reckoner.
A different reckoner. Explain to me the eclipse.
You're coming through a bit muffled there, Cyclone.
Sorry. How's it going? Everyone good?
Good, good, good. I'm actually glad you jumped in. That was good.
I wasn't going to, but when I hear them being really annoying, I can't help myself.
Well, thanks for coming to clear it up, man.
Yeah, it's very simple. There's no curve, so what are you all talking about?
Yeah, exactly. Curves don't exist.
No, not curves in abstract. Curvature of the surface of the Earth conforming to a sphere, you dildo.
Yeah, only abstract. I got it.
See, I don't know. What's this like soy way of debating where you're not even talking about the subject, but you somehow think this is an
I'm just
actual
here
argument?
learning, man.
All right, okay. What was my point?
That the Earth is not curved because curves are abstract.
See, you're a shit student. You don't listen. You can't think. Your
Well,
brain is broken.
I mean, I'm only a product of the teacher. I'm sorry.
No, you're not, because I never said curves. The Earth is not curved because a curve is only abstract. I said the Earth's
I mean, that's what
surface
I
has
picked
no
up from it,
curvature.
so that's
Yeah, because
kinda
you
what
don't
you thought.
listen. Because you're a shit student. That's what I'm
I'm
saying.
still listening. I'm still listening.
Okay.
Keep going.
Do you think a lake curves the surface of a lake?
I don't know. You tell me.
No, it doesn't.
Okay. Now what?
Okay. So the Earth can't be a ball. Pretty simple, right?
I don't know.
Oh,
Tell me why.
you don't know. What more is there to tell you? If it's not curving, how can it be a ball? Maybe we need to start really simple. Maybe we start really
Things,
simple.
things don't fall off my counter every day, so yeah, flat Earth.
What?
I mean, things aren't just sliding off my counter. You know, my counter is square. That's
What are you
weird.
talking about?
Like levels and stuff. That's weird.
We're not talking about
Like
your
the fact
table.
that the fact that like I can put like a glass on the counter that's flat and it doesn't just roll off obviously means that the Earth is not round.
So you're just retarded.
No, I'm just agreeing with you.
No, you're just very soy avoidant of the actual topic.
No, I'm very into the topic and I'm just trying to learn.
No, you're trying to obfuscate and just be a melt.
I'm not. I'm
Yes,
literally
you
here to
are.
learn.
You
No,
had
you're
plenty
not.
to
I had a
say
couple,
when there was lots
You
of
wouldn't be talking about your
on here.
table.
I had a couple questions and it just makes sense. It all makes sense.
Yeah. Lakes don't curve. Simple.
I got it.
Okay, welcome to Flat Earth.
Thank you.
Good. So is there anyone in here who actually believes they live on a spinning, wobbling space ball in a vacuum? Because TV said so. Guess not.
Well, I'm here to learn, but I'm going to proceed preaching about my heliocentric cult belief system. Since I'm an intellectual and I want to learn, I'm just going to spasm out and go in all kinds of directions. But I'm here to learn, so just so you know.
Hey,
Like,
Clay,
I'm
did you
so,
like that?
sorry. Yeah?
Did you like that data set that I sent you?
Yes, man. But I'm so fed up with the people who who come in here, play the pretender clown, and say, I'm here to learn, and then they proceed to not listening, preaching, talking all kinds of gibberish. Actually, if you're a submissive person who wants to learn, you're gonna be quiet and you're just gonna listen to the teaching, right? Or to the explanation. But yeah, these people are just pretender clowns, man. Like, we need to call them out before it escalates all the time, because they're truly not here to learn.
One thing I would like to see in this channel is people with markers so we know who the flat earthers are and who the globetards are, so we can just look at their names and go, oh, it's this guy.
Sure. That would be great.
It's pretty easy to tell. They say things like, well, my glass isn't rolling off my table. So, it's a globie.
Well, that's why I like the other 24/7 server. If you haven't been in there for a while, you can still drop in and go, click, oh, this guy's a globetard straight away. So you know to expect something stupid. Yeah, mate, as I get more information or more data, I'm happy to send it to you.
I don't mind anyone who actually believes that the Earth is a ball and wants to talk about it. That's cool. But when they're just taking the piss and they're just trying to obfuscate and not actually engage in the discussion, then yeah, they won't be treated seriously.
Just to be clear, it has gone quiet. I haven't gone deaf.
Yes.
Thanks, mate. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I generally sounded worried then, didn't I? It's probably the first time it's actually gone quiet for the past 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 hours.
There was a minute's silence about 3 hours ago.
Was there? When did
About
that
3
happen?
hours ago. There was a minute's silence for the globe then.
Oh, it's nice to pay respect from time to time, have a moment's silence, light a few candles, say a few prayers for the balls that never existed.
Well, since it is so quiet, I'm going to do you all a favour. Have a good night, ladies and gentlemen.
Take care, big man. Speak to you soon.
Hey yo, hey yo. God damn, this has to be the biggest VC I've ever seen without anybody talking. Like, what the fuck?
We stopped talking about 2 minutes ago. Happens from time to time, though, buddy. Sometimes conversations go dry, or the people that were talking have to leave. Quite a lot of people like to stick in here and just to listen to the entertainment, though. But welcome anyway, mate. How you doing? You good?
I'm chilling. I'm chilling.
Good stuff, man.
Just taking a look around, perusing.
You've been in any of the other rooms? Is anything interesting going on?
No. This time of night, politics server kind of sucks. There's just a bunch of weird people.
All right, it's 11:30 in the morning for me over here in the UK, so we're all just getting up, enjoying our mornings.
It's like 3 a.m. for me, so I should really be going to sleep, but I just thought I'd check it out.
You on the West Coast then?
Yeah.
Yeah,
California.
That makes sense.
He won't be doing that no more. Oh, he will be. All right.
Maybe he wants to say something.
Yeah, maybe not. Do you want to say something?
Not yet.
All right. Guess all the energy left the ballers.
Yeah, kind of went dead about half an hour ago.
Oh shit.
Yeah, I know. It wasn't good. It was all chatty, argue, and then about half an hour ago, mate, it all went a bit quiet.
Is that guy trying to come back in again?
Yep.
Keep on knocking, but you can't come in. My guy's tasting some sour grapes right now. I know that much. I'll tell him, man. People are knocking down these doors over here. We got a good thing going right here. This is the spot, man. Everybody wants to be here.
They really
I bet
do.
you they would salivate for a mod position here.
Yes, they would.
Bet you they dream about it. Only I had mod powers in that channel. What, you mean the #1 channel on the politics server? Oh, okay.
Dear me, this guy keeps popping in and out. Dude, you're not going to get unmuted. Oh, he's gone again. You're not going to get unmuted if you keep jumping in and out. That's going to get you banned. If you want to keep getting banned, leave and rejoin, and I'll ban you. You're causing disruption. Yeah. If you want to be unmuted,
you just got disconnected.
Yep, that's what's going to happen.
Yeah, you're cruising for a bruising, man.
Why not unmute him?
I was thinking about that. But he's gone.
Nah, he just
can't unmute him.
Yeah. Gone. Gone. Hey, he wants to open up his mic and speak in the #1 channel. That's what he wants to do, Jedi. Just can't do it.
Oh well, maybe next time.
Hello, I need to say something.
Hello, yes.
Nah, I don't think you do.
Oh no.
I've had
Go
enough
ahead.
of them. We need to push them off the edge. We need to push them off the edge.
Why?
We need to push them off the edge.
Who's them?
Push them off the edge. Who are we pushing?
Is this a discriminant pushing or non-discriminant pushing?
They contribute absolutely nothing to the society. They should have never been there in the first place.
Okay, who's this they?
Yeah, really. Who's they? Who are you targeting, man? What you talking about, Willis?
I just don't like them. They look so revolting.
He's being very ambiguous, isn't he?
Man's talking like in the
The only solution is total annihilation.
He almost sounds like he's got a voice changer for his voice. The fuck?
I command you to go outside and start killing them immediately.
Who are they?
That sounds like gibberish.
Last
We
chance
need to do something about it. We need to put our matters into our own hands.
Okay, so last chance. Who are they? Last chance.
We need to push them straight off the edge.
See you later.
He's drunk, that guy.
I really wanted to know who they were. I might have agreed with them. You never know.
Yeah, ballers. Yeah, okay.
I might have let him even have an edge for that one as well. Yep, you can have an edge that we can fall off of. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, go ahead. Where's Scott Mackey? He got tired. I was gonna tell him, dude, go to bed, dude.
Fucking
Shit,
Scott.
you're in here just talking nonsense, man.
Yeah, that's what he was doing. I think he and T-Dub had a conversation. I think he was speaking to everyone for a bit. Just
Yeah,
shit and saying, we're wrong.
It says the only Jedi. You don't believe that. That's what, the only thing he says when he's talking. Jedi, you don't believe that. You really don't believe that. Tell me the real reason why you believe the Earth is flat. Like he's saying dumb shit like that the whole time, and he refutes your arguments with no, nuh-uh. Really?
You just understand. You're just wrong. You're just wrong.
You don't know how it works. And then he does a burden of proof reversal right after that. Tell me how it works. Go ahead. Go on. Tell me how it works. And then you tell him, and he's like, that's not how it works. It's instantly refused. He has nothing to offer, that guy. I've seen the way he does. Like, I've already analyzed Scott. Like, every time he comes in here, I know how to handle him. Every time. Because he's really got nothing. Like,
yeah. Few people in the chat. The floor is open if anyone's got any questions. Genuine is in the house. Who else we got? Iris. What's up, Iris? How you doing? Good to see you. Just going through the names that I don't know or I know that are ballers. Newt is in the house. What's up, Newt? Penelope. Hi, Penelope. Sepsaurus, we know you're here. What's up, my friend? Son of Atlantis is back again. He's still muted. It's interesting. Not jumping in and out this time. But good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good morning or good afternoon or good evening or good night, whatever the time frame is for you on this lovely flat plane. Yeah, floor's open if you've got any questions. Alpha Veritas is taking your calls.
ladies and gentlemen, I'm listening.
Haven't heard Crip for a few days. I hope you're okay, Crip. He's got his mic open, but I haven't heard him speak for a while. Julius J's in the house. Kembo Beats. Matt Nuclear's here. What's up, Matt? Migo Wigo. How you doing, Migo Wigo? Quiet Noobs is here. What's up, Quiet? Recknell's in the house.
Yeah, Matt's hair was on fire when Nathan Oakley was in the chat. He was he needed a shoulder to cry on, so he got crit in the DMs. He was
really?
He was spiraling out of control in Chris DMs. Crit was telling me, he was like, "Man, I got Matt Nicola in my DMs right now."
It's a shame I couldn't stick around for the what was it, 10-hour Nathan Oakley marathon we had in here yesterday.
You know what it is though, because Nathan feels the same that all of us do when all this like an extreme amount of ballers to choose from. It's like, it's like a candy store. Like, well, I don't know. I feel like strawberry today. I don't know, lemon. Like there's so many of these ballers that come in here. Some of them know what they're talking about. Some of them don't. All of them are begging a question. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, man, I agree with you. Sorry, dude. I was just laughing at the most recent DM I got. Like, someone's really upset that I muted them and then they're threatening to take me to court. It's really funny. I'll read it out to you. It's hilarious. Oh my goodness me. Oh. Who is this guy? Don't even know. Let's do this. Oh, it's the Son of Atlantis guy. Oh, Jesus, man. Seriously, you think you're going to be able to sue me because I muted you in a Discord conversation for what I can remember complaining like a bitch and spamming a lot? tell you what I'll do, just for shits and giggles, I'll unmute you. There you go. You want to take me to court, Sunshine? Is that what you want to do, is it?
You want to explain to the judge how, you infringe on American rights and you censored
Shut
Americans.
the hell
You
up,
censored
dude.
innocent
You
Americans
understand?
who fought for
Sorry.
their
Do
freedoms to
apologise.
have the rights of free speech, the First
Do
Amendment right that all
apologise.
people should have,
Sorry,
and
my
you
friend.
censor that? You
Yeah,
censor that. You choose to
you
have the power
understand?
grab and the power
People,
hungry
fair enough.
ego to censor.
I reckon this is
He's
what
not
you got.
even in the USA. Dude. He's
So,
not even in the US.
unfortunately, my friend,
Wanker.
it's not America in this Discord server. This is a worldwide Discord server, and you will be moderated for TOS breaches, talking through moderation and the like. I'd actually love you to take me to court so I could explain that to the judge, because you think you're an entitled little bitch. And I mean, I'd like to watch him and the jury laugh at you. So I'll tell you what, just for shits and giggles, I'll unmute you again. If you want to talk about the shape of the earth, that's fine. Any mention of anything else, then you can fuck off. There you go. Crime law. Okay. There we go.
The Supreme Court is judged by who? The free country in the world, America. You idiots in Britain are controlled by America, morons.
No, we're
Your
not.
currency is controlled by America, you fuckwits. You don't even know who controls you, who your overlord is. America is your
Damn.
overlords. You get
He's talking about you ain't shit. That's what he's
So,
talking about.
what I'm doing at the moment is I'm muting you because you're swearing an awful lot, and we are live streaming on YouTube. If you could maybe stop the swearing, I'll entertain the conversation. It's not a problem at all, but please be mindful that might be minors watching this. Do you reckon you can control
Oh, this
yourself?
guy's a flat earther, man.
So you guys want to protect your globe. You guys want to protect your globe and your false flat earthism. You want to act like flat earthers, but you really believe in a globe. You really believe in a globe, and you want to put on this act to everybody. Oh, I believe in flat Earth. I believe in flat Earth. That's what you guys want to do. You want to put on this act, this satanic act and ritual that you guys are somehow flat earthers, but you guys aren't flat earthers. What experiments have you done to prove the Earth is flat? I've done experiments to prove the Earth is flat. I could tell you that the horizon line, the straight line that I see every morning when I wake up, and the sun rising amongst it and around it, localized, I could prove that is the case based off experimentation. You guys can't do that. None of you can. You guys are amateurs.
I've
Fucking
already done
naive,
that.
spiritual amateurs.
I've already done that. I've done that in early 2016.
Yeah,
Already done
listen,
that.
I've done a lot of experiments. I do cymatic frequency experiments, so I know
That's
all about
lovely.
this dimension in this universe, okay?
That's
So
lovely.
I can
My
tell you
message
all about this
nothing
dimension
to
in the
do with
universe.
the shape of the earth. They accused me of something that I haven't done, Sunshine. That's slander.
Well, you definitely censored my right to free speech, my First Amendment right that America fought for your country to have,
The fact that you're
for your
moaning like
country
a
to
little bit
even
is going
think
to
of
get
an
you again.
ideological.
There you go. Off you pop. How about I ban you as well? You're going to go off that because you can't shut up.
I
In
so
and
love
out.
UK. Like, what do you call that? Little sayings that you guys have? Off you pop. He's not popping. He's popping in and out, man.
Poor lad. I mean, he's entertaining. What do you reckon we do?
That's fine.
I've had 19 messages in the interim.
Really? Damn.
Yeah, 21 now. Here we go. Up and down. It's really upset.
Yeah, he's I don't know. Some of the people that are not a part of 24/7, they think that they're entitled to come in here and do as they please. They forget that we built this city, man. We built this city. That's right.
We did.
Every nation that's under the sun came together and built this city that you are now a guest in. You're being an ungrateful little guest. We know what to do with them, don't we, Jedi?
I've already done it.
You did it already.
Oh, well,
However,
that's
if you want to be a good guest, then yeah, we'll talk to you.
Do anybody? I see Roots has joined us. What's up, Roots? Doing well.
Roots! Big Roots! What's up, Roots?
AT's joined us. What's up, AT? Hope you're doing well. Good to see you.
What's up, AT? Keeping it flat, I see. Yeah, yeah. What's that person's name that's in here with the letter A right next to me? How do you pronounce that? All-ouncer? All-ouncer. Whatever.
Who?
Oh, somebody named All-ouncer or something. Right next to me. Or above me, wherever you see. You got like a, I don't know, is it like a pink avatar with like a something in there? I can't tell. I can't make it out. I got an iPhone 13, so it's really tiny.
Okay.
I don't know what it is.
The only person I can see above you is AT. And then one deck and then the live stream. Below you's crit.
Really?
Yeah.
You don't see All-ouncer?
No, let me leave. Yeah, let me leave and rejoin. Yeah, no idea, man. It's not coming up on my screen.
You still don't see him, huh?
Nope, nope, nope. All I see above you is AT and under you's crit. Above AT is one deck and then the live stream.
And you don't see Otto Zabat?
Nope.
White avatar?
No, definitely not, mate.
Weird. Maybe I need to leave and rejoin.
Oh, hello. Are you talking about Genuine? Auto's bot. Auto's a bot.
Yeah.
Yeah, Genuine.
Oh. Well, what's the other guy with the avatar that's like pink and it's got, I don't know, like maybe a person, like a silhouette of a person or something? I can't barely see on my iPhone 13. That one is up near us.
Gotta be honest with you, mate. You lost me at pink.
I don't know. Maybe, I don't know. Well, who knows? Matt's probably sleeping by his computer desk.
I would have thought so.
He probably stayed up too late.
Probably still getting over. Did he speak to Nathan? Did he have a conversation?
I don't think so. If
No.
he did, it would have been the worst thing for him possible. He would have regretted it for the rest of his days. Yeah, man, I'm on the move. It's like 6:28 right now, and the sun's it's about to rise, and I'm driving in the countryside, and I'm just like looking at all things. It's pretty cool.
He just finished work, yeah?
Yeah, 12-hour shift.
Oof, that's harsh.
Yeah, I quite like doing work though, man, because I was thinking too, it's a little workout for me. so it keeps the body moving.
Yeah, I understand that.
I don't mind it. It's something to keep. You get paid to work out, I guess. Then I got my earpiece on.
Yeah.
And I'm listening to these ballers just cringing, bro. I'm like, oh my god, dude. If I could, I would have jumped in there with that guy. It is what it is. I'll catch him on the rebound. I'm pretty sure he'll come in there when.
Yeah, of course, man. Of course he will. Yeah, of course he will.
So most of these guys get addicted to this place for, a couple weeks, and then they drop out. They get tired and bored, and they do something else. That's the way it is. And we get a whole new group of guys that want to come in here and sit in here and try to refute us. Like Scott Mackey's, I don't know if he's a lifer or not. It's like a Mackey learns.
A lifer. That's funny.
Yeah,
Is he the guy who gets curved elevation angles? Is that the one?
Yeah.
Oh,
yesterday.
Scott Mackey. Yeah.
Oh, he's a nutter, isn't he?
Yeah. Hey, by the way, one deck, I was gonna tell you when Nathan is on, he's doing his show, so it's not that people muted you just so he won't talk. It's he does his thing.
Oh yeah,
So,
I was getting a bit excited. So.
Yeah. I let Nathan does his own thing. Like, he's just using this platform, he draws a lot of people in here. Other people that are watching the show.
I think he's enjoying it because the ballers stopped coming in the FED panel for a while. You get the odd one coming in, but they don't like coming in, and I think it's nice for him to get back into a little bit of debating and arguing with them.
Yeah, so they are destroyers. Nathan is a destroyer. Like, he can obliterate the globe easy.
Yeah.
Like him and QE, they're top notch, when it comes to it. It's just that people that are kind of like new to the whole thing, it's too much for them. It's like it's simply an overkill. Like they don't know how to think. It's just like they're caught up in a tizzy. You know what I mean? Like they don't have time to react. So it's kind of like what your best scenario would be for somebody who's an obfuscator. You send them into the grinder,
Yeah. Yeah,
I
mean that's the difference with this server, I think, which is more sometimes enjoyable because even though it gets like that sometimes, there is a little bit more to and fro with the conversation and listening to the opponent, even though even what they're replying with is absolute nonsense. At least they get a chance to sort of say it, and the viewers can hear the nonsense that's coming out the mouth.
Yeah, we don't mind obliterating them, but it's not what
You and the guys obliterate them. You torture them. It's a slow torture. Whereas
it's a slow torture.
Nathan's is a quick kill, and QE's, and yours is a slow torture, slow painful torture.
Yeah.
Yours and Jedi's. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's too easy to obliterate. Yeah, I mean, if me and Jedi turned it all the way up to 10, we'd be in here just obliterate. Like, and I think over time, people would think that it's just, not conducive, and you know what I mean? Like, so I don't really care, because either way, they're not going to win. Like, for me, I know that. I come in knowing that. It's just. That's Nathan's style, and QE has his style, and I think 24/7 has kind of curated. We have like a range, like a spectrum. So I think that's kind of cool, and that's all right. We could talk about other stuff too. So it's not rigid,
That's great. I love it.
I don't know.
But the sextant argument kills them. When you start talking about the horizon and the horizontal, and you're using sea level, and then they start trying to jump to dip angles, and if you just keep them on that point, and I like that. The horizon is the surface of the Earth, and you are using it, and there's a distance between them points, like we did yesterday, and we keep doing. They hate it. And they start just talking. Then the next thing, level is curved, and you don't need. You're not using the Earth. All navigators know the Earth's curved, and that's what they utilise in the curve. They don't know what to do. They can't go anywhere.
Yeah.
Except for into fucking La La Land.
That's right. That is right, my friend.
What was he saying earlier? He was trying to say he's proved the curvature of Earth by lining two theodolites up, facing each other, and because one isn't quite level with the other across a distance, then the Earth's curved.
Who? Scott?
I think it was Scott Mackey, before. I think Jedi was in with him. Did you hear him?
Mackey's always talking about that.
It's a Ruhif trick, isn't it? I think. Ruhif nonsense.
They don't know what they're talking about. Those devices are not used for what he's saying they're used for, and they always take them out of their tolerance range, their maximum effective range. Try to use them for something that they're not fit for. Yep. Because that's how it is. Yeah, all the energy for the ballers was last night on this channel.
He was on quite a while, Nathan, wasn't he? I think. I mean, I was on the main show and had a bit of a chat on there with him and read a poem out, and then I jumped off for a bit. Then I came back in later on, and he was still on. I think he was in for a while.
So all the GF6 clan has been booted, I think. I don't see a GF6 in there anymore. They used to post up. They don't post up anymore. They got escorted out. Enough of their shenanigans. Yep.
Just jumping out for a minute. I'm just going to get my hair cut, so I'm just jumping out.
All right.
See you in a bit.
Yep. The countryside's so beautiful when the dawn is breaking. Beautiful. There's like clear skies.
Imagine all the people that think the earth is flat. They are some stupid people.
Don't quit your day job.
On a Saturday?
Yeah, it's a figure of speech. That means that, you know, whatever you're doing right now, don't stop doing that because singing's not for you.
I mean, people compare me to the Beatles.
Yeah, I don't think I would. Tell me something, AT. Why do you like this channel so much?
It's a great hangout. You know, learning what not to
All right.
do and what not to think and how not to be ignorant.
Yeah, we can only show you that, but if you don't listen to what we tell you, then that's fine. You will remain ignorant.
It's kind of like hanging out and then observing the homeless, right? It's like there is empathy there, but there's also a big fuck up somewhere, you know?
Yeah, you guys don't have a globe, so I get what you're saying. It makes sense.
A big, blue, beautiful marble.
Yeah, it exists only in your mind because it ain't real.
Nuh-uh.
You only have pictures of something, you don't know what it looks. You've never seen it in reality. You've only seen it in pictures and videos, and you don't go outside and witness it. So I don't know what you're talking about.
I know. Have you been to Australia?
Why do you need to go there for?
But you believe it exists, right?
Yeah, I don't need to believe it exists. I know it does.
Oh wait, you've been there?
I don't need to go there.
Oh, so you're taking photos as a way of believing it exists, okay? Or accounts from other
No,
people.
I never said that.
Uh-huh. Yeah, you did.
I never said that. All I
And how
need to
did you
do is
know?
go across. All I need to do is go across the flat Earth, the horizontal plane of reference, and reach where it is. I can't do that to any of the other imaginary places you call the vacuum of space.
Yeah, but how do you
That's
know that, right?
imaginary.
This is just
Yeah, because
imaginary.
you can't go there.
Yeah, but how do you
I
know
can
you can?
travel.
How do you know you
I
can
can
go?
travel along. Yeah, because you can travel along the flat Earth and you can get there. You
But
can't
how do you
travel
know?
along the flat
You've
Earth.
never been to
Can
Australia,
you
right?
travel? Listen, can you travel along the flat Earth and go to space? No, right?
You can't travel
Makes
across the flat
sense.
Earth because it doesn't exist.
It makes sense. Sucks to be you. Sorry, AT. You're not ready for this, bro. You're too. I don't know what the word is. You know?
Educated.
Nah, I don't think that's the word.
What's going on,
You
guys?
really don't know. You really don't know what's going on. What's up, Matt? About time you woke up. I was
I
trying
can't
to
believe
wake you
I
up.
just fell asleep in this fucking VC.
I know you're. I told him too. I was like, dude fell asleep on his computer chair. 100%, and you just proved me right. I know you, bro. It's like, listen, dude. I don't know why you.
Look, you woke
I don't
up,
know
dude,
what
and
to
I was
say.
hearing like
I
Alpha
don't want-
Vertex talking to someone. I was like, what is going
Yeah,
on?
I'm talking to this guy who's got an IQ of a road cone. You know, like those highway cones? Yeah, like that. You should see the sun right now. It looks freaking amazing. I'm traveling on the
It's a beautiful,
countryside.
clear morning.
It's got like, yeah, dude. It looks amazing. It looks like as orange is gonna be. Stop drinking that Monster, dude. You need to drink some water, bro.
This ain't Monster, bro.
Monster.
This is
Was
some
it Red
guava
Bull?
juice, man. Some guava
Oh.
nectar. Yeah, man. Some
Yeah.
good
That's all
juice.
right. That's all right. Is it Jumex?
Yeah, Jumex, yeah.
You're Spanish, right, huh, bro?
No, I'm not Spanish.
Who are you?
I'm like Portuguese. I speak Portuguese.
Oh, no shit, dude. Yeah, I'm Portuguese descent.
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
Portugal and Spanish are right next to each other.
Yeah. You been? Where are you? Are you in the States or what?
I'm in the States, yeah. No, but I've never been to Portugal.
Yeah, I hear it's a beautiful place.
Probably is.
Anyway, why'd you hit up Crit in the DMs, dude? He was telling us, we're like, dude, Matt's hitting me up in the DMs because of Nathan.
Yeah, bro. I got banned because I posted some counter evidence to what Jedi posted, and I got banned. I'm like, dude, what the hell? That's not fair.
While Nathan was in here?
Huh?
While Nathan was in here? Like during the time
I don't know if
he
it was.
in here?
I think Nathan was in here during that moment. I don't know if he was.
Tell Nathan to suck your balls.
Another. Well, you. somebody got sour grapes with.
Yeah.
Oh, that's funny.
You can suck my balls that way.
I'm not gonna lie though, we gotta stop acting like Nathan's a god, because when he comes in here, all the flat earthers are praising him.
I know, it's ridiculous.
It's like
he takes
this, bro.
over. He takes over.
No, it's like this.
And he's like, the thing is, he comes in with audio from another VC as well.
Yeah. What a rude.
Yeah, but relax, guys, because we gave him the platform. We said, hey, you want to come over? You can.
I just like trolling him. Can't help it.
Just saying, we gave him the platform, so.
Yeah.
Put some of these ballers in the vice. They don't like it.
Yeah. Nah. It's uncomfortable.
We don't mind. 24/7 has kind of like, we built this little arena here, so it's our playground.
Yeah.
So yeah, he's cool. He does his thing. We do our thing.
That's it. You just gotta let humans be humans.
Yeah.
Everyone's trying to control everyone down here, you know?
In Scott Mackey's case, let apes be apes. Because he's an ape, according to him.
Right. Yeah, Mackey's a weird guy. He's intelligent.
Yeah, I think you have to. Yeah. Well, yeah.
He is, but when it comes to the globe, his brain just
melts.
Yeah.
That melts. I don't know, man. They're under some kind of spell because they see globes everywhere. They just don't see it in reality. It's strange.
Do you truly believe the Earth is not a globe?
No, bro. You truly believe in your heart of hearts.
Like
you've only been told that it's a globe, and that's the only way that you know that it is, by someone telling you that it's a globe and showing you pictures and videos.
I'm saying though, like if someone had a gun to your head, right, and they know the truth about the Earth's shape, and they're like, "Is the Earth a globe or is it flat?" The final say. You're saying it's flat?
That's the only thing it is, dude. It's observed flat.
I know you wouldn't say that if it came down to it.
Yeah. See, the only reason why you would say what you say is because you trust other people. But if they said no, go based only on what you know. I want you to tell me that it's a globe by everything that you know. What would you say, Matt?
Well,
not trusting other people, only you. Huh? What? What do you say?
I said I'd just bring up all the evidence.
No, that's not the point. You asked me the question, now I'm asking you. What would you say? If they said don't use anybody else, only you, what would you say?
I'd still say that the Earth is a globe.
Nah, no, you wouldn't. You took some time to think about it because you know the implications, dude. You know what that means. That means that you have to have provided evidence for yourself that it's a globe, and that's exactly
No,
what
but
I
you don't
can
have to
do.
provide
That
evidence to the dude. You gotta just say the right answer.
No, you don't. You have to provide evidence that it's by your own experience. I'm telling you, that's how it is. And you're telling me if they would ask me what my experience is, and I would tell them, yeah, the Earth is flat and stationary. I don't have to like even think about it. It's just automatic. For you, you had to think about it when I told you.
You would bet your life on
You see what I'm
the
saying?
Earth being flat, for real?
Huh? What?
You'd bet your house on it that the Earth is actually flat.
Dude, I bet the farm on that. All of it. Everything.
Flat. Like, you need to have a chat with
Everything.
Alpha and recognize it is flat, bro. This is like not a debate.
Yeah, it isn't a debate. Like you guys that come in here, you think that it's some kind of like fun thing to do, a meme on the internet, and like some crazy people thinking that the Earth is something that you know it's not. Like that's silly, dude. Like really. Like really, you're the guy that's actually the one that. It's like sitting at a poker table and you don't know who the sucker is. That's because it's you, bro. You're the sucker. You don't know it. It's like everybody knows that you got a 7-deuce offsuit. They know you don't got nothing. You're bluffing. I know you're bluffing. 100%. You're bluffing, dude. You don't got nothing. It's all ego with you, Matt. It's all ego.
I'm chilling, dude.
I know this, dude. So that's I'm trying to
chilling.
speak to that. I'm trying to speak to that bravado layer that you got. You know, that thing that you think that you know it all, because you don't, bro. Like that's the truth. And if you actually realize that, you'd be a stronger opponent against the people who think that they know what they're talking about.
I'm not saying I know it all, dude. I don't think anyone really knows it all.
That's not the point, though. No, but that's not the point. Like knowing it all is not it. It's knowing the fact that you can experience reality and being truthful about it, right? When you're truthful about reality and like the things around you, you don't fear anybody telling you like the Earth is something that you don't perceive it. Now, when somebody tells you, dude, the Earth is so big, it's like you can't perceive it, but it's a sphere, and you're like, man, nobody sees it that way. How did you see it that way? And you're like, we got pictures from NASA, bro. Well, that's good for them because they're only convincing themselves that it's something they don't ever experience, bro. That's why I'm telling you. I'm like, you can't prove it to yourself. So why are you gonna trust other people? And then you look to me like, well, dude, you really don't think the Earth is flat. I'm like, bro, that's all we experience it like. That's just like that. What's so wrong with that? You know what I mean? What's so wrong with that? What's so wrong with saying that the Earth is flat? Come on, tell me. I want to know what's so wrong with saying that, man. Because we don't experience it like a globe. You don't see no curvature. Come on, man.
I mean, when I was like probably a lot younger, like when I was like 10 or something, I didn't really think about the Earth shape. So I don't know. I didn't really think about it.
Well, I mean, okay, so yeah, you take a young kid, right, and you just like ask them to just be real, like how do they see the Earth? Do they? And you can even show them pictures. Does the Earth look like this? And you show them a globe. Man, they ain't gonna tell you they see that. There's no way. So just based on perception, they don't. The young child will never tell you they see the Earth like that ever. They have to be indoctrinated to believe that, just like you were. So that's what I'm telling you. It's like, dude, if you discard all of that like fake stuff that they gave you to put in your head, then you can like come against somebody else who's saying, no, the Earth's a globe, bro. And you're like, dude, just show me where in reality. Go somewhere and tell me where do we have to go? The only place
Gotta
that you
go
guys
pretty high,
go
man.
to,
You gotta go pretty high
yeah,
to
I
see
know.
it.
I was just gonna say to imaginary places. You got to go to, like to space or ISS, and that's where you can see it. And I'm like, okay, bro. All right, so when's the next trip you're gonna go over there? Because if that's what you got to do, then how are you gonna go verify that?
They got
And then you
videos
talk
of like
about,
amateur rocket launches and stuff. I don't know if I could show you one of them.
well, yeah, good
One
for
right here.
you, man. But then they got these cameras on them. They got lenses that aren't like, you know what I mean? That they're not representing reality.
Look what I just posted,
like,
man.
well, I'm driving, dude. I can't look at your shit.
Oh.
But also
What are you
open as well to the gentleman. I mean,
Yeah, but I
there's
posted
never
an amateur Rocket launch, and it just shows the Earth's curvature.
Just saying, like, there's
Yeah,
never
good
any
for you.
instances where the globe is taken into consideration in engineering, in air travel, in navigation. There's no time when Earth curvature has taken into consideration. I mean, all pilots have to presume, they say, that, you know, and treat the Earth as a flat stationary plane. I mean, why would you do that if it's an actually globe that's spinning? You'd have to take that into consideration.
Yeah, so do mariners. They do the same. Treat the waters that way too. I mean, hell, bro. Like, we've been doing this for a long time. We've been on the Earth for a long time. And this idea that the Earth is a globe is like a new kid on the block. Like, that's the new thing. Nobody sees the Earth that way. It's like, you convince yourself because you want to. It's like you want to. It's like a kid that wants to believe Santa Claus is real, even though all his friends is like, dude, Santa isn't real, bro. Like, we knew about that when we were 7, dude. We're like 13 now. Like, Santa's not real, and you're just still that kid that's like, no, Santa's for real. Like, he's like, I'm telling you, he ate my cookies. I know he's real. Like, you are in that mindset. And listen, you see pictures of Santa. There's cartoons, movies, like all kinds of stuff about Santa. So to you, you could keep believing that Santa's real, you know, because you've never been to the North Pole, you've never seen, you know, the Santa's workshop, nothing like that. So to you, in your mind, Santa could be a real thing. You could track Santa. Listen, you could track Santa when he's flying overhead with his reindeer on NORAD's whatchamacallit. They got a Santa tracker, just like the ISS tracker. You could track Santa flying across the sky. I kid you not, man. You could do the same thing with that as you could the ISS, tracking the ISS. Same thing. They got an app for it too. Look it up. So if you really wanted to, you could believe in Santa just like you do in the globe. It's just another system of belief. I'm trying to tell you, man. And like, everybody celebrates it every year, so it's not like you can't say that people don't do it.
The thing
And
is,
then
as well,
tell
though,
your kids. Yeah, go on.
I'm just saying, like, you are allowed to do that. I mean, if that's what you want to do, if you want to believe that you live on that globe, you can do. There's no problem with that. That's what you've chosen to do. Just carry on doing it.
Yeah. Hell, I don't mind. Like, I don't care if you believe the Earth's a globe or if you believe in Santa Claus or, you know, the Easter Bunny or Tooth Fairy or whatever. Like, all that stuff that's you do you. But in reality, there's no evidence for it. You ain't gonna go find Santa Claus sitting at the North Pole, you know, making toys for all the little children around the world. Like, that's not gonna work. Doesn't happen. So you know that now, but the globe idea, well, that's different because that's for adults. So it's like Santa Claus for adults. And all you're gonna do the rest of your life, you're gonna just keep saying that it's real, and we got pictures and rockets and all kinds of stuff. But you yourself, you're never gonna have primary evidence, primary experience that the Earth is a globe. Never that. And that's unfortunate because it's like a good mind going to waste. Critical thinkers are like hard to come by, but I mean, you're gonna make that choice. No one's gonna arm wrestle you in the flat Earth. Like, I don't think one deck's gonna lose sleep because you're not a flat earther, bro. And he's gonna go to sleep like a baby every night because he's not worrying about it. Like,
I don't mean to be aggressive, but to be a glober in 2024, you're literally screaming, I don't like to think for myself. I like to appeal to authorities, because it's 2024. It's really easy to sort of, you know, find the information and prove this to yourself.
Yeah, it is.
I mean, I understand if you've not heard the argument, but if you've heard the arguments and in 2024 you're still saying silly things like flat earthers are idiots, man, what a way to tell us you are not a critical thinker in 2024.
Yeah.
Evidence is there for flat earth.
See?
Reality, my friend. You have never experienced curvature, and you have never experienced motion. So why do you believe it?
Because everybody
What
else
do you mean,
is,
whatever?
and
We're on the
because
surface of the Earth, and the
everybody,
Earth is really big. There's not much
no,
curvature for you to
dude.
see. I mean,
Why do you gotta like? See, I'm disappointed in you, Matt. Like you don't have anything better than that. Like that's just how.
it's true
Why
though.
would you, bro? Why would you say that? Like what? Like, I don't understand, man. Like honestly, like why do you go? I don't know, man. You've been hanging around these scrubs too long. Like, your mind's turning into like oatmeal. You know,
What?
like
I
these
might
the
have a
rest of these
globe
guys.
mind.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's mush, dude. Because every time you talk to them, it sounds like they don't know what the hell they're saying. Like, listen, look at Scott Mackey when he comes on here, dude. That man is just like he's all upside down, man. Every time he comes in here, always. Never has a point. The only argument against any point that's brought up to him is, yeah, you guys are you don't know how to do anything. You're wrong. That's it. That's all he does the whole time. Or he'll say, come on, that's not the real reason why you guys think the Earth's flat. Tell me the real reason why you guys think it's flat. That's what he does. That's his shtick, dude. That's the only thing he does. There's no critical thinking. We even asked him, too. Scott, do you believe the Earth is a globe, or do you know that it is? Oh, I just believe it. 100%, dude. Just all belief. And he's an old dude. So that's going to be you in the future, Matt, if you don't change, like, your course. And all I'm saying is that, dude, all you got to do is apply a little critical thinking. That's it. Just apply a little critical thinking. Hell, you don't even have to do it, like, in a year or something. Just, like, at some point, you know? I think, honestly, another hurdle for you guys, especially when you're young, is because socially it's going to be awkward. If you're already having a tough time because it's awkward right now, then this will be hella awkward even more. Because, like, people are going to be like, dude, this freaking clown, like, now he's saying the Earth's a globe, or the Earth is flat. Like, right? Might as well just, he might as well sit over there in that table with the nerd, or not the nerds, but the outcasts, you know?
Now the cool kids, bro, they're cool, they're chilled, man. We let other people do the thinking for us. Yeah, man.
Well, it's usually the case that people want to fit in, you know. So, and I think Matt wants to fit in, so he don't want to like cause too many waves, you know. He just wants to, you know, be popular in that. I can tell by the tone of his voice, dude. He wants to be. If you're not one of the popular kids, like, you must be hanging around them. Pretty sure. I'm pretty sure about what I'm saying.
Who knows, man?
Like, you have a pretty cool circle of friends, and you know you're little rascals. You know what I'm saying? Like, they're just rascals. But if you were to say the Earth is flat, dude, you would be like, they would laugh at you all day and night, and probably make memes of you and all kinds of crazy stuff. So you're just like, you know what? Let me just keep my flat Earth life separate from my social life, so they don't know.
Yeah.
Oh, I got you, man. I know you, Matt. That's what it is, bro. You're not trying to cause any waves, but in your heart of hearts, you know what we're saying in here is the truth, man. That's why you know why. That's why you keep coming back. You know it. You can't deny it, but yet, you know, you got these other clowns that are, you know, the globalists, you know, the mindset. And it's just, I guess it's just easier to get along, you know, when you believe the Earth's a globe. It makes life easier. You don't have to fight so much. Because as a critical, dude, I'm telling you, as a critical thinker, you have to fight for everything you got, like every inch. Like, people don't let you have critical thinking, right? Yeah, man. Like, when it comes to it doesn't even, like, okay, flat Earth aside, it just, like, I won't mention too many things, but like when it comes to like food industry or the pharmacy industries or any other industry, like, you start talking about anything that, you know, you look into, you research, you as a person research, then they're like, dude, why don't you just believe the experts, man? Why you gotta be like that? You know, like, they question stuff. So yeah, a critical thinker has a rough go in life. Like, just be. So I'm not even I'm not even making this sound pretty, you know, like for somebody who wants to actually do this. This is for people that, you know, they know what they're getting themselves into. You know, they count the costs. They know what it's going to be like to be a critical thinker.
But they don't
They're
know.
always going to be.
They assume, bro. They assume that, you know, they know what it's going to be like on the other side. When in reality, it's the beginning of a beautiful journey of independence, of sovereignty, you know, of confidence. You know, we can't be fooled, and we have a lot to say. You know, the Globers don't have nothing to say. They come in here and they go, nuh-uh, and then they laugh, and then they're gone. We've got so much to talk about because truth is on every level.
Well, that's what I've been saying. Like I was telling Matt too. I was like, dude, look at these scrubs that come in here, man. They're just like they're clowns, bro. They got nothing in their mind. Like I know you don't want to be like that in life. I know you don't want to be like that. Like they're completely mindless, bro. You know what? Tell you what, you're gonna be sitting with your friends one day, and they're gonna be talking about absolutely nothing, you know, just laughing and carrying on. And in your mind, you're gonna be like, dude, how come is this as deep as these guys want to have a conversation? Like I can't get my critical thinking on. So you're gonna have to come back in here and get that kind of replenished, because we offer that here. You know, that challenge. You know, the rest of the world, man, they don't care. They just like they want to make money. You know, that's it. Get material wishes. Trying to school you, man. Really am. I know at some point, bro, though, it's like, I guess you're gonna move on in life, and then you're gonna realize that you're gonna miss having a critical thinking mind, bro. I'm telling you, you're gonna miss it because you're gonna do nothing but just believe all the stories, believe everybody, believe people telling you that, dude, why do you gotta worry so much? Just believe what it says on the internet, dude. That's all you gotta do. I don't know. I fight too hard sometimes for a young mind to get free, you know, because I think you got a full life ahead of you, and a critical thinking mind at a young age, shoot, man, you would have peace for a long time, like peace in your soul, in your heart, in your mind.
I've always been a critical thinker, to be honest with you.
Well, dude, what do you think I'm trying to get? Freaking Matt, dude, don't you think I didn't know that? That's why I'm trying to tell you. I don't speak like this to like a lot of people. All these scrubs that come here, like AT and all them, like I don't even bother with those guys. Like, man, I don't waste my time. There's like some of these people, like they just come in and out. I can see through their soul, man, just by talking to them. Like I know where they're at in their life. Like they're completely like, I don't know what's the word, man. Like they're checked out. You know what I mean? Like when you talk to somebody, you know what I'm saying, Matt? Like when you speak to somebody, you know when they're checked out, you're just like, doesn't waste my time like talking to you.
Bro, a lot of Globers are impotent because they don't have anything to back them, and they're too nervous to speak on subjects. So they've got this little shackle. You know, let go of the shackle, because if something's true, it should be natural. You don't have to memorize all this shit. Once it clicks, it comes to you in the moment. Simple.
Yeah. It shouldn't be hard. It's too difficult sometimes with these guys.
By the way, Matt, don't take anything I'm saying personal. I'm just trying to provoke a conversation. Personally.
Oh, yeah, I get what you're saying, man.
Yeah, I don't know. I hear you carrying on, man, but I'm not feeling it, man. I'm not feeling the glow from you. I really am not. It's not natural. It's almost unnatural for you to be talking about the Earth as a globe. I feel it, dude. It's like I don't know. It's like what you call it, man? When somebody's faking something, I can't shake it, dude. Like when I hear you, it's the same thing. It's like you're forcing, like trying to say that the Earth is a globe because like I don't know for what reason. But most people, I think it's because they want to identify with like a, like a social, kind of like a making it easier for themselves, you know? Because you think about it too, right? If you think the Earth's a globe, and you don't make too much waves, I think every life would be a little easier. You know, people don't have to fight so hard because you see like all of what we do in here, and how many people come in here and like, you know, they make this a mockery or whatever. Like you're like, dude, I don't want to have to live like that. You know, like where everybody's always asking me questions and making fun and all this stuff. But I don't know. Something tells me that you kind of like that. Like you want that challenge. Like you, I don't know. I'm probably making
absolutely.
too much.
I mean, if I was theoretically a flat earther, I'd be the best one ever. But
I'm trying, dude. I mean, I might have to disconnect from this call, man, because you're gonna make me upset. You don't think I know that, man? Like that's what I said it from like I guess it was maybe the second or third interaction that you were in this call, and I started like I was thinking like in my head I was like, you know what, this guy is something off. Like I don't feel the same globe vibes that like when somebody's really a baller, like they're a baller like through and through. Like you know it. Like AT, like Scott Mackey, like Matthew Learns, like I know that inside and out. Dude, there is nothing but globe on those guys. Nothing but globe. 100%, like all the way through. With you, it's more like it's like a mask you're wearing. And you're wearing it because you know it's convenient. It's what's the other thing? It's socially not awkward to be a glober, so it's all these things. So that mask you got on, but if it was to ever come off, dude, they would fear you, like in debates. They couldn't like contain like the kind of like critical thinking. Like, I don't know, man. Whatever. That's what it is. Maybe there's one other person I could view that way, but I'm still kind of reserving my my mind on like saying that if they are or not, because I have to listen to them a bit more. But there's somebody else that I'm kind of looking at too. No, I can't say because I don't know yet. Because I want to make sure. There's a few things that I gotta listen to them talk, and then I'll be able to start discerning. But I do that, I'm really good at like having a conversation with somebody and knowing where they're at and what they say and how they're talking, like all the mannerisms. It's easy for me. I don't know why. Just it's always come natural. Like I can talk to Scott Mackey, and like even before he's like me and him are done, I know exactly where I want to lead him, so I can show everybody like he don't have anything. Because number one, he looks at reality as if it's like he doesn't know if reality is real. Basically, there's a couple of people in here that actually say that they don't know if reality is real, and he's one of them. So even if he said he knew what he was talking about, I could actually go back to that conversation and point out that he doesn't even think reality is real. So how does he know what he's saying about this specific subject is real or not? I could point that out easily. I could destroy his whole entire argument for whatever he's saying, because he undermines it himself by saying that reality is not even real. So, and he's a subjective person too. He doesn't believe in objective reality. So there's so many things wrong in like his thought process. So he can never arrive to like something that he actually knows.
Matt, I don't know you
That's not how science works.
personally. I don't know you personally, Matt, but a good friend of mine, after a couple of months of debating flat Earth, he turned around to me and he said, "I know I can't prove the globe, but I choose to believe it." Can you relate to that statement, or is that, do you understand where he's coming from?
I mean, I can sort of understand where he's coming from. I personally, honestly, I feel like I could prove it, but I also do choose. I think you have to believe something to a certain extent, right? So I think I also do choose to believe the globe as well.
Yeah, for a long time. So I'm interested to know which arguments have done it for you.
Well, I mean, looking at celestial objects like the moon, seeing boats go over the curved horizon. I've seen multiple images, high-altitude balloon videos that go up 100,000 feet, amateur rockets that go up who knows how many feet. up there and we see curved Earth. I've seen Halton balloon videos that show the moon in space, where it should be. Just a lot of data that supports the scientific consensus.
Well, what? Because when you bring these things up, like for example, weather balloons. I mean, I've only ever seen flat horizons. What have you seen particularly? With
Well,
air
it
balloons,
depends
for
on
example, or weather balloons.
Well, it depends on the height that you're looking at. There's some weather balloons that only go up 65,000 feet. There's others that go up 100,000 feet. If you find any that go up 100,000 feet and it says that, then you can show me a flat horizon on those. But the ones I see are...
Yeah, that's pretty easy. They're on YouTube.
Yeah, no, I've checked them out. Have you seen the ones that I've seen?
Possibly. I've also seen ones with fisheye lenses where the curve, it looks like it's curved, but then as the balloon starts spinning, the curve reverses and it's convex.
Yeah.
So it's obviously
Yeah,
a
few of
fisheye.
them have. Yeah, most of them have like fisheye type lenses with the GoPro, but I don't think it distorts the Earth shape that much. But
Well, it does, unfortunately. But all
you
lenses
have to like.
Yeah. So lenses, Matt, all lenses have barrel distortion to some extent. Not like some of them have more than others, and depending. Here's one other thing you got to remember too. When you're analyzing any of this information, you got to remember the type of information that we would ask or require. Because I asked these from these top-notch globers, right? What type of camera are they using? The lens, the relevant information that would give us like the information from what they're actually getting their information about that. Because it's not just, hey, check this video out, look, I win. No, we're gonna talk about it. Where did they launch from? What are they going to? Like, where was if some people saw the rocket launch from the ground, what was the distance at which they stopped seeing the rocket? Did they see the trajectory to how many miles? Like, a lot of relevant information that would tie into whether or not they could actually give a good explanation about anything that they produce forward as evidence. So it's one thing to say you have evidence, it's another to actually stand up and say that it's actually proof of the Earth being a globe. Because that would be something that you could actually have as proof, right? But you as a person could only go so far as to have evidence, like of a case to support what you're saying. But then when we would talk about it, you couldn't justify it. So you'd have to be able to justify the evidence that you call evidence, right? Like your videos and all that. So if we were to quiz you on any of the information and you don't have the information that's relevant to it, then it shows how much you don't know about that information. And it sucks.
Well, I mean, I know decent amount of information from the video I just posted in the chat.
Oh, I can't look
I
at it.
can give you the exact camera.
Like I said, I can't look at it. Anyway, still talking about lenses and how they operate. You can talk to somebody that's an expert in camera lenses, like photographers and that, and they'll tell you all about lenses and which ones are better for images that you're going to take, panoramic ones and all kinds of stuff. But they'll show you the lens types that they have, and the ones that are called rectilinear lenses kind of take out as much barrel distortion as they could possible, but it doesn't eliminate at the very edges that distortion. You'll still have a minuscule amount of distortion. But yeah, they'll still eliminate a whole bunch. But yeah, even if you're using one of those, you still have a minuscule amount of distortion. I think Dwayne Kellum, who sends up balloons, he has like cameras on the bottom of the balloons, and he would put on the bottom of his videos, as I think he's a flat earther, I believe, and he would put on the bottom of his videos, the type of camera, or in the description, he puts what type of camera he's using and all kinds of like everything relevant to like what he's doing, the temperature outside that he launched, and time of day, all that good stuff. And but yeah, he even said it himself. Like one of his balloons had a rectilinear lens, but he even said like it has a minuscule amount of distortion at the edges. So when you go to a certain altitude, it shows the Earth looking really flat, but then at the edges it has like that distortion that he mentioned. So you can't eliminate all of that, you know. So in the case of the Earth being you know, the high altitude image, you would say that all of these types of camera lenses are going to have some amount of distortion. So some more than others. And like the ones that you see like really look like that fisheye distort the image like, you know, exponentially.
Yeah.
So
I mean, I would still say though, like when you're up that high, when you're up like 105,000 feet, like the lens would have to be distorting it quite a bit though, right? To be making it look that curved.
Well, yeah, like well, take a look. I'll give you one example. Like Felix Baumgartner, Red Bull Space Jump. Do you know who that guy is? The Red Bull Space Jump, the edge of space.
Yeah, I've seen it. Yeah.
Yeah, he jumped at 120,000, man. Like, so his gondola went up to 120,000 feet, and when he jumped out, so you know the camera, one of the cameras that was facing down, it looked like the Earth was like a globe, like curving. And that's the one that Neil deGrasse Tyson went on record and said, like, you know, that guy Felix, because he talked about that specific jump, but he's like, I don't mind if he calls it edge of space, but he wasn't at the edge of space. He said, no, he's not. And so he said that stuff is flat from where he was, right? So, and Neil said that because he knows if you're gonna put the size of the Earth into like geometric form, you're not going to see that curvature at that altitude. You're just not. You have to be much higher. I'm thinking, what is it, like 1,000 miles up? You start seeing that's like ISS, you know, right above the thermosphere is